A young boy, engrossed in playing the Pokemon game, is unexpectedly thrust into the realm of Pokemon due to a sudden accident, thus forming an inseparable bond with his partner, Shinado, in this fantastical world. I truly cannot battle. Shauna. All right, this shall be the last time. Shinado, Mega Evolution. Chapter 1, Transmigration. In a small county town of Huashan Blue Star, Chun-Nan is incessantly shouting in his dilapidated rental apartment. Shinado, unleash moonlight and obliterate him. On the game screen, the elegant and solemn Shinado is illuminated by a radiant moon, subsequently emitting a beam of pure white light that depletes the health bar of a nearby Haxorus, plunging it into a critical state. The game transitions to depict Shinado gracefully caressing her face, a smile gracing her lips as she stands regally in the center of the arena, with two large victory signs prominently displayed on the screen. Nice! With such weaklings, there's no need for Mega Evolution to dominate. It turns out Chun-Nan is indulging in the immensely popular Pokemon game, harboring a particular fondness for Shinado, whom he has even affectionately dubbed his wife on numerous occasions. Indeed, Shinado has once again bestowed victory upon Chun-Nan, who, brimming with joy, gazes at her character in the handheld console and muses. If only you were real, how wonderful that would be. He then carelessly tosses the game console, which he had saved for months to acquire, onto the bed, rubbing his growling stomach and turning to rummage for something to eat. At the very moment Chun-Nan turns around, Shinado in the handheld console unexpectedly abandons her usual stoic expression, smiling in the direction of Chun-Nan, her lips slightly parted, as if she wishes to convey something. Unfortunately, Chun-Nan is wholly engrossed in his quest for edible provisions and pays no heed to the peculiar anomaly within the console. Even if he had noticed, he would likely dismiss it as a mere patch from the developers. After several attempts to search, Chun-Nan finally comes to the realization that his food supplies have been depleted, necessitating an outing for groceries. For the sake of his own stomach, he reluctantly steps out of his abode, ensuring he takes his game console with him, for Chun-Nan is indeed a youth besotted with gaming. Watching the green-haired Shinado, his beloved beast, smile at him from a game, Chun-Nan revels in the moment. But upon recalling that she is merely a sequence of code, he lets out a resigned sigh and prepares to leave. Due to Chun-Nan's limited finances, he opts to walk, blending in with the throngs of distracted individuals. Though while others are engrossed in their smartphones, he is absorbed in his handheld console, catching the attention of many passersby. Upon spotting Shinado from the Pokémon, onlookers couldn't help but exchange knowing smiles as they regarded Chun-Nan, who, unfazed by their gazes, boasted to those around him. See? This is my beloved beast, Shinado. Isn't she beautiful? In that instant, Chun-Nan's unabashed confidence captivated the bystanders, earning him admiration both internally and externally, for not everyone possesses the audacity to express their affections as Chun-Nan does. Upon hearing Chun-Nan declare her as his wife in the presence of others, Shinado's delicate visage flushed with a rosy hue, prompting Chun-Nan to exclaim, "Truly a masterpiece from a great studio. Her expressions and movements are extraordinary." The bystanders, intrigued by Chun-Nan's enthusiasm, contemplated purchasing a similar device for themselves, considering the affordability. Alas, another unsuspecting youth finds themselves ensnared by Chun-Nan's charm, though he may never witness this passerby, exclaiming beloved beast to Shinado. Just then, an out-of-control truck hurtles toward Chun-Nan, and he seemingly envisions a colossal fist protruding from the truck's front, calling out to him, "Young man, it is time for you to transcend. Travel well." Chun-Nan stands there, frozen in disbelief, as if spellbound, while the previously engaged bystanders have long vanished, leaving him alone in the aftermath. The surrounding crowd remains silent, with only a few voicing their alarm, but Chun-Nan appears deaf to their cries. It is only when a figure draped in a white dress and possessing vibrant green hair, a humanoid Pokémon, appears before him and calls out Shinado that Chun-Nan finally regains his senses. Yet, it is already too late. Confronted with the imminent threat of the truck, Shinado's body shimmers with blue light as she activates her psychic powers. But her intervention is delayed, merely causing the truck to momentarily falter before it charges menacingly toward her. At that moment of panic, Shinado is startled to see the silhouette of the person she yearns to protect. Chun-Nan, arms wide open, gazes solemnly at the oncoming truck and turns to the frozen green-haired Pokémon, declaring, "You are my Shinado. I will not allow you to come to harm." To see the real you in this life is a wish fulfilled. Observing the human standing before her, Shinado's heart races, and in an instant, she teleports beside Chun-Nan, bracing herself alongside him to confront the impending ultimate impact suffused with the aura of death. At this critical juncture, a black hole suddenly materializes before them, and an overwhelming force swiftly engulfs both Shinado and Chun Nan within its depths. The once boisterous crowd is rendered perplexed as they disperse, returning to their unfinished tasks. While even the truck comes to a halt at the roadside, its bald-headed driver scratching his smooth scalp, baffled as to how his out-of-control vehicle has miraculously regained control. Thus, Chun Nan is erased from Blue Star's existence, leaving no trace behind. Only the passerby who had engaged him in conversation earlier now wears a perplexed expression, unable to recall why they sought to purchase a gaming console. Yet, captivated by the green-haired Shinado, they hastily place an order without a second thought. Chapter 2. An insecure landing. As Chun Nan was engulfed by the black hole alongside Shinado, he succumbed to the overwhelming pressure and lost consciousness. For he was far from being a super prodigy, lacking the prowess of a true champion. Witnessing the peril faced by the one she cherished, a surge of azure light emanated from Shinado's eyes, enveloping Chun Nan in a delicate veil of psychic energy to ensure they remained united. As for Shinado herself, there was no cause for concern. Chun Nan's affection for her was so profound that all available resources were devoted to her. In the realm of the game, Shinado had already reached her fullest potential under Chun Nan's guidance, and even in this sudden manifestation in reality, she remained an extraordinarily formidable presence. Fortunate indeed that Chun Nan had treated her with such kindness. Thus, despite his lack of trainer experience, he would not find himself at a loss for commands. After all, Chun Nan was merely an amateur player, and should he be tasked with real-life battle strategies, it would likely be a matter of life and death. For reality was far from the turn-based exchanges of a game. A moment's hesitation could lead to dire consequences. With a firm grip on Chun Nan's body, which was neither robust nor frail, Shinado's ruby-like eyes sparkled with determination as she sensed their imminent exit. She meticulously focused her psychic control, resolute in her desire not to be separated from him. On an isolated island teeming with various Pokémon, flocks of avian creatures soared freely through the expansive sky. Although numerous powerful Pokémon were engaged in territorial disputes, the ambience remained sufficiently serene. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by the emergence of a swirling vortex in the sky. Sensing the anomaly, all Pokémon on the island ceased their activities. Even those in the throes of battle paused to exchange wary glances. Amidst the multitude of gazes fixed upon the vortex, two figures tumbled forth, one gray, the other a blend of white and green, before the vortex snapped shut as if its mission had been accomplished. These figures were none other than the unconscious Chun Nan and the vigilant Shinado. Little did Chun Nan anticipate that a simple outing to procure an item would result in him being whisked away by a truck, only to be deposited into this simultaneously familiar yet alien world. Had he been conscious, he might have lamented, "Why must I endure such misfortune? How could such bizarre occurrences befall me?" Shinado carefully lowered Chun Nan to the ground, her psychic prowess ensuring his safety. However, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she found herself under the scrutiny of countless Pokémon. With a fierce glare, Shinado summoned her psychic energy, an aura of blue radiating around her as her powers surged forth, sweeping toward the hostile Pokémon like a tidal wave. This display of might rendered the weaker Pokémon trembling in fear, devoid of any fighting spirit, while the stronger ones regarded her with a solemn expression, recognizing the strength concealed beneath her seemingly delicate exterior. The formidable Pokémon huddled together, seemingly deliberating, casting furtive glances at Shinado and the unconscious Chun Nan behind her. Glancing back at Chun Nan, Shinado felt no fear toward these adversaries. However, with her charge in a vulnerable state, she could not afford to let her guard down. Thus, she focused on the prospect of escape. Her mind prepared for a swift retreat. Amidst the cacophony of Pokémon, a thunderous roar pierced the air, bringing silence to the chaos. As the chirping of insects and the songs of birds faded away, a striking blue Pokémon descended from the sky with an air of unassailable authority, landing before Shinado and glaring intently at her with a fierce battle spirit. Feeling the intensity of its resolve, Shinado momentarily contemplated the challenge. Yet the presence of Chun Nan compelled her to decline the invitation to battle, shaking her head as she pointed to him. In response, the irritable Pokémon, a fierce Garchomp, was not deterred, for it was singularly devoted to the thrill of combat. With a surge of blue energy, it unleashed a dragon rage toward the unyielding Shinado. In turn, Shinado summoned her psychic abilities, erecting a translucent barrier that effortlessly absorbed the brunt of the attack. This only served to heighten Garchomp's excitement, as it had not encountered such a strong opponent in quite some time. Noticing the human behind her, Garchomp called out to Shinado, indicating that if she accepted its challenge, regardless of the outcome, both she and her charge would be permitted to remain in this place, free from expulsion. The fiery determination in Shinado's ruby eyes ignited upon hearing this, for her greatest concern was the safety of the one who had always cared for her, Chun-Nan. The audacity of this Pokémon to threaten the well-being of her beloved was intolerable. Thus, she resolved to confront this audacious creature, eager to temper its arrogance. Chapter 3. The copying ability of Shinado. As Shinado faced Garchomp, her spirit aflame with determination, Garchomp could not suppress an exhilarated roar. It gestured for her to follow, as the surroundings were too confined for a proper battle. Seeking a more open space would minimize environmental damage, for this was its home, and it would not allow it to be irrevocably harmed. Shinado's eyes flickered with contemplation before she acquiesced to its request, for Pokémon were not as duplicitous as humans. While there might be some with ulterior motives, this formidable dragon clearly did not fall into that category. After all, in the world of Pokémon, the strong disdain the use of cunning tactics. Thus, Shinado carefully hoisted the unconscious Chun-Nan and followed the already distant Garchomp, while the surrounding Pokémon excitedly trailed behind. Intrigued by the unfolding drama, for witnessing such events was universally entertaining across species. Navigating through a dense thicket, they arrived at a barren expanse strewn with yellow earth and rocks, marked by the scars of countless battles. Nearby, two wild Pokémon were engaged in combat. Initially engrossed in their clash, they were interrupted by the arrival of others, surely irked by the intrusion. After all, it is a universal truth that no one enjoys having their game interrupted. As the two Pokémon halted their impending moves and turned to confront the intruders, their expressions shifted from fierce to placid upon recognizing Garchomp, the dominant force of the island. Their once menacing gazes softened, a scene both comical and absurd, as they hastily vacated the area, not wishing to provoke the island's long-standing sovereign. The ferocious Garchomp remained unfazed by the situation at hand. Under ordinary circumstances, it would have relished the opportunity to teach these two oblivious Pokémon a lesson. However, at present, its majestic head turned towards the composed, shiny Gardevoir. In order to engage in battle with this formidable foreign Pokémon, it needed to conserve sufficient stamina. After all, the minutiae of battle often dictate the outcome. This was also a matter of respect, for a victory achieved while not at full strength would lack honor, would it not? At this moment, Garchomp was blissfully unaware of the impending thrashing it would soon endure. Perhaps the typically gentle Gardevoir might have shown some restraint, sparing its opponent a humiliating defeat. But the current circumstances were quite different. The fury within Gardevoir had been fully ignited. After placing Chun-Nan securely on a nearby rock, she stood tall like a proud queen, dismissing Garchomp from afar. Seeing that her adversary was prepared, Garchomp wasted no time, opting for a preemptive strike. A surge of azure light gathered in its jaws as it unleashed another dragon rage towards the unflappable Gardevoir. Recognizing the familiar attack, Gardevoir summoned her psychic powers, conjuring a transparent barrier before her. With a thunderous crash, a cloud of inky smoke erupted, engulfing the arena and momentarily obscuring Gardevoir's vision. Yet, she moved with an effortless grace, undeterred. Just then, a golden beam of light pierced through the smoke, hurtling towards Gardevoir with a cataclysmic force. Garchomp was aware that Dragon Rage would not inflict any harm upon its opponent, but it served as an effective diversion. Following this, Garchomp unleashed the formidable Hyper Beam. Despite its special attack not being exceptionally high, this attack boasted a staggering power of 150, delivering a considerable blow to Gardevoir. Having previously battled under Chun-Nan's control, Gardevoir was accustomed to a turn-based approach. Garchomp's aggressive tactics shattered her expectations, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Even Garchomp, caught in a moment of inaction, found itself in a precarious situation. Just as Garchomp was on the verge of regaining its composure, a voice that stirred her very soul echoed through the arena. Gardevoir, the opponent's paralysis is about to wear off. You don't have much time to charge your ultimate move. Use Future Sight. Upon hearing this, Gardevoir turned to the now-revived Chun-Nan, her gaze sharpening as she focused on the Garchomp that had inflicted damage upon her. A sphere of energy coalesced in her grasp and was then sent into the void. Future Sight was an attack that would deal damage to the opponent 2 turns later. While it may not be particularly practical in the game, in reality, it held immense potential. It is worth noting that in this reality, the limitations of the game did not apply, such as the constraints of only 4 moves. In a wild battle, who cared about how many moves were used? Victory was all that mattered. In dire moments, a trainer could also intervene, though with Chun-Nan's modest physique, he might struggle. As Gardevoir executed Future Sight, Garchomp recovered from its paralysis, soaring through the air as a blue dragon shadow, diving towards Gardevoir. Chun-Nen recognized this move, the Dragon Rush. With a hit rate of 75, this was a skill that had made him contemplate throwing his phone on more than one occasion due to its erratic accuracy, often proving less reliable than Hypnosis with a mere 60 hit rate. At this moment, Chun-Nen racked his brain for a counter-strategy, driven by an overwhelming affection for Gardevoir. Naturally, he aimed to learn everything he could. Yet, the multitude of available moves made selecting one quite a torment. However, the unstoppable Dragon Rush left Chun-Nen little time to devise a plan. The battlefield was ever-changing, unlike the game that afforded contemplation time. Predicting an opponent's move was a delicate art, often fraught with uncertainty. Especially with bizarre counter moves, those who successfully anticipated them would surely find themselves dumbfounded. Particularly the ones who fell prey to such predictions. Chun-Nen had witnessed opponents concede in utter disbelief, much to his amusement. Gardevoir, teleport, he finally decided. In reality, as long as one managed their distance properly, it wouldn't result in a straightforward escape from defeat, unlike in the game. Gardevoir flickered, evading the Dragon Rush and appearing behind Garchomp, awaiting Chun-Nen's next command. When Dragon Rush missed its mark, Garchomp was unfazed. Yellowish energy surged from its body, whipping up a terrifying sandstorm that enveloped both combatants. However, while other Gardevoir possessed the synchronize ability, Chun-Nen's Gardevoir had the copy ability, allowing her to mimic Garchomp's Sandveil trait. Chapter 4, The First Victory. Thus, within the sandstorm, Gardevoir not only remained unscathed but even thrived under the effects of Garchomp's storm, blending seamlessly with the swirling sands. Garchomp's eyes widened in disbelief. Its once proud sandstorm now proved utterly ineffective, as it never anticipated that a Pokémon like Gardevoir could share its ability. What a day it was to turn Garchomp's world upside down. Meanwhile, Chun-Nen was uncertain of Garchomp's location and hesitated to act recklessly. For this was his first real battle, and he was determined not to lose. He bellowed, "Gardevoir, can you sense the opponent's position?" Hearing Chun-Nen's inquiry, Gardevoir, engulfed in the swirling sands, first shook her head, then nodded affirmatively, responding, "Gardevoir, Gardevoir." Although Chun-Nen was not fluent in Pokémon language, he understood enough to grasp that Gardevoir could sense the opponent's approximate location but not pinpoint it precisely. If even Gardevoir's formidable psychic powers could only vaguely detect Garchomp's whereabouts, it was likely that her opponent was equally disoriented. After a moment's contemplation, Chun-Nen commanded, "Gardevoir, use Calm Mind." Gardevoir trusted Chun-Nen's directive implicitly. She closed her eyes and began to harness the power of Calm Mind, enhancing her abilities. As she meditated, her pristine white dress billowed, and an ominous aura began to emanate from her. This alarming presence caught Garchomp's attention, making it aware that it could not afford to continue this way, or it would surely be the one to face defeat. Consequently, Garchomp dispelled the sandstorm, resulting in Gardevoir, having completed her meditation, floating gracefully in the air, locking eyes with the grounded Garchomp. Sensing the terrifying energy radiating from Gardevoir, Garchomp felt a pang of foreboding and unleashed its ultimate dragon-type move, Draco Meteor. A sphere of golden energy materialized in Garchomp's jaws, ready to be launched skyward. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred in the space beside Garchomp. The future sight attack that Gardevoir had previously executed struck just as Garchomp was about to unleash its move, causing the unlaunched Draco Meteor to fail and suffer damage from the powerful future sight. Seizing the opportunity while Garchomp was still dazed, Chun-Nen shouted excitedly, "Gardevoir, Moonblast." "Finish it." Gardevoir nodded, a luminous full moon appearing above her, and with it, a radiant beam of light surged forth, imbued with a cataclysmic intent directed at the unprepared Garchomp. A layer of meditative Moonblast, a fairy-type move that restrains the dragon-type, was unleashed by the serene Shinado. If this were not enough to incapacitate the fierce Garchomp, then it would indeed seem implausible. Consequently, after enduring a blow from the foresight of Garchomp, it was once more struck by that luminous beam, staggering before collapsing to the ground, utterly unable to rise again, regardless of its desperate attempts. Witnessing this, Chun-Nen leapt into the air, rushing to the battlefield to embrace Shinado and twirl around joyfully, for this was his inaugural match, and it ended in triumph. The surrounding Pokémon, observing the fallen Garchomp and the blushing Shinado, one their leader and the other the victor, converged upon them, eager to admonish the one who had inflicted such grievous harm upon their chief. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chun-Nen ceased his playful antics with Shinado. who tightened her grip around his waist, prepared to teleport away at the slightest hint of danger. At that moment, a weak yet authoritative roar echoed, "Ka!" Emerging from behind the encircling Pokémon was the recently defeated Garchomp, enveloped in a myriad of healing lights. Due to Shinato's restrained attack, Garchomp was recovering swiftly. It positioned itself before Shinato, its fierce spirit ignited, brandishing its formidable size as if to challenge her to battle once more. Understanding the intent behind Garchomp's display, Chun-Nen found himself caught between amusement and bewilderment. It was only natural for one to feel disgruntled after being so swiftly vanquished, especially after having previously dominated the match. Remarkably, this temperamental Garchomp maintained a sense of honor, refraining from launching a frenzied attack against them. Perhaps this was the pride of the strong, to accept defeat and seek to reclaim victory through one's own merit. At that moment, Chun-Nen found himself rather fond of this spirited Garchomp. Yet reflecting on his own precarious situation, he opted to refrain from engaging further. After all, in this Pokémon world, he had only Shinato to rely upon, leaving him feeling quite destitute. He had not even captured Shinato, nor did he feel the need to, for their bond transcended mere ownership. It was not something as trivial as a Pokeball that could define their relationship. By Garchomp's invitation, Chun-Nen and Shinato officially became members of this nameless island. For Garchomp was akin to the island's sovereign, and none dared to dispute his decree. Subsequently, they were escorted to a grassy clearing beside a crystal-clear stream, where a majestic tree stood. At its base was a hollow large enough to accommodate several individuals, comfortably lined with green leaves. As Chun-Nen examined the freshly crafted tree hollow, he noted the care with which it had been prepared, with a thick layer of leaves laid down, as if to ensure their comfort. The proximity to the water source, which was vital for survival on this isolated island, indicated Garchomp's consideration for their well-being. Chun-Nen couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems even in the realm of Pokémon, there exist matters of human sentiment. Shinato, I surely owe this fortune to you." To which Shinato responded, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, "Shauna." Though Chun-Nen did not fully comprehend her reaction, it did not hinder his appreciation of the enchanting scene before him. After all, it was Shinato, her face adorned with a charming blush, radiating beauty. Just as Chun-Nen leaned in closer to Shinato, a Sharpedo entered, carrying various items, abruptly interrupting his burgeoning intentions. Although Shinato seemed a bit anxious, she did not reject the intrusion. However, the interruption did spark a flicker of irritation within her, rendering her quite endearing in her indignation. Thus, Chun-Nen and Shinato glared fiercely at the Sharpedo, as if to convey, "If you lack a valid reason for your intrusion, do not expect us to be courteous." The Sharpedo, confused, tilted its head, unable to fathom what it had done wrong. It had merely come to deliver some items. After setting them down, it departed. The disruption shattered Chun-Nan's budding thoughts, prompting him to disregard Shinato's pouty expression and investigate the pile of unknown objects. Chapter 5. Capturing Shinato. After a thorough examination, Chun-Nen found himself at a loss for words upon encountering the array of red and white spherical objects before him. Recognizing them as Pokeballs, he felt a surge of excitement. Given that Shinato remained in her wild Pokemon state, his foremost desire was to capture her. While their bond transcended the need for a Pokeball, adhering to the customs of the Pokemon world felt imperative. Moreover, he yearned to experience the thrill of a successful capture. Thus, Chun-Nen meticulously selected a clean Pokeball, washed it at the stream, and turned to Shinato, asking Shinato, "Do you wish to be captured by me?" He felt it necessary to inquire about her consent. After all, even a gentle Pokemon like Shinato might not appreciate an unsolicited throw. Seeing Shinato narrow her eyes and smile as she nodded, extending her delicate hand to press against the Pokeball, the next moment she was enveloped in a red light and drawn inside. It shook slightly before settling, accompanied by a satisfying click, signifying a successful capture. As the ball wobbled, Shinato emerged, her eyes gleaming with joy, resting her head against Chun-Nan's shoulder while wrapping her arms around his. The heart-shaped emblem on her chest retracted as she settled comfortably, feeling the warmth of Shinato's presence. Chun-Nan's heart quickly calmed, and they both savored this hard-won tranquility. Gazing at her serene face so close to him, he thought, "Though I know not how I arrived in this Pokemon world, it matters not. As long as I am with you, that is enough." As if responding to his thoughts, Shinato let out a soft murmur, revealing her delight. Days passed, and Chun-Nen grew accustomed to life among the island's Pokemon. He engaged in daily morning runs, striving to strengthen his body, not necessarily to reach the pinnacle of a Pokemon trainer, but at least to endure for 3 minutes in Mega Evolution. This was Chun-Nan's personal goal, while the assertive Garchomp frequently sought out Shinato for sparring. However, whenever Chun Nan was present, Garchomp found no advantage. When Chun Nan was absent, they could exchange blows evenly, which piqued Garchomp's interest in Chun Nan. For the difference in battle prowess was palpable with or without a trainer's guidance. Thus, while Garchomp continued to challenge Shinado, it also sought Chun Nan's advice, attempting to engage him in directing battles between itself and Shinado. This, however, led to Shinado's growing irritation. As Shinado faced Chun Nan, standing in front of the fierce land shark, her delicate visage puffed with irritation, exuding an undeniable charm. It was only after Chun Nan's earnest entreaties that she reluctantly acquiesced. Observing the indignant Shinado, the fierce land shark exchanged glances with Chun Nan, particularly the fierce land shark, which felt an ominous premonition of an impending thrashing. Thus, under Chun Nan's command, the battle between the fierce land shark and Shinado commenced. Chun Nan bellowed with fervor, "Fierce land shark, dragon dive, close in on Shinado. Aim not for a hit, but merely to reduce the distance." In response, the fierce land shark transformed into a shimmering blue dragon figure, lunging towards Shinado with its maw agape. Shinado countered effortlessly with the teleportation technique previously imparted to her by Chun Nan, evading the assault with grace. Nevertheless, the distance between them had diminished slightly, prompting Chun Nan to command, "Use Brick Break. Do not afford her a moment to breathe." Upon hearing this, the fierce land shark's razor-sharp scythes glimmered with a brilliant white light as it relentlessly attacked the fragile Shinado. Bereft of Chun Nan's guidance, Shinado momentarily faltered in the face of such a fierce onslaught, a consequence of her inexperience in battle. In a flurry of urgency, she conjured a protective barrier, which Chun Nan instantly recognized as the move Protect. The fierce land shark's luminous scythes clashed against the barrier, creating merely a ripple without significant effect. For the fierce land shark's level was considerably lower than that of Shinado. Before Chun Nan could react, Shinado seized the initiative. She radiated a dazzling light, and Chun Nan quickly discerned that she was about to unleash her fairy-type signature move, Dazzling Gleam. He shouted in alarm, "Fierce land shark, counter it with Dragon Rage. Do not allow her to land this attack." The fierce land shark concentrated energy within its jaws and unleashed it, successfully neutralizing the fairy-type magic. Reflecting on Shinado's fairy-type abilities, Chun Nan found himself in a quandary regarding how to proceed. In a game scenario, being at a lower level would typically entail conceding defeat, especially when facing an adversary with a type advantage. Yet, Shinado, consumed by anger, had no mind for such considerations. She was determined to teach her opponent a lesson. With that, she launched Moonblast towards the poised fierce land shark. Upon witnessing the crescent moon above Shinado's head, Chun Nan understood the impending danger and urgently instructed, "Fierce land shark, evade if possible. If you cannot, use Hyper Beam to block it. We cannot allow this attack to hit." Chun Nan opted for Hyper Beam over Dragon Rage, fearing that the latter might not suffice against such a formidable move, given the significant level disparity. He deemed it wiser to endure a moment of rigidity rather than risk a direct hit that could lead to immediate defeat. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario did not unfold. The fierce land shark transformed into a jet, evading the terrifying move with astounding speed. Without needing further command, it unleashed a Hyper Beam, striking Shinado before she could react. Seizing the opportunity while the fierce land shark was momentarily stunned, Shinado countered with her own illusion move. As the fierce land shark regained its composure, it unleashed its signature move, Revenge, launching a furious assault on Shinado. Witnessing this exchange, Chun Nan felt no anger. Rather, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. After all, the trainer merely provides guidance, while the true combat lies within the Pokémon themselves. A Pokémon that merely mechanically follows commands without its own initiative is no different from a tool. Ultimately, both Pokémon suffered injuries, and it was only Chun Nan's timely intervention that prevented them from sustaining even greater harm. As he gazed at the battered duo, he couldn't help but sigh before seeking out his Pokémon friends with healing abilities. Chapter 6. Preparing for departure as the sun dipped below the horizon. Casting its last rays upon the glimmering sea, Chun Nan sat by the shore, quietly savoring the enchanting scenery. However, when he turned to observe the two injured Pokémon receiving treatment, the serene mood he had cultivated was abruptly shattered. Nevertheless, he stifled a laugh, not wishing to provoke their ire. Yet, Chun Nan's struggle to suppress his amusement did not escape Shinado, who had been keenly observing him. With a determined flick of her skirt, she approached Chun Nan, her ruby-like eyes wide with indignation, as if intending to deliver a stern reprimand. Unable to withstand her mock ferocity, Chun Nan burst into laughter, for no matter how fiercely Shinado pretended to be, it only elicited his mirth. In truth, Shinedo's naturally serious demeanor was far more intimidating than any display of feigned aggression. Yet, would Shinedo ever adopt the cold demeanor towards Chunnan? Certainly not. Eventually, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she raised her petite fist to deliver a playful, albeit ineffective, million-ton punch. Seizing the moment, Chunnan pulled her into an embrace. While the fierce land shark nearby was thoroughly entertained by the display of affection, noticing the fierce land shark's unwavering gaze upon them, Shinedo gave Chunnan's chest a gentle shove, only to find it utterly ineffective, prompting her to relent. As Chunnan played with Shinedo's verdant locks, he turned to the fierce land shark and inquired, "I will soon be departing from this island. Would you kindly assist me in leaving?" After all, this was merely a solitary isle without any means of transport. He couldn't very well drift away on a makeshift raft, now presented with a ready-made means of flight. Chunnan was not about to seek unnecessary hardships. Having served as a training partner for the fierce land shark for some time, he was confident it would not refuse his request. The fierce land shark, momentarily lost in thought upon hearing Chunnan's request, initially appeared taken aback. However, it was not a particularly sentimental Pokémon, merely feeling a twinge of reluctance. As for Chunnan's subsequent request, it was hardly a burden, as the fierce land shark frequently departed the island to engage in battles elsewhere. Upon receiving the fierce land shark's agreement, Chunnan exhaled in relief. He had no intention of randomly capturing a flying-type Pokémon for transportation, especially when he and Shinedo were still striving for stability in their lives, let alone caring for other Pokémon. Furthermore, given the fierce land shark's demeanor, it was likely accustomed to interacting with humans. As long as they could smoothly enter the mainland and ascertain information, he would determine if this world resembled the Pokémon realm he was familiar with. With daylight still lingering, Chunnan eagerly returned to their shared Tree Hollow home with Shinedo. Cradling her waist, he reclined against the leaves, boldly gazing into her face, which was mere inches away. Although Shinedo bore no defenses against Chunnan's intent gaze, allowing his seemingly earnest yet mischievous eyes to rove over her, she was, after all, akin to a young girl in human terms, newly transformed from a virtual entity to a physical form, and consequently unsure of how to respond. Her lips, as delicate as gossamer, parted slightly, while her ruby eyes blinked with innocence, and a rosy hue blossomed upon her fair cheeks. This left Chunnan momentarily captivated, and after a prolonged moment of intimacy, he reluctantly pulled away. As for progressing further, although Shinedo would not refuse, isn't this a bit too hasty for a Pokémon that has only just been born a few days ago? After indulging in some intimate moments with Shinedo, they finally paused to rest, for the following day necessitated an early rise to seek out traces of humanity, thus replenishing their spirits was essential. Therefore, on the dawn of the next day, as the first light began to break, Chunnan awoke, and after exchanging glances with Shinedo for a while, he could no longer contain himself, leaving the bewildered Shinedo behind. He approached the brook to wash his face, and then began to prepare a heartfelt breakfast for himself and Shinedo. Although termed a heartfelt breakfast, it essentially consisted of some berries, such as the bright red wild apple in his hand, which Chunnan could not help but liken to apples from Blue Star. Nonetheless, even wild apples would sufficiently provide the necessary nutrition, considering that in the Pokémon world, berries typically contain their own forms of energy. Supplementing one's nutritional needs was rather simple, though it lacked the flavor of a meal cooked in a pot. Though dawn was barely breaking, numerous Pokémon like Chunnan had risen early, and soon, the number of Pokémon flocking to this little brook for water increased. However, most did not linger as Chunnan did, each preoccupied with their own affairs, save for a few Pokémon that exhibited curiosity towards him. After all, the battle from the previous day had been quite spectacular, and many power-seeking Pokémon cautiously approached Chunnan, more specifically, Shinedo, who had decisively defeated the island's tyrannical ruler, the Mega Garchomp. As for this human, while he played a supportive role, it was undeniable that without his guidance, the victory would not have come so swiftly. Nearby, a Charizard, observing its child, could no longer bear to watch and roared to signal a nearby Charmander that it was time to leave. However, what surprised the adult Charizard was that its child did not return as usual. Instead, it gazed at him with pleading eyes, emitting soft whimpers, and even edged closer to Chunnan, knowing that if Chunnan were willing to take it away, everything would be simpler. One must admit that this Charmander was indeed clever. This maneuver was enough to deter the Charizard from acting rashly, for it could not contend with Chunnan's Shinedo. Yet, seeing its child preparing to follow them, the Charizard could not remain indifferent, even if it meant facing a beating. Thus, it summoned a few other Charizards to approach Chunnan's location. At that moment, Chunnan sensed something amiss. Why were those Charizards regarding him with such unfriendly expressions? He then glanced at the Charmander hiding behind him and suddenly realized the situation, immediately intending to return the little Charmander to its parent. Although Chun-Nan had a fondness for Pokemon like Charmander, especially the fully evolved Charizard, not to mention the two forms of Mega Evolution, he was uncertain if he could even afford to raise a Shinado, let alone a Charmander in its initial stage. One must understand that the resources required to evolve from the initial stage to the final stage were immense, and Chun-Nan was somewhat aware of this. Rather than causing it to suffer alongside him, it would be far better for it to remain with its parents, at least for the time being. Chapter 7. Arrival at the destination. Thus, Chun-Nan crouched down and gently spoke to the Charmander, urging it to return home and not to worry its elders. If you follow me, I may not be able to provide what you seek, so be good. Chun-Nan initially thought that this Charmander would be persuaded by his words. Yet, to his surprise, it only grew more resolute, clinging to his pant leg and refusing to let go. Witnessing this scene, Chun-Nan could only cast a pleading glance towards the Charizard and Shinado. However, Shinado merely chuckled behind her hand, offering no further response. You little rascal. Just wait until tonight. He then turned his attention to the Charizards. The lead Charizard regarded Chun-Nan with a now clearer gaze, no longer hostile. In response, the little Charmander hurriedly ran in front of Chun-Nan and pointed at its elder, implying that it wished to leave the island with him. To venture into the outside world and become stronger, not wanting to be confined to this small place for a lifetime. The more the Charmander spoke, the more fervent it became, ultimately fixing its determined gaze upon the Charizard. Whether moved by the Charmander's fervor or simply angered, the Charizard summoned the other Charizards and took off, though it cast one last glance at Chun-Nan. From that glance, Chun-Nan discerned a plea, and for a moment, he found himself at a loss. Although he understood that the Charizard had entrusted its child to him, he could not bear the thought of returning to this island if the Charmander ended up malnourished like Ash's Charmander. Consequently, under the Charmander's eager gaze, Chun-Nan ultimately relented. He retrieved a red and white Pokeball from his pocket, crouched down, and softly addressed the Charmander. If you wish to accompany me, then this is your final opportunity. I respect your decision. Before he could finish his sentence, the Charmander tapped the button on the Pokeball with its tiny paw and was promptly drawn inside. Without even a shake, a chime signaled a successful capture. For a moment, Chun-Nan was left speechless. This was a starter Pokemon that could rival the legendary Pokemon. If it were in the outside world, countless individuals would vie for it. However, he was uncertain of the Charmander's ability. Whether it be Blaze or Solar Power. It would suffice. Chun-Nan pondered, should I arrange for it a Mega Evolution or Dynamax in the future? Well, if the opportunity arises, I'll consider both. But for now, life is unstable, damn it. The approaching Mega Garchomp, upon hearing Chun-Nan speak of transformations, was momentarily taken aback, as he had never heard of such things in all his years. Turning to the seemingly obedient Shinado, he inquired, Ka, what is this that your trainer speaks of? Can it evolve? Seeing the bewilderment on the Mega Garchomp's face, Shinado, somewhat perplexed, replied, Shauna, do you not know about Mega Evolution and Dynamax? Observing the Garchomp's further confusion, Shinado exuded the confidence of a city dweller, earnestly explaining the intricacies of these concepts. As Garchomp's astonishment grew, Shinado beamed with pride. Eventually, when pressed for details, Shinado reluctantly mentioned that her Mega Evolution Stone had gone missing. The mere thought of it angered her, for despite her own evolution, the stone remained elusive, which was utterly absurd. Meanwhile, the Mega Garchomp frequently glanced at Chun-Nan, his eyes resembling those of a ravenous man beholding a tattered woman. The desire was palpable. As the island's ruler, Mega Garchomp yearned to grow stronger, and now, learning of such a pathway to power, he could not help but feel exhilarated. As for Shinado deceiving him, don't be ridiculous. She was far too strong for that. Moreover, the vividness and intensity of her descriptions were so compelling that if given the chance, he would wish to accompany some of those Pokemon into the experience. In that moment, an unprecedented thought entered his mind, for both Mega Evolution and Dynamax required the collaborative effort of trainer and Pokemon to achieve. Thus, he must first find a trainer. Moreover, he is not just any Pokemon. He requires a trainer capable of defeating him. Hence, the conclusion is drawn. Isn't there already a suitable one? Furthermore, he does not resist the commands given, but rather feels quite at home under such direction. Under this guidance, his combat prowess has significantly increased, and his comprehension of skills has reached new heights. However, it is impossible for him to become like that little Charmander. Such a notion is utterly inconceivable. How could a Pokemon of his caliber ever be compared to that weakling? Upon witnessing the fierce Garchomp descend, Nan first engaged in a dialogue with his shiny Gardevoir, subsequently displaying a look of astonishment. Then, he was scrutinized with an indescribable gaze, which made Nan feel somewhat uneasy. He couldn't help but feel curious about what they had discussed. At that moment, the Garchomp regarded him as if he were a treasure. If Nan were to discover what was on the creature's mind, he would surely be astounded. After all, he did not believe that this Garchomp, having lived for so long, had never encountered Gigantamaxing or Mega Evolution. Perhaps no one had even discovered such phenomena yet. Nevertheless, Nan chose not to dwell on these thoughts for long. The paramount concern was to head towards areas inhabited by humans. He then called out to Garchomp, preparing to set off. Under the melancholic gaze of Gardevoir, Nan retrieved the Pokeball and stored her away, subsequently mounting the dragon's back. To be honest, claiming that he was not anxious during his first flight would be a falsehood. With a powerful roar from Garchomp, they soared skyward like a jet plane. They sped towards the region most familiar to Garchomp, as Nan was unaware of where humans resided, so he left the choice to Garchomp. The presence of some flying-type Pokémon in the sky was swiftly intimidated by Garchomp's domineering aura, causing them to scatter like startled birds. Nan, sprawled across Garchomp's relatively narrow back, gazed down at the boundless ocean and the myriad of aquatic Pokémon below, overwhelmed with emotions that he had no outlet for. What a beautiful world this is. I truly feel fortunate to have the opportunity to experience it, Nan murmured. However, upon hearing Nan's words, Garchomp felt a sense of confusion. Nonetheless, there were more pressing matters at hand, as he needed to devise a plan to remain close to this human once they reached their destination. Thus, both creatures harbored their own thoughts as they traversed this relatively brief journey, especially considering Garchomp's speed would allow them to reach human-inhabited land in no time. This time, Garchomp had chosen cities that humans held in high regard. Upon his arrival, he had been intercepted, for unlike other places where he could come and go freely, this location was a veritable no-go zone. Upon realizing he was a wild Pokémon, several individuals had attempted to capture him. Such audacity. I must have my sister Gardevoir teach those humans a lesson. All they know is how to engage in brawls. Fortunately, I escaped last time, otherwise I would have been caught. As Nan gazed at the distant skyscrapers while perched on Garchomp's back, he felt a surge of excitement. Although he was somewhat unfamiliar with his surroundings, in the world of Pokémon, as long as one is a powerful trainer and abides by the law, obtaining identification is a simple matter, isn't it? Chapter 8. Yiling makes his entrance. Just as Nan was envisioning a bright future, a blaring alarm suddenly echoed through the sky, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Who am I? Where's this place? Why is there an alarm? Could it be an earthquake drill? A flurry of questions flooded his mind as several uniformed individuals riding flying Pokémon intercepted Garchomp. Nan regarded them with an overwhelming sense of frustration, fully aware that his actions resembled that of an illegal immigrant. Well, this is splendid. Not only have I crossed the border illegally, but now I've been caught in the act. As he observed the approaching personnel, Nan slapped his cheeks to regain focus, hoping to feign ignorance. After all, he was a stranger in this land, and he certainly did not wish to be apprehended as a wanted criminal. He signaled to Garchomp to be ready to flee at any moment. Just moments prior, the Huaxiao Alliance had detected an unregistered Pokémon of the champion level racing swiftly towards the capital, its speed astonishing. However, the Huaxiao response was swifter, within 3 minutes. They had assigned their respective roles, and coincidentally, the Dragon-type champion Yiling happened to be within the capital. Thus, this task was promptly delegated to him for interception. After all, should a champion-level Pokémon run amok in the city, the ensuing damage would be incalculable. Thus, the vacationing champion Yiling merely scoffed when assigned this urgent task, grumbling about not wanting to go, yet his body was undeniably loyal. Yet upon learning that the intruder was a Dragon-type Pokémon, his excitement surged, as he primarily dealt with flying-type Pokémon aside from his ace, Dragonite. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his Dragonite and set off to intercept. However, Yiling was informed of the situation after several other seasoned trainers had already rushed to intercept. He promptly pulled out his phone to check on their progress. What is the situation? Is it rampaging? He inquired. Champion, it seems this champion-level Garchomp has an owner, but this individual looks somewhat unfamiliar. I don't recall seeing such a young champion-level trainer in the country. What did you say? It has an owner? Tell him to wait. I'll be there shortly. Yiling exclaimed in astonishment. He had hoped to capture a Garchomp for the World Tournament, only to discover it was already claimed. While this was not a significant issue for him, it was still frustrating. When would he be free from the shackles of being the flying-type champion? Thus, Yiling promptly instructed Dragonite to accelerate, eager to see which champion-level trainer had the audacity to enter the skies above the capital without reporting. Meanwhile, the Huaxiao Alliance's inspectors, upon receiving news from their champion, breathed a sigh of relief. After all, facing a peak champion-level Garchomp was nothing to take lightly. Even though they had resolved to sacrifice themselves for their country since becoming inspectors, it is only natural for anyone to fear death when confronted with such overwhelming terror. However, at a crucial moment, thoughts of their families spurred them to consider self-sacrifice for the benefit of others, particularly since dying in the line of duty would yield substantial financial support from the Alliance, sufficient for 3 generations to live without worry. Thus emboldened, they approached Chun Nan, who was resting atop Garchomp, and addressed him, "Young sir, please wait a moment. Our champion will arrive shortly to take over the situation. We kindly ask for your understanding." Wang Ping, preparing to speak further, halted mid-sentence, swallowing his words. After all, despite the youthfulness of the individual before him, he was riding atop a champion-level Garchomp. Should the creature take offense due to a slight in address, it could spell disaster for him, as such a figure was not someone a mere seasoned trainer could afford to provoke, although the individual currently appeared harmless. Even possessing an innocent yet somewhat foolish gaze akin to a college student, appearances can be deceiving. If the other party covertly targeted him, he would find himself in a dire predicament, with neither heaven nor earth responding to his pleas. After all, the elite trainers of the league represent the pinnacle of strength. Though champions exist above them, how many champions are there in the world? Thus, if the opponent were to act against him within the confines of the rules or set traps, he could only swallow his grievances. Having served as an investigator for so long, if Wang Ping were oblivious to such subtleties, he would likely meet an untimely end, which is precisely why he felt such trepidation. Yet, Wang Ping's fear is not unwarranted, for the current world is in the midst of an unprecedented flourishing of Pokémon development. While it may not rival the animated realms, everything that could be discovered has been. This signifies that the entire globe revolves around the Pokémon industry, while sectors detached from it either languish in decline or fall into oblivion. Even the weaponry employed by criminal organizations is Pokémon-based. One can only imagine the monumental impact Pokémon have on this modern technological society. Consequently, the esteemed status of formidable Pokémon trainers is evident, as theoretical and cultural studies in schools now comprise only half of the curriculum, with the other half dedicated to Pokémon knowledge. When Chun Nan was addressed as senpai by an older individual, he thought little of it. He had long prepared himself mentally since arriving in this world. However, when he found himself face-to-face with a middle-aged man clad in the uniform of an unknown organization, respectfully calling him senpai, he felt a peculiar sensation. Were Chun Nan aware of the rich inner workings of the man before him, he might have been somewhat bemused, for he was primarily focused on obtaining an identification akin to that of his former life. With such proof of identity, he could finally settle down, for he had no desire for individuals in such attire to come and arrest him. Although Chun Nan currently harbored no grand dreams, save for a wish to grow old with Shinado, he couldn't shake a sense of dissatisfaction. After all, having traversed into a world of Pokémon he was well acquainted with, it would be remiss not to strive for a championship title, as a traveler from another realm. He couldn't afford to bring shame upon his kind. However, the foremost obstacle to achieving this ambition remained his identity. Without it, no one would acknowledge his strength, no matter how formidable he became. As both were lost in their musings, Yi Ling arrived, riding his Dragonite with a deliberate grace. In an instant, a champion-level aura enveloped the area, causing the nearby, seasoned Pokémon to recoil. Yet, Chun Nan's Gyarados, sensing the presence of something stronger, did not retreat. Rather, it grew more exhilarated, as if it yearned to charge forth and engage the imposing Pokémon radiating such pressure. Chapter 9, A New Ally Joins. Upon arrival, Yi Ling's gaze fell upon Chun Nan, whose eyes reflected both innocence and naivete, prompting a jolt of realization within him. Chun Nan, in turn, regarded this champion of the Huaxiao League, feeling the palpable intensity of his presence. Although he outwardly maintained composure, internally he was quite flustered, having never encountered anyone of such stature in his previous life. Yet he steeled himself against the pressure. With a sudden glare, Chun Nan caught Yi Ling off guard. Yi Ling mused to himself, "This young man nearly escaped my notice. A trainer with such a commanding Gyarados could hardly be akin to those foolish university students." Thus, Yi Ling considered Chun Nan an equal, recognizing the value of cultivating connections. Unbeknownst to Chun Nan, his feigned bravado had significantly elevated his standing in Yi Ling's eyes. However, Yi Ling pondered, struggling to recall any young trainers of such caliber in the country, even among gym leaders. His initial doubts dissipated upon seeing Chun Nan's distinctly Huaxiao visage. There were no other nations possessing such traits. Well, perhaps the Sakura nation bore some resemblance, but their people were unmistakable due to their unique mannerisms. In Yiling's mind, as long as one did not engage in actions that would harm the League, they were free to act as they pleased. After all, eccentric trainers were plentiful, and compared to Chun Nan, he seemed relatively normal. Indeed, Yiling even contemplated bringing Chun Nan to compete in the World Championships. But upon observing the youthful features of the young man, he abandoned the idea. Yet this did not deter his desire to mentor Chun Nan. Just as Chun Nan was contemplating how to navigate this situation, Yiling had already outlined a clear path for him. With bright eyes, Yiling addressed Chun Nan. "My name is Yiling, champion of the Huaxiao League. Would you be interested in joining our league? We provide meals and accommodation, with allowances as well." Upon hearing this, Chun Nan was momentarily stunned, casting an incredulous look at Yiling, internally critiquing, "Do you truly believe such words are appropriate for this occasion?" Not only Chun Nan, but also the other seasoned trainers awaiting their assignments could barely contain their amusement, though they stifled their laughter out of respect for their champion. Regretting his words as soon as they left his mouth, Yiling wished he could slap himself. Yet, with a high-caliber trainer before him, it would be a grave misfortune to let such an opportunity slip away. Being a champion of the Huaxiao League was no easy feat. It required relentless dedication, often finding him riding Dragonite tirelessly, day in and day out, due to the overwhelming demands and scant high-level talent available, most of whom were rather lackadaisical. Yiling felt both exhausted and disheartened, for while those he relied upon were dependable in critical moments, they would often shirk responsibilities when possible. He wished he could clone himself to manage everything. After all, with Chun Nan arriving astride a champion-level Gyarados, relying on gym leaders would undoubtedly lead to significant issues. As even if they managed to intervene, losses would still occur. Just when he thought he could finally catch a break, he was summoned to address Chun Nan's arrival. "You all may return. I can handle this situation," Yiling sighed to Wang Ping and the others. Upon hearing their champion's words, they promptly departed, returning to their posts. Having been called in on short notice, turning to Chun Nan, who wore a look of innocence, Yiling stated, "Now it is our turn to converse. Do you have anything to clarify, young man? Entering our capital with a champion-level Pokémon without prior notification is a serious matter. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall be compelled to enforce the law." Although Chun Nan was not particularly well-versed in legal matters, he grasped the gravity of the situation. In his former life, such an act would carry severe consequences. Moreover, with a Gyarados of such caliber, the implications were even more dire. "Please, let me explain," Chun Nan exclaimed, noticing Yiling's brow furrow at the mention of explain, leading him to quickly amend his statement. Yiling watched with keen interest, eager to hear Chun Nan's forthcoming justification. Chun Nan took a moment to gather his thoughts before fixing his earnest gaze upon Yiling, ready to articulate his case. "Are you asking me to tell the truth, or to spin a falsehood? I must clarify that if I speak the truth, you may find it hard to believe. And at present, I possess no evidence to substantiate my claims." Chun Nan no longer harbors hopes of evading the situation. It would be better to confess. If honesty proves futile, then perhaps fleeing to another country to blend in would be the next course of action. However, until the very last moment, Chun Nan is utterly reluctant to confront the other party directly. Upon hearing Chun Nan's remarks, Yiling found it difficult to discern the veracity of his words. Nonetheless, observing Chun Nan's demeanor, he sensed that at least this statement bore truth. Yiling cast a penetrating gaze at Chun Nan before stating, "Let us find a secluded place to converse properly. Follow me." With that, he gestured for his Dragonite to soar into the city. Seeing this, Chun Nan had no choice but to comply. They navigated through towering skyscrapers, ultimately arriving at a location named the Imperial City Battle Hall. Upon entering, Chun Nan was dazzled by the vibrant array of Pokémon, momentarily perplexed as to why Yiling had brought him here. Surely, he did not intend to battle him, did he? Ahead, Yiling had recalled his Dragonite. Mindful of his public persona, aware that being discovered would be quite troublesome, especially with the ever-watchful paparazzi, Yiling turned to Chun Nan and inquired, "Aren't you going to recall your Pokémon? It would be unfortunate if someone spotted it. After all, I am quite well known. If you were to gain notoriety alongside me, that could lead to complications. It's best to remain discreet." Chun Nan sheepishly replied, "Well, you see, the Garchomp isn't my Pokémon. It's currently my friend, assisting me in finding a city. I didn't realize it would cause such a stir. My apologies." Yiling was momentarily taken aback by Chun Nan's words, his gaze fixating intently on both Chun Nan and the Garchomp. In response to Yiling's scrutiny, The Garchomp edged closer to Chun Nan, its eyes scanning the surroundings, and every Pokémon it passed bowed their heads. A display of devotion that underscored the bond between the Garchomp and Chun Nan. Yi Ling, witnessing this, exclaimed in exasperation, "Is this what you call not being your Pokémon? Such a connection is hard to believe." Chun Nan, now bewildered, wondered what had transpired to transform the once rebellious Garchomp into such a docile creature. He couldn't fathom how he had managed to tame this proud beast. Nevertheless, the situation had unfolded, and to leave it uncaptured would be impolite. Thus, before Yi Ling, Chun Nan produced a Pokeball and gently tapped the Garchomp's scythe, achieving capture without resistance. On one side, Chun Nan reveled in his triumph. On the other, Yi Ling remained silent. This was a Pokémon of legendary caliber. To have captured it so easily was truly astonishing, and it appeared to be quite manageable. Indeed, the absurdity of the situation was palpable. Chapter 10, A Miscalculation. After Chun Nan tucked the Pokeball into his pocket, Yi Ling managed to temper his feelings of discontent. Although envious, he recognized that this was Chun Nan's opportunity. As a champion of Huaxia, he possessed enough grace to accept it. As they walked, Yi Ling inquired, "May I ask your name, young brother, your age, and whether you have any relatives or friends?" Seemingly eager to quell any overthinking on Chun Nan's part, he added, "Do not dwell too much on it. I have no particular interest in your background, as long as you do not engage in wrongdoing. Of course, my previous invitation still stands." Chun Nan replied, "My surname is Chun, my given name is Nan, and I am 18 this year. I have no relatives. Only a Pokémon that has been with me for a long time." Before Yi Ling could respond, Chun Nan continued, "Now I have 3 Pokémon." Upon hearing this, Yi Ling glanced at him with mild curiosity. "So, the other one is the one you recently captured?" Chun Nan affirmed, "Indeed. Aside from the one that has always accompanied me and the newly captured one, I have acquired another just in the past few days. Managing 2 additional mouths to feed can be quite a challenge." Yi Ling, delighting in Chun Nan's predicament, remarked, "So it seems you are in need of funds." Truth be told, the League offers generous support. For someone of your caliber, even taking on just 1 task a year could earn you several million League coins. The more tasks you accept, the greater the subsidies. What do you say? Would you reconsider? Faced with Yi Ling's renewed proposal, Chun Nan, already socially anxious, found it difficult to refuse. However, contemplating his current situation, he firmly declined. After all, he had no desire for a life filled with peril. He merely wished to enjoy life, participate in minor competitions, and claim a few small championships. Chun Nan was not one to pursue grand ideals. Simply not being a burden to the League was sufficient. Upon hearing Chun Nan's refusal again, Yi Ling ceased his persuasive efforts. While he felt a tinge of regret, he was nonetheless relieved to welcome this fresh talent into the Huaxia League. The League had been investigating Chun Nan's background for some time, yet they had uncovered nothing. As if he were not of this world. Despite his reluctance to join, possessing a Pokémon of such caliber was advantageous, even if he did not take action. His presence could offer support during the League's future trials. Yi Ling secretly rejoiced. The two continued their conversation in a casual manner. Soon, Yi Ling halted before a door marked as a VIP battle arena. He opened the door, leading Chun Nan inside. Before them lay an expansive battlefield. Under Yi Ling's explanation, Chun Nan learned that this arena possessed the ability to transform into various elemental battlefields, a feature not found in ordinary arenas, complemented by thousands of seats for spectators. Chun Nan's astonishment grew, followed by envy as he thought, "Truly, this is the power of wealth. Renting such a place must cost a fortune." As if divining Chun Nan's thoughts, Yi Ling casually remarked, "What do you think? If you were willing to join the League, I could even gift you this arena." As it wouldn't cost much at all. Upon hearing such a grandiose statement, Chun Nan remained unfazed, merely twitching the corners of his mouth. Yi Ling then strode to the opposite side of the battlefield, his eyes gleaming with determination as he faced Chun Nan. "Chun Nan, let us engage in battle. Using your strongest Pokémon." Seemingly anticipating Chun Nan's potential hesitance, he added with a smirk, "You wouldn't want to deal with a pile of paperwork, would you? If you defeat me, I will arrange your identification and even gift you a house along with 500,000 League coins, enough to secure your future." Chun Nan, who had aspired to a life of leisure, contemplated rejecting Yi Ling's challenge. However, the non-threatening threat in Yi Ling's words left him in a quandary. Deep down, he preferred to minimize his workload, and if someone could alleviate his burdens entirely, that would certainly be advantageous. Yet, judging by Yi Ling's demeanor, he doubted the man would hold back, likely sending out his ace Pokémon to battle. Under such circumstances, victory for the Garchomp would be exceedingly difficult, given the stark level disparity. However, There lingers a fear that exposing Shinado might lead to relentless persuasion from the opponent to join their alliance, which is indeed quite vexing. Although he had already elevated Shinado to its maximum level in his previous life, having fed it everything possible, its level undoubtedly surpasses that of the champions in this world. It remains uncertain whether it can reach the master level. Regrettably, this realm lacks machinery capable of assessing Pokémon levels, relying solely on estimation. Being transported to this world without any accompanying system feels akin to being carelessly cast aside, but fortunately, it is not entirely bleak, as he has summoned the virtual Shinado to his side. Nevertheless, Chunnan sincerely wishes for a system to manifest at this very moment, if only to affirm his identity as the chosen one of this world. At least it would alleviate the constant apprehension he faces. After a prolonged struggle lasting 3 minutes, he ultimately acquiesced. After all, Shinado could not remain confined within its Pokeball indefinitely. Discovery was inevitable, so it would be better to be forthright. Upon Chunnan's agreement, Yi Ling perked up, inwardly musing. I knew you had a trick up your sleeve. I am quite curious to see what you have hidden. Especially since your recently captured Mega Garchomp cannot possibly surpass me. After both parties had introduced themselves, Yi Ling declared first. I, being the senior, shall take the lead. Come forth, Dragonite. With a flourish, a large, yellow creature appeared before Yi Ling, crossing its arms and nonchalantly observing Chunnan. Upon seeing this, Chunnan's gaze sharpened. Silently thinking, I anticipated this fellow, indeed showing some respect, but alas, you are destined to be a mere subordinate. Consequently, Chunnan slowly produced Shinado's red and white Pokeball. Whispering, Shinado, I entrust you with this, teach him a proper lesson. Go. A flash of white light illuminated the arena, revealing a Pokémon with green hair, clad in a flowing white dress. Its graceful form captivated all, particularly Yi Ling, who was rendered momentarily speechless upon realizing that Chunnan's ace was a psychic and fairy-type Shinado. The aura emanating from it was formidable. Champion level? No, it transcended that. At this moment, Yi Ling's mind was filled with expletives he dared not utter. Initially, he had assumed Chunnan's ace was merely a champion-level Pokémon. After all, it was impossible for such a rebellious Mega Garchomp to obey without immense power. The reality, however, had slapped him in the face. This assumption was not unfounded, as champion-level Pokémon were exceedingly rare in this world, and advancing beyond that was a daunting challenge. Furthermore, given Chunnan's youth, it was improbable for him to have aspirations of reaching such heights. Currently, the pinnacle of trainers worldwide was champion level, with none having ascended to master level. Although master-level Pokémon did exist, such entities were typically reserved for second-tier deities, particularly those endowed with authority, while the higher-tier first-tier deities were even more elusive. Chapter 11. A confession of social anxiety. As soon as Shinado emerged, it replicated Dragonite's ability to manipulate psychic energy, allowing it to maintain composure in the face of its opponent's attacks, rendering intimidation ineffective. While this ability may have seemed somewhat lackluster, it was better than nothing. Thus, the two were evenly matched in abilities, yet there remained the factors of type advantage and level disparity. Chunnan could not help but smile at the thought, yet humbly inquired, Champion Senior, would you like me to allow you the first move? In response to this teasing tone, Yi Ling remained unperturbed and graciously replied, Go ahead. Chunnan. Chunnan's gaze sharpened, and he retorted, In that case, I shall not hold back. Shinado, use future sight. Yi Ling's expression twitched upon witnessing Chunnan's confidence amidst type and level advantages. However, he would not concede. In that case, Dragonite, charge forward and use Thunder Punch. Upon seeing Shinado having thrown the future sight ball into an unknown space, Chunnan shouted in defiance, Teleport to evade. The immensely powerful Thunder Punch barely grazed Shinado, almost landing a hit. Conversely, Shinado reappeared not far behind Dragonite, radiating an enchanting aura before unleashing a brilliant flash of light, sending Dragonite flying. Dazzling gleam. Observing this scenario, Chunnan scratched his head, contemplating, why does this scene resemble the strategy used against Mega Garchomp just days prior? Subsequently, he noticed Shinado wink at him, prompting a chuckle. Shinado, you truly astound me. I never expected you to grasp this tactic so swiftly, executing it effortlessly without my guidance. Excellent. You shall be rewarded tonight. At this moment, Yi Ling frowned as he watched his Dragonite being blasted away by dazzling gleam. To him, Chunnan's notion of a reward seemed merely a commonplace gesture between trainer and Pokémon. Upon hearing Chunnan's words, Shinado blushed slightly, huffing in mild indignation before turning back to face its opponent. At that moment, Chunnan wished to exclaim, with a Pokémon like this, what more could one desire? On the other side, Dragonite, having been struck by Dazzling Gleam, bore considerable injuries yet struggled to rise. After all, it was a champion's Pokémon. To be so easily knocked down would be a disgrace. Even in defeat, it aimed to do so with dignity. Very well, Dragonite, unleash Hyper Beam. Yi Ling commanded without hesitation. Soon, a golden energy coalesced within Dragonite's broad maw, launching toward Shinado. The distance between them was not great, and Dragonite's reflexes were sharp. In a mere instant, it was upon Shinado. Chun Nen had scarcely a moment to think, urging Shinado to counter with Dazzling Gleam. Using Moonblast would leave too much recoil, risking a swift counterattack that could jeopardize his assured victory. As for the teleport ability, if executed swiftly enough, there remained a chance to evade. Given the limited size of the battlefield, Chun Nen would not allow Shinado to continue relying on teleport, especially since Future Sight had already been employed. This was a winning strategy. As the clash of Fairy-type Dazzling Gleam and Normal-type Hyper Beam reverberated through the battle arena, the entire venue shook, leading many to believe an earthquake had occurred. However, with the official personnel clarifying the situation, panic subsided, and discussions erupted regarding the caliber of trainers engaged in such fierce combat that it could shake the very arena. Meanwhile, Yi Qingqing and Lin Yutong shared similar sentiments. Oh dear, I almost stumbled. Are you all right, Yutong? Yi Qingqing steadied herself against the wall, glancing at the equally startled girl beside her. I'm fine, Lin Yutong replied weakly. This was Lin Yutong's first visit to such an extravagant battle venue. The moment she stepped inside, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, much like the author's own social anxiety. After being startled once more, the desire to flee surged within Lin Yutong, yet she ultimately refrained from voicing her thoughts, glancing at the ever-enthusiastic Yi Qingqing who had brought her here. Yi Qingqing, upon sensing her concern, let out a sigh of relief and said, "It's all right. You see, the VIP battle room I brought you to is owned by my brother. We can train our Pokémon well there and hopefully achieve commendable results in the upcoming college league." Lin Yutong, feeling a twinge of anxiety, replied, "But won't this affect your brother? Perhaps we should reconsider. The atmosphere outside is lively and enjoyable." Despite her yearning for strength, her introverted nature continued to weigh heavily on her. After all, she had always been the obedient girl, and using resources without permission felt like a transgression. A creeping sense of guilt enveloping her. Don't ask me how I know. The socially anxious among us can practically excavate a house with their toes during awkward situations. Yi Qingqing, exasperated, retorted, "Oh come on, we've come this far. You wouldn't want your Pokémon to remain weak due to your indecision, would you? To ease your mind, I promise to take the blame if anything goes awry. Now let's go." Upon hearing Yi Qingqing mention her Pokémon, Lin Yutong instinctively clenched her fist. After hearing her friend's assurance, she allowed herself to be led away. If she hesitated any longer, she knew she would be unable to justify her own reluctance. Lin Yutong was acutely aware of her circumstances. Her family's financial situation could hardly support the costs of training, leaving her reliant on her own efforts. She understood that without adequate resources, she was gradually being surpassed by others, and if she did not strive harder, she might not even qualify as a substitute for the elite team in the capital city's high school. This was why her good friend Yi Qingqing had brought her here for a private training session. Although Yi Qingqing was somewhat affluent, she knew that simply gifting resources to Lin Yutong would only create distance between them, as such gestures were often fraught with painful lessons. During their high school years, Lin Yutong had distanced herself for a time, leaving Yi Qingqing feeling desolate and restless. Ultimately, sincerity had mended their friendship, and they emerged closer for it. Chapter 12. Becoming an external member, the battle between Chun Nan and Yi Ling concluded as the smoke cleared, revealing a battlefield marred with numerous scars. Yi Ling's Dragonite lay exhausted on the ground, struggling to rise but to no avail, while on the other side, Shinado appeared utterly unfazed, exuding an air of calm. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a bit of dust on Shinado's pristine gown, yet it was of little consequence. Chun Nan brushed off the dust, and, under Shinado's reproachful gaze, captured her in a pokeball. Meanwhile, Yi Ling retrieved his weakened Dragonite and approached Chun Nan. Typically, the defeated party would harbor negative emotions. Yet Chun Nan could detect none on Yi Ling's face, illustrating the champion's remarkable composure. "I must admit, I underestimated you and did not foresee the delightful surprise you've provided me today. I shall fulfill my promise to you. But I have a proposition that I hope you might find intriguing," Yi Ling remarked coolly. Upon hearing Yi Ling's offer of money and property, Chun Nan maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, though internally, he was elated. After all, in his previous life, he had endured considerable hardship for a mere house, and now, Within just a few days of arriving, he would possess his own property. How could he not be thrilled? Please, Yiling, do share your thoughts, he responded with enthusiasm. Yiling proceeded to elaborate. I understand your reluctance to join the alliance, but that does not preclude you from becoming an external member. This status allows you to leverage the alliance's resources without constraining your freedom, and you would receive annual subsidies. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Chun Nan felt a surge of interest, though he remained somewhat skeptical. This sounds too good to be true. Are there any stringent requirements? Yiling, sensing Chun Nan's hesitation, clarified. External members within the Huaxiao Alliance are relatively rare due to a basic requirement. One must possess a Pokémon of the champion level. Followed by a series of political and personal evaluations. He regarded Chun Nan with a knowing gaze before continuing. However, in your case, these tedious assessments could be waived, provided you complete at least one designated task for the Alliance each year. At the mention of an annual obligation, Chun Nan frowned inwardly, thinking, what if I'm tasked with facing a level 1 deity? I knew there had to be a catch. Perhaps I should just participate in the baby cup instead. Seeing Chun Nan's furrowed brow, Yiling hastily added, hey, don't overthink it. This is the best arrangement I can negotiate for you. Other external members have it much tougher, often required to complete 3 to 5 tasks annually. Your situation is quite favorable. Noticing Chun Nan's continued skepticism, Yiling proceeded to unveil the associated rewards. I imagine you're growing weary of my words, so let me outline the benefits. Upon becoming an external member, you would receive a reward of 100 alliance points. Don't underestimate their purchasing power. Each point is worth 10,000 alliance coins. Seeing Chun Nan's unimpressed expression, Yiling quickly elaborated, and that is not all. You'll also receive numerous privileges, such as a 20% discount in the alliance marketplace, along with various other lifestyle benefits. Sometimes, simply presenting your external member status can significantly simplify matters. Doesn't that sound like a tremendous advantage? He continued, moreover, you will have guaranteed spots for direct admission to both the Capital University and Magic City University every year. After an extensive monologue, Yiling finally paused. Parched from his enthusiastic pitch, Chun Nan, undeniably intrigued by such enticing conditions, found it hard to dismiss the offer outright. However, a lingering question remained. What level of tasks are these designated ones? Upon hearing this query, Yiling resignedly replied, it varies, but generally, they are champion level. On occasion, luck may lead to a task of the king level, but completing a king level task can yield several thousand points. What should I do if I encounter a level 1 deity? Surely, you wouldn't expect me to confront it head-on? Upon hearing Chun Nan's words, Yiling, who had just taken a sip of water, promptly sprayed it out and retorted, do you think a level 1 deity is as common as cabbage? If it were your turn to intervene, it wouldn't just be you facing it alone. It would concern the entire nation and the entire alliance. After hearing this, Chun Nan appeared to have an epiphany, saying, I thought so. If it truly came to me confronting it, it would likely spell disaster for the nation. Following this, Yiling, displaying an expression of mentorship, inquired, so, are you willing to become an external member of our Huaxiao Alliance? Ultimately, Chun Nan agreed, realizing that such an opportunity would be a pity to miss. Once Chun Nan acquiesced, Yiling took out his phone and began making calls, his adeptness suggesting that many had likely been swayed by his persuasion. Meanwhile, the Huaxiao Alliance was in a state of astonishment upon receiving Yiling's news. 18 years old and possesses a master-level Pokémon, and has even defeated our champion? If it weren't for the fact that their champion had uttered these words, they might have suspected that their champion had been swapped. Yiling was aware of the exaggeration in his claims, yet through his relentless efforts, his proposal was ultimately accepted. The president of the Huaxiao Alliance personally took charge of the matter, eliminating the need for a meeting. This was made possible because Yiling had sent the footage of his battle with Chun Nan to the president. Meanwhile, Chun Nan was idly entertaining his Charmander. Gazing at the little fire lizard, he mused, I wonder if you possess the blaze ability or the solar power ability. It would be wonderful to have a system to clarify things. Alas, it's quite troublesome. Hearing Chun Nan's lament, Yiling, who had finished his tasks, initially disregarded the notion of a system before examining the Charmander closely and replied coolly, no need to ponder. Your Charmander has the blaze ability. However, this little one must have been captured not long ago, right? Taken aback by Yiling's insight, Chun Nan nodded, Blaze, huh? Your experience surpasses mine, champion. Unlike me, who only has a vague understanding of some Pokemon's abilities, you seem well-versed. Yiling chuckled, it appears you haven't read much. Perhaps you should consider attending high school to supplement your theoretical knowledge? Chun Nan, contemplating Yiling's suggestion, felt compelled to agree. recognizing that his understanding was primarily derived from animations and games from his previous life. Thus, without hesitation, he replied, "Then I shall rely on the champion to arrange this, as mere strength is insufficient." Seeing Chun Nan's courteousness, Yi Ling reciprocated, "There's no need for such formality. We are comrades after all. However, I must inform you that the high schools in Huaxiao are currently in their second semester, so if you enroll, you will only have half a semester of study before facing the college entrance examination." Yi Ling then smiled and added, "Nevertheless, as an external member of the Huaxiao Alliance, you will have guaranteed admission to all universities in the country, rendering the entrance examination irrelevant for you. However, if you wish to experience it, that is also acceptable." Upon hearing this, Chun Nan nodded enthusiastically. "It seems that being an external member has its advantages. I must express my gratitude to you, champion, for your guidance. Without your support, I might still be lost in some obscure corner." Upon receiving Chun Nan's flattery, Yi Ling, nearly 30 years old, felt slightly overwhelmed and replied, "Chun Nan, don't flatter me too much. I can't bear such a title as senior. Although you may not match my overall strength when it comes to high-end combat power, that remains your domain." The exchange of compliments between the two filled the atmosphere with joy, making them seem like longtime friends rather than having known each other for less than a day. Suddenly, after receiving a phone call, Yi Ling, somewhat apologetically, addressed Chun Nan. "I'm sorry, but I have to attend to something. We'll have to continue our conversation another time. Let me take you to your new residence. The subsequent arrangements will be delivered to you by tonight at the latest." Chun Nan nodded slightly. "All right. Is it a troublesome matter? Do you require my assistance?" While Chun Nan usually preferred to avoid any hassle, he was willing to help Yi Ling, whom he had deemed a friend, wishing to offer his support even if it was unnecessary. Yi Ling waved his hand with a smile. "It's just a trivial matter. There's no need for both of us to get involved. That would be overestimating their importance. However, if you genuinely wish to assist me, once you've settled in, feel free to contact me. I've been designated by the Alliance to coordinate with you, so you can reach out whenever you need." After a brief pause, he continued, "Furthermore, the resources required to nurture a powerful Pokémon are astronomical. I'm stating this plainly. Don't blame me for being blunt. But you will undoubtedly face financial challenges ahead, as those nurturing resources are exceedingly expensive." Hearing Yi Ling's fervent warning, Chun Nan could only chuckle awkwardly. "Rest assured, I understand the implications." As he gently patted Charmander's head, he added, "After all, I must meet their expectations. If I don't strive to assist them, how disappointed would they be?" Yi Ling paused momentarily, reflecting on Chun Nan's statement, and remarked, "I never expected someone your age to possess such insight. Indeed, if one cannot meet their expectations, it would have been better not to accept them in the first place, for without expectations, there can be no disappointment." Just as the two were about to leave, the door to the VIP battle room was pushed open. Chun Nan and Yi Ling turned their gaze toward the entrance, particularly Yi Ling, who was curious about who dared to intrude upon his VIP battle chamber. The next moment, they heard a voice that was all too familiar. "Yutong, come in. My brother is quite busy. He hardly gets to use this battle room, even once a month. Don't you wish for your Snivy to become more powerful?" Upon hearing this voice, Yi Ling immediately recognized it as belonging to his younger sister, who was 7 or 8 years younger than him. However, her words rang true. He hardly visited the battle room, making encounters exceedingly rare. Soon, Chun Nan noticed a girl with twin ponytails leading another girl with a single ponytail into the room. The latter's timid demeanor reminded Chun Nan of himself. The girl with twin ponytails wore a charming dress and sported a bow in her hair, exuding cuteness, albeit with an air of fearlessness. The second girl, on the other hand, was less ornate, clad in a simple long-sleeved top and jeans, appearing quite similar to Chun Nan in his casual attire, lacking any embellishments. Thus, Chun Nan glanced at Yi Ling, seemingly inquiring, "Is this your sister?" Yi Ling nodded in acknowledgement, yet he felt compelled to add, "The other girl is unfamiliar to me. She must be my sister's classmate. Today's incident was unexpected. I never anticipated that my sister, who hasn't visited in a year, would actually show up. Truly, life is full of surprises." With that, he strode directly towards the inquisitive Yi Qingqing, his expression notably devoid of emotion, while Chun Nan trailed behind, seemingly enjoying the unfolding drama. At that moment, Yi Qingqing remained blissfully unaware of the imminent trouble, engaged in lively conversation, with laughter occasionally erupting from her. However, the laughter predominantly originated from her carefree demeanor, as Lin Yutong merely offered polite laughter, understanding that this was not her domain, and failing to cooperate would only lead to discomfort. As Yi Ling approached within 50 meters of the group, Yi Qingqing still failed to sense anything amiss. It was only after Lin Yutong repeatedly signaled with her eyes that she finally inquired, Yutong, is there something wrong with your eyes? Did something happen? At this moment, Lin Yutong found herself at a loss for words and bluntly stated, Isn't that your elder brother over there? She gestured discreetly in his direction. Yet, Yi Qingqing dismissed the notion with a laugh. What a joke. How could my brother be here? Still, she turned to glance and caught sight of her brother, Yi Ling, whose expression was inscrutable. Even then, she remained incredulous that a sibling encounter could transpire in such a setting. Rubbing her eyes vigorously, she muttered, Wait, am I dreaming? Or perhaps I woke up too abruptly this morning and am hallucinating. How could my busy brother possibly be here? After concocting a rationale, she turned her attention back to Chun Nan, adopting a pleasing expression. Oh, brother, you're here too. What a coincidence, haha. Chun Nan observed this interaction, his lips twitching slightly, and asked, Is your sister always like this? He then noted Yi Ling's silent demeanor, prompting a sharp intake of breath from Chun Nan, who silently lamented, To have such a sister, how unfortunate. Yet, I can't help but feel a twinge of envy. How I wish I had a sister who sought my affection. Chapter 14, Homeward Bound. Yi Ling disregarded his sister's obsequious expression and approached, lightly tapping Yi Qingqing on the head. Don't you know to knock before entering? Honestly, at your age, you should have better manners. If I were not here, your behavior would surely lead you into serious trouble, and I would be unable to protect you. Faced with her brother's stern admonishment, Yi Qingqing could only respond meekly, I thought you weren't here. That's why I acted this way. Had I known you were here, I certainly would have greeted you. Seeing his sister daring to retort, Yi Ling feigned another tap, but Yi Qingqing, having anticipated his move, shielded her head with her arms and made a silly face, clearly disregarding her elder brother's authority. Chun Nan, witnessing this, couldn't help but chuckle and interject. All right. She didn't mean any harm, did she? She's quite adorable. You wouldn't actually hit her, would you? Yi Ling, recognizing the wisdom in Chun Nan's words, relented. I'll let you off this time. Feel free to enjoy this venue. It's rare for you to take things seriously. Do your best. I don't know how much longer I can sustain this family. Yi Qingqing, initially poised to argue, now noticed Chun Nan standing beside her brother, her gaze shifting to the small Charmeleon cradled in his arms. Wow, what an adorable Charmeleon. Let me give it a hug. As Yi Qingqing rushed toward Chun Nan's Charmeleon, Yi Ling could no longer contain himself and prepared to reprimand his sister. However, Chun Nan intervened, saying, It's fine. Letting her hold it won't cost you anything. With Chun Nan's reassurance, Yi Ling relented. I apologize, my sister lacks decorum. Please forgive her. Chun Nan graciously replied. Not at all. It's truly a trivial matter. At that moment, Yi Qingqing was nuzzling her face against Charmeleon's head, letting out a series of delighted giggles. Chun Nan felt a pang of sympathy for the small creature, while Yi Ling found it embarrassing to witness his sister's exuberance. You could act a little more composed in front of your brother's friend, you know? Meanwhile, Lin Yutong, who had remained somewhat invisible, observed the banter between Chun Nan and Yi Ling with burgeoning curiosity. She found it perplexing that this boy, of similar age, could engage so casually with a league champion, a truly bizarre situation. If it were a dynamic between senior and junior, it would be understandable. But their rapport seemed to exist on equal footing. Lin Yutong, always meticulous, was the antithesis of the carefree Yi Qingqing, and her life had been one of cautious navigation to avoid offending anyone. Thus, her school life had been relatively smooth. As one who could discern the dynamics and possess talent would always find favor. However, even someone like her could not escape the clutches of financial hardship. Consequently, she reluctantly sought Yi Qingqing's assistance. Though it was entirely voluntary on Yi Qingqing's part, Lin Yutong still felt a twinge of guilt. She believed that had she not broached this subject, today's events would not have transpired. This was the first time in many years she had broken her usual pattern. She did not wish to betray the trust of her Pokémon, nor did she want to jeopardize her Pokémon's future due to her own issues. Thus, even if it meant inconveniencing herself, she felt compelled to assist her Pokémon, who had placed their faith in her. Although Yi Qingqing regarded this minor matter with indifference, it represented a resource that an ordinary person might toil a lifetime to attain. At that moment, the little Charmeleon appeared somewhat displeased, its fiery tail flickering with intensity, prompting Yi Qingqing to reluctantly return it to Chun Nan. I haven't yet asked your name. Your Charmeleon is truly adorable. I wish I could pet it again. Chun Nan cleared his throat and replied, Ahem, I'm Chun Nan. Perhaps there will be another opportunity. Upon receiving a response, Yi Qingqing eagerly continued, How old are you? You seem to have a good relationship with my brother, yet I've never seen you before. Which school do you attend? How many Pokémon do you have? Chunnan found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the barrage of questions from the charming girl, glancing at Yi Ling, whose expression had darkened. Meanwhile, Lin Yutong merely tugged at Yi Qingqing, who remained oblivious to the situation. However, she only managed to give a gentle tug. She could never bring herself to speak up, as she felt like an outsider, and offending anyone present would not bode well for her. Indeed, even if Lin Yutong wished to offer counsel, it was not her place to speak, for at that moment, Yi Ling was already incensed, exclaiming, "Yi Qingqing, it appears I have been too lenient with you. I shall deduct your allowance for a month. Take this time to reflect." Observing this, Chen Nin assumed the role of the well-meaning mediator, attempting to persuade Yi Ling to reconsider. However, he was met with the retort, "Chen Nan, this matter does not concern you. This is about the location of the house I intend to gift you. Everything within is yours. You may leave now. I must properly educate my dear sister." He handed Chun Nin a key inscribed with the address, along with a temporary pass allowing access to ride flying Pokémon above the capital. Noticing this, Chun Nin disregarded Yi Qingqing's pleading expression, thinking to himself, "Miss Yi, it is not that I wish to abandon you, but your actions today have crossed a line. Yet I do envy the bond shared between these siblings." Though he held such thoughts, he deemed it inappropriate to meddle in their familial affairs. Moreover, he harbored curiosity about the environment where he would reside in the future. Thus, he departed with a sense of discretion. Aside from this sibling duo, Lin Yutong found herself in a conundrum, unsure whether to stay or leave. If she simply walked away, it would not concern Chun Nin any longer. Although she was quite attractive, she was not to his taste, so why should he feel compelled to assist her? Upon exiting the battle hall, Chun Nin followed the address provided by Yi Ling, step by step, until he stood before an opulent 3-story villa. It even boasted a rear garden with a large pond, leaving Chun Nin utterly astonished. Initially, he had anticipated nothing more than a modest 3-bedroom apartment, yet Yi Ling had bestowed upon him such a delightful surprise. Pleased with Yi Ling's heartfelt gesture, Chun Nin released 3 Pokémon and settled onto the sofa, turning on the television to watch programs from this world. Chapter 15. Clearing the balance seated on the sofa, Chun Nin languidly perused the tedious variety shows on television. The occasional Pokémon battle broadcast lacked excitement, as the skill levels were abysmally low, merely amateurish skirmishes. Even when he encountered a major league event, he discovered it was merely a rerun. What once held his rapt attention now caused his expression to fall, as the barrage of comments spoiled any sense of enjoyment. The newly captured Gyarados lay quietly between Chun Nin and the television, occasionally glancing up at the Pokémon battles, yet more often emitting a disdainful sound after watching. Meanwhile, the spirited Charmander, after entering this unfamiliar environment, initially approached with caution. However, as Chun Nin paid it no mind, it gradually grew bolder, eager to play with anything it encountered. With a sudden bang reminiscent of a balloon bursting, Chun Nin instinctively turned to investigate. Sure enough, he found that Charmander had somehow procured a balloon, which now lay in pieces scattered at his feet. Charmander wore a sorrowful expression, but after Chun Nin comforted it for a while, it regained its previous vitality, though it refrained from biting everything in sight. Meanwhile, Shinado had miraculously produced a plate filled with an assortment of fruits, gracefully settling beside Chun Nin and using a skewer to offer him a grape. Observing his Shinado's nurturing demeanor, Chun Nin felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude welling up within him, though he struggled to articulate it. Finally, he managed to utter, "Thank you. Shinado, having you around is truly a blessing." Upon hearing these words, Shinado beamed with joy. She moved behind the sofa, wrapping her arms around Chun Nin's neck, gazing fondly at his profile. Under his startled gaze, she began to shower him with affectionate nuzzles. Chun Nin's alarm stemmed from the realization that his Shinado seemed to have awakened a peculiar penchant. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow as he absent-mindedly stroked her silky hair, uncertain of how to respond. Time swiftly passed, and during the evening, Chun Nin and Shinado collaborated to prepare a sumptuous dinner using the limited ingredients available in the house. Gyarados remained steadfastly focused, eagerly awaiting mealtime, while Charmander wished to assist. However, given the domestic setting with gas for cooking, he was instructed to wait outside for the meal to be served to avoid any hazards. Shortly after Chun Nin finished dining, a delivery arrived at the doorstep. Upon retrieving it, he noticed the courier wore the same uniform as those who had intercepted him earlier in the day, though they appeared to hold a lower rank. "Sir, this is your identity card. This string of numbers represents your UID. Please keep it safe," the courier stated, pointing to a card made of special material. The courier then produced a smartphone, saying, "This phone has been entrusted to me by Champion Yi Ling to deliver to you. He mentioned that the memo contains information you may find useful. With the delivery complete, I shall take my leave. Chun-Nen nodded in acknowledgement, his anticipation mounting as he hurried inside to share the 2 items with the curious Shinedo. After casually stowing the identity card in his wallet, he eagerly activated the phone. It had been several days since he had last used a phone, a torment for any young person. The device contained merely a messaging app and an official software for the Huaxiao Alliance. The messaging app featured only one contact, Yi Ling, resembling the interface of a familiar messaging platform from his past life, albeit less ornate and more straightforward. With great anticipation, he opened the Alliance software, only to be met with a login prompt. However, this posed no challenge for Chun-Nan, who effortlessly logged in using facial recognition. The subsequent 2-step password was located within the memo, although he had no recollection of when it had been set. It was a trivial task compared to the advanced technologies in the Pokémon world. The absurdity of animated depictions, such as a fishing net capturing Suicune, had left him astounded. Once a fan of Suicune, he now found it an embarrassment for legendary Pokémon. Upon successful login, Chun-Nen immediately checked his account balance. And as Yi Ling had indicated, a special character accompanied his profile picture, revealing 100 Alliance points. Additionally, the points were proportionately valued at 110,000 Alliance coins. Instantly transformed into a millionaire, Chun-Nen felt elated as he opened the Alliance Mall. However, his excitement swiftly turned to disbelief. What? A standard Firestone costs 5,000 Alliance coins? A premium Firestone requires 50 Alliance points? It cannot be exchanged with Alliance coins, only with points. The cheapest energy cubes were priced at 500 Alliance coins, while high-quality energy cubes could only be purchased using points, indicating a clear monopoly. Ultimately, after much deliberation, Chun-Nan decided on a premium Firestone for Charmander, depleting half of his points. The remaining 50 points were spent on superior energy cubes, some emergency berries, and healing sprays. In a mere 10 minutes, he transformed from a millionaire into a pauper. As for the 500,000 Alliance coins bestowed by Yi Ling, they were promptly utilized by Chun-Nan to procure essential living supplies and equipment for exercise. After all, Chun-Nan also needed to maintain his fitness. Who knows? He might one day acquire the Mega Stone for Shinedo, or the Evolution Stones for Gyarados and Charizard. It would be quite amusing if his incompetence meant he couldn't sustain a Mega Evolution for even 3 minutes. Despite spending his money wisely, Chun-Nan felt an overwhelming urge to weep, so he embraced Shinedo, seeking comfort in her presence as tears streamed down his face, causing her cheeks to flush. Given the substantial amount he had spent and his status as an auxiliary member enjoying privileges, a Dragonite was dispatched to deliver his goods. Thus, when Chun-Nan witnessed the arrival of the somewhat clumsy Dragonite within half an hour, he was taken aback. In his previous life, deliveries were notoriously slow unless one paid extra. Upon delivering the items, the Dragonite dared not linger, for within the abode, Chun-Nan's Garchomp was eyeing it with predatory intent. Noticing the Dragonite's eagerness to leave, Chun-Nan hastily retrieved a box of energy cubes, favored by dragon types, and pressed it into the delivery Pokémon's hands. The Dragonite, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected gift, immediately forged a memorable impression of this kind human, notwithstanding the increasingly hostile Garchomp. With Garchomp still sprawled on the floor, Chun-Nan chided. Get up and get to work. This is for you, but alas, I can't afford the finest at the moment. Upon hearing this, Garchomp sliced open a box of energy cubes with its scythe-like claws, its eyes sparkling as it inhaled the aroma. In an instant, it devoured the entire box voraciously. Chun-Nan admonished, hold on, don't rush. Consuming an entire box in one go isn't easy to digest. Meanwhile, Shinedo, embodying the grace of an elegant lady, delicately picked up an energy cube favored by fairy types, savoring it with finesse. The little Charmander, captivated by an exquisite Firestone, clutched it tightly, seemingly unwilling to let go even while sleeping. One could not help but notice how this little family, oblivious to the world, bore a striking resemblance to the vast majority of ordinary people. Chapter 16. Off to the Baby Cup. That night, the 3 Pokémon retired contentedly, while Chun-Nan continued to peruse items in the Alliance Mall. Even though he was penniless, his curiosity remained insatiable. Gazing at Shinedo's serene sleeping face, he silently mused, truly, my Shinedo is breathtaking. I long to draw closer. Sensing Chun-Nan's contemplations, Shinedo remained motionless, her body taut, vigilantly monitoring his every move. However, such subtleties escaped Chun-Nan's notice. At that moment, he was searching for Megastones, yet found nothing. Could it be that no one in this world had discovered such things as Mega Evolution? What about Z-moves or Gigantamaxing? After several more fruitless searches, Chen Nan's conviction only grew stronger. He then entered the term stone into the chat box and flipped through page after page, finally locating what he sought after 2 exhaustive hours. He quickly recognized it as a mega stone for Charizard X. However, its price was exorbitant, costing 500 points. Chen Nan wondered if the officials had considered whether anyone would actually purchase such a stone, which held no value for most. Initially saving the stone, he continued his search. Surely, a vast alliance wouldn't have only this single megastone? As anticipated, after discovering the first, more followed suit. He soon found a megastone for Gengar, one for Shinado, and another for Gyarados. Chen Nan was astonished that his casual search had yielded Shinado's megastone, while the other 2 were equally beneficial, providing options for the future. Moreover, Gengar and Gyarados could potentially Gigantamax, making their acquisition even more worthwhile. Regrettably, he had not stumbled upon Garchomp's megastone. Otherwise, he could envision a thrilling scene of adorning a glove with 5 evolution stones. Yet, Chen Nan dared not dwell on such fantasies. Although he had never seen anyone evolve more than 2 Pokémon simultaneously, he knew that his current physical capabilities were far inferior to those of any seasoned trainer. Hadn't he witnessed Ash struggling after being forced to evolve? After collecting the 3 megastones, he found no further stones. However, the absence of a keystone was particularly disheartening. Without it, mere megastones would be of little use. As the clock struck 2, he sighed, resolving to inquire with Yi Ling the following day. If he could secure one early, he would inform her first, as such items would inevitably come to light in due time. With a final sigh, Chen Nan extinguished the light and drifted into slumber, holding Shinado close. The next morning, Chen Nan was seated at the table early, relishing the heartfelt breakfast prepared by Shinado. As he ate, he murmured, "It's only August 3rd. The school year at Imperial Capital No. 1 ISNT until the 10th. I should ask Yi Ling if there are any high-reward tasks available." Resolute, Chen Nan swiftly polished off his breakfast, leaving not a morsel behind, for this meal was crafted by Shinado herself. Though he was oblivious to where she had learned such culinary skills, he retrieved his phone and sent Yi Ling a message. "Have you had breakfast yet?" He then tossed the device onto the table and began exercising his arm strength with a dumbbell. However, it wasn't long before his phone chimed. Setting down the dumbbell, he picked up his phone. Yi Ling replied, "At this hour, I've certainly eaten. Did you need something urgent to contact me so early?" Recognizing her promptness, Chen Nan responded without hesitation, "Indeed, I require your assistance. I need you to keep an eye out for a specific item. Also, are there any tasks I can undertake? The pantry is nearly bare." He then described the appearance of the evolution key stone to Yi Ling. After approximately 3 minutes, she replied, "Currently, there are no suitable tasks for you. If something arises, I will notify you immediately. Don't worry, I will do my best to help you find that stone. But I cannot guarantee success." Grateful, Chen Nan thanked her profusely, engaging in small talk before going offline. With the support of an alliance champion, he felt assured that news of the keystone would emerge shortly. Although there were no suitable tasks for him, having a champion's assurance was still a boon. However, for the time being, he needed to contemplate how to navigate the upcoming days, seeking swift avenues for income. Unfortunately, most quick money-making schemes lay within the realm of illegality. While the alliance offered numerous tasks for earning points, they were predominantly long-term commitments, ill-suited for his current situation. Bored, Chen Nan reclined on the sofa, one eye fixed on his phone and the other on the television. Suddenly, Chen Nan spotted a small-scale competition being broadcasted on the television, one that was open for registration and conveniently taking place in the capital, not too far from him. Capital New Star Cup. Are you still troubled by the inability to find opponents? Are you still disheartened by your lack of recognition? Then come and participate in the Capital New Star Cup. As long as you join, you can achieve both fame and fortune. Below is a list of awards. First place, 500,000 in prize money. Second place, 200,000 in prize money. Third to 10th places, 50,000 in prize money. These are the only awards available, and the event will be broadcasted nationwide, though it's uncertain how many will actually tune in. While such sums may be scoffed at by the wealthy, for those of humble origins, this is akin to a lifeline. Moreover, with nationwide coverage, even if there are few viewers, displaying exceptional skill can still garner a measure of fame. Particularly notable are the stringent conditions for participation. Only students who have just received their starter Pokémon may enter, without any regional restrictions. Currently, it is the summer vacation of the 3rd year of high school, a time when most Pokémon are at the novice level, as hatching and training require both resources and time, leaving many trainers idly waiting. Thus, these rookie trainers, having just obtained their Pokémon, find themselves in a situation where there are few to compete against, let alone those seeking fame or additional income. Consequently, upon approval, the event quickly became a bustling affair, with a steady stream of attendees. The organizers, witnessing this scene, could hardly suppress their glee. Chen Nan, upon seeing this, could not help but smile broadly. Finally, there was a competition to participate in. Chapter 17, Registration for the competition. Having decided to enter, Chen Nan stored his 3 Pokémon in their Pokeballs and set out, following the directions on the map to the venue. By the time he arrived, it was still before 10 o'clock. Yet the venue for the New Star Cup was already teeming with people, primarily students of similar age to Chen Nan. After registering as required by the organizers, he quietly awaited the commencement of the competition. However, during his wait, he unexpectedly spotted 2 familiar faces. More accurately, they were among the few in this world who recognized him, though he was unsure if they remembered him. Yi Qingqing was exuberantly dragging Lin Yutong around, and then, as if she had discovered something, she approached Chen Nan with an assertive demeanor, accompanied by her close friend. At that moment, Chen Nan had significantly reduced his presence. Yet he was still noticed by the silly girl Yi Qingqing. However, he could not fathom why she appeared to be looking for trouble. Chen Nan was perplexed as to why she seemed angry. He had done nothing to provoke her. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary conflict, he contemplated slipping away quietly. Seeing Chen Nan about to leave, Yi Qingqing grew anxious and shouted, "Chen Nan, you stop right there. Why are you running away?" Initially, not many had paid attention to this exchange, but with her piercing voice, all eyes in the vicinity abruptly turned to the 3 of them. Lin Yutong, mortified, wished to avert her gaze, but stayed to support her friend. Meanwhile, Yi Qingqing, undeterred by the sudden scrutiny, became even more emboldened. "Oh, you think you can escape? Do you take me for a fool?" With his name now called out, Chen Nan wore a resigned expression as he looked at the approaching Yi Qingqing and said, "If I recall correctly, I haven't offended you, have I? Can't I just avoid you?" Upon hearing Chen Nan's words, Yi Qingqing exploded. "Who says you haven't offended me? Yesterday, I signaled you with my eyes to help me persuade my brother, and you just ran off. Do you have any idea how difficult that was for me afterwards?" Observing Yi Qingqing's indignant outburst, Chen Nan couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at the other girl, as if to say, "You can tolerate this?" As if understanding his unspoken words, Lin Yutong also displayed a look of helplessness. However, this entire exchange was lost on Yi Qingqing, who exclaimed, "Wait. When did you 2 become close? How come I didn't know?" She then added, "Lin Yutong, don't take me for an idiot." With all those glances exchanged, "If there's nothing going on, I absolutely won't believe it. If you don't clarify things today, humph." Realizing his brief eye contact with Lin Yutong had been misconstrued, Chen Nan hurriedly interjected, "Stop talking nonsense. What do you mean by exchanging glances? If you don't understand, don't act like you do. If you keep this up, I'll just call your brother to deal with you." Chen Nan invoked the name of the formidable Yi Ling, solely to protect the reputation of this girl he barely knew. After all, he didn't mind himself, as long as he could take care of his own affairs, but if others were to be pointed at because of him, Chen Nan could never forgive himself. Lin Yutong, at a loss for words, felt a surge of gratitude upon hearing Chen Nan defend her. Meanwhile, Yi Qingqing, ever the provocateur, seemed to wilt at the mention of her brother's name, yet quickly rallied, asking, "Do you know who my brother is? How dare you call him to teach me a lesson? Go on, give it a try. If you actually manage to get him here, I'll be your loyal follower from now on." Upon hearing Yi Qingqing's self-assured declaration, Chen Nan regarded her with a teasing glint in his eye, saying, "You said it. Just don't backtrack later." Though confident, Yi Qingqing's bravado wavered slightly, revealing a hint of uncertainty, yet she persisted in her statements, albeit with a touch of bravado masking her trepidation. Once Chen Nan received Yi Qingqing's assurance, he retrieved his phone, located Yi Ling's contact information, and, before Yi Qingqing dialed the number, after approximately 30 seconds, the call connected, and Chen Nan relayed the situation plainly, without embellishment. Yi Qingqing, momentarily stunned, could hardly believe her busy brother would actually answer a call from someone of a similar age. As for the notion of Chen Nan pretending, that was far-fetched, considering they had already met face-to-face. Moreover, who could act so convincingly that they would leave such glaring holes in their facade? Meanwhile, Lin Yutong's eyes sparkled with realization, thinking, "Indeed, his relationship with the champion Yi Ling is extraordinary. I knew it." At this moment, Yi Qingqing had completely deflated, already imagining how difficult the year ahead would be. After several minutes of conversation, Chen Nan, with a triumphant smile, handed the phone to Yi Qingqing, saying, "Your brother wants to have a word with you. Remember to return the phone after the call." Lin Yutong, right? Let us move aside and wait. Someone is about to face a storm. With that, he found a nearby seat, waiting patiently for both the competition to commence and for Yi Qingqing to finish her call and return his phone. Lin Yutong, hearing Chun Nan's words, cast a worried glance at Yi Qingqing before following him, taking a seat beside him and engaging in casual conversation. Yi Qingqing, however, remained at a distance of several meters, akin to a chick pecking at grains, continuously murmuring in response. However, this period of time was not particularly lengthy, lasting only a few minutes. After all, Yiling had numerous matters to attend to and could scarcely afford to squander time lecturing her foolish sister. Upon receiving her phone back from Yi Qingqing, Chun Nan chuckled. "Isn't this our esteemed Miss Yi? Why the long face? You ought to perk up. I rather prefer your rebellious demeanor." Yet, despite Chun Nan's attempts to provoke her, Yi Qingqing remained mute, behaving like a mere junior. The reason was simple. Yiling had subtly informed her simple-minded sister of Chun Nan's circumstances, primarily to prevent any future conflicts between them that might lead to misunderstandings, leaving her with no refuge. After all, Yiling had exerted tremendous effort to recruit such formidable talent for the alliance. If it turned out that her sister's antics drove him away or caused discord, it would be quite a predicament. Indeed, it would leave her in a most unenviable position. Chapter 18. The songstress seeing Yi Qingqing, usually so proud, now so docile, Chun Nan couldn't help but speculate whether Yiling had said something particularly stern to her. But perhaps that was for the best, as it might prevent future troubles stemming from her ignorance. Meanwhile, Lin Yutong was momentarily taken aback by the situation. Yet to validate her suspicions, she approached Yi Qingqing, offering comfort while subtly probing for useful information. However, Yi Qingqing had already been warned by Yiling not to divulge any information about Chun Nan while he was still indifferent to becoming a public figure. A caution she remembered quite well. Nonetheless, harboring such a great secret without the ability to confide in anyone was undeniably distressing. At that moment, the host's announcement echoed through the venue. All registered contestants are requested to proceed to the hall to check their competition details and subsequently head to the Imperial Capital's nest for the contest. Wow, the Imperial Capital's nest. That's a venue typically reserved for major stars or individuals with substantial connections. It's quite remarkable. The organizers must have considerable influence, as it ought to be quite renowned, Yi Qingqing remarked gloomily. Then, with a burst of excitement, she continued, "Hey, Chun Nan, Yutong, did you know? Just a few days from now, the songstress is coming to the Imperial Capital's nest for a concert. I'll make sure to secure front row seats for both of you. And as for any gratitude, it's unnecessary. We are friends, after all." The news of the songstress holding a concert at the Imperial Capital's nest was a secret known only within elite circles. Commoners like Chun Nan and Lin Yutong certainly lacked access to such information. However, while Chun Nan appeared utterly oblivious, Lin Yutong's eyes sparkled with excitement. She felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Yi Qingqing, as she greatly admired this talented songstress who was only slightly older than herself. Although Yi Qingqing had somewhat anticipated Chun Nan's reaction, his bewildered expression genuinely left her momentarily speechless. After all, this was the songstress. Countless fans clamored for tickets, and many would spend exorbitant sums to secure even a single seat. Lin Yutong was equally puzzled by Chun Nan's response, as if he were completely new to this world. Yet, rather than exposing the obvious, Lin Yutong chose to remain silent, unwilling to stir trouble. Since he didn't take the initiative to inquire, she saw no reason to press him further. Curiosity piqued, Chun Nan decided to search for the songstress on his phone. He was met with an image of a sweet-faced young woman holding a microphone on stage, accompanied by a description of her achievements, discovered by a talent scout at 18. She debuted, and with her melodious voice, skyrocketed to fame. She quickly ascended the ranks, eventually earning the title of songstress at the tender age of 20. Having gathered enough information, Chun Nan listened to a snippet of a popular song by Mu Rongxia. He found himself almost enchanted by her voice, which seemed to possess a captivating magic that calmed the soul. Unfortunately, he could only listen for a mere 30 seconds. The full version required a VIP subscription, a detail reminiscent of his previous life. However, with his status as an external member of the Alliance, validated after authentication, he could listen to any song for as long as he pleased, free of charge. Noticing that Chun Nan had finished his search, Yi Qingqing raised an eyebrow and asked, "Well, isn't it delightful? You ought to feel grateful to me." In truth, Chun Nan wanted to say that her gratitude was unnecessary, as he had discovered that, thanks to his Alliance certification, he could easily secure tickets. Though just one, it was still in the front row. Now, possessing this external member status made him feel incredibly exhilarated. No wonder Yiling had advised him to flaunt his identity in the face of insurmountable issues. At that time, Chun Nan hadn't thought much of it, but now he found it truly gratifying. Yet, To spare Yi Qingqing's feelings, he feigned humility, saying, "Oh dear, I truly must thank Miss Yi." Hearing Chen Nan's somewhat disingenuous words, Yi Qingqing rolled her eyes but held no real grievance against him. After all, who could afford to provoke him? The three of them entered the hall, chatting and laughing as they sought out their respective opponents, planning to celebrate with a meal afterward. Upon learning that Chen Nan was also participating in the competition, Yi Qingqing's gaze towards him shifted, as if to say, "Are you serious? You, with your level, dare to compete in the baby cup?" Chen Nan, however, remained unfazed and unashamed, as he had committed no violations. Besides, earning money in this manner was hardly ignoble. Lin Yutong shared Chen Nan's sentiments, though she was approaching the baby cup with a sense of ease, while she had been preparing for this day for quite some time. The competition had been hinted at previously, and it just so happened to commence today. Yi Qingqing, on the other hand, was simply bored and decided to accompany her best friend. As they were still reviewing their match information, a shy girl approached Chen Nan. "You must be Chen Nan, right? You're my opponent for the first match. I suggest you surrender early to avoid embarrassment later." Chen Nan, hearing this, felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. What audacity! Did this girl truly possess some skill? Noticing his silence, the seemingly meek girl became even more brazen. However, before she could speak further, Yi Qingqing interrupted. "Hey, what are you saying? The match hasn't even begun, and you're already threatening someone? Be careful, or I'll inform the organizers to revoke your qualification." The shy girl was taken aback by Yi Qingqing standing up for Chen Nan, though she didn't know her. She recognized Yi Qingqing as a member of the prestigious school team from their high school. Was she truly defending this seemingly unimpressive boy? Could it be that she was destined to fail in her first match? Chen Nan, at this moment, could only chuckle at the absurdity of it all. As the time for the competition approaches, let us showcase our true skills on the battlefield. Have you all gathered the necessary information for your matchups? If so, let us find a place to indulge in a meal before reconvening for the contest this afternoon. Upon hearing this, the two women disregarded the girl who had come to confront them. The shy girl, feeling belittled yet intimidated by Yi Qingqing's imposing presence, could only mutter a harsh remark beneath her breath before hastily departing. Such instances were relatively common in the hall. But Chen Nan had not encountered a situation quite like this. Most interactions consisted of polite greetings and pleasantries. The direct hostility displayed here was a testament to the brilliance found in the imperial capital, where the presence of a hidden dragon undoubtedly signifies the existence of a phoenix chick as well. Chapter 19. Offering unsolicited kindness. As the trio exited the hall, they were nearly deterred by the blazing sun outside. However, the thought of lunch compelled them to brave the sweltering 38-degree heat and leave the cool confines of the registration hall. Along the way, Yi Qingqing broke the serene silence among them. "I know a Pokemon-themed restaurant not far from here. Shall we go there? I'll treat you, of course. My reason for choosing this restaurant is that it allows Pokemon to dine alongside us, and their meals for Pokemon are quite splendid as well. What do you think?" Chen Nan was indifferent, appreciating the prospect of a meal on someone else's tab, and Lin Yutong shared the same sentiment. At that moment, their thoughts aligned perfectly. Seeing Chen Nan's agreement, Yi Qingqing became elated, eager to witness the other Pokemon that Chen Nan possessed. This opportunity to dine together would allow her to observe the Pokemon that had bested her brother's main team. Had Chen Nan been privy to Yi Qingqing's intentions, he would likely have been at a loss for words. For him, it was far more preferable to be candid rather than engage in elaborate schemes. After all, he had nothing to hide. Unlike the protagonists of novels, he was not afraid of exposure, as he possessed formidable strength in this world and lacked the advanced technologies found in animated realms. Moreover, he had not crossed any criminal organizations. Thus, he felt no fear of retribution. Minutes later, Chen Nan approached a door adorned with an EV sign and entered alongside Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing appeared to be quite familiar with the establishment. After a brief exchange with the staff, she confidently sat at table 66 and began ordering without hesitation. She instructed the waiter to provide a menu for both Chen Nan and Lin Yutong, saying, "Order whatever you like. Today, I'm treating, no need to be shy." Although Lin Yutong was somewhat bashful, she could not resist her good friend's enthusiasm. After ordering a few modestly priced dishes, she released her Pokemon, the elegant vine snake, who adeptly pointed at the items on the menu with a familiarity that was quite endearing. Yi Qingqing, equally accustomed to Lin Yutong's vine snake, requested the waiter to note all the dishes chosen by the Pokemon. Satisfied with Yi Qingqing's efficiency, the vine snake then leaped into Lin Yutong's embrace, patiently awaiting the meal. As Chen Nan prepared to order, he suddenly felt a pair of fervent eyes fixated upon him. Turning his head, he met Yi Qingqing's eager gaze and inquired, "Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Taken aback by Chun Nan's confusion, Yi Qingqing was uncertain if he was merely feigning ignorance. Yet, driven by her desire to see the Pokémon that had triumphed over her brother, she boldly asked, Chun Nan, aren't you going to let your Pokémon out? The food for Pokémon at this restaurant is delicious. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, seeing Yi Qingqing's eager demeanor, which was solely motivated by her wish to see his Pokémon. Chun Nan found it amusing, but ultimately released his 3 Pokémon. The moment the fierce Garchomp was summoned, it let out a thunderous roar, surveying its surroundings before locking its gaze onto the unfamiliar vine snake nearby. The roar startled the Pokémon dining around them, causing chaos as several fainted from the overwhelming aura of the Garchomp. The vine snake, now fixed in place, could do nothing but cower in Lin Yutong's arms. The service staff, equally startled, fled in search of the manager. Meanwhile, Yi Qingqing stood frozen, astonished by Chun Nan's fearsome Garchomp. Chun Nan, after a brief moment of shock, quickly regained his composure and scolded the Garchomp. I didn't summon you for a battle. Look at how frightened you've made that girl. Upon realizing that its emergence was not for combat, the Garchomp tilted its head in confusion. Seeing his little shark's bewilderment, Chun Nan explained, I merely wanted you to join us for a meal. If there is a battle in the future, I will inform you in advance. The Garchomp seemed to understand and settled quietly, waiting for the meal to commence. Hearing the commotion outside, Chun Nan could not help but sigh. I wonder how much I'll have to compensate for this. If only I had my Shinado here. Alas, my wallet is nearly empty. Having snapped out of her daze, Yi Qingqing, upon hearing Chun Nan's sigh, confidently patted her unremarkable chest and replied, Worry not. I promise to treat you. Besides, if it weren't for my request, none of this would have happened. I will cover the costs. I have enough money for this little incident. It's not a serious matter. Chun Nan had intended to refuse her offer, but upon considering his near-empty wallet, he sheepishly accepted the wealthy girl's generosity. Lin Yutong, upon the emergence of the Pokémon, immediately fixated on the graceful Shinado. However, she was soon startled by the Garchomp's intimidating presence, which made her continue to console her vine snake. The moment Shinado appeared, she exuded the poise of a queen, sharply assessing the 2 human females who could potentially be her rivals. Yet, she quickly dismissed the notion, recognizing that those who could not withstand the Garchomp's intimidation had no right to vie for Chun Nan's affection. Thus, she chose to observe, intending to demonstrate to Chun Nan just how weak they truly were, affirming that only she was worthy of him. Unbeknownst to Chun Nan, even if he were aware, he would be powerless to alter the awakening of a female being with a special attribute. Soon, the restaurant owner, perspiring profusely, arrived at the scene, first glancing at the calm patrons. Then he locked eyes with the Garchomp lying quietly in wait, nearly losing his composure. However, as a seasoned restaurateur, he quickly regained his composure and asked, May I inquire who the trainer of this Garchomp is? With a resigned sigh, Chun Nan replied, That would be me. You are the owner of this establishment, correct? I acknowledge my fault in this matter, and I am willing to compensate. Upon realizing that such a youthful individual was indeed a top-tier Pokémon trainer, the restaurant manager immediately began to ingratiate himself, exclaiming, How could we possibly deserve such an honor? Your presence in our humble establishment is a privilege, and rest assured, we shall bear all losses incurred from today's incident. Upon hearing that he would not need to compensate for the damages, Chun Nan narrowed his eyes. Flattery without reason often conceals ulterior motives. Even a restaurant of this size would likely suffer significant setbacks from today's losses. How could they so readily dismiss it? Thus, Chun Nan coldly retorted, Let us speak plainly. Shall we? What ulterior motives does your esteemed establishment harbor? Do not attempt to convince me that this is all out of goodwill. The restaurant owner, taken aback by the directness of this young champion trainer, quickly adapted and responded smoothly. You jest, sir. Your mere presence has elevated my modest restaurant's reputation, and to charge you would be a grave injustice on my part. At this, Chun Nan smirked coldly and stated, That is your assertion, mind you. After this, I wish to have no further dealings with you regarding this matter. Furthermore, do not approach me about it in the future. Observing the owner's troubled expression, he mused inwardly. With such trivial schemes, do you truly believe I cannot see through them? Today, I demand a small favor. Who knows what greater losses I might incur later? You old fox, attempting to play tricks on me. You are rather outmatched. In the past, the restaurant owner could rely on his financial resources to intimidate others. Yet he found himself unable to threaten someone of greater stature. However, there was one condition. As long as he did not acknowledge this favor, he could not be coerced. As the saying goes, one cannot bite the hand that feeds them, nor can they grasp what they do not possess. As long as I hold no moral obligation, I cannot be bound. Yet, such sentiments would only lead to a more notorious reputation, which primarily concerns the weak. Those who can establish the rules are seldom challenged by others. It is precisely for this reason that many pursue formidable power, yearning for the strength bestowed by legendary Pokémon. Seeing that Chun Nan was impervious to his advances, the restaurant owner could only feign a smile and say, "Young sir, since that is the case, I shall be candid with you. There is indeed a small matter for which I require your assistance." Upon hearing of this request, Chun Nan felt a headache forming and promptly interrupted. "Enough, enough. I cannot assist you with this. I am averse to complications. Please seek someone more suitable. If you require compensation, kindly provide a specific figure, and I shall settle it within a week." Noticing that Chun Nan had rejected his request before even hearing it in full, a flicker of anger crossed the restaurant owner's face, though he quickly concealed it. After all, he was the one in need, and had it not been for today's incident, he likely would not have exchanged a single word with this young man. Thus, he resolved to exercise patience. As Chun Nan and his companions exhibited signs of departure, the restaurant owner discreetly signaled to a nearby waiter, who swiftly departed. "You are here to dine, correct? I have instructed the staff to prepare your meal. If you do not mind, I would like to treat you today. Hoping you might lend me a moment of your time," he hastily added. Yu Qingqing and Lin Yutong simultaneously cast their gazes upon Chun Nan, for he had become their pillar of support, and for no other reason than his impressive stature. Chun Nan thought to himself, "I am curious to see what you have to say." He then plopped down beside Shinado, taking her small hand playfully. Shinado leaned her head against Chun Nan's shoulder, her cheeks slightly flushed, too shy to protest. Meanwhile, the little fire dragon engaged in whispered conversation with the vine snake nearby. At that moment, the restaurant owner finally noticed the presence of Shinado. Had Chun Nan not approached her, he might have overlooked her entirely. Such an ability to conceal one's aura was indeed formidable. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow as he silently reflected, "This Shinado is no ordinary creature. She exudes an intimidating presence that surpasses even that of a Mega Garchomp. How is it possible for such a young champion to possess such a Pokémon?" At this juncture, the restaurant owner began to fear potential repercussions from the league, for a champion trainer of such youth was unheard of. If this were a matter concerning the league's secrets, his life would be forfeit. In the blink of an eye, the previously loquacious restaurant owner was now drenched in sweat and trembling. Chun Nan, perplexed by his sudden demeanor, inquired, "Are you feeling unwell? I assure you, I have not laid a finger on you." The restaurant owner, feeling utterly despondent, could only lament inwardly, "Had I known you were of such caliber, I would never have waded into these murky waters." Yet, outwardly, he maintained a facade of respect, stating, "This is not your concern. It was merely my old ailment acting up. I apologize for any discomfort I may have caused you." Chun Nan, sensing a distinct shift in the restaurant owner's tone toward a more respectful demeanor, narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking, "What mischief is this old man scheming? I must remain vigilant to avoid falling into his trap." At this moment, the restaurant owner dared not make any further requests and merely wished to see this esteemed guest depart, accepting the losses incurred today. After all, as long as the mountain remains, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Thus, he engaged in cautious dialogue with Chun Nan, careful not to overstep or say too much. Whenever Chun Nan posed a question, he answered succinctly, and if he could not respond, he admitted it truthfully. Through the restaurant owner's words, Chun Nan gleaned a wealth of knowledge about this world, enhancing his understanding of its complexities. Eventually, when their conversation had run its course and the restaurant owner still had not made his request, Chun Nan, feeling somewhat bored, could not resist asking, "You have yet to mention what it is you want me to assist you with. Pray, enlighten me, for I find myself idle and would welcome the opportunity to expand my horizons." Yu Qingqing and Lin Yutong also regarded him with curiosity. For who does not relish a bit of gossip? If a juicy tidbit were to emerge, it would surely provide ample fodder for future conversations. Seeing that the situation had progressed to this point, the restaurant owner sighed in resignation and finally revealed his predicament. It concerned his son, Zhangqi, and his initial Pokémon. Originally, the profits from his restaurant would have sufficed to provide his son with one of the starter Pokémon from the prestigious trio, as the most expensive of them cost no more than several million. However, his son had already formed an attachment to a wild EV. Thankfully, he had learned of this before it became a serious matter. Now that his son had set his heart on the EV, the father felt he could not object. The EV was still quite young and posed no risk of ignoring commands due to a lack of training. He had since invested heavily in resources for the EV's development. But perhaps due to its innate potential, even after spending tens of thousands each month, the EV's progress was minimal. Zhangqi, despite having commendable academic performance, could have easily gained admission into one of the nation's top 3 universities given a Pokémon of decent potential for practical examinations. However, Zhang Qi, hindered by his Pokémon, found himself unable to recapture another creature due to his insufficient trainer level, and he was reluctant to abandon his lifelong companion, Eevee. Thus, a devious thought crossed his mind. During the period of stagnation, he opted to expend potential to facilitate evolution, yet he still consulted Eevee first. After a guilty Eevee acquiesced, it was decided that Eevee would choose its evolutionary form. Upon hearing this, Chen Nan could only remark that it was somewhat ethical, though not extensively so. Chapter 21. The Z Organization. The restaurant owner, who is also Zhang Qi's father, witnessed a delightful success after hastily nurturing his Eevee. With the enhanced performance of the evolved Glacian in practical lessons, the results were promising. However, not long after, the consequences of his premature encouragement emerged. Glacian faced overwhelming challenges from Pokémon of lower tiers, and even from those that were once EVs. Regret flooded Zhang Qi as he continuously apologized to his father for failing to meet expectations and for betraying the trust of Eevee, thereby jeopardizing its future. Yet, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Observing his son's descent into despair, Zhang's father felt a pang of sympathy and contemplated procuring items that could alter his son's Pokémon aptitude to help him navigate through this predicament. However, items capable of enhancing a Pokémon's potential are considered strategic resources within the league, far beyond the reach of a mere businessman. Nevertheless, he traversed numerous channels and ultimately obtained information regarding a method to elevate the strength of Ice-type Pokémon, at the expense of nearly 30% of his fortune. It was revealed that there exists a layer of Articuno atop the snowy mountain in Snowy City, and individuals had recently set their sights on it. They had promised to inform him as soon as any news surfaced, but whether he could secure the Articuno's feathers depended on his own capabilities. Thus, when he encountered Chen Nan, he urgently sought his assistance, not realizing that he had stumbled upon such a formidable ally. Consequently, Zhang's father was unconcerned about Chen Nan reporting this matter to the League. After all, in the Huaxia League, possessing such strength surely indicated a connection to the League, unless the League was blind. Ultimately, Zhang's father implored Chen Nan to keep his involvement confidential, as he feared retaliation, wanting to protect his family from destruction. Chen Nan agreed, but inquired about the name of the organization, ultimately receiving a single letter, Z. Subsequently, Chen Nan relayed this information to Yi Ling, discreetly omitting Zhang's father's identity and presenting it as his own discovery. Meanwhile, the two girls present were utterly astonished, never expecting that a simple meal could lead to such a monumental revelation. They exchanged glances, deciding to keep this matter to themselves, for they were not foolish. If the organization discovered that they had disseminated this information, they would likely face severe consequences, given that this was an organization daring enough to target divine beasts. Meanwhile, in his office, Yi Ling wasted no time dispatching personnel to investigate the situation upon receiving Chen Nan's message. The reason was clear. The organization known as Z was currently a significant headache for the League within Huaxia, and any association with it was far from favorable. Therefore, it was better to err on the side of caution rather than overlook even a single detail. Yi Ling noticed that Chen Nan seemed to have concealed the source of his information, yet he paid it no mind, as long as Chen Nan did not find himself in peril. Soon, investigators reported on the movements of Z organization's personnel, revealing heightened activity in Snowy City, indicating that significant actions were imminent. Thus, after thorough investigation, Chen Nan's information was deemed remarkably accurate. Yi Ling pondered. It was crucial not to alert the enemy. Waiting until the Z organization was fully assembled to strike en masse would be the ideal strategy. Having solidified his thoughts, he contacted the League's higher-ups to initiate a secure meeting. However, all of this was of no concern to Chen Nan, who was merely responsible for conveying the information to Yi Ling, whether the latter believed it was no longer his affair. Then, Chen Nan teasingly regarded the despondent Zhang's father, remarking, "I must say, you possess quite the audacity, daring to approach a second-tier deity?" To which Zhang's father replied, "You jest. The Articuno in Snowy City possesses only the strength of a champion, not that of a true second-tier deity, or else I would not entertain such bold thoughts." Chen Nan responded, "Indeed, upon encountering that solitary second-tier deity, I would certainly tread carefully. However, what are your current thoughts? I shall not keep it from you. The information you just shared has already been submitted to the League, and if accurate, it is likely that the nefarious Z organization will face severe repercussions." Upon hearing this, Zhang's father grew anxious, stammering, but was swiftly interrupted by Chen Nan, who assured him, "Rest assured, I have not implicated you. As long as the information is correct, no one will trouble you. If League personnel do seek you out, simply mention my name, while I may not yet be renowned. The League's upper echelons will certainly be familiar with me. Have no fear. Grateful, Zhang's father exclaimed. I cannot thank you enough for today's incident and this meal. Allow me to treat you. At that moment, the food was served, and Chun Nan unabashedly grabbed a piece of pig trotter, munching on it while garbling. As it is my fault, let me make amends. Do not refuse, it will benefit your son. Zhang's father had intended to decline. But upon hearing Chun Nan mention his son, he immediately fell silent, awaiting Chun Nan's next words. Chun Nan took a hearty bite of the pig trotter and continued. In truth, your son possesses a semblance of conscience. He is not entirely unworthy. Thus, I am willing to offer him an opportunity. After gulping down a large sip of cola and belching audibly, disregarding Yi Qingqing's disapproving glare, he elaborated, my position within the League is somewhat unique, granting me several guaranteed admission slots to national universities each year. So, let us exchange contact information. After you return, have your son send me his personal details along with his desired universities, and I will assist in submitting the application. As long as there are no criminal records, it should be achievable. Though Chun Nan's mouth was full and his speech somewhat garbled, Zhang's father grew increasingly excited, nearly bowing down in gratitude. Meanwhile, Shinado tenderly offered Chun Nan a napkin to wipe the grease from his mouth. The onlookers paid little mind to this scene, for a strong bond between a Pokémon and its trainer is not uncommon. However, they were far more intrigued by Chun Nan's mention of his unique status. They could hardly fathom what kind of position within the League was so esteemed as to warrant several guaranteed admission slots annually. Yet, since Yi Ling had not insisted on confidentiality, it indicated that this auxiliary member's status was transparent. With enough effort, one could uncover the truth. Thus, Chun Nan did not conceal it, speaking candidly. The others expressed envy, but soon found themselves deterred by the stringent prerequisites and obligations involved, for this was a treacherous path. And in comparison, a few admission slots seemed trivial. Upon realizing that everyone understood, Chun Nan turned his gaze to Zhang's father and said, let us first add each other as friends. Afterward, you can send me the necessary information. I will notify you once everything is arranged. But should your son be expelled afterward, I will not be able to assist further. Upon hearing this, the latter nodded in agreement, much like a chick pecking at grains. Chapter 22, The Initial Battle of Charmander. After exchanging contact details with the restaurant owner, Mr. Zhang, Chun Nan hurriedly took his leave to seek out his wayward son. Following a hearty meal, Chun Nan and his companions departed in haste, as the events of the day had conspired to compress their time, nearly causing them to miss the match. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Stadium, Chun Nan was awestruck by the grandeur of the edifice. Sprawling over an expanse equivalent to several hundred football fields, the venue buzzed with activity, thronged by spectators eager to witness the unfolding battles. Although it was merely a 1v1 contest featuring starter Pokémon, the fervor for these creatures was palpable among the crowd. Once inside, Chun Nan exchanged encouraging words with his companions before they each made their way to their designated arenas for the elimination rounds. With thousands of novice trainers in the capital alone, not to mention those from other regions, the competition was fierce, even if only a third of them registered. The sheer number was daunting. This intensity was indicative of the so-called demographic dividend, wherein one's efforts are dwarfed by those of others who are not only equally hardworking, but also endowed with wealth and innate talent. What could one do in the face of such disparity? In a contest of resources, where others wielded fully evolved Pokémon, what did he possess? Yet, despite the grim reality, no one relinquished this singular opportunity. History had shown that many ordinary trainers had risen from obscurity to greatness. Thus, even with an understanding of the odds, they all aspired to be the next to seize this chance, steadfastly refusing to succumb to despair, unless hope was utterly extinguished. Chun Nan pondered whether it was possible that these tales of ordinary individuals rising to prominence were orchestrated by those in power, crafted to instill hope in the masses. Such notions had been sparked during his conversation with Mr. Zhang, who seemed intent on steering Chun Nan's thoughts in this direction. Suspecting him to be a herald of a new generation of ordinary champions within the Huaxiao Alliance, aimed at inspiring the citizenry. However, this was merely the conjecture of another. Chun Nan was acutely aware of his own circumstances. If the populace possessed such formidable energies, they would have long since vanquished the likes of Llamas and other threats, leaving him with no role to play. Shaking off these fanciful ideas, Chun Nan checked his registration details for the A-Zone, Battlefield 66, and made his way there. Soon, he spotted the boisterous girl from earlier waving at him, and he approached her. After presenting his match information for verification, he stood before his opponent. The girl, adopting a sardonic tone, taunted him. I thought you wouldn't dare to show up. But even if you did, it would merely serve to add to the mockery. You still have a chance now. Once I strike, it will all be too late, and I won't be the one laughed at. Initially in a good mood, Chun Nan felt a twinge of irritation at the derision from someone he barely knew. However, it was hardly worth his anger to let such a person affect him. He resolved to simply defeat her and not waste another word. Perhaps the referee could no longer tolerate her haughty demeanor, as he promptly announced the start of the match. The girl attempted to voice more insults, but the impatient referee silenced her with a warning. Although she felt aggrieved, she blamed Chun Nan for her predicament, insisting that had he not participated, she would not have faced a warning. Indeed, it was all his fault. For no matter the circumstance, XXN would never be at fault. She could simply disregard the facts, a remarkably simple matter, especially with potential postgraduate opportunities at stake. How delightful. Yet, Chun Nan was unfazed, brandishing his pokeball and proclaiming, "You shall be the one. Go, Charmander." The fiery creature emerged, its battle spirit palpable as it gazed resolutely at the girl, who was lost in her delusions of grandeur. Encountering a starter Pokémon in her first match, the girl's expression twisted with jealousy, yet she threw her own Pokeball with determination. A flash of light revealed a Pokémon of similar stature to Charmander, its body of vibrant pink adorned with 2 green leaves atop its head. Chun Nan, scratching his head in confusion, murmured, "What grass type is this? Is it Oddish?" "No, Oddish is purple and has more leaves." At that moment, he longed for the Pokédex from the animated world, which would have spared him from such unfamiliar Pokémon. However, the girl soon clarified the identity of her Pokémon. Bellsprout. "Use Vine Whip," she commanded, and Bellsprout, initially disdainful, glanced back but ultimately complied, unleashing a barrage of seeds. Seizing the fleeting moment, Chun Nan commanded Charmander to unleash Ember, incinerating Bellsprout before it could fully execute its attack. With the referee's declaration, Chun Nan dramatically emerged victorious, momentarily bewildered. Observing the girl's incredulity, he struggled to suppress a laugh, having expected a modicum of skill from someone so brash. It was fortunate the elimination rounds were not broadcast live, otherwise, XXN might have been diagnosed with depression, necessitating an apology from Chun Nan. Ultimately, he couldn't contain his laughter, and the referee, initially holding back, succumbed to the infectious mirth as well. The defeated girl, witnessing the laughter shared between them, trembled as she pointed a shaking finger at the pair and, with a shriek, clutched her pitiful Bellsprout, fleeing the scene. Due to the swift conclusion of Chun Nan's match, there was a brief wait before he could face his next opponent. In this elimination round, all participants were required to compete in 3 matches on the first day, earning 1 point for each victory, with a total of 3 points needed to advance to the top 128. Thus, in just half a day, over 10,000 competitors would be whittled down to a mere 1%, an undeniable testament to the competition's intensity. Should more than 128 players accumulate 3 points, additional matches would be conducted as per regulations until the final 128 were determined. Chun Nan's subsequent 2 matches proceeded without incident. No pre-match bravado was uttered, as everyone was on the brink of ascending to the naive and carefree realm of university life, where underhanded tactics were beyond the grasp of the average person. Consequently, all were defeated by Charmander, who had thrived in the relentless environment of a competitive island, its physical prowess and combat experience far surpassing that of pampered Pokémon. Indeed, while these younglings were still nursing, Charmander had already been brawling with others. Such absurdity. Chapter 23, The Perils of Judging by Appearances. By the time Chun Nan emerged, dusk had fallen. He pondered who had taken so long, as 3 matches among novices should not extend over several hours. Yi Qingqing and Lin Yutong joined him as they exited, animatedly discussing their respective opponents. Due to the fact that there were fewer than 128 individuals who had achieved 3 consecutive victories, the remaining stakes were no longer relevant to Chun Nan and his companions. They were to be contended for by those who had accumulated 2 points. Thus, Chun Nan returned home early, indifferent to the discussions regarding the seeded competitors, as this event was merely a trivial endeavor for him, akin to a casual baby cup, where defeat was an impossibility. Moreover, he had noticed that his little Charmeleon was on the cusp of evolution, having spent its time either battling or preparing for battles, thus accumulating experience points at an accelerated rate. However, the thought of Ash's recently evolved Charizard stirred a moment of anxiety within him. One could never be too cautious. What if, in a fit of excitement, it inadvertently unleashed a torrent of flames upon him? That would certainly lead to an untimely demise. Hence, upon returning home, Chun Nan devoted himself to nurturing a bond with his Charmeleon, just in case. This dedication led to an unusual gaze from Shinado, who, seated beside him, observed how he played with a fire-breathing lizard, akin to a heartbroken maiden watching a philanderer, a rather peculiar shift in atmosphere. As for feelings of jealousy, they were utterly unfounded. What stature did Shinado possess in comparison to a mere fire-breathing lizard? Such sentiments paled in comparison to the insecurity instigated by the two human females. Fortunately, Chun Nan remained oblivious. Otherwise, he would have surely admonished Shinado for her daydreams, for he, Chun Nan, could never harbor affections for any female outside of humanoid forms. Beep beep beep. Chun Nan heard his phone ring and tossed a pokeball to his Charmeleon to keep it entertained while he checked his messages. The sender was the owner of the restaurant from earlier that day, who had sent information about his son and the school he would be attending. Chun Nan disregarded the subsequent expressions of gratitude and promptly forwarded the details to Yi Ling, asking her to verify whether there were any criminal records. If all was clear, he could apply directly. This matter concluded amicably, much to everyone's satisfaction. At that moment, Yi Ling was preoccupied with personnel adjustments. Leaving little time for an in-depth conversation with Chun Nan, she merely exchanged a few words before logging off. Consequently, Chun Nan nestled up to Shinado and drifted off to a peaceful slumber. The next morning, Chun Nan awoke, completed his morning routine, and had breakfast before heading towards the Pokémon arena. The previous night's overtime matches had determined the remaining slots for those who had not yet accumulated 3 points, meaning that the morning was reserved for the first batch of competitors, while the afternoon would see the subsequent group. After all, even Pokémon required rest after a day of battling, so the competitors had no objections, considering their varying levels of skill. Some who managed to gather 3 points might have merely been fortunate, lacking true prowess, while others who fell short had encountered stronger opponents, leading to their unfortunate defeats. Thus, there were no disputes regarding the order of the matches. After all, honor could only be claimed through genuine capability. Without it, even the most prestigious accolades could not be preserved. Despite the tournament rules favoring the participants, a significant number of capable competitors still faced failure, solely due to a lack of good fortune. Indeed, what competition is without its share of regrets? Perfection is a rarity in any event, and thus luck is indeed an integral aspect of skill. Upon his arrival at the arena, Chun Nan was greeted by a vibrant atmosphere. The spectator stands, while not entirely filled, were still bustling with attendees. Numerous vendors and throngs of media reporters surrounded the area. Chun Nan marveled at the immense influence Pokémon had, a phenomenon of staggering proportions. If a novice event could garner such enthusiasm, he could scarcely imagine the grandeur of world-class competitions. Subsequently, he made his way to the competitors' preparation area, as the matches were about to commence, and he was left wondering why the organizers had chosen to start so early. Typically, peak excitement would be reached around 10 o'clock. But perhaps there were reasons for this early commencement. Upon arriving at the preparation zone and surveying the area, Chun Nan noted the absence of Yi Qingqing and Lin Yutong, prompting him to mutter, "What is going on? Why haven't these two arrived yet? Surely they haven't overslept?" Just as the match was on the verge of commencing, a flustered girl, drenched in perspiration, burst into the preparation area, dragging along another girl who appeared to be still lost in slumber, clutching 2 large buns in her hands. "Excuse me, we're almost there, don't close the gates, please." The staff, upon hearing this, slowed their pace and hurriedly verified their entry. As Lin Yutong and Yi Qingqing rushed into the preparation area, they barely caught their breath before encountering an outstretched hand. Surprised, they looked up to see a smiling Chun Nan. "I thought you two weren't coming today. If it weren't for this occasion, I wouldn't have guessed you could run so fast while dragging someone along. I must admit, I'm a bit envious," he teased. Lin Yutong's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "What can I say? I've been running since childhood, so my stamina is a bit better." She then proceeded to tie Yi Qingqing's disheveled hair into a ponytail. Observing this, Chun Nan couldn't help but jest. "You look rather like Yi Qingqing's caretaker." "No, a caretaker wouldn't be as diligent as you. I envy the bond you two share." At this point, Yi Qingqing had fully awakened and, upon hearing Chun Nan's playful remarks about her close friend, immediately protested. "What? Don't you dare covet my Yutong. She is mine, and you can never take her from me." Sensing Yi Qingqing's impending fury, Lin Yutong quickly intervened. All right, don't be angry. The match is about to begin. And your hair is a mess. There will be a live broadcast, Miss Yi Qingqing, and you wouldn't want to embarrass yourself, would you?" The once proud Yi Qingqing, upon hearing about the live broadcast, transformed into a compliant girl, allowing Lin Yutong to style her hair as she wished. After all, maintaining her image was paramount to her. and any slip-up could lead to significant embarrassment, especially if word reached her older brother. That would inevitably result in a lecture and a deduction from her allowance. Chen Nan, intrigued, watched from the side. As his own match was still some time away, the first round had yet to involve him. Chapter 24. Lin Yutong's thoughts. After assisting Yi Qingqing with her hair for a while, Lin Yutong hurried off to the arena. As she was scheduled for the first match, in the preparation area, there were also live feeds from various battle zones, allowing competitors to observe the performance of their potential opponents, an opportunity that most would not overlook since anyone could be their next adversary. Chen Nan, however, was indifferent about his upcoming opponent, as long as it wasn't Yi Qingqing or Lin Yutong. Lin Yutong, at that moment, had already eliminated herself from his concerns. As she stood at one side of the battle arena, commanding her Snivy against her opponent's Machop, with graceful maneuvering, Snivy evaded a series of attacks from Machop before delivering a Vine Whip, executing the move with remarkable fluidity. The performance of Snivy was impeccable, not only adhering to Lin Yutong's commands, but also exhibiting its own initiative. To quote Brock, "Your Snivy has been exceptionally well trained." After Lin Yutong's battle concluded, Chen Nan found himself disinterested in watching the other matches, instead standing alongside Yi Qingqing in the corridor, awaiting Lin Yutong's arrival. Soon enough, Lin Yutong appeared within their line of sight. Although her expression remained tranquil, it was not difficult to discern the joy of victory radiating from her. After all, few would be discontent after winning a match. As she approached, Chen Nan smiled and inquired, "How was the experience of the battle?" Lin Yutong pursed her lips and replied, "It was all right, though if my opponent had been a bit more cautious, winning would have taken considerably longer." This exchange reveals Lin Yutong's self-confidence and her composed demeanor, illustrating her high emotional intelligence. Even in victory, she chooses to extend grace to her opponent. Observing their amiable conversation, Yi Qingqing rolled her eyes and remarked, "You two continue your flirtation here while I head off to compete. Just you wait and see. I shall make my opponent question their very existence." Upon hearing her dear friend's teasing remark regarding her interaction with Chen Nan, Lin Yutong's cheeks flushed, and she momentarily fell silent, diverting her gaze. Subsequently, Chen Nan gave Yi Qingqing a stern talking to, cautioning her not to so easily fabricate stories about her relationship with Lin Yutong. Ultimately, Yi Qingqing stormed off to the competition venue, her indignation palpable, for she certainly did not dare to confront Chen Nan directly. Unbeknownst to them, a fleeting trace of melancholy flickered in Lin Yutong's eyes, quickly masked as Chen Nan turned back to her, appearing puzzled. "Is something the matter? I sensed you were a bit off earlier. Have you encountered any issues?" Lin Yutong, startled by his concern, felt a surge of panic but maintained her composure, responding coolly, "It's nothing. You must be mistaken." Chen Nan, intrigued yet more perplexed, was about to press further when Lin Yutong interjected, "Look, Yi Qingqing has taken the stage. You probably haven't seen her initial Pokémon yet. Soon, you will witness the utterly defeated expression on her opponent's face." Though Chen Nan harbored lingering doubts, he chose to refrain from further inquiry, respecting the boundaries of their friendship. Meanwhile, Lin Yutong felt a sigh of relief wash over her, grateful that the topic had shifted, for she feared that continued discussion might expose her vulnerabilities. After all, connections are invaluable, and even if she could not afford the requisite costs, the relationships she nurtured would one day prove beneficial. The scene shifted back to Yi Qingqing's live broadcast, revealing her opponent's Pokémon, a fiery Chiclet, exuding confidence. A smirk graced Yi Qingqing's lips as she tossed a luxury ball, summoning a serpentine Pokémon with a sky blue back and a pristine white belly, Mini Dragon. Chen Nan instantly recognized it as the offspring of the quasi-legendary Dragonite. While surprised, he was not taken aback. After all, it was only natural for the champion's sister to possess a mini dragon. Although offspring of quasi-legendaries are typically weaker, they still hold considerable potential. At that moment, Yi Qingqing's opponent wore a face reminiscent of someone who had just tasted something unpleasant. Despite having done his homework, knowing he would face a mini dragon, he was still unprepared for the spectacle that had captivated the audience the previous day. The media, stationed strategically, snapped photos with fervor, and Chen Nan had no doubt that tomorrow's headlines would read, "Shocking! The quasi-legendary offspring is here." Realizing the attention, Yi Qingqing's opponent quickly collected himself, focusing back on the battle. "Chiclet, charge in and use Peck." The Chiclet's sharp beak gleamed with a dazzling white light as it sprinted toward the approaching mini dragon. Yi Qingqing, observing this, smirked and commanded, "Mini Dragon, use Dragon Tail to send it back." Mini Dragon's tail glowed with a vibrant green light as it struck the advancing Chiclet with a powerful blow. The Chiclet was sent flying, though not incapacitated. Seeing this, The chicklet's trainer gritted his teeth and declared, "If close combat won't work, then let's switch to ranged attacks." He shouted, "Chicklet, use Ember." The chicklet, regaining its composure, unleashed a barrage of embers toward Mini Dragon. One must commend the chicklet's trainer for his adaptability. His Pokémon demonstrated unwavering trust despite the setback. However, they were still up against a formidable opponent. Yi Qingqing, maintaining her usual nonchalance, remarked, "So you opt for ranged attacks when close combat fails? A commendable strategy. But how will you respond when I unleash Dragon Rage?" The challenger's expression shifted dramatically. What? Which mini dragon learns Dragon Rage so early? He initially thought Yi Qingqing was playing a trick, but as Mini Dragon gathered a sphere of blue energy, he watched helplessly as his chicklet was once again sent flying. Unable to continue the fight, after the match concluded, Yi Qingqing gracefully exited, her back turned as she basked in the audience's thunderous applause. Chapter 25. The Baby Cup Top 64. Yi Qingqing returned to the preparation area, reveling in the envious whispers and fearful glances cast by her fellow competitors. Approaching Chun Nan and Lin Yutong with an air of triumph, she boasted, "So, Chun Nan, Yutong, how did I perform?" Lin Yutong, clapping her hands in delight, praised, "You were fantastic, Qingqing." Surprisingly, Chun Nan refrained from dampening her spirits, offering a mild compliment, "Not bad, but you were still a tad short of my performance." He held up 2 fingers, leaving it ambiguous whether he meant a little or a considerable margin. Yi Qingqing, upon hearing Chun Nan's assessment, chose not to retort. Compared to her older brother, this was indeed a commendation. Had he been the one to critique her, he would likely have scolded. If you have the power to crush your opponent, why play it safe? Engage them directly and save some time. The mere thought of Yi Ling brought a resigned expression to Yi Qingqing's face. While her brother's affection was unquestionable, his sternness was equally notable. Today, after receiving a commendable evaluation from a trainer who stands on par with her elder brother, Yi Qingqing felt quite fortunate. At the very least, whenever Yi Ling speaks of her in the future, she can effortlessly present Chun Nan as a shield. After a brief conversation among the 3, it was Chun Nan's turn to take the stage. Bolstered by the encouragement from the 2 girls, Chun Nan stepped onto the competition arena with unwavering confidence. Standing at the side, awaiting the referee's signal to commence. As he stood on the battleground, gazing at the throngs of spectators in the stands, Chun Nan's previously tranquil heart began to race with fervor. He finally understood why Ash pursued competitions with such fervor. The feeling of being the center of attention was simply exhilarating. At that moment, his opponent, Zhang Qi, regarded him with a complex expression. Although they had never formally met, Chun Nan had unintentionally altered the course of Zhang Qi's life. Zhang Qi was the son of the restaurant owner Chun Nan had encountered recently. Without external influence, Zhang Qi's life was destined for mediocrity, ultimately leading to a fate of oblivion alongside his Glacian. Resigned to this fate, he learned from his father about the assistance Chun Nan had provided, igniting a flicker of hope in his otherwise lackluster existence. The opportunity lay solely in his hands. One might underestimate the significance of merely securing a spot at a prestigious university. After all, these renowned institutions have earned their accolades for a reason, provided one excels. Obtaining items that enhance Pokémon abilities is not beyond reach, and some training facilities are inaccessible to the average individual. Once admitted, not only would one's experiences enrich, but so too would their network, as entry into these esteemed universities often necessitates both skill and background, not merely wealth. Thus, Zhang Qi racked his brain to find a way to repay the one who had granted him this opportunity, but he felt utterly lost, considering his benefactor was a top-tier trainer with no apparent needs. However, upon learning that his opponent for the day was his benefactor, he contemplated surrendering, conceding victory in this match. As for the notion of a top-tier trainer participating in the Baby Cup, Zhang Qi dismissed such thoughts. Believing Chun Nan must have his reasons for competing, he simply needed to avoid causing any trouble and would never expose Chun Nan's true identity. If Chun Nan were to learn of this, he might be too embarrassed to admit he participated in the Baby Cup due to financial constraints. Nonetheless, regarding his benefactor, Zhang Qi confided in his father, only to receive a scolding for his naivety. "Who do you think you are, needing to accommodate a top-tier trainer? Don't overthink it. Just perform normally and strive not to reveal anything. Maintain your composure. I know there are issues with the organizers of the capital's New Star Cup, so remember not to expose your weaknesses. If you disrupt his plans, I won't be able to help you." It must be said, the elder's wisdom surpasses that of the youth. Even Chun Nan had not anticipated such foresight. As the referee announced the match's commencement, Chun Nan found himself murmuring, "Why does that face seem somewhat familiar? It feels like I have seen him somewhere before." It was only when Zhang Qi's Pokémon, Glacian, appeared before him that he recalled this was the son of the restaurant owner, whom he had seen in a photograph just the day prior. Turning his gaze to Glacian, Chun Nan sighed. It certainly possesses an impressive presence, but its steps seem unsteady. Any moves executed in such a manner would surely lack potency. In gaming terms, it would be classified as a facade, easily overpowered by stronger opponents. Upon hearing Chun Nan's assessment, Zhang Qi displayed a look of guilt before resolutely declaring, "Since I have strayed from the path, I shall rectify my course. I will accompany him on this journey. Attack, senior." In response, Chun Nan chose to remain silent, for he had already conveyed all that needed to be said. The rest relied on Zhang Qi's own efforts. "Come forth, Charmander." A flash of white light enveloped the arena, and Charmander appeared with a youthful roar. Though it appeared harmless, it possessed a certain intimidation factor, as evidenced by the fear that crossed Glacian's face. Witnessing the encounter before it had even begun, Zhang Qi felt a sense of helplessness, thinking, no wonder this is the Pokémon of a senior. Even a starter Pokémon is this formidable. However, I refuse to concede so easily. Glacian, use quick attack and strike first. Glacian transformed into a streak of white light, charging toward Charmander. Observing this, Chun Nan called out, "Charmander, let us counter with a tackle." Charmander acknowledged and dashed forward, colliding with Glacian. A tremendous crash echoed as Glacian was sent reeling, while Charmander merely staggered back a few steps. The disparity was apparent. The spectators, witnessing this spectacle, were momentarily taken aback. It was rare for an evolved Glacian to be bested in a head-on clash by a mere Charmander. Gradually, murmurs rose among the crowd, echoing in the ears of both participants. Although Zhang Qi had encountered such remarks before, they still pierced his heart like daggers, deepening his already significant feelings of guilt. Noticing Zhang Qi's growing distress, Chun Nan shouted, "No one is infallible. Mistakes are a part of life. If you have erred, strive to make amends. Do not dwell on it. You are not alone." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qi's initial shock transformed into a sense of relief. "Indeed, I am not alone. Thank you, senior." He then turned to the referee, declaring loudly, "Referee, I choose to concede. There is no need for further competition." After confirming Zhang Qi's unilateral concession, the referee announced Chun Nan as the victor and departed the scene. After all, he was merely a referee, tasked with his responsibilities, without delving further into the matter. Zhang Qi cradled Glacian in his arms, his resolute expression betraying no emotion, yet the smile tugging at his lips suggested his spirits were surprisingly high. Watching Zhang Qi's departing figure, Chun Nan felt that his words had profoundly impacted him, no longer ensnared in the web of past regrets. He now embraced a future filled with hope. However, who does not continuously embrace the future? Subsequently, Chun Nan successfully advanced to the top 64, with just a few more rounds needed to claim a portion of the prize. Chapter 26, almost the end. Just as Chun Nan prepared to recall Charmander into its Pokeball and exit the arena, a burst of white light enveloped Charmander. Its body began to grow, a horn-like protrusion emerging atop its head, its mouth elongating into a beak-like shape, while its limbs and tail stretched. As the light dissipated, Charmeleon appeared on the battlefield, prompting exclamations of awe from the remaining spectators. The experience of witnessing an evolution in person was vastly different from merely viewing it on video. Eagerly, Charmeleon unleashed a fierce flame into the sky, momentarily startling Chun Nan, who had intended to celebrate the moment. However, having learned Flamethrower immediately upon evolving was quite commendable. He now pondered whether Charmeleon had acquired any other moves. After all, Charmeleon possesses only a limited repertoire of skills, leaving Chun Nan feeling somewhat constrained. He contemplated returning home to conduct further experimentation. Simultaneously, he felt compelled to remind Yi Ling to create something akin to a Pokémon Pokédex, ideally one that could denote levels, as the current situation was exceedingly vexing. As for the skill discs, such items had long existed in this world. However, Shinado was a master of all skills, and the Mega Shark had acquired every skill it should know, along with a few it ought not to have, thus rendering it quite proficient in that regard. Yet now that Charmeleon had evolved, it was imperative to procure some practical skills for its use. Furthermore, skill discs could typically be purchased for several tens of thousands of Alliance credits, with the more expensive ones reaching into the hundreds of thousands or even millions. For trainers of Pokémon capable of learning high-cost skills, this sum was negligible, especially since it could significantly reduce the time required for self-study. Why not take advantage of it? Nonetheless, certain skills could not be learned through skill discs. These were primarily the domain of legendary Pokémon, and without their tutelage and acknowledgement, such abilities would remain beyond reach. After Charmeleon had released its evolutionary fireworks, it trotted over to Chun Nan. Observing the now waist-high Charmeleon, Chun Nan couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. After only a few days since its capture, it had already transformed from a Charmander into a Charmeleon, yet it exhibited no signs of rebellion, remaining as obedient as ever. Charmeleon mused, being a bit less obedient is not an option. There's an older brother above me, and above him is an older sister. When will it be my turn to be the big brother? Gently patting Charmeleon on the head, Chun Nan returned it to its pokeball and strode toward the preparation area, deliberately ignoring the multitude of microphones thrust toward him by the media. Chun Nan perceived that participating in interviews was merely a waste of time. Should he inadvertently say something wrong or be misrepresented, it would lead to a myriad of troubles. Thus he deemed it best to disregard them altogether. Upon his return to the contestants' preparation area, he found himself under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, most of which were hostile, with only a few casting benevolent glances in his direction. Noticing this, Chun Nan curled his lip and approached the two girls, inquiring, "Should we continue watching here? Or shall we go grab a bite?" Lin Yutong fell silent, glancing at Yi Qingqing, evidently deferring the decision to her. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Qingqing clapped her hands and declared, "Since it's not our turn to compete today, let us first prepare a meal and go shopping this afternoon, shall we?" All three had advanced to the top 64, rendering the subsequent matches largely irrelevant to them. However, to other contestants yet to compete, this remark was jarring. After all, while they remained uncertain about their fortunes, others were already reserving private rooms and popping champagne, an undeniable disparity. In response, Chun Nan shook his head and stated, "I won't be joining you for shopping. I still need to work on my fitness this afternoon. I cannot let that slide." Upon hearing this, Yi Qingqing scrutinized Chun Nan for a considerable time, even considering giving him a playful poke to check for abs, but she was deterred by his piercing gaze. Yi Qingqing had no doubt that if she dared to poke him, Chun Nan would retaliate. Thus, she resorted to flattery, saying, "If you don't want to go, then don't go. But I really can't tell, you seem quite disciplined." Subsequently, after enjoying a hearty meal at Zhang Qi's father's establishment, Chun Nan returned home, while Yi Qingqing and Lin Yutong went off shopping. To be precise, it was Yi Qingqing dragging Lin Yutong along, though the latter seemed to delight in the experience, quite peculiar. Upon arriving home, Chun Nan released his 3 Pokémon. Shinado continued diligently with household chores, while the Mega Shark, as per usual, lazily flew off to the backyard for a nap, leaving Charmeleon with a perplexed expression, unsure of what to do. Afterward, Chun Nan took the bewildered Charmeleon to the backyard to practice its moves, as the spacious area would not disturb the snoozing Mega Shark. Standing before Charmeleon, he asked, "What skills have you learned from this evolution? Show me what you've got so I can take note." Charmeleon nodded in response, then opened its mouth, releasing a plume of pitch-black smoke. Chun Nan, observing this, remarked, "Smoke screen, very good. What else do you have?" Then, noticing a flicker of flames within Charmeleon's mouth, he exclaimed, "Don't aim that flamethrower at me." Although Chun Nan reacted swiftly, he was still a moment too late, as a torrent of fire surged toward him, intent on engulfing him. In that critical moment, the destructive flames seemed to freeze in midair, and Chun Nan, confronted with the imminent inferno, dared not even breathe. For he certainly did not wish for his demise to come in such a dramatic fashion. At that moment, Shinado, clad in an apron, with a steel wool ball in one hand and a plate in the other, appeared before Chun Nan. A surge of blue energy enveloped her, causing the immobilized flames to dissipate into thin air. Following this, Shinado began to fuss over Chun Nan, checking him from head to toe as if she feared he might be missing a piece of flesh. Upon realizing that Chun Nan was unharmed, she shot a disapproving glance at the sorrowful Charmeleon before teleporting away to continue her dishwashing duties. Meanwhile, the Mega Shark, resting nearby, merely opened one eye to observe the unfolding scene before resuming its slumber. Having narrowly escaped the calamity, Chun Nan turned to the downcast Charmeleon and imparted, "In the future, do not use your skills on humans unless I instruct you to do so. Do you understand?" He then added, "Today, I'll let this slide since it's your first offense, but remember this lesson. Had it not been for your sister Shinado's timely response, I might not have emerged from this unscathed." Charmeleon was a good child, if nothing else. Thus, Chun Nan was not overly concerned that he would forget his admonition by the next day. Later, upon discovering that Charmeleon had only learned the move Fire Fong, he sent it off to train. After all, Charmeleon's journey of growth was still long, far from the level of the Mega Shark and Shinado, which could only advance further through exceptional opportunities. One could only say that Charmeleon had immense potential, which merely required Chun Nan's diligent cultivation, in time. he would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable champion. Chapter 27. Orders Received. Chun Nen reflected on the fitness tutorials he had encountered on various video platforms in his previous life, imitating them as he exercised in the backyard. However, he had overestimated his physical capabilities, succumbing to exhaustion in a short span. It appeared that enhancing his physical condition effectively would require a gradual approach, truly a challenging endeavor. Yet, contemplating the prospect of fainting after initiating Mega Evolution in under 10 seconds, he gritted his teeth and pushed his body to its limits, while also requesting Shinado to prepare a more substantial dinner. Today he, Chun Nan, would confront these workout apparatuses head-on. After completing her household chores, Shinado approached Chun Nan and sat down nearby to meditate. Charmeleon, emulating Chun Nan's actions, hoisted a dumbbell with one hand, appearing quite at ease. After increasing the weight several-fold, it finally began to feel some strain. As evening fell, Chun Nan had collapsed onto the dining table, hastily washed up, and commenced devouring his dinner with ravenous intensity, as if he had not eaten for 3 days. Shinado, ever attentive, added more dishes and rice to Chun Nan's plate, and when he choked, she would gently pat his back or use telekinesis to offer him some water. Although Chun Nan usually had quite an appetite, he had never consumed food with such reckless abandon as he did today. After an entire afternoon of rigorous training, the fiery Tyrannosaurus had absorbed nearly all of the high-quality firestones previously purchased. It now emitted a faint glow, resembling a fragile object on the verge of shattering. Witnessing this, Chun Nan felt a pang of frustration, and his gaze shifted to the energy cubes voraciously consumed by the fierce biting land shark, which only compounded his headache. These energy cubes cost several thousand each, alongside the substantial investment in firestones amounting to hundreds of thousands. While it is said that being able to consume is a blessing, such extravagance is unsustainable. It hasn't been long, yet resources are already dwindling to this extent. His attention then turned to the modest Shinado, who was diligently tidying up the dishes while wearing an apron. He mused to himself, at least our Shinado is frugal. But this cannot continue. Although advancement at this level is challenging, it is not impossible. It merely requires a gradual accumulation of resources. Therefore, the current investment is undoubtedly worthwhile. In light of his own financial constraints, Chun Nen reluctantly sought assistance from his only affluent acquaintance, Yi Ling. Brother Yi, have you eaten? Yi Ling, having finally resolved all matters, was reclining comfortably in his office chair, relishing this hard-earned leisure time while occasionally humming lyrics from a pop diva. Suddenly, a flurry of notification chimes interrupted his pleasant reverie, and his expression darkened at the disruption. Picking up his phone, he glanced at the screen with displeasure, muttering, "I'll have to see who's messaging me at this hour. They'll regret it." Upon discovering the sender was Chun Nan, his pent-up irritation evaporated, and he replied, "Of course I've eaten at this hour, Brother Chun. Is there something you need? Please feel free to express any concerns. Don't hold back." After a brief wait, seeing Yi Ling's prompt response, Chun Nan decided to be straightforward, typing, "It's just that I'm a bit tight on funds. You're aware of my situation. With 2 gold-devouring beasts, if I can't secure any contracts soon, my resources will run dry." Yi Ling paused in surprise at Chun Nan's message, but quickly understood. After all, Chun Nan had only been in the Huaxiao Alliance for a few days, and aside from the funds he received from Yi Ling and the Alliance, he had little to sustain the expenses of a champion-level Pokémon. Had Chun Nan not mentioned it, Yi Ling might not have considered this aspect. Given that every champion typically possesses certain assets, without sufficient funds, how could one possibly train Pokémon to such a high level? Yi Ling promptly responded, "Apologies, I overlooked that. Would you like me to apply for a subsidy from the Alliance on your behalf?" After a few minutes of silence from Yi Ling, Chun Nan began to feel anxious. After all, he couldn't very well ask the young girl, Yi Qingqing, for money, could he? However, the subsequent message brought a smile to Chun Nan's face as he typed back, "Thank you, Brother Yi, but that 1T resolved my immediate needs." Chun Nan was practically begging for tasks to be assigned to him. This led to an awkward situation for Yi Ling, as the largest criminal organization in the country, Z, was currently undertaking significant movements, leaving few tasks available. Consequently, any short-duration, high-reward assignments had already been claimed, making it difficult to allocate an additional task to Chun Nan. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Ling's eyes lit up as he typed, "I do have a task that is just 1 level below the designated tasks. An S-level task. The rewards will depend on the completion of the task, ranging from 500 to 1,000 alliance points. However, this level of task is typically handled by gym leaders. I'm only mentioning it because no gym leaders have taken it on yet." Chun Nan's eyes sparkled at this opportunity, and he quickly replied, "I'll take that. Please send me the task details. He felt no shame in competing for tasks with gym leaders. After all, earning money was not something to be embarrassed about. At the headquarters of the Huaxiao Alliance in the capital, a gym leader preparing to accept a task suddenly found himself at a loss. He shouted, "Which scoundrel has such speed to snatch the task I had my eye on?" Upon seeing the name of the task claimant, Champion Yiling, his enthusiasm instantly waned. He glared at the onlookers, exclaiming, "What are you all staring at?" With that, he stormed off in a huff. As for confronting Yiling, that was out of the question. If he were of the same gym leader rank, he might have sought an explanation. After the gym leader left, the surrounding crowd could no longer contain their laughter, their amusement echoing even as he exited the task hall, causing him to stumble slightly before departing without looking back. After sending the task information and requirements to Chun Nan, Yiling returned to enjoying his brief respite. Chun Nan, no longer engaging in conversation with Yiling, eagerly focused on his task. Combat the poaching syndicate. Task requirements. 1. Rescue Pokémon captured by the poaching group. Rewards will be calculated based on the number of Pokémon saved. 2. Capture members of the poaching group and retrieve their Pokémon. Rewards will be determined by the number of captures. 3. Dismantle the poaching group's hideouts. Minimum task requirement. Dismantle the poaching group's hideouts. Minimum reward, 500 alliance points. Maximum reward, 1,000 alliance points. Additionally, there was a series of investigators involved, but ultimately, a contact number was provided, indicating Chun Nan would be the lower-level operative for this task. In simple terms, Chun Nan would reap the rewards while others merely benefited marginally. What constituted an S-level task for Chun Nan was categorized as A, B, or C level for other logistical personnel and general investigators. This single task could potentially sustain numerous families. As Chapter 28, titled The Pokédex, is about to enter the world unfolded, Chun Nan glanced at the scheduled action time for the next evening with a sense of relief. After all, participating in the Baby Cup was his fervent desire. Missing it due to a task would indeed be a regretful misstep. Suddenly, he recalled an idea he had during the day regarding a Pokémon Pokédex, and he sent this thought to Yiling. Having barely savored a few minutes of tranquility, was once again interrupted by a message on his phone. Upon reading it, he thought, what on earth has Chun Nan come up with this time? Initially dismissive, he grew increasingly intrigued as he continued reading, recognizing Chun Nan's potential as a visionary. This was indeed a concept that could benefit the masses. Why, in such a vast Huaxia, had no one else thought of this before Chun Nan? This realization left Yiling somewhat vexed. Simultaneously, he pondered the feasibility of Chun Nan's ideas and promptly instructed his assistant to investigate which researchers within the alliance were involved in similar studies. He intended to assemble a team to explore the development of this Pokémon Pokédex. The system for identifying Pokémon was relatively straightforward. Given that facial recognition technology was already widespread among humans, scanning Pokémon with similar features would be a breeze. Eventually, they would only need to input their respective information. However, determining the specific combat levels of Pokémon presented a more complex challenge. Yet, that was a concern for the researchers. He merely needed to convey the concept. If they ultimately failed to produce it, it wouldn't be the end of the world, as adding a combat level was merely for analytical convenience. After conveying his ideas to Yiling, Chun Nan no longer monitored the situation. He swiftly copied the contact number, pasted it seamlessly, and sent it off. Every S-level task and above within the alliance is assigned a dedicated line, thus eliminating the possibility of rejection from the other party. Except in the event of an incident involving the operator. The phone rang for approximately a minute before it was finally answered. Chun Nan was poised to cultivate a rapport with his subordinate, only to be met with even greater enthusiasm from the other end, who proclaimed, "This is Wang Ping, senior investigator of the Alliance, reporting to the commander." Hearing that familiar voice, Chun Nan hesitated, asking, "Is that you, Wang Ping? The one who intercepted me while I was battling the fierce-bite land shark a few days ago?" On the other end, Wang Ping's face lit up with excitement as he responded, "It's truly an honor, senior. It seems fate has brought us together. This mission is bound to be exceedingly successful with your presence." Wang Ping paid no heed to Chun Nan's decision to undertake a gym-level task, as it was of no significance. Initially, Wang Ping had harbored concerns about being assigned to this mission, fearing the possibility of casualties. However, upon learning that a champion-level trainer would lead their team, he was elated. Upon hearing Wang Ping's jubilant tone, Chun Nan couldn't resist asking, "From your tone, does it imply that casualties are quite frequent in regular missions?" Wang Ping paused momentarily before replying with a hint of resignation, "One cannot generalize. The Alliance typically assigns tasks judiciously. Yet, There are instances of significant alterations, such as when the enemy's leader appears on site, resulting in an overwhelming force that nearly decimates our team. At this point, Chun Nan could distinctly sense Wang Ping's tone shift to one of somberness. In a previous mission, to delay the arrival of Alliance reinforcements, the team I led suffered substantial losses. While justice was ultimately served, I lost many comrades, some Pokémon perished, while others were left incapacitated. Chun Nan fell into thoughtful silence for a moment before reassuring him, "Rest assured, there will be no casualties this time." After expressing his heartfelt sentiments, Wang Ping reverted to his initial fervent tone, declaring, "With you at the helm, success is virtually guaranteed. After all, there are only a handful of champions, and the Elite Four represents the pinnacle of combat prowess. Even the largest criminal organization in the country, Z, has merely 3 elite-level members. However, these 3 elite members do not compare to the 4 champions of the Huaxiao Alliance, each of whom is a veritable powerhouse among their peers, representing the elite echelon. While there are many elite trainers, only a select few stand out, rendering the Z organization a pariah within the Huaxiao Alliance, universally condemned." At this moment, Wang Ping was already contemplating what kind of initial Pokémon to prepare for his child after the task's completion, even if his assigned task was merely A-level. Yielding a modest 100 or so points, the typical starter Pokémon are priced in the hundreds of thousands, allowing for a plethora of choices, barring those with exceptional talents. Perhaps he might even have enough left over to treat his comrades to a lavish meal, which would be utterly delightful. Nonetheless, this was a matter he could not disclose to his subordinates. While he could maintain his composure, he could not guarantee the same for his team. If their actions were to jeopardize the success of this mission, the repercussions would be beyond his capacity to bear. After ending the call, Chun Nan's expression grew somewhat melancholic. Yet, this evening was destined to be sleepless for some. In a research facility, shrouded in the underbrush on the outskirts of Magic City, a gaunt researcher sporting glasses and a scruffy beard was ravenously devouring 2 packets of cheap instant noodles. Suddenly, an unexpected phone call startled him, causing him to spill the remaining noodles onto the ground. The scalding hot water made contact with his sun-kissed skin, but he seemed oblivious, staring blankly at the fallen noodles. Gradually, the lenses of his glasses fogged up, and this scene would evoke profound sadness in anyone who bore witness. It was truly a dismal sight. After a moment of silence, he eventually answered the phone, which had been ringing for several minutes. Exhausted and dispirited, having consumed little more than instant noodles throughout the day, his desperation only deepened with the loss of this meal. However, a single statement from the caller ignited a spark of vitality within him, filling him with joy. "You are Yu Cheng, correct? I am the assistant to Champion Yi Ling, who is interested in your research papers and inventions. The champion wishes to meet you. Please seize this opportunity." This proclamation was akin to a lifeline, a timely boon. Moments ago, Yu Cheng had been seething over the phone call that ruined his meal, yet he was fortunate enough not to lose this rare chance. In high spirits, Yu Cheng hastily packed his belongings, gathered his meager finances, and set off towards the capital. Seated at his desk, Champion Yi Ling reviewed a dossier. Yu Cheng, from Magic City, age 36, has published and developed a machine to measure Pokémon energy levels. However, the initial version was not entirely accurate and was ultimately delayed due to insufficient funding. The accompanying photograph depicted a cheerful young man of average build. Chapter 29, Gathering Momentum. Chun Nan was unaware that his unintentional actions had salvaged the waning spirit of a promising youth who had made contributions to the Alliance. While Chun Nan slept soundly with his Shinado, a shadowy figure stealthily approached an unremarkable stone in a concealed corner of the forest on the outskirts of the capital. Upon pressing an undisclosed button, the stone split in 2, revealing a passage barely wide enough for a single person to enter. The newcomer descended the stairs, reaching the bottom shortly thereafter, and ventured down a dimly lit corridor barely illuminated by a faint glimmer. During this journey, he encountered guards not once, but several times, each requiring a code or password for passage. Eventually, he unlocked a coded door, leading him into an immense underground chamber. Inside, numerous captured Pokémon were housed. Those that behaved were kept in cages, while the disobedient were subjected to punishment until they complied. Though the assailants were careful not to lethally harm any Pokémon, as each one represented a substantial monetary value, navigating the facility with ease. The newcomer arrived at a secure room, switched on the lights, and initiated communication with his superior, the leader of the poaching group that Chun Nan would encounter on his first mission. After a few minutes, a menacing middle-aged man with a scarred face appeared on the screen, regarding the kneeling masked figure with indifference. "Speak, and tell me what pressing matter necessitates your contact." If it is trivial, prepare to face the consequences. The casual tone of the man on the screen was laden with a gravity that felt as if it could claim the life of the kneeling figure. Instantly, a bead of cold sweat formed on the brow of the half-kneeling man, who dared not even reach up to wipe it away. The scarred man was a notorious killer, and the weight of his presence was suffocating. Nonetheless, for the sake of his own survival, the masked man steeled himself, gritting his teeth to declare, "I have uncovered a mission regarding this very base within the Alliance, rated S. Operations will commence tomorrow night, and I am to be among those involved. Hence I come to report and seek your guidance." The masked man succinctly articulated his intentions, which prompted a satisfied nod from the scar-faced man named Sun Hua, who remarked, "It seems my decision to enlist you as an undercover agent in the Alliance was indeed astute. You performed admirably today. You may collect your reward shortly." Upon hearing this, the masked man couldn't help but exhale in relief, a glimmer of joy evident in his eyes, though he made a concerted effort to maintain his composure. As his superior was still on the line, he complimented, "It is merely a testament to your exceptional judgment and keen insight, boss. However, I am curious about your plans for tomorrow, as I would like to assist you in any way I can." The flattery pleased the scar-faced man, who responded amiably, "You possess remarkable potential. I recognized it at first glance. How about this? I shall visit tomorrow, as I hear you have captured a red Gyarados. I have a keen interest in it, and it would be delightful to dispatch a few Alliance inspectors along the way. Ha ha ha." The call ended with the raucous laughter of the scar-faced man, who likely went off to prepare for his visit. Initially elated by the prospect of his reward, the masked man was soon engulfed by a sense of disquiet upon learning of the scar-faced man's intention to eliminate those inspectors at the base. He envisioned the anguished spirits of his usually amiable colleagues questioning him as to why he had brought about their demise, pondering whether he should confess to the Alliance and seek redemption for his actions. This thought flickered in his mind for a mere 3 seconds before he extinguished it. After all, it was the scar-faced man who had saved him, and without his intervention, he would not be the person he was today. Moreover, he had a family to support and had no desire to face imprisonment, bringing disgrace upon them. Gritting his teeth, he silently vowed, "Forgive me, dear colleagues. I shall burn more paper money for you in the afterlife." He then departed from the underground base. All of this transpired unbeknownst to the outside world. However, what could have been a gruesome mission was altered by Chun Nan's interference, shifting the gears of fate and changing the outcome. Indeed, it was a case of unintended consequences yielding fruitful results. The following day, at dawn, the disciplined Chun Nan rose early to engage in his daily morning exercise. In truth, it amounted to merely 10 minutes on the treadmill before he was spent. Nevertheless, this represented significant progress compared to the previous day's 8 minutes. He continually challenged his limits. While enjoying the attentive service of his Shinado, who wiped his sweat, he savored a heart-shaped breakfast, which was essentially an egg prepared with telekinetic precision by Shinado. Though he felt reluctant to bite into it, the pangs of hunger compelled him to consume it, followed by a medley of fruits and vegetables. And he ultimately downed a 300-milliliter glass of milk in one go. With his Pokémon in tow, he proceeded to participate in the Baby Cup, vying for a place in the top 32. However, knowing that the night promised some exciting activities, Chun Nan reminded his fierce Garchomp to be prepared. This revelation left Garchomp visibly excited, for the preceding days had been torturous without the thrill of battle. When Chun Nan informed him that there might be a brawl that evening, Garchomp's joy was palpable. Observing Garchomp's exuberance, Chun Nan couldn't help but imagine that Garchomp would boldly challenge even the likes of Rayquaza with a dragon dive, should the occasion arise. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought, aware that a confrontation with such a legendary Pokémon would likely herald the end of the world. Upon arriving at the arena, Chun Nan swiftly dispatched his opponent in the top 32, for his Charizard was an evolved form, easily overpowering these novice competitors. After witnessing the performances of Yi Qingqing and Lin Yutong, he hurried home to prepare thoroughly for the night's mission. Successfully completing this task could turn his fortunes around, and with a stroke of luck, he might even acquire a rare Megastone. In the evening, Chun Nan spoke softly to Shinado. "Shinado, if all goes as planned, you won't need to participate in this mission. I hope you understand, and I intend to give Garchomp more opportunities to battle." Shinado nodded obediently. Then, addressing the proud Garchomp, he advised, "Garchomp, since our opponents are relatively weak, try to restrain yourself. The more we capture, the more energy cubes I can buy for you. If they perish, then we won't be able to exchange even a single cube." Upon hearing this, Garchomp's eyes widened, and he replied, "If that's the case, I'm fully awake now. Catcho, catcho." Seeing Garchomp's understanding, Chun Nan wore a look of satisfaction. As night fell, Chun Nan took a taxi out of the city before summoning Garchomp as his mode of transportation. Given the sensitivity of the mission, he opted for a cautious approach. Shortly, they arrived at a forest on the outskirts of the capital. As he navigated through the dense canopy, he communicated the coordinates provided by Wang Ping while guiding Garchomp's flight. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit temporary camp near the underground base of the poaching group, countless inspectors, medical personnel, and support staff were assembled. Wang Ping stood in an open area, directing the bustling crowd with remarkable finesse, transforming the once chaotic camp into a well-organized hub. At that moment, a communications officer approached Wang Ping with a report. "Sir, an unidentified flying object is approaching our camp from 50 miles away. Should we send someone to intercept?" Wang Ping replied confidently, "No need. That is our reinforcements. If we encounter any trouble beyond our capabilities, they shall handle it." The communications officer turned and returned to his duties. Wang Ping's certainty regarding the identity of the approaching figure stemmed from prior knowledge of Chun Nan's arrival time, as he wished to avoid friendly fire. After a short while, Chun Nan, perched atop Garchomp, appeared above the temporary camp. He instructed Garchomp to descend, and in an instant, an overwhelming pressure befitting a champion enveloped everyone in the camp, only to dissipate moments later. To clear the path of obstinate Pokémon that blocked their way, Chun Nan had asked Garchomp to release its aura. Nevertheless, this caused some delays. Upon sensing the champion-level pressure, Wang Ping recognized Chun Nan's arrival and promptly informed everyone in the camp. Consequently, the camp resumed its fervent activity after a brief pause. The knowledge that their reinforcement was a champion trainer invigorated the personnel, excitement radiating from their faces. However, in a corner, a young man clad in inspector attire sat pale, his eyes trembling as he clenched his fists, lost in unsettling thoughts. "This is it. How could this happen? Why would a champion trainer be dispatched for an S-rank mission? Can anyone explain this to me?" The young man, his face etched with despair, could not help but silently scream within. For he understood that if the night passed and the scarred face were to be shot dead on the spot, he might yet escape a calamity. Should the scarred face be captured by the Alliance, or manage to flee, his days of peace would be irrevocably shattered. If apprehended, he would inevitably be implicated and could easily be exposed through the investigation of action trajectories and communication records. His lack of prominence among the investigators stemmed from the fact that he was merely a junior officer, lacking the qualifications to assist the senior investigators. Consequently, it was unlikely that anyone would delve deeply into the affairs of a low-ranking member of the Alliance. This was the more favorable scenario. He might only have to endure a few years in prison before being released. However, if the scarred face were to escape, recalling the brutality of that man and his deeds over the years, it was likely that his entire family would be ensnared in the aftermath. At this juncture, he found himself faced with two choices. The first was to surrender, confessing everything to the Alliance in hopes of leniency. The second was to tread a darker path, wagering that the scarred face would be eliminated on sight. Yet, the risks and consequences of these choices were starkly disproportionate. Any intelligent person would recognize the wiser option. And he was indeed an astute individual. After all, how else could he have remained undercover within the Alliance for 2.5 years without detection? Thus, having resolved his internal conflict, the young man made his choice clear. Once his decision was made, a palpable sense of relief washed over him. After all, resolving one's inner turmoil brings an unparalleled sense of ease. At that moment, a young investigator, seemingly familiar with him, noticed that his friend appeared a bit off-kilter. He set aside his work and approached the sweating youth, saying, "Zhang, are you feeling unwell today? If so, would you like me to help you take a leave of absence?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Zhang turned to see it was Xiao Yi. "I'm fine. No need for leave. It's really my own issue, alas." Xiao Yi, noticing that the usually respected Zhang seemed to be speaking with hidden meaning, cautiously inquired, "Zhang, have you encountered some trouble?" Zhang, acknowledging Xiao Ye's perceptiveness, replied, "Indeed, I have encountered some difficulties. I wonder if you might lend me a hand." Xiao Yi frowned. "But Zhang, you are still on duty. Perhaps I should assist you after the mission?" Zhang shook his head. There's no need to wait for the mission to conclude. "Xiao Yi, my troubles are directly related to the task at hand." He continued, "If you are unwilling to help, I shall have to resolve this myself. After all, this matter does not greatly concern you, alas." Hearing that the trouble his respected senior faced was tied to their current mission, the noticeably younger investigator hesitated for a moment before resolutely stating, "Senior, whatever you require, just say the word. Consider it my way of repaying your previous guidance." Zhang, unperturbed by this response, uttered words that left Xiao Yi astounded. "First, you must handcuff me." He extended a pair of handcuffs to Xiao Yi and, with his hands behind his back, assumed a posture of surrender. The young Xiao Yi was momentarily taken aback, but obediently complied, fastening the cuffs tightly around Zhang's wrists. He then regarded his usually esteemed senior with a grave expression, now sensing that something was amiss. Connecting this to Zhang's nocturnal activities the previous night, a dreadful realization dawned upon him. Despite his efforts to dismiss such thoughts, the combination of Zhang's current behavior and last night's actions compelled Xiao Yi into a silence fraught with dread. Yet, even at this moment, he was reluctant to believe that the amiable Zhang could be a traitor within the alliance. Zhang, please tell me the truth. It cannot be as I fear, can it? Xiao Yi was fervently hoping that Zhang would assure him that this was merely a jest. However, the greater the hope, the more profound the disappointment. The silent senior shattered the young man's expectations. Xiao Ye's heart was now engulfed in despair. The once kind mentor had revealed himself to be a traitor to the alliance. Chapter 31. 1,000 miles to deliver a head. Xiao Yi could scarcely conceive that the senior who would halt at the sight of weak or injured Pokémon during missions could embody such treachery. Was his usual demeanor merely a facade meant to lull them into complacency? Was it a ruse to facilitate a more effective infiltration, culminating in a deadly strike? Yet, if that were the case, why would he now voluntarily disclose these matters and request to be handcuffed? It was as if he were preparing to surrender. At this moment, Xiao Yi found himself utterly unable to decipher the now mute Zhang. He promptly contacted their team leader, senior investigator Wang Ping. The instant Xiao Yi initiated contact, Zhang exhibited a look of relief, for he understood that at this juncture, even the highest authority could not alter his fate. Simultaneously, Chen Nan and Wang Ping were engaged in a fervent tactical discussion. Wang Ping pointed to the map, stating, "We can proceed like this, then follow with this, and finally conclude with that. What do you think?" Chen Nan, feigning ignorance, replied, "Brother Wang, just arrange it as you see fit. I'm not well versed in these matters. Compared to you, I certainly fall short." Noting Chen Nan's lack of opposition to his strategy, Wang Ping felt a surge of pride, especially with the repeated address of brother causing his heart to swell. However, Wang Ping was acutely aware of his own position and refused to let it go to his head. Thus, he continued to speak while Chen Nan listened, nodding whenever confirmation was needed. This dynamic further bolstered Wang Ping's confidence. After all, which S-rank mission had not been marred by the disdain of gym-level trainers. A mission that had initially seemed foolproof could easily devolve into chaos with their interference, sometimes even teetering on failure. Chen Nan recognized his role clearly. Tonight, his sole responsibility was to confront the opposing high-level combatants while leaving everything else to Wang Ping and the others. Just then, Wang Ping's radio crackled to life. He cast an apologetic glance at Chen Nan before answering. "This is Wang Ping. What requires reporting?" Upon his response, a youthful voice emerged from the radio. "Captain Wang. It's Xiao Yi. Zhang is a traitor to the alliance, an infiltrator planted by the poaching group, and he has leaked tonight's operation." Wang Ping's expression shifted slightly. Then he turned to the calm Chen Nan, feeling reassured, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He mused, with this person around, what is there to fear? The real concern should be for the poaching group. Nonetheless, the matter of the alliance's traitor needed to be confirmed in person. Wang Ping was familiar with Zhang, being one of his seasoned subordinates, and could not accept such treachery without direct assurance. Following this, Wang Ping learned from Xiao Yi that Zhang had voluntarily surrendered, leaving him momentarily stunned. He had expected Xiao Yi to flee. However, if that is the case, the solution becomes quite straightforward. We merely need to have Xiao Yi bring Xiao Zhang here to clarify matters in person. It is no surprise that someone who has been an undercover agent for 2.5 years would still command the trust of his superiors, even when reported. They would not believe he had betrayed the alliance without personal verification. Once the call ended, Wang Ping turned to Chen Nan, who appeared nonchalant, and remarked, "I apologize for the inconvenience. This oversight is entirely mine. Fortunately, we caught it in time. Now, let us await their arrival." Chen Nan nodded in response, saying, "The worst outcome for this mission would merely be empty premises, and at least we would receive a minimal compensation for the task, though the rewards may be diminished. Our safety remains intact. Therefore, do not concern yourself with my thoughts. I am merely here to earn some extra income." Wang Ping was momentarily taken aback, reflecting, is this task merely a side gig for him? Yet he is correct. If the premises are indeed empty, at least our safety is assured, and I concur with that. Suddenly, Chen Nan recalled something and inquired, "Say, do you think the leader of the poaching group will come upon receiving this information? His profile suggests he is a formidable figure." Wang Ping, feeling a chill run down his spine, replied, "More likely than not, he will come." He then looked at Chen Nan and murmured, "Thank goodness you are here. Otherwise, we might have faced a repeat of that tragic incident from years ago. Chen Nan, unfazed, retorted, do not overthink it. With me present, they will not dare to cause any commotion. You can rest assured. The two then settled into a quiet anticipation for Xiao Yi. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yi arrived, accompanied by Zhang Ge, standing before Wang Ping and Chen Nan. Zhang Ge first cast a guilty glance at Wang Ping, then looked at Chen Nan with astonishment, questioning, is this the king-level trainer here to provide support? Wang Ping, not in the mood for games, snapped. Who else would it be? Are you suggesting it could be you? As Zhang Ge opened his mouth to respond, Wang Ping quickly interrupted, enough with the chatter. Recount the events in detail, and I shall commend you, mitigating your transgressions. The rest will be up to the judge's discretion. Understood? Observing Wang Ping's commanding demeanor, Zhang Ge proceeded to convey the situation with meticulous clarity, even detailing the layout of the underground base. As Chen Nan listened, the mention of the shiny Gyarados nearly made him leap in excitement. He asked, are you saying the shiny Gyarados is real? What color is it? Having had the fortune to witness the Gyarados' ferocious appearance, he answered decisively, it is red. Chen Nan clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, Wang Ping, that shiny Gyarados will be mine. I will discuss this with Yiling later. Zhang Ge, observing this young man seemingly familiar with the champion Yiling, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Wang Ping waved his hand dismissively, saying, what is the big deal? As long as capturing wild Pokémon is within legal bounds. You can proceed however you wish without needing my permission. Then Chen Nan added, given that this scar-faced individual intends to ambush us, shouldn't we negotiate a higher reward for this task? Hee, I will consult with Yiling about this. You two wait here. Zhang Ge, utterly astonished by Chen Nan's apparent nonchalance towards the scar-faced figure, thought to himself, what kind of confidence is this? Wang Ping, aware that Chen Nan possessed a king-level Garchomp, refrained from questioning his words, as he was uncertain how many king-level Pokémon Chen Nan had. At this moment, Chen Nan's mind was consumed with visions of the shiny Gyarados, the shiny Mega Gyarados, and the Gigantamax Gyarados. Cough, cough. While he had no leads on the Gigantamax form, he was certain it existed. Progress on the Mega Gyarados was halfway complete. The remainder depended on Yiling's connections. This endeavor could indeed be seen as a gift, where the stakes of loyalty were light. Chapter 32, Discussion. Concurrently, at the headquarters of the Huaxiao Alliance, in Champion Yiling's office, a slender man with a scruffy face, clad in a tattered white lab coat, stood awkwardly at Yiling's desk, occasionally glancing up to gauge the champion's scrutiny. Yiling regarded this man, who looked to be much older than his 36 years, and sighed. You have endured much over the years. At 36, you appear to be 48. Yuqing quickly replied. I was on the verge of giving up these past few days, but you provided me with hope. I am just curious how much funding you are willing to allocate for my research on detection devices. Yiling responded coolly, do not rush to thank me. This initiative was not my suggestion. Your gratitude belongs to someone else. Your research direction is merely one aspect of it. Then Yiling fixed his gaze intently on Yu Cheng, stating, the amount of research funding granted to you will depend on the results you can deliver. Do you understand? After all, the vast alliance is not solely governed by my decisions. Yu Cheng nodded vigorously. Of course, that is only reasonable. However, if you wish to assess my capabilities before allocating funding, please first take a look at this. He presented a device resembling a mobile phone, albeit without a screen. Just a long signal line. After handing it to Yiling, Yu Cheng elaborated, Champion, this long line is my pressure sensing reception device. At your level, you should understand that Pokémon emit varying levels of pressure upon reaching certain levels. Even the weakest Pokémon possess pressure, though it is challenging to detect. Yiling displayed a keen interest, prompting Yu Cheng to continue enthusiastically. With the limited funding I had, I traversed various places, gathering data on the pressure exerted by Pokémon of all levels, which I have stored here. The intensity of the pressure received through this line can be matched against all the collected data, allowing us to derive an approximate range. Yiling inquired, a commendable idea. But why can it only yield a range? Upon hearing this, Yu Cheng's expression soured, and he lamented. In the end, it boils down to two factors. First, the data collection is incomplete. With the meager funding and limited connections I had, I could only gather approximate data for champions and below. As for data above the champion level, aside from mythical creatures, I could not find anything else. He added, you understand. It's a perilous endeavor for someone as inexperienced as me to approach mythical creatures, right? Yiling interjected, do not concern yourself with data above the champion level. I will handle that. Now, please tell me the second factor. Yu Cheng, his face still etched with bitterness, paused in surprise at Yiling's words. What does the champion mean? He can find data above the champion level. Moreover, he can have them willingly undergo testing, though he harbored doubts. He reasoned that if the champion dared to assert it, he must have a means. A week ago, Yiling might not have been so confident, but now. He remembered Chen Nan, for that shiny Gardevoir was indeed terrifying. As Yu Cheng witnessed his champion drifting into a reverie, he cleared his throat and remarked, "The second factor is that Pokémon of the king level and above are capable of controlling the pressure they exert. Hence, my method can only ascertain a range of strength for those Pokémon, merely providing a rough estimate of their power. After all, Pokémon possess significant unpredictability. However, with adequate funding, I am confident I can overcome this challenge." Ultimately, the discussion circled back to the matter of finances. Yiling pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Are you aware of the implications of your invention?" Upon hearing this, Yu Cheng expressed confusion. A tool for testing Pokémon battle levels? Shouldn't it be applied in the wild and at various competitions? Observing Yu Cheng's limited perspective, Yiling elaborated, "This concept was proposed by a dear friend of mine, known as the Pokémon Pokédex. Upon hearing its name, you can surely fathom the terrifying potential it holds once widely adopted." Yu Cheng was momentarily taken aback, muttering to himself, "The Pokédex? A device capable of identifying Pokémon species, names, traits, information, breeding methods, and more, if it were to include my battle-level testing functionality." He hesitated to envision further, realizing that should this concept gain traction, his name would be immortalized in history. Furthermore, it could even manifest as a mobile application, destined to become a sensation. However, he surmised that the production rights would likely remain tightly controlled by the League. After contemplating the implications, Yu Cheng's gaze towards Yiling transformed, infused with a newfound intensity. Yiling, sensing this shift, responded with a hint of exasperation. "I trust you now comprehend the significance of this invention. I can assert that your research will be a valuable enhancement, though it is not irreplaceable. I hope you remain diligent, understood?" Yu Cheng eagerly nodded, "Absolutely. With sufficient funding, I could even determine the current moves a Pokémon has learned." Yiling's expression abruptly shifted to one of seriousness as he fixed his gaze upon the scruffy man in the white lab coat before him. "Do you realize the gravity of your statements? I could choose to disregard what you just said, but it would be wise for you to articulate your thoughts more clearly. Overestimating one's capabilities can lead to unfortunate consequences." In response to Yiling's warning, Yu Cheng promptly vowed, "With adequate funding and research data, developing this feature should not prove overly challenging. My vision entails compiling every skill each Pokémon can learn at every developmental stage, ensuring that the data is impeccable. Next, I would gather data on the physiological changes a Pokémon undergoes after learning a skill at a certain stage. With sufficient data support and funding, even genetically variant Pokémon, which are rare, can be recorded once, and future encounters would allow for instant measurement." At this moment, Yu Cheng's eyes gleamed with fervor, completely immersed in his ambitious vision. One must admit, Yu Cheng's series of ideas and corresponding methods left Yiling momentarily bewildered. However, the thought of the colossal data required sent a shiver down Yiling's spine. Despite the vast number of Pokémon, the task of data collection would yield exponential growth, imposing immense financial strain, causing Yiling to hesitate in making immediate commitments. Chapter 33. As long as the vision is grand, Yiling sat at his desk, forehead bowed, one hand propping up his chin while the other rhythmically tapped the surface, producing a steady sound. Yu Cheng stood to the side, awaiting Yiling's words. Too apprehensive to speak, the expansive office remained silent for a moment before Yiling broke the stillness. "Let us proceed as follows. I will allocate a research facility and 500 million alliance coins for your project. Focus first on fully developing the level testing functionality. As for the capability to determine ultimate moves," Yiling paused, "I will consult with the president regarding its feasibility and the associated implications." Upon hearing of the 500 million in funding, Yu Cheng's joy was palpable. After all, his previous prototype had only cost tens of millions. The way Yiling spoke suggested that this initial sum was just the beginning, with more to come contingent on progress. Yu Cheng exclaimed, "Rest assured, Champion Yiling. I will dedicate my utmost effort to produce the finest results for you." Yiling nodded. "In that case, I will not detain you further. You may stay at the League headquarters. My assistant will make arrangements. Given the substantial funds involved, it will take some time to mobilize." He continued, "During this time, seek out research assistance and necessary equipment. If funding becomes an issue, do not hesitate to inform me. I will not be stingy with legitimate research expenses. I am giving you a heads up. Do not entertain thoughts of personal gain. If you perform well, the rewards will undoubtedly follow." Yiling then painted a grand vision. "Should you achieve significant results through this research, Your name will be associated with the annual Pokémon Best Research Award. After all, I cannot conceive of any Pokémon-related product this year that could rival the Pokédex. With Yi Ling's continuous promises of potential accolades, Yu Cheng felt an overwhelming urge to pledge his loyalty to him. Although these were merely grand visions, they were tangible and attainable. Noticing Yu Cheng's enthusiasm, Yi Ling smirked. In the near future, I will have trainers with Pokémon of champion level and above, master level, to be precise, seek you out. You must treat them with utmost respect. Yi Ling then summoned his assistant to oversee the arrangements, while Yu Cheng hurriedly followed along, eager to demonstrate his efficiency in action. He intended to reach out to Chun Nan to discuss this matter. However, before he could make contact, Chun Nan's call came through, leaving Yi Ling momentarily stunned. Once he collected himself, he answered, Chun Nan. On the other end, Chun Nan was also prepared to share news with Yi Ling brother Yi. When both realized they had something to convey, they simultaneously urged, you go first. This led to an awkward silence, but Chun Nan graciously insisted. As he was under no immediate pressure, Yi Ling unabashedly continued, regarding the Pokédex, I have located someone with previous research achievements. However, he lacks the combat pressure data of master-level Pokémon. Thus, I wanted to inform you to visit the Imperial City research base and meet with a researcher named Yu Cheng. His data collection will be vital for the development of the Pokédex. After Yi Ling efficiently communicated all pertinent details, Chun Nan felt somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated such rapid progress, leading him to wonder if the Pokédex would be available sooner than expected. He promptly confirmed, no problem. It's not a difficult task. Just a formality. Yi Ling suddenly recalled the functionality that Yu Cheng had previously mentioned regarding measuring Pokémon skills, and thus inquired about Chun Nan's opinion. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Nan replied, what's the big deal? Just create some prototypes and distribute them to a large number of people to assist the Alliance in collecting data. It's that simple. Why waste so much money on data collection? Chun Nan's words exploded in Yi Ling's mind like fireworks. Indeed, as long as those who receive the prototypes scan Pokémon with the Pokédex when they encounter them and upload the data to the cloud database, there would be no need to spend money on such laborious and thankless tasks. However, the initial recipients of the prototypes must be trustworthy individuals. With this issue resolved, Yi Ling felt a surge of joy. No wonder you were the one to propose this. Your mind is exceptionally sharp, as if you've encountered this before. Chun Nan, hearing this, smirked and thought to himself, it's not just a matter of as if. This has already been depicted in the anime. Once Yi Ling's problem was resolved, it was time for Chun Nan to share his own experiences. He then recounted in detail everything that had transpired on his end. Upon hearing this, Yi Ling frowned and remarked, if a champion-level Pokémon makes an appearance, then the reward for this mission will escalate to that level, but only if the information is legitimate. Chun Nan, intrigued, pressed on, how much can the reward increase? Yi Ling presented an enticing figure, up to 10,000 Alliance points, provided that the Pokémon is captured alive. If capturing it proves impossible, killing it on the spot will still yield 8,000 points. Chun Nan was taken aback, asking in disbelief, is this individual really worth that much? Worth 100 million? Sighing at Chun Nan's confusion, Yi Ling explained, this person is on the Alliance's wanted list, notorious for countless crimes, with a bounty of 80 million. Therefore, as long as you can eliminate him, you'll receive a guaranteed 8,000 points. And the bounty does not stipulate that he must be captured alive. Delivering the corpse is acceptable for claiming the reward. With Yi Ling's clarification, Chun Nan's eyes sparkled with the prospect of wealth, envisioning a lavish life akin to that of Shinado. Unbeknownst to him, while he considered 100 million substantial, someone else was prepared to invest 5 times that amount, with further investments to follow. If only he knew, he might exclaim, for a task worth this much, I wouldn't dare to take on the risk if the pay is insufficient. I certainly don't wish to be rich without the means to enjoy it. After Yi Ling's assurances, the difficulty of Chun Nan's initial mission multiplied several times, and so did the potential rewards. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, confident in his abilities. Before long, the members of the camp noticed changes in the available missions. Some were worried, while others were elated. The worried ones lamented the risks and potential sacrifices that had transformed what was once a sure thing. Conversely, the ecstatic ones rejoiced at the prospect of rewards multiplying tenfold. There is no incentive quite like cold, hard cash. It has remained unchanged throughout history. The essence lies in the tangible, not the ephemeral promises. I refuse to engage with intangible offerings. I will not shoulder the burdens without the reality of true currency. However, when genuine wealth is presented before one, it becomes nearly impossible to resist. Chapter 34. The wind blows away after the call concluded. Wang Ping organized his team to execute the mission as planned. Leading a team of search officers, Wang Ping intended to infiltrate the location undetected. However, based on Brother Zhang's description, the entrance was merely a straightforward pathway. As for any hidden doors, he had no knowledge. Thus, they had to alter their original strategy and launch a direct assault. Knowing that the opposing leader would attempt to ambush them, they surmised that the enemy was already aware of their plans. Since both sides were cognizant of the situation, a frontal attack would not prompt the enemy to flee. At best, they might assist in organizing their own data. Under the cover of night, Chen Nan, Wang Ping, and the others navigated carefully around areas populated by wild Pokémon, stealthily making their way toward the poachers' underground base. Although both parties understood the stakes, they maintained a facade of normalcy, fearing any misstep might cause their carefully laid plans to unravel. Throughout their journey, Chen Nan and his companions encountered no obstacles, and the scouts sent by the poachers remained oblivious, engrossed in their own conversations. Had it not been for the earlier incident, Wang Ping likely wouldn't have sensed anything amiss. Everything seemed perfectly ordinary. However, extreme normalcy often conceals danger, and fortunately, this time, the threat was well within their control. Otherwise, they might have risked a repeat of a tragic incident from years past. Before long, Chen Nan and his group arrived at the entrance to the underground base. Observing the unremarkable stone before them, Wang Ping called upon two individuals to assist with the unlocking. After thorough examination by the specialists, they concluded that it was impossible to forcibly breach the entrance and could only be opened through the established method. Anticipating this outcome, Wang Ping retrieved the device handed to him by Brother Zhang before his capture and pressed a button, causing the passageway to slowly open. Upon witnessing this, Wang Ping's eyes lit up, and he whispered to Chen Nan, "I'll go in first. You follow closely behind to prevent any mishaps." Chen Nan nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Typically, the last member of a team is its strongest, ensuring that the group remains composed in the face of unexpected challenges. Thus, this role is of great significance. Wang Ping's actions demonstrated a profound trust in Chen Nan's capabilities. Subsequently, Wang Ping descended the staircase, gradually engulfed by darkness. After a brief pause, he called out from within the passage, "It's safe to come down. There are no dangers inside." Hearing this, the others began to descend one after another. Unbeknownst to them, every move was being closely monitored by the scar-faced leader within the underground base's surveillance room. The scar-faced man was puzzled as to why the alarm had not been triggered. With the Alliance's technological capabilities, it was indeed conceivable to bypass the entrance's security. But to do so in under 3 minutes seemed dubious. This thought prompted a sense of foreboding. Narrowing his eyes, he muttered, "Could it be that kid tipped off the Alliance? That little rascal. I always knew he was a traitor. What benefit could he possibly gain from this? Aside from facing imprisonment, even with potential leniency? Or perhaps there was an unforeseen circumstance that forced him to choose the best path." It is evident that the scar-faced leader was no amateur. Having evaded capture for so many years, he quickly connected the dots in this seemingly trivial incident. Resolving to escape through a hidden exit, he first needed to fulfill his primary objective for being there. After all, if it weren't for the rarity of that shiny Gardevoir, he wouldn't have risked his life to venture into this place. Meanwhile, the members of the poaching group remained blissfully unaware that their leader was about to flee. Engrossed in discussions about how many people to kill that night and which club to visit afterward, with his mind made up, the scar-faced leader swiftly approached the location where the Gardevoir was held captive. It was a pool surrounded by an electrified fence. However, upon his approach, the Gardevoir, which had been lying in wait, suddenly leaped from the water and lunged at the scar-faced man with a ferocious bite. However, before he could approach the scarred face, he was subjected to excruciating pain from the dense electric net, subsequently plunging into the pool and creating a massive splash. Nonetheless, the Gardevoir remained furiously fixated on the human who had imprisoned it, its inherently savage eyes glowing with a sinister red light. The moment of reckoning had arrived. At that juncture, Gardevoir had completely lost its rationality, recklessly battering against the electric net that ensnared it. Throughout this ordeal, it was oblivious to the sensation of pain. All it yearned for was to rend the human before it to shreds. Yet, Pokémon, after all, have physical limits, and with each relentless strike, even this brutal creature began to falter. The scarred face, in turn, grew increasingly exhilarated with each impact from Gardevoir. He realized he had stumbled upon a rare gem. This was merely an elite-level Gardevoir, yet it could withstand such intense electric shocks. This demonstrated the terrifying strength and potential of the creature. 110 Novice, 1120 Beginner, 2130 Intermediate, 3,140 advanced, 4,150 elite, 5,160 senior, 6,170 gym leader, 7,180 champion, 8,190 master, 91,100 grandmaster. However, time was of the essence, and there was no opportunity to relish Gyarados' display. The league, fully aware of his presence, had not retreated. Rather, they must have dispatched trainers stronger than him to capture it. Although the Scarred Face was a champion-level trainer, he possessed only one quasi-divine Pokémon, Tyranitar. This lack instilled a desperate desire in him to cultivate high-potential Pokémon to elevate his strength. It could be said that the Scarred Face was merely a younger sibling among champions, often on the receiving end of others' bullying. Yet, even as a younger sibling, he still commanded considerable power. The process of a Pokémon breaking from gym leader to champion level represents a qualitative transformation. To ascend to champion level, the most fundamental step is to control one's aura, preventing it from leaking, while simultaneously directing it forcefully towards the enemy. Generally speaking, once the champion level aura is unleashed, most Pokémon are unable to withstand it. They would either lose their will to fight or suffer a series of adverse effects. Thus, the Scarred Face chose to deactivate the high-voltage net imprisoning Gyarados, producing a red and white Pokeball in hand. He laughed loudly. I am aware that I may appear to be taking advantage of your predicament, but I simply do not have the luxury of time to play with you. He then cast a dismissive glance at Gyarados towering over him and added, Once I capture you and take you back, I shall train you thoroughly. Come forth, Tyranitar. Upon witnessing this, Gyarados let out a furious roar and charged towards the Tyranitar standing before the Scarred Face. The outcome, of course, was that it was captured. Chapter 35, Internal Strife. Meanwhile, Chun Nan continued his exploration, completely unaware that their primary target had already fled. As a search officer incapacitated a nearby guard, the corridor they occupied was suddenly illuminated by blaring alarms and flashing red lights. Wang Ping's dark, resolute face was startled by the unexpected crimson glow. He quickly turned to see a guard who had awakened and discovered their intrusion, activating the alarm button. Realizing their exposure, Wang Ping decisively commanded, We've been compromised. Increase the pace, brothers. Release your Pokémon and break down the door. With Wang Ping's order, the relatively narrow corridor was swiftly filled with numerous Pokémon. Chun Nan observed for a moment. Only a small portion of the Pokémon were Houndoom, while the majority were Mytana, Granbull, and other canine Pokémon. Wang Ping released a senior-level Venusaur, positioning it at the forefront of the group as a shield. The Pokémon behind Venusaur unleashed their most powerful moves, shattering one barrier after another. Within the underground base, the members had been alerted by their leader about the impending capture by the League, and each had prepared themselves, armed and ready, stationed behind the last door. As the alarm blared, their spirits heightened, awaiting the confrontation. At that moment, the leader of the underground base felt an ominous premonition as the sounds of explosions grew nearer. He could not locate the Scarred Face. Yet, he dared not voice his concerns, fearing it would demoralize his men and lead to utter chaos. Instead, he contemplated finding an opportunity to escape through a backup passage. But everyone around him was closely watching, wary of his potential flight, especially since he was the one who had relayed the news of the Scarred Face's arrival. The thought of the Scarred Face failing to appear filled him with dread. He could scarcely imagine the fate that awaited him at their hands, undoubtedly a brutal end. Rather than face that, it would be better to welcome the League's dignitaries, thereby preserving his own life. However, just as he entertained this notion, a subordinate approached him. His tone exceedingly hostile, demanding, Where's the Scarred Face? The League is about to breach our defenses. Tell me where he is. Growing impatient, he continued, Otherwise, I will kill you myself. Raising his weapon, he aimed it at the leader designated by the Scarred Face. At the utterance of the subordinate's words, others involved in the operation became restless, surrounding him with a cacophony of accusations, some even resorting to outright curses. The leader's silence struck them like a heavy blow. All present were astute individuals, and they quickly deduced the truth. The reason the Scarred Face had fled was that their cover had been blown, and the League had dispatched trainers stronger than him to apprehend them. The Scarred Face had received this information and had escaped in secrecy. With the entire sequence of events now clear, the previously irate subordinate did not hesitate to shoot the underground base leader. The others, indifferent to the unfolding chaos, realized that while the Scarred Face was present, they had begrudged him a modicum of respect, calling him leader. Now that he had betrayed them, it was time for him to perish. At this point, the group had descended into disarray, uncertain of how to proceed. Some with unblemished records contemplated surrendering for leniency, while those with serious offenses considered fighting to the bitter end in hopes of carving out a path to survival. After all, they had no desire to languish in the darkness of a prison, facing a life sentence. That fate would be more unbearable than death. Particularly for the subordinate who had shot the base leader, oblivious to the multitude of evils he had committed, awaiting him was either execution or life imprisonment. Just as the bickering intensified, a gunshot rang out, and the assertive subordinate who had advocated for a bloody escape fell to the ground. The shooter was a seemingly inconspicuous researcher from the base, his face pale as he gazed at the fallen subordinate, then turned to address the wary crowd. "May I have your attention for a brief moment? I promise it won't take much of your time." Curious, the crowd turned their gaze to the visibly trembling man, eager to hear what he had to say. Seeing their reaction, the shooter felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had indeed gambled correctly. Taking a deep breath, the man addressed the crowd. "If I am not mistaken, none of you here have committed any murders, correct? The only fatality involved is the one I just shot." Along with his subordinates. Upon hearing these words, the crowd felt a sudden chill, as if they had grasped an important clue, and their gazes fixated intently on the speaker. Noticing the reaction of the crowd, the researcher felt a surge of confidence and proclaimed, "Thus, if everyone voluntarily confesses and assists the Alliance in apprehending those culpable individuals, you shall not face life imprisonment or the death penalty." Observing that some were already swayed, the man seized the moment and continued, "What are you all waiting for? The Alliance is about to launch their assault. If we do not act now, the opportunity for redemption will vanish. Consider this. Even a formidable trainer like Scarface has fled. What are we still guarding for? Furthermore, to my knowledge, Scarface has not escaped far. If we inform the Alliance of his whereabouts and assist in his capture, it will earn us merit." The assembly was not composed of fools, and they promptly resolved to heed the researcher's words. Consequently, when Chun Nan and Wang Ping burst through the door, the scene that greeted them left them utterly astonished. They beheld armed personnel bound tightly, while the others, who were not restrained, surrendered by clasping their heads and brandishing white flags. Chun Nan and Wang Ping exchanged bewildered glances, both wearing expressions of utter confusion. Who am I? Where am I? Has this world gone mad? However, given that the opposition had effectively tied themselves up, the investigators spent little effort disarming the armed personnel and confiscating their Pokémon. The group of surrendering individuals soon approached Chun Nan and Wang Ping, accompanied by one of the investigators. Wang Ping, with a hint of mockery, inquired, "What are you all doing? Realizing your defeat and seeking redemption, I presume? Fear not. I shall report your contributions to the Alliance." Wang Ping was in high spirits, relishing the easy victory that had presented itself. Yet, Chun Nan frowned and asked, "Where is your leader, Scarface?" At this moment, Chun Nan was in a foul mood. If Scarface eluded capture, then his specific request to Yi Ling would be rendered moot. The thought of losing the nearly secured prize was deeply unsettling. The surrendering individuals immediately became agitated at the mention of Scarface, eager to voice their grievances and recount the details of his escape. Their expressions reflected a fervent desire to see him brought to justice, as they blamed him entirely for their current predicament. Had Scarface not been so overconfident as to allow them to flee, none of this would have transpired. Chapter 36. Overwhelming Pressure. Chun Nan's eyes brightened upon hearing their words, and he promptly pointed to an individual to lead him to the escape route to capture Scarface. Although the prize seemed to have slipped away, it was not entirely out of reach. To Chun Nan, Scarface represented a fortune, and he would not let this lucrative opportunity pass by easily. Moreover, according to their accounts, Scarface could not have fled far, as he surely would not have anticipated his subordinate's cowardice in surrendering. The individual indicated by Chun Nan stared blankly at him, cautiously asking, "Are you referring to me?" Chun Nan, slightly irritated, replied, "What? Not willing? Very well. Relinquish the credit for capturing this bounty worth 80 million to someone else. If you want to go, there are plenty who will. Is there anyone willing to take his place?" The crowd, upon hearing this, lit up with greed, clamoring, Me. Choose me." The initially pointed individual was left dumbfounded, quickly pleading with Chun Nan, "My lord, forgive me. I simply cannot believe such a great fortune has fallen upon me. I am willing to go." Chun Nan nodded in approval, then lead the way quickly. "If Scarface escapes, it will be a grave loss." The individual hurriedly scrambled to lead the way. Meanwhile, just outside the underground base, Scarface glowered into the dark passage behind him. "The Alliance, huh? Just wait. I shall repay the humiliation of today with interest." He added bitterly, "And that traitor, do not think that by siding with the Alliance you are safe. One day, I shall eliminate you and your entire family." Having vented his frustrations, Scarface intended to leave this treacherous place, fearing capture by the Alliance and the ensuing consequences. At that moment, The helicopter sent to extract him hovered above, slowly descending. Just as the helicopter was about to touch down, a voice echoed from the dark passage, "Garchomp, unleash dragon rage and destroy that helicopter." Accompanying that command was a roar, and a surge of blue dragon energy obliterated the helicopter. Scarface was caught in the explosive aftermath, rolling several times before coming to a halt, gasping for breath, his gaze fixed on Chun Nan, who sat atop Garchomp, and the trembling guide clinging to Garchomp's foot. The guide, realizing he had been found, disregarded the height, leaping down and rolling to absorb the impact before fleeing into the passage. After all, this was a battle of champions. A single shockwave could render him incapacitated. Thus, even from several meters high, he leapt without hesitation to avoid being caught in the fray. Scarface, now understanding who had jumped down so willingly, cursed inwardly, "Damn it. This bunch of cowards actually surrendered. How pathetic." With the helicopter now wrecked and facing a Pokémon reputed to be a jet fighter, Scarface found himself devoid of any escape plan. The only option left was to gamble everything. Though the odds of victory were slim, if he did not take the risk, he would face dire consequences. Thus, Scarface summoned his ace Pokémon, Tyranitar. As Tyranitar emerged, its Sandstream ability activated, stirring up a sandstorm around it. Chun Nin leapt down from Garchomp, his eyes gleaming with determination as he sized up his opponent. Thanks to Garchomp's Sandveil ability, it was unaffected by the storm. What followed was a clash between two titans of Pokémon, yet Garchomp exuded a more formidable presence. However, Tyranitar, known as the Desert Tyrant, was undaunted despite being at a disadvantage. It remained to be seen whether it would maintain its bravado when faced with the onslaught. Seeing his ace Pokémon being suppressed right from the start, Scarface's heart sank. Nevertheless, for the sake of his future, he steeled himself and commanded, "Tyranitar, use Stone Edge to bring him down." Sharp rocks circled around the Desert Tyrant and then shot towards Garchomp. Chun Nan, witnessing this, smirked disdainfully. "Garchomp, deflect it with Dragon Pulse." Upon hearing the words, the fierce biting land shark summoned its energy, condensing it within its mouth, and unleashed a torrent of sharp stones towards the approaching foe. The ensuing clash of their formidable moves erupted in a thunderous cacophony, enveloping the ground-bound Bangilas in a thick veil of smoke. In the eyes of the scar-faced man, the fierce biting land shark had vanished completely. However, the slight curl of Chun Nan's lips indicated that the situation was dire. At this moment, Chun Nan yearned for the fierce biting land shark to deliver an earth-shattering quake. Yet he hesitated, considering the precarious safety of the scar-faced man. After all, a living scar-faced man was worth an additional 20 million. If he were aware that Chun Nan was still pondering over his bounty, he might very well be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Unable to defeat him was one thing, but to be subjected to such humiliation, as if he were merely a pawn to be claimed at will, was an indignity he could hardly bear. With a commanding shout, Chun Nan urged, "Fierce biting land shark, charge forth and unleash your tile-breaking strike." The tile-breaking move, a martial arts technique, bore a distinct advantage against rock-type Pokémon, and the outcome was all but predictable. Even though Bangilas attempted a last-minute defense, it was still struck with immense pain, staggering backward as the smoke dissipated. The once proud, rock-solid body of Bangilas bore several deep gashes, a testament to the ferocity of the fierce, biting land shark's attack. The scar-faced man's expression darkened considerably. Not only was he at a disadvantage in attributes, but he was also outmatched in level. Cursed be it, how could one play under such circumstances? Were it not for the fact that he had no way out, he would have seriously considered surrendering. This battle was utterly futile. Given the current state of affairs, it was clear that a single move would determine the victor, a fact both combatants were acutely aware of. Yet, the thought of executing such a move, followed by countless repercussions, left the scar-faced man feeling reluctant. However, a sudden idea struck him, and with a forced smile, he turned to Chun Nan and inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed young trainer of the champion level, if you would be interested in striking a deal with me?" At this juncture, Chun Nan's playful spirit was ignited, and he was in no particular rush. Despite the impending Baby Cup tournament, he mused that the Baby Cup matches were hardly a matter of life and death. Thus, he became increasingly curious about the lengths to which the scar-faced man would go to appease him. Chapter 37, Task Completed. Seeing an opportunity for negotiation, the scar-faced man's grotesque visage contorted into a rather unsightly grin, yet to Chun Nan, it appeared exceedingly sinister. He averted his gaze, displaying a look of disdain. Noticing this reaction, the scar-faced man felt his forehead tense with veins protruding, his fists clenching tightly. Nevertheless, reflecting on his current predicament, he forcibly suppressed his rising anger and maintained a facade of politeness, asking, May I inquire as to your esteemed name and position within the league? Chen Nan, taken aback that the scar-faced man dared to probe for information, swiftly adopted a stern demeanor and retorted, enough with the pleasantries. Speak your mind, or be gone. If you continue with these insipid remarks, there will be no need for further discussion. Witnessing Chen Nan's barely restrained fury, the scar-faced man felt his temper flare. Yet he remained courteous, stating, since you prefer brevity, I shall directly reveal my proposition. The mere thought of relinquishing the recently captured shiny Gyarados pained him. Yet for the sake of his own life, he resolved to part with it. After all, one only has one life, and Pokémon could always be captured anew. Stealing his resolve, the scar-faced man continued, I possess an elite-level shiny Gyarados. Might you have any interest? After uttering these words, he fixed an intense gaze upon Chen Nan. For aside from his champion-level Bangelas, this shiny Gyarados was his rarest possession. If this did not sway Chen Nan, he was prepared to risk everything and bid farewell to the world. As Chen Nan's reaction unfolded, the scar-faced man released a breath of relief. The previously indifferent Chen Nan's eyes lit up upon hearing the mention of the shiny Gyarados. After all, acquiring this Pokémon was one of his secondary objectives. He feared not the low stakes of the deal, but rather the prospect of Chen Nan's indifference to his offer. The scar-faced man, now reassured, smiled broadly at Chen Nan, exclaiming, it seems you are indeed quite interested in my shiny Gyarados, which brings me great joy. Hearing the flattery, Chen Nan scoffed. My secondary goal in coming to your underground base was indeed the shiny Gyarados. Had you fled without it, I might have been disinclined to pursue you. However, with the Gyarados in tow, I cannot simply let it go. The scar-faced man paused, taken aback, and then forced a wry smile, saying, if you desire it, simply contact me directly. I would gladly hand it over. No need for you to personally come here. He then added with a smile, might we proceed with our transaction? I offer you this shiny Gyarados in exchange for my freedom. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Chen Nan's smile broadened. First, toss me the Pokeball containing the Gyarados. I'll inspect it, and once confirmed, I shall consider sparing you. Does that suit you? The scar-faced man's smile faltered. Yet he stifled his frustration, questioning, what do you mean by that? If I hand over the item and you refuse to let me go, what then? Despite suppressing his anger, Chen Nan detected a hint of indignation in the scar-faced man's tone and chuckled, Scar-faced man, you currently lack the standing to negotiate terms with me. Are you sure you wish to maintain this tone? The latter, still somewhat defiant, retorted, why should I trust that you are not deceiving me? To which Chen Nan replied, mocking, you are the one seeking my assistance. If you approach me with such an attitude, there is nothing left to discuss. Let us conclude this battle with another move. With that, he gestured for the fierce biting land shark to prepare its attack, and the Pokémon complied with a resounding roar, intensifying the pressure upon the scar-faced man. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he sighed in resignation and tossed the Pokeball containing the Gyarados to Chen Nan. Chen Nan caught it deftly and, filled with anticipation, examined the contents to confirm it was indeed the shiny Gyarados. A wave of excitement washed over him. This was the coveted Pokémon he had long desired. Now within his grasp, and with the prospect of obtaining the Gyarados Mega Evolution Stone, the thought of the majestic Mega Gyarados thrilled him beyond words. Meanwhile, the scar-faced man's patience wore thin, anxious about the potential arrival of League investigators. He pressed urgently, is everything in order? Can I leave now? If we dawdle any longer, the League will be upon us. Chen Nan, donning a sardonic smile, looked at the visibly anxious scar-faced man and inquired, have you ever heard the saying? The scar-faced man, instinctively curious, asked, what saying? Chen Nan initially intended to express that a meat bun thrown to a dog would never return, but then realized that uttering such a phrase would inadvertently cast himself in the role of the dog. No, that simply wouldn't do. He needed to rephrase. However, Chen Nan was profoundly lacking in knowledge on this matter, and he could not conjure an alternative expression in such a short span of time. Thus, he decided to abandon all pretenses and laid his cards on the table. I shall not feign any longer. I am declaring my intentions. I want your goods. And I also desire your bounty. You may attempt to resist, but do keep in mind that my Garchomp is already poised for action. Upon hearing this, the scar-faced man felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Despite his years of experience in the underworld, he had never encountered such unabashed shamelessness. It wasn't that he hadn't faced treachery before, but the audacity of openly engaging in betrayal while being utterly powerless against it was a pinnacle of disgrace. At that moment, the scar-faced man's eyes reddened. After enduring so much humiliation, he was on the verge of escaping, only to find himself confronted by an adversary of such audacity. Overcome with rage, he succumbed to a fit, coughed up blood, and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Meanwhile, the Tyranitar that stood before the scar-faced man merely cast a cold glance at its trainer before disregarding him entirely. It then turned its attention to Chun Nan's Garchomp and settled down nearby, seemingly uninterested in the conflict. Chun Nan, noticing the situation, exchanged a look with Garchomp before approaching the fallen scar-faced man. Confirming that he still drew breath, he let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "Thank goodness he is still alive. Otherwise, I would be at a 2 million loss." Garchomp, in turn, approached Tyranitar and struck up a conversation. Though Chun Nan could not comprehend their words, it was evident that the two were engaged in an enthusiastic exchange, for strong beings often recognize kindred spirits. Following this, Chun Nan retrieved his walkie-talkie to summon Wang Ping to come and bind the man. He also snapped a couple of photographs of the scar-faced man and the lounging Tyranitar, sending them to Yi Ling, thus concluding the mission. Chapter 38. A new ally joins the ranks at that moment. Yi Ling, who was busy attending to paperwork in his office, caught sight of the incapacitated scar-faced man and the languid Tyranitar, and he couldn't help but twitch his lips in amusement. Yi Ling began to question whether Chun Nan possessed some extraordinary talent. First, there was the enemy's infighting and surrender, followed by their leader nearly bleeding to death. And judging by the state of Tyranitar, the confrontation had scarcely lasted a few exchanges. In stark contrast, he recalled his own missions, which were fraught with terror and violent resistance, providing him with no peace of mind whatsoever. Nonetheless, since they had captured a living target, Yi Ling proceeded to distribute the promised rewards. However, due to the substantial amount, they could not be processed immediately. Chun Nan had initially intended for Yi Ling to convert the bounty into alliance points, but the subsequent message from Yi Ling left him wide-eyed. "Yi Ling, what are you thinking? Do you wish to exchange alliance currency for alliance points? Are you not aware that alliance points have a value, yet no market?" In response, Chun Nan could only send a string of ellipses to convey his current feelings. Upon receiving his reply, Yi Ling sighed and typed, "It seems you truly do not know. I presume you have purchased items from the Alliance Point store before, yes? Let me clarify. Goods within the Alliance are unobtainable in the outside world, plain and simple. The items available outside are generally inferior to those sold in the Alliance store. Do not be deceived by the notion that one Alliance Point can be exchanged for 10,000 Alliance currency. This is merely the official rate. In the black market, the price can soar to 15 times that. Sometimes, it may even reach double." At that moment, Chun Nan stood frozen, dumbfounded as he absorbed the barrage of information from Yi Ling. "So, do you think so many elite trainers are so eager to join the Alliance? The Alliance controls the vast majority of the secret realms across the nation, monopolizing the resources produced within. Hence, how do you think there are so many premium firestones for sale? The premium firestones within the Alliance are already considered affordable. If they were auctioned off in the outside world, they would fetch at least 800,000. By this point, Chun Nan was utterly bewildered by the revelations Yi Ling had shared, feeling immensely grateful for his status as an external member of the Alliance who enjoyed numerous privileges. Subsequently, Chun Nan inquired, "What about the rewards for this mission?" Yi Ling replied, "Due to 0 casualties in this mission, the successful capture of most criminals, and the rescue of a majority of the Pokémon, you will receive the highest tier of rewards, as previously agreed. This includes 10,000 Alliance points and the scar-faced man's bounty of 80 million. The Alliance points will soon be credited to your account, and the bounty will be transferred to your associated UID account. Is there anything else you wish to know?" Content with Yi Ling's thorough arrangements. Chun Nan expressed his gratitude and logged off. Just then, Wang Ping led a group of investigators through the dark passageway. Upon spotting the fallen scar-faced man beside Chun Nan, he waved his arms and shouted, "Get over here, bind that scar-faced man." After issuing his orders, Wang Ping approached Chun Nan, complimenting him, "Congratulations. You have captured a notorious criminal with a bounty from the Alliance." Then, glancing towards Tyranitar, he quietly inquired, "But why is the Tyranitar still so lively? It shouldn't be. How could the scar-faced man fall before his Pokémon?" Chun Nan shot Wang Ping a sidelong glance and replied, "Would you believe me if I said the scar-faced man was so enraged that he coughed up blood and collapsed?" "Wang Ping, huh?" After uttering this, Chun Nan paid no further attention to the flabbergasted Wang Ping and strode directly towards Tyranitar. Oh, and he conveniently took Tyranitar's Pokeball as well. Tyranitar regarded Chun Nan with no hint of fear as he approached. The two locked eyes, and Chun Nan spoke, "Have you considered what your plans are for the future?" Upon hearing this, Tyranitar's expression shifted to one of confusion, for he understood that his previous trainer would likely soon be gone from this world. Where would he go from here? Where could he find a place to belong? Observing Tyranitar's plight, Chun Nan smirked, preparing to charm him. Although Tyranitar had a large appetite, Chun-Nan was not particularly concerned about the cost of feeding him. After all, could anyone eat more than a Snorlax? Thus, Chun-Nan proposed, "Since you have no place to go, why not join me? I can see the confusion and numbness in your eyes. I assure you, I will treat you just as I would any other Pokémon. We will share both fortune and adversity. What say you?" Seeing Tyranitar remain unmoved, Chun-Nan signaled to Garchomp, who understood the cue and joined in the persuasion, providing support to Chun-Nan's efforts. Ultimately, Tyranitar was swayed by Chun-Nan's words and agreed to accompany him for the time being, leaving the future to be determined later. Inwardly elated, Chun-Nan thought, "The future? Perhaps there will be no future. Once you enter my Pokeball, you will be my Pokémon, and escape will be a mere fantasy." Undoubtedly, Chun-Nan's haul that night was exceptionally bountiful. Not only had he acquired a shiny Gyarados, but he had also successfully persuaded a powerful Tyranitar to join him, leaving him utterly delighted. Due to the extraordinary smoothness of the recent operation, Chun-Nan decided to leave the capture scene early. After all, he had acquired everything he sought, and remaining there held no further interest. Thus, he mounted his Garchomp and departed. However, before returning home, he needed to make a stop at the Pokémon Center to restore the condition of his Tyranitar and Gyarados. Tyranitar's injuries were relatively minor, but Gyarados bore severe wounds, its body riddled with electric shock marks, leaving it in a particularly tragic state. Despite this, it remained conscious, not succumbing to unconsciousness. This demonstrated the resilience of the Gyarados. Yet such a condition was untenable. If it were to suddenly go berserk during treatment, the consequences could be dire. With the well-being of the Pokémon Center in mind, Chun-Nan resolved to release Gyarados first to assess the situation. Finding a suitable space, Chun-Nan set Gyarados free. Although severely injured, Gyarados raised its head defiantly, attempting to intimidate Chun-Nan with its fearsome visage. However, Chun-Nan was well prepared mentally and did not falter under the intimidation. Observing that this human remained composed in the face of its menace, Gyarados begrudgingly acknowledged him. Though prone to anger, it was not foolish. It could discern friend from foe. Even confined within the Pokeball, it was still aware of external happenings. Since the moment Chun-Nan had caused its captor to collapse in a fit of rage, Gyarados' fury had gradually subsided, and it recognized the gravity of its own injuries, which would prevent it from retaliating. Although it could not overpower the menacing Garchomp, it was determined not to be captured without a fight. Chapter 39, Double Revenge. Seeing Gyarados' intimidation falter, Chun-Nan breathed a sigh of relief. He certainly did not wish for Gyarados to endure further punishment. Garchomp's strikes were harsh, and should anything happen to Gyarados, it would not only suffer more, but Chun-Nan would also feel regret. Thus, he gazed intently at the Gyarados, which was barely holding on, and said, "I will take you for treatment shortly. Please do not cause a ruckus. Allow yourself to heal properly, so that I may capture you according to the proper procedure, understood?" Gyarados nodded feebly, letting out a weak roar that indicated its desire to be returned to the Pokeball. Though the confines were small, they offered some comfort. Chun-Nan complied, returning Gyarados to its sphere, then mounted Garchomp to soar towards the outskirts of the city, hailing a ride to the Pokémon Center. Determined to have all his Pokémon examined during this visit, Chun-Nan was acutely aware that, aside from Shinado, the other Pokémon had sustained various hidden injuries before their capture. If these ailments were not addressed promptly, they could impede future growth, a costly oversight indeed. However, as Chun-Nan discussed this with Shinado, he encountered her staunch opposition. Her resolute demeanor left him feeling quite helpless. Shinado, much like Chun-Nan, harbored a dislike for hospitals, especially for needles. While intravenous drips were tolerable, the thought of an injection in the rear was utterly unbearable. Even after many years, the mere recollection of such an event evoked a phantom pain at the injection site. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, it was nearly 1 in the morning. Yet, even at this hour, the facility was brightly lit, with 1 or 2 anxious individuals rushing in with their injured Pokémon. Witnessing this scene, Chun-Nan could not help but exclaim, "Don't they realize the healing capabilities of the Pokeballs? If they are worried about their Pokémon's injuries, they should simply place them inside the Pokeball to prevent further deterioration." Observing the frantic expressions of those rushing in, he found it amusing that they believed themselves to be super trainers, sprinting with heavy Pokémon in their arms. Despite his outward disdain, Chun-Nan's legs moved swiftly, matching and even surpassing the pace of those burdened with their Pokémon. Though his physical condition was far from exceptional, it was still superior to those encumbered by weight. Consequently, he reached the front desk ahead of the others, presenting Gyarados' Pokeball to the attending physician. "Excuse me, my Gyarados is quite injured. I would appreciate your assistance." As it was the dead of night, only one doctor was on duty, For who in their right mind would bring a Pokémon to the hospital at such an hour? Battles were typically fought during the early night or daytime. The doctor, Tang Yi, with dark circles under her eyes, lamented to her partner, a Chansey. These people are truly insufferable. Look at how quickly I became the attending physician. Now I'm stuck working night shifts. When will this ever end? Chansey, though unable to express anger, feigned indignation and solidarity with her partner. Tang Yi found amusement in her newly assigned Chansey, momentarily forgetting her grievances about workplace inequities. After all, this was a path she had chosen, and she would see it through, even if it meant enduring hardship. Furthermore, with Chansey by her side, she did not feel alone. In the Huaxiao Alliance, Pokémon like Chansey and Blissey, known for their natural healing abilities, were tightly controlled by the organization. Typically, individuals aspiring to possess such Pokémon had to become doctors, after which the Alliance would allocate them. However, this privilege was not granted freely. One had to work alongside their assigned Chansey or Blissey for a minimum of 5 years to fully receive the Pokémon from the Alliance. Alternatively, those with sufficient connections could receive one directly, but this privilege was generally reserved for prestigious medical families. Other families, even with such connections, would not request a fully capable healing Pokémon. Instead, they would sooner ask the Alliance for a mythical offspring, as such resources were strategically invaluable. Originally, Tang Yi had anticipated a night of idleness, akin to the previous nights, but suddenly, a group led by Chun Nan burst through the entrance. Although Chun Nan was at the forefront, those behind him carried or supported injured or lethargic Pokémon. Following the principle of proximity, Tang Yi prepared to take the Pokeball from Chun Nan. However, upon hearing him mention his Gyarados, a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. This young man looks rather youthful. How did he come to possess a Gyarados, and one that is severely injured at that? How serious could such an injury be? Given that Chun Nan appeared to be a high school student, indeed, he was. Most third-year students typically utilized low-level moves like electric shocks or water sprays, which hardly inflicted significant damage. Yet, as Tang Yi peered through the Pokeball at the battered shiny Gyarados, her expression shifted from indifference to outrage. The other trainers who had intended to approach her with their Pokémon hesitated, taken aback by her furious demeanor, and stepped back in astonishment, casting bewildered glances at Chun Nan, who stood with his back to them. What could this person have possibly done to their Pokémon that provoked the previously gentle doctor to glare with such fury? Tang Yi, with a cold smile, regarded Chun Nan and inquired, "You claim this is your Pokémon?" Chun Nan, bewildered, nodded in affirmation. "Yes, is there a problem?" Tang Yi's ire intensified as she observed his feigned innocence, pressing, "How old are you to already possess an elite-level Gyarados?" Taken aback, Chun Nan furrowed his brows and retorted, "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that being young precludes one from capturing powerful Pokémon?" Stunned by his response, Tang Yi paused momentarily. Chun Nan continued, "As far as I know, the League has not set any age restrictions on the strength of Pokémon one can capture. Or is it that you, Doctor, harbor some grievance against me? I cannot recall offending any physician. If I've unintentionally crossed you, I apologize, but if you are merely seeking trouble." At this juncture, Chun Nan's formerly clear gaze turned piercing as he fixed his stare on Tang Yi, asserting, "Then do not blame me for being impolite." Chun Nan held steadfast to a principle. "If one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate, but if one does, I shall repay them doubly." In this moment, he was emboldened by that conviction. Chapter 40, A Misunderstanding? Tang Yi was momentarily startled by the intensity of Chun Nan's gaze, but quickly regained her composure, stating, "Should I interpret your recent behavior as a threat in light of your discovery?" It seemed that Tang Yi had found a lever against Chun Nan, as her hand discreetly hovered over the alarm button beneath the counter, ready to summon the police should he make any move that could be interpreted as hostile. In her mind, this would lead to her receiving accolades from the hospital, propelling her career forward with great delight. Meanwhile, the Chansey remained blissfully unaware of any malice from Chun Nan, struggling to comprehend why her companion was so agitated. Perhaps she was simply too inexperienced? Nevertheless, recognizing the discord between the two, Chansey proceeded with the treatment of Gyarados, prioritizing the healing of the injured Pokémon above all else. Once Chansey took Gyarados' Pokeball to commence treatment, Chun Nan exhaled in relief. He could not bear the thought of his Gyarados' care being delayed due to their current squabble. Next, he was determined to resolve the perplexing situation at hand, for he could not fathom any transgression he had committed against another. After all, how long had he been in this world? A mere week, at most. As Chansey departed, Chun Nan initiated the dialogue. "Could you clarify why you harbor such animosity towards me?" He then added in a teasing tone, "Of course, if your explanation fails to satisfy me." I envision your future could become quite troublesome, Doctor. Tang Yi perceived Chun Nan's demeanor as nothing more than a desperate struggle, as she had already secretly activated a recording device and signaled Chansey to alert the authorities. Soon, officers would arrive to apprehend this young man accused of capturing and abusing Pokémon, destined for a lengthy imprisonment. In the League of Huaxia, capturing Pokémon was a grave offense, and abuse was treated with utmost severity. Thus, Tang Yi chose silence, refraining from revealing any weaknesses while awaiting the police's arrival. Chun Nan, feeling incensed by her disregard, found it challenging to contain his anger. Nevertheless, as she had not verbally insulted him, he managed to hold his tongue. After all, he had entrusted his Gyarados to their care and simply wished to wait for its treatment to conclude so he could depart this perplexing place. At that moment, others who had brought Pokémon for treatment began to sense the unusual tension, becoming mere spectators, seated at a distance, anticipating what would transpire next. Chun Nan, too, grew curious about the actions of this female doctor, confident in his innocence and ready to confront any challenges that arose. Time ebbed away in their silent standoff. One side confidently assured, the other expressionless yet slightly amused. Eventually, the hospital's lobby was filled with the sound of urgent sirens, followed by a swarm of police officers and canine Pokémon gathering at the entrance. A squad of uniformed officers burst through the door, and the leader, spotting Chun Nan leaning against the front desk, called out, "Hands on your head, crouch down. You are under arrest." Surprised, Chun Nan blinked and cheekily questioned, "Huh? You're arresting me?" He had suspected that the female doctor had ulterior motives, but it appeared she had now outmaneuvered herself. The leading officer, observing Chun Nan's bewildered expression, contemplated, could we have apprehended the wrong person? If he were guilty, he would not be so composed. After glancing down at the picture of the suspect provided by the complainant, the officer's confusion deepened. He was an enforcement officer, tasked with apprehending this individual. Why was he so calm? Nonetheless, relying on the complainant's testimony and evidence, including the threatening tone from the recording, the officer bravely approached Chun Nan with gleaming handcuffs, stating, "I'm unsure why you appear so unfazed, but it matters not. I hereby formally inform you of your arrest." Chun Nan turned to avoid the officer's advance, retorting, "Are your officers permitted to arrest someone without evidence?" The tension escalated as the officers tightened their grips on their weapons, the leader declaring, "We certainly have gathered sufficient evidence prior to our arrival. Do you think we are idle?" Though the leading officer sensed something amiss, he was committed to following through with the complaint, assuring Chun Nan, "Rest assured, the police do not wrongfully accuse the innocent. Now, come with me to the station." Chun Nan interjected, "Wait a moment. If you intend to arrest me, I deserve to know the charges against me." The officer hesitated, then replied, "We received a report claiming you are suspected of illegally capturing rare Pokémon and abusing them. There are also implications that you might be part of a poaching ring." Chun Nan turned his gaze toward Tang Yi, who stood behind the officers, exuding arrogance, and queried, "What makes you so certain that her claims are accurate? Is there no possibility of hidden circumstances?" Before the officer could respond, Chun Nan added, "Also, if I am wronged and this accusation is false, can I file a defamation suit against the complainant?" The leading law enforcement officer paused momentarily upon hearing the words, turning to glance at the evasive-eyed Tang Yi, his heart sinking slightly. Nevertheless, he steadied his composure and stated, "If this case is indeed fabricated by the complainant, then the complainant shall face legal repercussions." Unbeknownst to him, the officer's tone towards Chun Nan had transformed into one of respect, based on his years of experience in law enforcement. He sensed that this situation might indeed be a misunderstanding. He then cast a furtive look at the young attending physician, for it was a rare feat for someone merely 24 years old to ascend to the position of chief doctor at the city's Pokémon hospital. Most of the law enforcement personnel present were aware of this individual, which fostered a sense of trust toward her. However, it would be prudent for this young doctor to hope that Chun Nan's identity and background were not too formidable. Otherwise, a mere monetary settlement might not suffice, and she could very well have to bid farewell to her promising career. Chapter 41, Self-Justification. Tang Yi, witnessing Chun Nan's two refusals of arrest followed by the arriving law enforcement officers engaging him in conversation, grew anxious and exclaimed, "What are you law enforcement officers talking to this irredeemable fugitive for? Hurry up and apprehend him." Chun Nan, upon hearing this, could not help but laugh, a mirth born of indignation. Just hours prior, he had dismantled an underground base of poachers and apprehended their leader. How could he be labeled a fugitive? Therefore, he no longer indulged her, declaring, "What are you even worth to speak about me?" He then boldly took a seat in Tang Yi's original spot, fixing his gaze upon her and adding, "Let me tell you, You have successfully irked me, so rest assured, this matter is far from over. Tang Yi was taken aback by Chun Nan's words, yet after surveying the multitude of police personnel surrounding them, she quickly regained her composure, retorting, "Umph. Just wait until you're locked up. Not only did you capture and abuse Pokémon, but you also threatened me verbally, and now you resist arrest. I'll pull some strings, and you can expect to rot in a cell." Observing this, the law enforcement officers exchanged glances, and at the captain's command, they closed in on Chun Nan, softly saying, "We regret this, but it is our duty, and we dare not defy it. We kindly ask you not to make our task more difficult." Chun Nan, of course, would not allow himself to be apprehended so easily. After all, where would be the dignity of a transmigrator? Ignoring the actions of those around him, he seized the fleeting moment to open Wang Ping's contact information. The officers shared a knowing glance, not terminating the call being dialed, as they had already discerned the name of the contact, Senior Investigator Wang Ping. As for why Chun Nan did not reach out to Yiling first, it was simply because he deemed it unworthy to disturb Brother Ye's rest over such a trivial matter. Although Chun Nan's connections were limited, he at least knew individuals who could assist him. Moreover, as Chun Nan understood, a senior investigator was only one tier below the head of the investigation department, roughly equivalent to the chief of a police precinct. At this moment, the leading officer was drenched in cold sweat, relieved he had not been overly forceful in his attempts to arrest. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious position. They were all well aware of who Investigator Wang Ping was, with some officers having been trained by him, thus holding a deep understanding of his character. Curious about the officers encircling Chun Nan, Tang Yi approached, tiptoeing to glimpse the scene and the phone call being made. In that instant, her mind conjured numerous scenarios, prompting her to scream, "Hurry, hang up his phone. He is calling his accomplices, arrest him now." Hearing this, the officers could not help but feel a wave of exasperation, thinking, "You lunatic, don't drag us into your trouble. Can't you see who he is calling? If even Senior Investigator Wang Ping is a criminal, what does that make us?" Although they collectively chose to ignore Tang Yi's outburst, one officer who had been mentored by Wang Ping flushed with indignation, shouting, "If Senior Investigator Wang is a criminal, then there is no need for me to wear this uniform." The leading officer shot a glare at the speaker. Meanwhile, Tang Yi began to sense the absurdity of the situation, yet she stubbornly retorted, "What of Wang Ping? Can a senior investigator shield his subordinates?" Just then, the call was answered, and Wang Ping's voice emerged from the receiver. "Brother Chun, I was just busy coordinating logistics. We've apprehended quite a lot, and the logistics team is overwhelmed, which is why I couldn't answer your call immediately. You're not upset with me, are you?" Upon hearing the familiar voice through the phone, several officers who had met Wang Ping or had some connection to him chuckled, though they were puzzled by the typically stern instructor's suddenly courteous tone, even tinged with respect, towards the very individual Tang Yi had just reported. Was the world going mad? Or was she? At this moment, Wang Ping was overjoyed. Not only had the results of this operation left the officers bewildered, but his superior in the investigation department was also unable to sleep from excitement. Capturing over 1,000 fugitives, liberating thousands of Pokémon, and acquiring numerous high-tech artifacts. Such accomplishments would certainly lead to celebratory dreams. Wang Ping was assured that this merit would be heavily recognized, and he might even be considered for the position of deputy director next year. After all, he had occupied the role of senior investigator for quite some time, and after accruing sufficient seniority, all that remained was a significant achievement, which he had just secured. Consequently, this led to a severe shortage of logistics personnel, as the Alliance had not anticipated such an overwhelming success in this mission. Initially, they had hoped to capture a third or half of the targets, with many machines likely to be damaged during the battles, and the vast underground base expected to be rendered unusable. Yet, who would have guessed the operation would proceed so smoothly, with all personnel apprehended, and even acquiring an underground base that could be repurposed as a research facility for the Alliance? At this point, Wang Ping was conveying to Chun Nan the news of his potential promotion to deputy director, emphasizing that without Chun Nan, this success would not have come so easily. Chun Nan, upon hearing this, first congratulated Wang Ping before stating, "I'm currently at the city's Pokémon hospital, and I've run into a bit of a predicament. The law enforcement officers are about to take me in as a criminal. If you have time, could you come and vouch for me?" Upon hearing this, Wang Ping's side erupted in chaos, as he bellowed, "Those little rascals dare to arrest you? Damn it, it seems my training wasn't impactful enough. I'm on my way, don't hang up." Hearing Wang Ping's furious reprimand, many of the officers present turned crimson, standing obediently, awaiting Wang Ping's arrival. Meanwhile, Tang Yi was utterly dumbfounded, pointing at Chun Nan, but unable to utter a word. However, Chun Nan was not fond of being pointed at, thus, he calmly addressed the leading officer. Given the current circumstances, can I assume that I am temporarily exonerated? The officer nodded in response. Returning the handcuffs he had pretended to place on Chun Nan back into his bag, stating, yes, as long as we await Senior Investigator Wang to vouch for you. We shall not pursue this matter further. At this moment, they had begun to subtly sense something amiss, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. The news they had just heard was something they instinctively chose to keep to themselves. For the commendation that would elevate Senior Wang Ping to the position of Deputy Minister was no trifling matter. Moreover, the immediate superior of Senior Wang Ping in this operation was none other than this young man. They had clearly heard that this mission relied heavily on Chun Nan as the ultimate combat force. Successfully apprehending the leader of an illicit poaching gang with an 8 million bounty on his head. If this were to be deemed criminal behavior, then they might as well discard their own uniforms. Furthermore, from Wang Ping's tone, it seemed the authorities had no intention of suppressing this information, barring any unforeseen circumstances. It would likely grace the news within a few days. However, in the interim, they ought to maintain a tight-lipped demeanor to prevent any premature gossip that could jeopardize Senior Wang Ping's promotion, an outcome that would be utterly regrettable. As for the curious onlookers, law enforcement had already dispatched personnel to caution them against spreading rumors. Chapter 42. The Tang family within the brightly lit municipal hospital. Chun Nan's expression of smug satisfaction stood in stark contrast to Tang Yi's pale visage. At this juncture, Tang Yi was engulfed in despair, confronted with such a predicament. Anyone would feel an overwhelming sense of helplessness, especially a young woman like her, naturally more vulnerable. Presently, Tang Yi could only place her hopes on the unjustly accused Chun Nan, as long as he refrained from exacerbating her plight and dropped any charges against her. There remained a glimmer of hope for redemption in her once flawless life. Yet, Chun Nan's subsequent actions shattered her last vestige of optimism. Since you affirmed my words just now, does that mean the accusations of slander against me by this doctor have been substantiated? Chun Nan turned to the law enforcement officers, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Upon hearing this, Tang Yi's heart sank, and she looked at Chun Nan with pleading eyes. Please, don't do this. Can't I just apologize? Am I not wrong? Although Tang Yi's exquisite beauty and her pitiful demeanor softened the hearts of some of the officers present, Chun Nan would not allow himself to be swayed by the repeated troubles caused by this woman. He remained resolute, unyielding to her pleas for mercy. He then addressed the officers. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and cuff her. Do you want Captain Wang, who is coming soon, to handle it personally? Upon hearing Chun Nan mention Wang Ping's name, the officers promptly surrounded Tang Yi and, without further ado, secured her wrists in handcuffs. As the clinking sound of the cuffs echoed in the air, Tang Yi screamed hysterically at Chun Nan, I have apologized. Is that not enough? And you? Officers from the police station, how dare you cuff me? I advise you to release me at once. My grandfather knows the chief of the police in the capital. If you don't let me go, prepare to lose your jobs. Chun Nan, upon hearing this, couldn't he help but chuckle mockingly. Oh, desperate are we? I warned you from the start not to provoke me, yet you chose to ignore it. He then turned to the officer carrying the body camera, asking, did you record that? That statement not only threatened law enforcement, but also implied that her family might bribe the chief of police. This was the first time Chun Nan had encountered someone so foolish as to threaten law enforcement while being recorded and implicate her own relatives. Now, not only would she face consequences, but her family would also be subjected to scrutiny. Her previously minor charges would surely escalate. As threatening law enforcement carried significant repercussions, he could only wonder how her fragile heart would bear it. Seeing that her pleas for mercy and apologies had proved futile, Tang Yi fell silent. With no strength left to resist, she resolved to accept her fate. After all, her grandfather would surely bail her out in the end. If worse came to worst, she could simply abandon her aspirations of becoming a doctor. Returning to her family to assist them would suffice, as being a doctor was merely a personal interest of hers. At this moment, Tang Yi was entirely unconcerned about Chun Nan's status as a top-tier trainer. After all, her family had their fair share of such trainers. If he were wise, perhaps he could earn her forgiveness. Although she was unaware of how he had achieved such a rank at such a young age, it was of little consequence. Throughout her life, she had crossed paths with numerous top-tier trainers, and once they learned of her lineage, they would contact her grandfather to escort her home. Her grandfather always appeared furious when he took her away, but in truth, it was merely a facade. Upon returning home, he pampered her with the best food and drink. Thus, even though Tang Yi was currently handcuffed, she continued to dream of her grandfather coming to rescue her. Oblivious to the fact that her momentary arrogance would soon unravel the legacy he had painstakingly built over decades. Imagining a future where Chun Nen would kneel before her, begging for mercy, Tang Yi couldn't help but laugh, her madness intensifying. Observing her, Chun Nen frowned, pondering, could it be that the shock has driven her to madness? If that were the case, she might just escape this predicament. How infuriating. Fortunately, her manic laughter subsided shortly thereafter. Chun Nen met Tang Yi's audacious gaze, but chose to remain silent, knowing that barring unforeseen developments, they would not cross paths for at least the next 2 years. At that moment, Wang Ping arrived, having hastened from the outskirts to the Pokémon hospital where Chun Nen was located. After confirming that Chun Nen had not been detained, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems you little brats are still willing to give me some face. But who is the one who accused my brother? As he spoke, Wang Ping's sharp gaze swept the area, eventually locking onto Tang Yi, causing his expression to shift. As a veteran of the alliance, Wang Ping was well aware of the infamous reputation of the Tang family's little princess. The grievances against her were numerous, though only known within certain circles. Those outside Wang Ping's realm of influence were unaware that this seemingly affable Pokémon doctor was secretly quite the troublemaker. Wang Ping understood that trouble was brewing. Despite the Tang family's considerable influence as a prominent medical family in the alliance, with deep-rooted collaborations, they wielded significant power politically and socially, even amongst many notable families in Huaxia. Furthermore, the current head of the Tang family, Tang Yi's grandfather, was known for his fierce protectiveness. Should he learn of the events unfolding here, he might still protect others due to his high position, considering the alliance's reputation. However, when it came to Chun Nen, the stakes were different. Over the years, the Tang family had eliminated countless top-tier trainers who had crossed them, while the alliance had turned a blind eye due to the Tang family's immense stature. Removing them entirely would undoubtedly incur significant repercussions. So as long as the offenses were not egregious, they would generally be left unchecked. At this point, upon noticing the change in Wang Ping's expression, Tang Yi, brimming with self-satisfaction, exclaimed, "Wang Ping, now that you see me, why don't you hurry and unlock these handcuffs?" Upon hearing Wang Ping's words, he adopted a meditative posture, focusing his gaze inward and deliberately disregarding the conversation, only to confide in Chun Nen everything he knew. Subsequently, he remained at a distance, patiently awaiting Chun Nan's decision. After all, Wang Ping had come to acknowledge Chun Nan as a person of merit. If Chun Nan chose to press forward, it mattered little to him. At worst, they could simply start anew, and the position of deputy minister was of no consequence. Chapter 43. Successful Order of Mega Evolution Stones. Upon learning of the formidable strength of the Tang family, Chun Nan exhibited no overt reaction. After all, even the king-level trainers held little significance in his eyes. With Shinado at his side, who could dare to challenge him? However, it was indeed surprising that Wang Ping would opt to stand alongside him, shouldering the burden together, even going so far as to relinquish a hard-won opportunity for advancement. In truth, Chun Nan could have argued that such a sacrifice was unnecessary, given his status. The League would likely turn a blind eye to any grievances between him and the Tang family, as long as the League refrained from intervening. No matter how many members the Tang family sent, they would be effortlessly dispatched. After all, the disparity in combat power was stark. While it was true that sheer numbers could sometimes overwhelm a seasoned master, Chun Nan found it hard to believe that the Tang family could deploy a dozen king-level trainers without the League taking notice. Should that ever occur, he would have to seek refuge elsewhere. This, regrettably, might betray Yi Ling's trust, but he had no other choice. Shinado, despite its elevated level, could not withstand a war of attrition. In the end, Shinado was merely an ordinary Pokémon, albeit one of considerable rarity, while its base stats were respectable. They paled in comparison to those of demigods. Nevertheless, escape was certainly feasible, as Shinado's teleportation was no trivial matter. With a mere thought, it could traverse dozens of miles in an instant. Who could possibly apprehend them? Thus, Chun Nan resolved to prepare for all contingencies. Seizing the opportunity while the Gyarados was undergoing treatment, he hurried to the League's point shop and purchased all 4 Mega Evolution Stones he had previously acquired. Shinado, Charizard X, Jengar's Gyarados. In that fleeting moment, his account balance of 10,000 points dwindled to a mere 8,000. The League, upon discovering that an elusive figure like Chun Nan had purchased 4 of these seemingly useless stones, each priced at 500 points, was left pondering. Could these stones possess some unforeseen abilities? They had previously allowed a cadre of scientists to investigate these stones, only to unveil an energy within them that could not be activated. Some within the League lamented the substantial research funding they had expended. leading them to assign such a lofty price in hopes of one day recouping their losses from an unsuspecting buyer. They still possessed several such stones, anticipating that, should their purpose ever be uncovered, they could prove invaluable. There were even other stones, resembling willow leaves, that exhibited similar energy signatures, yet their utility remained a mystery. At this juncture, the League's higher-ups decided to test Chun Nan's reaction to these stones. They selected a few additional specimens and, via the League's online shop, directly pushed them to Chun Nan's mobile interface. Upon seeing the pop-up resembling a shopping recommendation, Chun Nan instinctively closed it without a second thought, puzzled as to why the League's shop would feature such notifications. Did this world also have an app akin to a shopping platform? Yet, the items recommended to him bore an uncanny resemblance to those he had just seen. After a brief moment of silence, Chun Nan suddenly slapped his own face in exasperation, exclaiming, "Chun Nan, you absolute fool. You let Mega Evolution Stone slip through your fingers right before you, and I think I even spotted a keystone." He lamented his oversight with fervor, attributing his blunder to the shopping app from his previous life that had thwarted him countless times. Were it not for that, he would not have been so adept, nor would he have missed such a golden opportunity. The current affordability of the Mega Evolution Stones stemmed not from their lack of value, but rather from the absence of anyone recognizing their potential. Should the day arrive when their utility was uncovered, or if he were to disclose their purpose, a single Mega Evolution Stone could fetch astronomical sums, potentially reaching billions, with an even greater demand than supply. While Mega Evolution was indeed constrained by time and the trainer's stamina, it undeniably represented a revolutionary advancement, poised to elevate Pokémon to unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, the League's upper echelon, who were vigilantly monitoring Chun Nan's every move, found themselves questioning their prior assumptions when he unhesitatingly dismissed the product link sent to him. Was it possible they had misjudged him? Was he merely a collector of stones? This fleeting thought crossed their minds, only to be swiftly dismissed, as Yi Ling had entrusted Chun Nan with the search for stones that bore an uncanny resemblance to those their scientists could not analyze. After a moment of contemplation, one high-ranking official resolved to leak information about the stones Yi Ling had tasked him to find, to see if Chun Nan would take the bait. Once Chun Nan acquired the stones he desired, they would merely need to observe him to uncover the secrets they contained. Subsequently, he planned to consult the League president about this matter, deliberating carefully to exclude Yi Ling from the discussion. After all, Yi Ling was known for her strong sense of justice and loyalty, making any deception towards Chun Nan implausible. Surely, Champion Yi Ling would understand my intentions. Everything for the sake of the League. With that thought, he set off to confer with the League president, cognizant of the gravity of involving a master-level trainer. On the other side, after berating himself, Chun Nan turned to the bewildered crowd and inquired, "Ahem, have you apprehended the suspect yet, or are you still at a standstill?" The leading officer, upon hearing this, replied, "We still require your identification and UID number to facilitate the ongoing investigation." Without hesitation, Chun Nan provided the necessary information and even produced an electronic certificate as an external member of the League. The onlookers, including Wang Ping, were left utterly astounded, particularly Wang Ping, who was all too aware of the privileges and benefits associated with such a status, having dreamt of becoming an external member himself. Yet, the stringent conditions had deterred countless aspirants. Upon presenting Chun Nan's League credentials, the enforcement officers saluted him, recognizing that while external members lacked fixed positions, their importance to the League was akin to that of high-ranking officials. Meanwhile, as Tang Yi was being taken away in a police vehicle, she overheard the commotion surrounding Chun Nan. "External member of the League? What of it? Can he compare to my grandfather?" Before departing, Chun Nan took the opportunity to advise the leading officer, "If anyone pressures you to release that vile woman, simply mention my name and have them come to me. I, Chun Nan, will bear the responsibility alone, ensuring my comrades are not implicated." The previously anxious crowd brightened at his words, expressing their gratitude, as they wished to avoid becoming entangled in the affairs of king-level trainers. Chapter 44, Shinedo's Subtle Maneuvers. With Wang Ping and the others having departed, the once lively reception area of the hospital transformed into an atmosphere of stark desolation. Now, Tang Yi has been taken away by Wang Ping and others, leaving only a diligent Chansey in the entire hospital, apart from a few security guards dozing off on night duty. Observing the hurriedly bustling Chansey, Chun Nan couldn't help but display an awkward smile, especially since her partner was the one she had sent in. Consequently, it resulted in all the medications being retrieved solely by this one Pokémon. Although Chun Nan wished to assist, she feared her clumsiness might disrupt Chansey's rhythm. However, judging by Chansey's adeptness, One could surmise that it had been handling the workload of 2 Pokémon for quite some time. This revelation led Chun-Nan to harbor an even lower opinion of Tang Yi and resolve that, regardless of the circumstances, she would dutifully serve her sentence. Furthermore, she would embrace the judgment of the court. As time trickled by, approaching 2:30 in the morning, Chansey finally stabilized the severe injuries of Gyarados. And all that remained was the gradual process of recovery. Subsequently, Chansey approached Chun-Nan, its short arms cradling a bill, beaming at her with a smile. Notably, it even had a card reader on hand. Upon witnessing this, Chun-Nan couldn't help but exclaim, "What a remarkable Pokémon! How unfortunate that it has such a partner. But soon, you'll be able to switch partners." As she spoke, Chun-Nan absent-mindedly patted Chansey, noting its pleasantly smooth texture. At that moment, Chansey expressed strong protest to Chun-Nan's sudden touch, even feeling that this human was attempting to take advantage of it. Puffing its cheeks in indignation, Chansey gazed sternly at Chun-Nan. Eventually, Chun-Nan, left with no alternative, raised her hands in surrender, saying, all right, that's enough. I have the funds to pay." Once she calmed Chansey's emotions, Chun-Nan scrutinized the bill, and to her astonishment, it amounted to a staggering 500,000 for treatment. What kind of hospital is this? Highway robbery. The detailed list below included high-tech items, special medications, unique fruits for alleviating after effects, and treatments for hidden injuries, among others. After perusing the bill, Chun-Nan suddenly found herself less perturbed by the exorbitant price, having recognized some items from the Alliance Mall, which were similarly priced. Indeed, they were quite exorbitant. At the time, due to financial constraints, she had only purchased a few for her Charizard, as battling in the baby cup could indeed lead to injuries. Then, Chun-Nan provided her Alliance ID to Chansey. Recalling that one of the numerous benefits of being an external member was a 50% discount on all medical expenses within Huaxia. However, it required presenting one's Alliance ID in person to be effective. After Chansey verified the information, its expression a mix of anguish and disbelief. The original bill of 500,000 was halved to 250,000. Chun-Nan happily paid the bill, feeling quite fortunate with the final amount. In high spirits, Chun-Nan entrusted Chansey with her other Pokémon, except for Shinado, stating, "Please take care of these Pokémon. They may have some injuries or fatigue, including hidden wounds. Treat them at the highest standard. I can afford it." Chansey, upon hearing this, fetched a tray and carefully placed the 3 Pokeballs on it. Heading to the treatment room. By now, it was nearly 3 in the morning, and Chun-Nan could no longer endure the fatigue. So she laid her head down on the front desk and fell asleep. At that moment, Shinado emerged from her Pokeball, gazing gently at the slumbering Chun-Nan. Then, with tender care, she pulled Chun-Nan closer, arranging her into a comfortable reclining position and gently resting her head on her lap. Observing Chun-Nan's tranquil sleeping form, Shinado cast a hypnotic spell to deepen her slumber, allowing her to stay with Chun-Nan for a longer duration. After a glance at the wall clock, Shinado noted it was only 3 o'clock. She also checked the hospital's schedule, realizing that operations began at 6, which meant her time alone with Chun-Nan was limited to just 3 hours. Gently caressing Chun-Nan's handsome face, Shinado then cautiously surveyed her surroundings. After ensuring no one was watching, she used her psychic abilities to shield herself with sheets of white paper. Then, she leaned down and playfully nuzzled Chun-Nan's face, indulging in moments that transcended mere friendship between a trainer and Pokémon. When Shinado lifted her head, her cheeks were flushed, though not as vibrant as her ruby-like eyes, yet still undeniably enchanting. Just as Shinado reveled in that memory, a sound echoed from nearby, startling her awake. Immediately, she engaged her masterful psychic abilities to discern what was lurking nearby. At that moment, Shinado's senses detected something in the corner, and the source of the noise was at its feet. However, upon realizing it was another Pokémon, Shinado breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that no human had witnessed her intimate moments with her trainer, for that would surely distress Chun-Nan. Shinado then called out to the corner, "Chansey, stop hiding. I've already noticed you. Come out." Cowering in the corner, Chansey was terrified, covering its mouth in fear, vowing that it had never encountered a Pokémon as fearsome as Shinado, who could easily crush it without even using a special move. It was utterly terrifying. As for the suggestion to step out, Chansey thought that would be courting disaster. It believed it would be silenced if it did. Seeing Chansey's inaction, Shinado, with no other choice, used her psychic powers to levitate Chansey's entire form towards her. With an exasperated expression, she looked at the trembling Chansey and asked, "Am I really that terrifying?" Chansey nodded in affirmation before shaking its head vigorously. After all, it had read human literature and knew that Pokémon enjoyed compliments. Agreeing would be akin to speaking ill of Shinado in front of her. Observing this, Shinado couldn't help but facepalm. All right, I won't harm you, as long as you don't disclose what you've just witnessed. Chansey's expression brightened as it asked, is that true? Shinado shot a cold glance at Chansey, replying, what makes you think you hold any significance for me to deceive you? Now, hurry and find a blanket. Chun-Nen mustn't be left cold. Excitedly, Chansey scurried off to the medical room and returned with a blanket. Upon seeing this, Shinado used her psychic abilities to cover Chun-Nen with it before entering a meditative state. Meanwhile, Chansey sat obediently on a chair, gazing at Shinado with admiration while occasionally casting envious glances. Chapter 45. Receipt Pokémon Year 2080, August 8th, 5:50 a.m. Chun-Nen opened his eyes to find Shinado, who was gazing down at him with tenderness. Still in a daze, he murmured, good morning, Shinado. After shifting his body slightly, he wondered aloud. What is this soft and comfortable thing beneath my head? Initially intending to drift back into slumber, he suddenly recalled the angle from which Shinado had been observing him. Could it be? Am I resting my head on Shinado's legs? Having slept like that for an entire night, it's no wonder it felt so delightful. But wait, didn't I remember being in the hospital? What on earth? Suddenly, Chun-Nen sprang upright and turned to glance behind him. As he had anticipated, his eyes were met with the sight of a red object nestled between Shinado's bosom, which, instead of being prominently displayed, had retreated tightly. Staring at the ample form so near, Chun-Nen couldn't help but swallow hard, hastily suppressing the wicked thoughts that arose in his mind. Before long, Chun-Nen's gaze cleared, locking onto Shinado's slightly despondent eyes. He then tossed aside the blanket covering him, stretched his limbs, and declared, it's a brand new day. I wonder how my Pokémon are recovering. He then glanced around, puzzled. By the way, where's Chansey? Upon hearing this, Shinado pointed towards the sleeping Chansey, who was snoring softly beneath the table. Chun-Nen's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he bellowed, Chansey, rise and shine. The sun is up. Startled from her sweet dreams by Chun-Nen's booming voice, Chansey blinked in confusion at the grinning Chun-Nen. As she stretched lazily, she cast a bewildered look at him, seeking an explanation for her abrupt awakening. Noticing Chansey's disoriented state, Chun-Nen gently prompted, do you remember what you were doing here last night? And take a look at the time now. Chansey initially wore a blank expression before suddenly realizing, her eyes darting towards the wall clock, which read 5:55. With just 5 minutes until her shift began. The thought of all the patients who had been unable to find her made her roll her eyes in exasperation, nearly toppling over in fatigue. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and sprang into action. Guided by Chansey's busyness, Chun-Nen retrieved the 3 Pokémon he had entrusted to her a few hours prior. As they were merely undergoing routine checkups and suffered no severe injuries, although Tyranitar had sustained some damage, it was trivial compared to the state of Gyarados. Now standing outside Gyarados' recovery room, Chun-Nen noted that after a night of treatment, Gyarados appeared revitalized, smiling at him with squinted eyes upon his arrival. However, the massive creature was still bound in a multitude of bandages, preventing any significant movement. Chun-Nen softly remarked, you seem to be recovering well. Why don't you stay here for another day? I'll come back to take you home tonight, all right? The decision to wait until nightfall to bring Gyarados home was not made lightly. The healing standards in this world were commendable, and with some expensive berries for restoring abnormal states, a day was usually sufficient for substantial recovery. After leaving the Pokémon Center, Chun-Nen hurried home, eager to receive the 4 Megastones he had ordered last night, which were set for cash on delivery. He anticipated the delivery person would be waiting at his doorstep for him to sign. Thinking of the Megastones made Chun-Nen feel a pang of regret. Despite searching extensively later, he found nothing, as if someone had deliberately concealed them. He was mentally prepared for such occurrences, knowing that a stranger arriving from nowhere with a master-rank Shinado would certainly warrant caution from the League. Nonetheless, Chun-Nen planned to discuss the matter of Mega Evolution only after acquiring a sufficient number of stones and obtaining a keystone. After all, he was alone in this world and had no altruistic intentions. He needed to prioritize his own interests before considering others. Furthermore, Mega Evolution was merely an appetizer, with Z-moves and Dynamaxing awaiting him on the horizon, especially Dynamaxing, which was practically tailored for Pokémon battles. During his journey home, Chun-Nen dozed off, despite having only 2 or 3 hours of sleep the previous night. Yet, he was fortunate to arrive home without incident. Meanwhile, Dragonite, who had been waiting at Chun-Nen's door all night, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing him approach. It had been a grueling night. Originally planning to rest, Dragonite had perked up upon discovering that the delivery address was for the same place that had once treated him to those expensive energy cubes. He assured himself that he was not simply working overtime for a meal. However, as he approached Chun Nan's house with the package in hand, he was bewildered to find the interior plunged in darkness, devoid of any signs of life, not even a single Pokémon. Having placed too much faith in Chun Nan's character, Dragonite endured a long wait, battling sleepiness throughout the night until finally, Chun Nan appeared. It was nothing short of tragic. Now, he was unable to complete his delivery task for the day, meaning he would miss out on the full attendance bonus this month. This only compounded the troubles for the already struggling Dragonite. He had merely sought a morsel to eat, yet ended up losing an entire day's earnings. Upon learning the backstory, Chun Nan sheepishly rubbed his nose and retrieved a few boxes of food for Garchomp, offering them to Dragonite. I'm sorry. I had an unexpected situation last night and couldn't make it home on time. Please accept these energy cubes as compensation. Garchomp, so? Initially sullen, Dragonite's mood brightened upon witnessing Chun Nan's thoughtfulness, and he gratefully accepted the offering. He then presented his payment code, indicating that Chun Nan should scan it to complete the transaction so he could return home for some much-needed rest. Seeing that Dragonite had ceased his complaints, Chun Nan promptly activated the payment function on the League's app to scan and settle the points. Once the transaction was confirmed, Dragonite enveloped Chun Nan in a hearty hug before soaring off into the sky. At that moment, Chun Nan experienced the same joy Ash must have felt when embraced by Dragonite. It was simply exhilarating. Chapter 46. A challenging situation. After watching Dragonite fly away, Chun Nan eagerly approached the door, retrieving the package and unlocking it. Upon entering, he swiftly kicked the door shut behind him, then plopped down on the sofa to violently tear into the package. As for recording a video to confirm the authenticity of the contents, this was not a scenario involving unscrupulous merchants from his previous life, so how could they possibly send him counterfeit goods? After a while, amidst the remnants of the torn boxes, four perfectly round stones lay peacefully inside. Chun Nan retrieved the megastones for Shinado and Gyarados. While he had yet to formulate any plans for Gengar, currently, he lacked the interest to capture a Ghastly for training, even though Gengar was indeed quite useful. As for the Charizard X Evolution Stone, Chun Nan's little fire dragon had only just evolved into a fire dinosaur. To achieve the evolution into Charizard, it would undoubtedly take at least a month, and that would be considered swift. With a significant financial investment, an array of training tools, and a few more battles to accumulate combat experience, progress could indeed be expedited. Thus, Chun Nan temporarily secured the Charizard X and Gengar's Mega Evolution Stones in the safe at the head of his bed, as a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. He intended to take Shinado and Gyarados' evolution stones to a jewelry store that offered customization, to create an ornament that could be embedded. Meanwhile, within a traditional courtyard in the capital, a young man was running and shouting, "Grandfather, it's terrible. EE has gotten into trouble again and has been taken away by the police." No sooner had the young man's words left his mouth than a door in the courtyard swung open, revealing an elderly man who walked out slowly and replied nonchalantly, "What is the rush? How old is she, still causing such a ruckus? If EE has been apprehended by the police, then let them release her. A simple phone call from me will suffice." At that moment, the patriarch of the Tang family was quite accustomed to handling the situation of his granddaughter's arrest, showing no curiosity about the specifics of her alleged crime. This indicated how formidable their connections were. The young man, upon hearing this, felt compelled to explain. "I went to see the police chief as soon as I received the news, but he said he couldn't do anything either. This time, EE has committed a serious offense, and he doesn't dare intervene." He then added, panting heavily, "That's why I've come to you for assistance. Because no matter how I pleaded, the police chief refused to disclose any details, stating that this matter is beyond his authority and that only you can resolve it." Upon hearing this, the elder's previously calm demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he addressed the young man. "Tangwen, go and rest for a moment. Catch your breath. Leave this matter to me." He gestured towards a stone bench in the courtyard, indicating for Tangwen to sit. The young man's expression brightened at this, and he obediently took his place on the bench, awaiting his grandfather's reassuring words. Subsequently, the elder retrieved his old mobile phone and dialed the police chief's number. At that moment, the chief was indeed expecting a call from the elder. So when the line connected, he answered with resignation, "Old Master Tang, I assume you're calling about your granddaughter. Please don't hold it against me for lacking compassion. This matter is truly beyond my control." Hearing this, the elder narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Oh, may I ask which influential individual my granddaughter has offended, such that even the police chief cannot resolve this issue?" The police chief, seated in his office, glanced at the stern-faced Wang Ping across from him and sighed. You may not be aware, but your esteemed granddaughter has crossed paths with a king-tier trainer, Wang Ping, as you know, is currently in my office, watching me closely. If I were to release your granddaughter without proper authorization, I would undoubtedly be dismissed the next day. Thus, I am utterly powerless in this situation. Listening to the police chief's conversation with the elder, Wang Ping silently mused, Chen Nan, I hope you can deliver. Do not let my goodwill go to waste. In truth, Wang Ping would be lying if he claimed he was unafraid, yet despite his fear, he felt no regret and even anticipated giving himself a pat on the back in the future for his actions. After a moment of contemplation, the elder said, Wang Ping, I am aware of him. I heard he is set to be promoted next year. I never expected him to entangle himself in such trouble at this critical juncture. I recognized him as a man of principle, but I did not foresee him being so principled as to jeopardize his future for such matters. In the police chief's office, silence reigned, allowing Wang Ping to hear every word exchanged, yet he remained steadfast in his decision, showing no signs of wavering. Prior to this encounter, he had resolved that although Chen Nan had not explicitly requested his assistance, he felt a moral obligation to step forward, revealing his unwavering stance. Another factor was that Tang Yi's behavior over the years had been exceedingly reckless, which had tested Wang Ping's patience as a principled investigator for far too long. Having finally secured a significant ally, he felt compelled to ensure she faced the consequences of her actions. After waiting a few minutes in his courtyard without any word from Wang Ping, the elder continued, Now, would you kindly explain what exactly Yi did to offend this king-tier trainer? The police chief then relayed all the information he had gathered regarding the incident and proposed a solution. The quickest way to resolve this matter would be to have the king-tier trainer withdraw the charges, and then I can discreetly compensate a few officers at the station. Upon hearing this, the elder displayed no awareness of the gravity of the situation, responding calmly, After resolving this, I must certainly give that girl a stern lesson, truly. She does not comprehend the trouble she causes. Does she not realize how difficult it is for her grandfather to handle these matters? It seems I must offer more benefits to the League this time around. He further instructed, Please send me the details regarding that king-tier trainer. I wish to investigate. If there is nothing else, I will hang up. After ending the call, the elder glanced at Chen Nan's impeccably detailed profile, along with his title as an external member of the League. He couldn't help but frown, silently contemplating. Though I am unsure how this young man achieved the status of a king-tier trainer at such a tender age, his affiliation as an external member of the League certainly surprises me. It appears that EE requires a thorough reprimand. In the elder's perspective, if the opposing party were amicable, a financial settlement could suffice. However, should they prove to be obstinate, the situation would become far more challenging. Throughout the years, the Tang family had never encountered someone who was impervious to both soft and hard approaches, yet today, they found themselves in such a predicament. The League, after all, could not interfere with someone bearing the status of an external member, yet this member was indeed part of the League, protected by it, and entitled to its various privileges. Thus, even if they adopted a hardline stance, the opposing party remained shielded by the League, positioning them in opposition to the entire organization. After all, numerous external members existed. And should they learn of the League's negligence in handling the elimination of external members, it would undoubtedly lead to a mass exodus, resulting in a significant loss of faith in the League. Such a scenario was precisely what the League sought to avoid, as external members constituted a considerable portion of its formidable strength, and much of the League's international standing relied upon the robust support of these external members. Thus, openly taking action against Chen Nan would be akin to dancing on the grave of the alliance, even if it meant enduring substantial losses in the realm of medicine. One would not dare to gamble on the potential repercussions this matter could have on a national scale. Hence, even if one were to resort to force, it would be imperative to do so discreetly, without leaving any trace. However, achieving such discretion is no simple feat. Setting aside the logistics of transporting someone to a desolate location for resolution, merely ambushing Chen Nan would likely necessitate the involvement of at least 3 elite trainers to ensure success. Nevertheless, the patriarch of the Tang family ultimately could not bear to see his granddaughter suffer in prison. While those incarcerated would afford the Tang family some respect, the rules would remain unforgiving. The hardships faced would still be endured, and the tasks assigned would still be executed. After all, these are the regulations established by the Alliance. And no matter how powerful a family may be, they cannot overturn the rules set by the Alliance, unless they are prepared to abandon their standing in Huaxia. Upon contemplating the intricate web of interests, the elder Tang resolved to personally visit this young man, while also deliberating on an appropriate amount of compensation. At this moment, the elder had not even considered what would transpire if Chen Nan were to refuse an apology. In the elder's mind, he believed there was no problem that money could not resolve. If there were, it would merely require additional funds. How grave could the issue truly be? Hence, the elder summoned Tang went to accompany him in seeking out Chun Nan to extend apologies in person. Meanwhile, as Chun Nan made his way to the bustling marketplace, he randomly chose a jewelry store that specialized in custom adornments and stepped inside. Upon entering, he found the store rather desolate due to the early hour. However, a lack of customers is not unusual for a jewelry shop. After all, the saying goes that a store can remain closed for 3 years and still thrive for 3 years once it opens, a notion that certainly applies to luxury goods retailers. Even with the current trend leaning towards Pokémon, the extravagant lifestyles of the wealthy remain unchanged. In fact, one could say that Chun Nan had become somewhat of a minor affluent individual himself, despite his somewhat mismatched attire. At that moment, the front desk attendant noticed Chun Nan's arrival. Although he wasn't dressed in designer clothes, one could never dismiss the possibility that an eccentric individual would intentionally choose to dress down. Therefore, she did not underestimate him. Instead, she approached him with a warm smile and inquired, "Good day, young sir. Are you here to purchase jewelry for your girlfriend?" Chun Nan, slightly taken aback, rubbed his nose and replied, "Well, actually, I'm here to customize some jewelry." The attendant, giving him a thorough once-over, politely responded, "Sir, it's not that I doubt your financial capacity, but while our store does accept custom orders, the cost can be quite substantial, given the intricacies of craftsmanship, materials, and labor involved." In response to the attendant's well-meaning caution, Chun Nan chuckled, "As long as you accept custom orders, that's all that matters. As for the financial aspect, I assure you, I can afford it." Upon hearing this, the attendant ceased her attempts to dissuade him, notifying him that she would contact the store manager, as custom orders were beyond her purview. After about 10 minutes, a woman clad in professional attire energetically entered the store. The attendant greeted her warmly and returned to her station. As the ensuing matters were no longer her concern, her only duty was to remain diligent and collect her paycheck. At this juncture, Chun Nan took a modest sip of the coffee the attendant had poured for him and turned to the smiling woman across from him. "Hello. Can we begin now?" The woman, poised and attentive, retrieved a notebook and pen, clearly prepared to take notes. Chun Nan cleared his throat and asked, "I would like to inquire about the durability of the materials you use for custom orders." The woman, initially taken aback by his question, quickly regained her composure and replied, "May I ask how sturdy you require the materials for your jewelry to be?" Although caught off guard by Chun Nan's unusual inquiry, she swiftly adapted and redirected the question back to him. After all, who would think to ask about material hardness first when customizing jewelry? Was he expecting to use the expensive piece to shield himself from a Pokémon-esque attack? Though she had thoughts of voicing her skepticism, her years of professional experience kept her from doing so. Chun Nan pondered her response for a moment before cautiously stating, ideally, it should be able to withstand attacks from elite-level Pokémon, right? Is that feasible?" The woman, poised and composed, took a sip of her coffee but nearly choked upon hearing his request. Fortunately, she managed to turn her head just in time to avoid a messy situation. Once she regained her composure, she looked at Chun Nan with a smirk. "Are you joking, sir? Materials that can withstand elite-level attacks are not something one can acquire with mere money." At this point, her expression nearly conveyed, "Are you messing with me?" Chun Nan, sensing the underlying implication in her words, tentatively asked, "In that case, do you have materials that can withstand gym-level attacks?" The woman's demeanor softened as she confidently replied, "We certainly have those available, although the pricing will vary." As she mentioned the cost, she glanced at Chun Nan, and upon seeing his inscrutable expression, she concluded that he was not lacking in funds. Consequently, her attitude towards him became even more affable, for who would dare to oppose a lucrative opportunity? In truth, Chun Nan's inquiries regarding materials stemmed from a significant concern. Would a rival Pokémon be able to shatter the custom piece? Although this issue had never been addressed in the animated series, the reality warranted careful consideration. Once the material dilemma was resolved, the subsequent discussions became considerably simpler, as Chun Nan was not particularly well-versed in the nuances of jewelry design. Eventually, after the woman provided him with a catalog featuring various types of adornments, Chun Nan selected 2 styles suitable for his Gyarados and Gardevoir, thus concluding the matter satisfactorily. However, the price was indeed steep, amounting to 500,000, yet he deemed it worthwhile. Subsequently, Chun Nan requested the creation of a glove featuring a perfectly shaped recess to accommodate a mega stone, reflecting his foresight for future acquisitions. This design was commendable, although Chun Nan preferred to wear separate rings with Gardevoir. Rings were far too easy to misplace. After Chun Nan generously settled the full payment, The composed store manager nearly leaped with excitement, promptly offering a discount on the glove's production cost. Finally, Chun Nan left the jewelry store after presenting the owner with a one-to-one model crafted from an evolution stone. Prior to this, he had already provided his phone number and delivery address. When the item is completed, the store will deliver it directly to his home, thus sparing Chun Nan an additional trip. In Chapter 48, titled The Negotiation Falls Apart, Chun Nan exited the jewelry store and purchased 2 buns from a nearby shop, intending to enjoy them as he strolled along. Since he still had ample time before the baby cup competition commenced, he felt no urgency. It seemed wise to take this opportunity to relish the local customs and culture of this alternate world. However, after walking for a while, Chun Nan's enthusiasm waned, as aside from the presence of Pokémon, the surroundings mirrored those of his past life. Most activities and products were merely interpretations inspired by Pokémon names or moves, such as Frostlass ice cream and Electabuzz chargers. At that moment, Tang Wenjung was driving, with the elderly Tang grandfather seated in the back, en route to Chun Nan's registered home address. Due to the peak hour traffic, their vehicle moved at a snail's pace. Thus, as Chun Nan, with a bun in his mouth, caught Tang Wenjing's eye, the latter felt a flicker of familiarity regarding Chun Nan's face, as if he had encountered him somewhere before. Suddenly, Tang Wenjing recalled that his target for this mission was indeed the individual they had just passed. Realizing this, he hastily slammed on the brakes and pulled over to the side of the road. Tang grandfather, who had been resting his eyes, opened them and addressed Tang Wenjing, who was preparing to exit the vehicle. Xiao Wenjing, have we encountered an issue? Why the sudden stop? You know Yi is still waiting for us. Having just unbuckled his seatbelt, Tang Wenjing responded, Grandfather, I spotted our target at the roadside just now, so I thought it prudent to stop and catch up. Tang grandfather inquired, Are you certain that is indeed our target? With confidence, Tang Wenjing formed a gesture representing the number 8 and asserted, I am 80% sure that is the person we seek, as his attire matches that in the photograph. Tang grandfather nodded in acknowledgement, slowly opening the car door. With Tang Wenjing's assistance, he alighted from the vehicle and, guided by Tang Wenjing, began to search for Chun Nan. Meanwhile, Chun Nan was leisurely walking down the street, utterly unaware that he was being pursued by an elderly man and a youth. It was only when he finished his soy milk and casually discarded the cup into a trash bin that he vaguely heard someone calling his name, the voice growing increasingly louder. Chun Nan turned to see a young man supporting an elderly gentleman, hastening toward him while shouting, Chun Nan, wait a moment. We need to discuss something with you. Upon hearing this, Chun Nan halted and regarded the approaching duo, narrowing his eyes slightly as he said, I believe we are not acquainted, young man, nor with your elderly companion. Panting after several minutes of running, Tang Wenjing replied, Although you may not know us, we are familiar with you, and we require your assistance. Rest assured, we will provide compensation. Chun Nan's expression darkened with skepticism, arms crossed, as he replied coolly, State your purpose and the compensation you are willing to offer, and then I shall consider whether to assist you or not. After ensuring Tang grandfather was seated comfortably in a nearby chair, Tang Wenjing glanced around at the bustling surroundings and suggested, Given the crowd here, it would be prudent to find a quieter place to discuss matters. Our car is not far, just a short walk away. Chun Nan, maintaining an impassive demeanor, retorted, Boring. If you have nothing to say, then do not speak at all. Your cowardice is evident. I have matters to attend to, and you have already squandered 3 minutes of my valuable time. Tang Wenjing felt a twitch of annoyance as he regarded Chun Nan, who appeared disingenuous with his leisurely demeanor. Internally, he was berating Chun Nan for being so unconvincing in his pretense of urgency. Nevertheless, he maintained composure, acknowledging that he must adhere to the task at hand, especially since Chun Nan might stubbornly refuse to relent later. Thus, Tang Wenjing replied, At this juncture, I shall speak plainly. I am the brother of Tang Yi, and this is her grandfather. He gestured toward himself and the elderly man on the bench. Upon hearing this, Chun Nan's expression shifted to one of realization, laced with sarcasm as he remarked, Oh, you are the family of that troublemaker woman. I recall her mentioning that you were quite formidable. What brings you to seek me? Tang grandfather, though usually composed, felt a twinge of frustration at Chun Nan's sardonic tone, yet he opted to remain silent, allowing Tang Wenjing to handle the situation. After all, he was grooming him to be the future successor of the Tang family, and this was an opportunity for him to hone his skills. Tang Wenjing's expression twitched, but recalling his grandfather's teachings, he maintained a calm demeanor as he responded, I will be straightforward. Name your price for releasing Yi. However, do not overreach, for the Tang family is not to be trifled with. Upon hearing that they were members of the Tang family, the onlookers displayed disdainful expressions. shaking their heads and laughing as they walked away. Tang grandfather, upon hearing Tang Wenjing's statement, regarded him with approval, for it not only articulated their needs, but also conveyed the strength of the Tang family's position. Chen Nan, however, only smiled wider and scoffed. I previously stated in front of that troublemaking woman that this matter is far from settled. No matter what you offer, I will not budge. You would do well to establish connections in prison, lest that woman go mad and lash out again. Tang Wenjing, infuriated by Chen Nan's disparaging remarks about his sister, trembled with rage, yet restrained himself as he replied, perhaps Yi acted without malice. And you have suffered no consequences. Why not spare a girl? We are willing to compensate. 300 million enough? If not, we can offer 500 million. After stating this potential compensation, Tang Wenjing wore a confident expression, believing that no one could resist such a financial offer. If they did, surely increasing the sum would suffice. In response to Tang Wenjing's smug demeanor, Chun Nin dismissed him, saying, you think 500 million will buy me off? Do you have any idea how high my appearance fee is? He continued, moreover, on what grounds do you expect me to let her go? Do you realize how miserable my life would be if I were an ordinary person, subjected to her baseless accusations? Furthermore, have you considered the primary responsibility of those who indulge her madness? Faced with Chun Nan's barrage of questions, Tang Wenjing's face flushed crimson as he pointed at him, seemingly wanting to retort, but no words escaped his lips. As the crowd gathered around them grew larger, the onlookers gazed at Chun Nan with admiration, particularly upon hearing his intent to send the Tang family's troublesome woman to prison, in the city where everyone resides. The antics of a certain unruly woman are known to many, yet they find themselves powerless against her, primarily because the Tang family is formidable and beyond reproach. However, today brought forth unexpected tidings. This audacious individual had the audacity to send the notoriously headstrong young lady of the Tang family into a predicament, seemingly unaffected by the consequences. To add to the astonishment, the venerable patriarch of the Tang family personally appeared to advocate for his granddaughter. Truly, such a scenario would be deemed implausible even in a science fiction narrative. As whispers circulated around him, Tang Wen shrank his head and cast a glance at his steadfast support, the elder Tang. The latter, observing his grandson's demeanor, sighed deeply and addressed the assembly. I kindly ask you all to grant me this favor and disperse. With that seemingly casual remark, the crowd exchanged glances, and, out of respect and a tinge of fear of potential retribution from the Tang family, they promptly departed. They were not like this audacious young man, who possessed the leverage to instill fear in the Tang family. As the crowd thinned, the elder Tang fixed his clouded gaze upon Chun Nan and cautioned, young man, one must understand the balance of advance and retreat, otherwise, well, he trailed off, allowing Chun Nan to contemplate his words. Having expressed all that needed to be said, the elder awaited Chun Nan's response, knowing that a wise individual would discern the path forward without further elaboration. Yet, Chun Nan merely sneered and retorted, what are you, an old fool daring to dictate terms to me? Threatening me, no less? I'll tell you this, unless your entire family bows and admits their wrongs, this matter remains unresolved. The elder Tang, incensed by Chun Nan's audacious words, glared at him with fury. Young man, youthful exuberance is commendable, but should you become too arrogant? Do not blame me for failing to warn you that there are many individuals in this world whom you cannot afford to offend. Seeing the elder's attempt to lecture him based on age, Chun Nan impatiently interrupted, enough. Stop your barking, it's vexing. Indeed, there are things in this world I cannot offend. However, your Tang family is not one of them. To me, you are but a jest. He continued, if you seek revenge, feel free to come at any time. Should you fear interference from the alliance, I can assure them to disregard our fates. Is that acceptable? At this point, the elder Tang was left speechless, too enraged to respond to Chun Nan's flippant inquiry. He merely desired to silence that insolent mouth. Yet, retaining a flicker of composure, he extended a trembling finger towards Chun Nan, muttering 3 words of exasperation, before departing in a huff, supported by Tang Wen. Before their exit, Chun Nan couldn't resist one last jab. Old man, don't die on the way. Your madwoman awaits your rescue. The pair stumbled at his words, with the elder nearly collapsing in disbelief. Tang Wen shot a fierce glare at Chun Nan before hastily escorting his grandfather away. Onlookers, upon hearing Chun Nan's remarks, quickly abandoned any thoughts of approaching him, as his words were too harsh, akin to a death sentence. They exchanged whispers, speculating about the identity of this bold young man. Yet none could ascertain his background. Then, one individual among them suddenly exclaimed, I remember now. This young man is Chun Nan, a participant in the Imperial Capital New Star Cup. My son is also competing in the same event, which is how I recognized him. Upon hearing this, the crowd exhibited expressions of understanding and promptly pulled out their phones to search for information on the competitors, soon discovering Chun Nan's involvement in today's match. After gaining insight, they bore astonished expressions, with one girl remarking, "Do today's elites really prefer participating in such trivial tournaments?" However, another quickly defended Chun Nan, saying, "Let us not jump to conclusions. If this esteemed individual is entering the competition, there must be a deeper purpose behind it. Just wait for the news in a few days. It will undoubtedly relate to him." Chapter 49. Intention unbeknownst to Chun Nan, who had already departed. The onlookers speculated extensively about him, even pondering the significance of his participation in the Baby Cup. Chun Nan was not a deity from a previous life, imbued with profound meaning. He merely sought to earn some extra money and hone his combat experience with Fire Dragon, while taking the opportunity to assert dominance over some novices. Upon arriving at the outer courtyard of the Rooster's Nest, Chun Nan found a throng of reporters already gathered, for this was the round of 32, where 32 individuals had emerged from a sea of competitors, each possessing a modicum of potential and background, making them prime candidates for newsworthy stories. At that moment, not far from Chun Nan, Yi Qingqing and Lin Yutong were besieged by several fully armed reporters, microphones thrust insistently towards Yi Qingqing's delicate lips. Clearly exasperated, Yi Qingqing attempted to drag Lin Yutong away, but the reporters, relentless as a pack of hyenas, refused to let them escape. The reason was simple. Yi Qingqing and Lin Yutong had delivered outstanding performances in their recent duel, prompting the reporters to risk offending them for the sake of exclusive information. Just as the two young women found themselves cornered, Lin Yutong, ever observant, spotted Chun Nan in the distance, arms crossed, and wearing a mocking expression. Seizing the moment, she urged Yi Qingqing, "Look over there. Isn't that Chun Nan?" With a pointed finger, she directed Yi Qingqing's attention, inadvertently capturing the reporter's focus as well. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yutong quickly pulled Yi Qingqing away, and the duo took flight. Upon realizing the girls had escaped, the reporters frantically pursued them. Yi Qingqing, glancing back at their pursuers, teased, "Can't catch us, can you? How amusing." Despite her bravado, her little legs were working hard, and in a fleeting moment, Chun Nan thought he caught a glimpse of a blur. Witnessing this, Chun Nan couldn't help but envy the physical prowess of individuals in this world. Even a petite girl could sprint so swiftly. Before long, the reporters were halted by security at the venue, cited for disrupting the order of the event. The lead female reporter found herself at a loss for words, but then her gaze fell upon Chun Nan, who approached with an air of nonchalance. Her eyes lit up with recognition. Exchanging a knowing glance with her photographer, she made her way toward Chun Nan. However, upon reaching him, she was deterred by the indifference in his gaze. Reason told her that this individual was not to be trifled with. He was nothing like the two girls she had just encountered, who could be easily manipulated. This one seemed entirely unbothered by trouble, and she knew that angering him would ultimately lead to her own detriment. Observing the immobile paparazzi station not far away, Chun Nan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After all, he was quite weary of trifling matters. Should they provoke him, he could swiftly have them barred from the press. This epitomized the advantages bestowed by absolute strength and power. Despite lacking any official title, the influence of a capable individual invariably commands a degree of respect. He subsequently traversed past the throng of journalists and entered the competitors' preparation area, where he spotted the two young women who were watching him with furtive glances. Noticing their evasive demeanor, Chun Nan feigned anger and remarked, "Shaolin, why were you pointing at me just now? Provide a valid reason." Lin Yutong, a woman of considerable acumen, instantly discerned Chun Nan's pretense and decided to play along. However, before she could utter a word, Yi Qingqing heroically interposed herself in front of Lin Yutong, hands on her hips, and defiantly gazed up at Chun Nan, declaring, "As long as I'm here, you shall not dare to harm Yutong. If there's an issue, direct it at me." Upon hearing this, Chun Nan cast a glance past Yi Qingqing and, seeing an unobstructed path beyond her, could not help but shake his head in disdain, seemingly conveying, "Come at me? What could you possibly offer that would warrant my attention? Just based on your unimpressive stature?" Realizing Chun Nan's dismissive glance, Yi Qingqing, despite her usual lack of awareness, grasped his meaning. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, resembling a cat whose fur had been ruffled, and she began to frantically claw at Chun Nan. Yet, he merely extended a hand to gently restrain her head, rendering her efforts futile while he stifled a laugh. Observing this, Lin Yutong promptly tugged at Yi Qingqing's sleeve and interjected, "Qingqing, cease at once. You cannot possibly harm him like this." After a token attempt to intervene, Lin Yutong quietly assessed her and Yi Qingqing's respective sizes, her cheeks warming as she turned to Chun Nan and explained, at that moment, Yi Qingqing was nearly cornered by those reporters, which compelled me to resort to such desperate measures. I sincerely apologize. Currently, Chun Nan held both of Yi Qingqing's wrists firmly behind her back with one hand, while the other pressed against her squirming head. Regardless of her pleas for mercy, he did not relent. Upon hearing Lin Yutong's words, he turned to see her blushing furiously. Meanwhile, Yi Qingqing, feeling increasingly vulnerable, called out to her dear friend for help. Yutong, come save me. This scoundrel has gone too far, daring to treat me in such a manner. Although she initially intended to deliver a fierce retort, the realization of Chun Nan's formidable strength and his connection to her esteemed brother caused her to emit a piteous whine, subsequently surrendering and ceasing her struggle. Noticing this, Chun Nan decided to relent, releasing her from his grip. Freed, Yi Qingqing dashed towards Lin Yutong, throwing herself into her embrace. However, upon feeling the differences in their respective physiques, she paused, staring incredulously at Lin Yutong, whose face was tinged with a rosy hue. Woo-woo, even you, Yutong, are bullying me. How can you have grown so much? This shouldn't be possible. As Yi Qingqing's lament echoed, Chun Nan couldn't help but gaze intently at Lin Yutong, his scrutiny undisguised and earnest. Faced with his penetrating gaze, Lin Yutong's delicate face deepened in color, her eyes darting away, unwilling to meet his. At that moment, Yi Qingqing, realizing the unfolding dynamics, wore a sly expression, thinking, so these two truly regard me as a fool, huh? Hee. Look at them, utterly astonished. Yutong, do not squander my assistance. I've put everything on the line. If you fail to seize this opportunity, it will be a lost cause. The ever-astute Lin Yutong soon comprehended that this was her dear friend's scheme, yet she found herself relishing the moment. In truth, she held no aversion to Chun Nan. After all, he was a man of considerable power and wealth, akin to her own age, a quality that many women could only dream of. Hence, it was impossible for her to remain unaffected. However, the dichotomy of a wealthy, handsome man and a humble girl, despite her striking appearance and academic prowess, posed a stark contrast. Society often emphasizes compatibility, but did this truly align? Had it not been for Yi Qingqing's timely intervention, Lin Yutong suspected she would have spent her life too intimidated to express her feelings to Chun Nan. The very friend who typically vexed her had unexpectedly shown such consideration. As Chun Nan observed Lin Yutong approaching, a wave of anxiety washed over him, internally lamenting, I've fallen into a trap. Yi Qingqing, this foolish girl, has never shown such cleverness before. Why is she suddenly so astute regarding these matters? With Lin Yutong drawing ever nearer, Chun Nan felt compelled to stand his ground, cognizant that retreating would equate to a rejection of her advances. Throughout their time together, he had come to understand her nature. Denying her today could lead to unforeseen consequences. Yet, accepting her overture filled him with trepidation regarding the unpredictable Sandai. Thus, he found himself at an impasse, caught between acceptance and refusal. As he recognized the potential volatility of a Sandai awakened to her unique attributes. Consequently, as Lin Yutong steadily approached, Chun Nan raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. Yielding to the unfolding situation, resolved to let fate take its course. Meanwhile, within her pokeball, Sandai remained keenly aware of the external developments. Witnessing the imminent intrusion of a third party into her intimate sphere with Chun Nan, her expression hardened. Nevertheless, considering Chun Nan's sentiments, she restrained her impulse to intervene and teach this audacious human woman a lesson. Before long, Lin Yutong stood less than a foot away from Chun Nan, gazing up at him, who appeared calm, yet was internally tumultuous. At this moment, they could both sense the intensity of each other's presence. As Lin Yutong's gaze grew increasingly entranced, her lips parting as if to speak, Yi Qingqing, observing from a distance, held her breath, anticipating the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, within her pokeball, Sandai, having glimpsed a fragment of the future, wore a cold smile, returning to her meditation, for she had caught sight of a glimpse ahead. Just then, at this critical juncture, a stark announcement shattered the carefully crafted atmosphere that Yi Qingqing had orchestrated. Attention, all competitors. The matches for the top 32 will commence in 10 minutes. Please prepare yourselves. Upon hearing the announcement, Yi Qingqing's first thought was, it's over, we're doomed. Yutong, I did my best. I didn't foresee this turn of events. Meanwhile, Lin Yutong, her eyes glassy and cheeks flushed, felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, instantly snapping her back to reality. She quickly distanced herself from Chun Nan, only to regret her decision, reflecting, how useless I am. I should have mustered the courage to face this challenge head-on. Lin Yutong, you coward. On the other side, Chun Nin was not in a particularly good mood either. After all, it was the girl who was pursuing him, and a stunningly beautiful one with a melodious voice at that. This was something many men in his previous life could only dream of. However, perhaps this was for the best, considering their acquaintance was still in its infancy. If fate allowed, they might cross paths again in the future. Chapter 50. Strengthening bonds. Following this brief interlude, the relationship among the three of them blossomed, evolving from mere acquaintances to good friends. Jokes that were once too daring to utter now found a place in their conversations. As the trio engaged in their lively banter, 10 minutes swiftly elapsed. With the competition having advanced to the round of 32, the format shifted to head-to-head matchups, broadcast live by numerous media outlets. Since Lin Yutong's match was scheduled earlier, she prepared herself in advance, leaving Chun Nan and Yi Qingqing exchanging glances. Yi Qingqing leaned closer to Chun Nan and whispered, "So, what do you think of Yutong? Do you like her? Just give me a word, and I'll help you win her over." Chun Nan turned his head, casting a nonchalant glance at Yi Qingqing before retorting, "Why do you care about adult matters? Isn't this beyond your scope?" This remark sparked Yi Qingqing's ire. She huffed in response, "Aren't you only slightly older than me? You might even be younger. So why do you speak to me as if you're my elder?" Upon hearing this, Chun Nan glanced at his Shinjo tablet and chuckled, replying with utmost seriousness, "Well, you're right. I am indeed a tad younger than you, haha." Yi Qingqing, feeling both exasperated and helpless at Chun Nan's teasing, sighed. Yet, she was aware that he spoke the truth. Not one to give up, Yi Qingqing shifted her approach, probing further. "Then what do you think of Yutong as a person? In your otaku vernacular, does she pique your interest?" Chun Nan shot her an incredulous look, replying with irritation, "You're the one who is an otaku. Your entire family is. When did I ever claim to be one? Seriously, labeling others carelessly is quite unbecoming." As Yi Qingqing prepared to retort, Chun Nan continued, maintaining his serious demeanor. "I embody the essence of the realms of collapse and the cosmos. How dare you use such a vague term as otaku to describe me? It's truly bewildering." Yi Qingqing's mouth twitched in disbelief, staring at Chun Nan's earnest expression. In the competitor's waiting area, the large screen displayed Lin Yutong and her opponent entering the battleground. Watching Lin Yutong, who had nearly confessed to him moments ago, Chun Nan felt a pang in his heart. After all, this was the girl he had never been fortunate enough to encounter in his past life. And it seemed he was on the verge of achieving such a feat in this life, only to have it shattered by this wretched broadcast. As Lin Yutong stepped onto the scene, Yi Qingqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. She tugged at Chun Nan's sleeve, exclaiming, "Look at how beautiful Yutong is. Those legs. That waist. How could you let her take the initiative?" I simply don't know how to express my disbelief. At this point, Yi Qingqing felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Comparing herself to Lin Yutong, whose figure was nothing short of perfect, she glanced down at her own Shinjo tablet. Feeling utterly despondent, Lin Yutong stood at a commendable height of 1.6 meters, whereas she herself, even after some height enhancement, barely reached 1.55 meters. The disparity was staggering, especially considering how mature and composed Lin Yutong appeared, while she felt like a mere child. The more Yi Qingqing compared, the more her despair deepened. Why was the gap between people so vast? In response to Yi Qingqing's lamentations, Chun Nan could only smile wryly. Indeed, she was correct. The unfiltered, live broadcast showcased Lin Yutong in a way that far surpassed the beauty of the female streamers from his previous life as short video platforms, and she was entirely barefaced, having spent her earnings solely on her Pokémon, the Tung Snake. At that moment, within the live stream of the Emperor Capital New Star Cup, many viewers had tuned in just to catch a glimpse of Lin Yutong. As she made her appearance, the barrage of comments erupted in a frenzy, with viewers expressing their admiration in the most exaggerated terms. As for Lin Yutong's opponent, he was a male trainer wielding a Pikachu, which had surprisingly earned him a place in the top 32. Chun Nan was somewhat taken aback. Not every trainer could boast a Pikachu as remarkable as Ash's, whose battle prowess was a topic of endless debate. As the referee announced the start of the match, the trainer with Pikachu executed a swift thunderbolt attack, embodying Ash's style. However, Lin Yutong chose not to remain passive. While Thunderbolt was speedy, it was not an overwhelmingly powerful move. Thus, she commanded her Tung Snake to unleash its own ultimate attack, the Grass Mixer. A small whirlwind composed of grass and leaves spiraled toward the electrified Pikachu. The latter, propelled by its own speed, was unable to halt its momentum and crashed directly into the Grass Mixer. After a brief moment suspended in the air, it plummeted heavily onto the hard battleground. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yutong called out, "Tung Snake, use Charming." as Chen Nan heard the name of the move. He couldn't help but think, I remember that Shinado can use charming too. I must find an opportunity for Shinado to use it on me. Fortunately, Yi Qingqing was entirely focused on her dear friend and did not notice Chen Nan's foolish expression. Otherwise, she would have been utterly shocked, branding him a pervert and completely re-evaluating her opinion of him. Meanwhile, in the Pokeball, Shinado, who shared a telepathic connection with Chen Nan, sensed his thoughts and, while meditating, let out a soft huff before returning to her mental exercises. Back at the match, the Pikachu, thoroughly disoriented from the grass mixer, landed heavily on the ground. Despite its trainer's frantic calls, it found itself unable to regain control. By the time it came to its senses, a flurry of pink hearts had materialized before it, bursting with a pop, plunging it back into an infatuated state with the Tung-Ting snake. Despite the trainer's anxiety, wishing to assist his Pikachu directly, he was bound by the rules of the competition and dared not intervene. Lin Yutong smiled, her lips curving into a stunning grin as she commanded, Ting-Ting snake, use Vine Whip. The Tung-Ting snake extended its 2 green tendrils and lashed out fiercely at the entranced Pikachu. With a cry of distress, Pikachu was struck. But the silver lining was that the charming effect was lifted. The trainer, hearing the sound of the Vine Whip slicing through the air, wished desperately to take Pikachu's place and endure the hit himself. Yet the nature of competition held him back. At this moment, Pikachu had emerged from its abnormal state. Yet it bore significant injuries. In stark contrast, the opposing Frostless exhibited not a scratch, gazing at it with an air of elegance. Battling against a disadvantageous type was already a formidable challenge, and now, faced with such an unfavorable turn of events, Pikachu's trainer clenched his fists, observing the resilient Pikachu standing before him. Ultimately, he made the decision to concede to the referee, declaring his surrender. Although some might scorn the act of surrender, he deemed it prudent to consider the well-being of his Pokémon. Continuing the battle with less than a 10% chance of victory would not be deemed spirited, but rather foolhardy. Thus, Lin Yutong easily claimed victory in this match. Although Pikachu's trainer was defeated, he earned the applause of the audience, who appreciated his concern for his Pokémon. Meanwhile, in the waiting area, Yi Qingqing clapped joyously upon witnessing her best friend's triumph, even dragging Chen Nan into her celebration. Lin Yutong quickly returned to the preparation area, approaching Chen Nan and Yi Qingqing, and remarked, "Did I perform well?" Yi Qingqing, upon hearing this, grasped Lin Yutong's hand tightly and exclaimed, "Our Yutong is the best, right, Chen Nan?" She shot Chen Nan a glance, urging him to offer some praise. Chen Nan, feeling somewhat helpless yet unable to ignore Lin Yutong's eager expression, obliged, saying, "Xiao Lin's performance was commendable, especially that last move. It was truly remarkable." Lin Yutong beamed with delight, her joy from Chen Nan's compliment surpassing even the exhilaration of winning the match. However, Yi Qingqing's mood soured at this, and she pouted, retorting, "What's with you two? Why do you keep calling her Shaolin? I think, from now on, you should just call her Yutong." She then muttered under her breath, "This back and forth is ridiculous. Does he really think I'm oblivious?" Lin Yutong, eyes sparkling with anticipation, looked at Chen Nan, seemingly awaiting his response. It must be said, Yi Qingqing was an exceptional matchmaker, yet Chen Nan remained indifferent. It was merely a title with no substantial implications. He nodded in agreement with Yi Qingqing's suggestion. Upon receiving Chen Nan's affirmation, Lin Yutong felt an urge to embrace Yi Qingqing in gratitude. For this was not just a change in nomenclature, but a symbol of the deepening bond between her and Chen Nan. Chapter 51, The Agreement. Although the trio enjoyed a cheerful conversation in the ensuing moments, Yi Qingqing couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Yutong was no longer hers. During their earlier exchanges, Lin Yutong's gaze had been fixed upon Chen Nan, responding eagerly to his every word, which was simply ludicrous. Yet, she acknowledged that this was her own doing. Had she not meddled, these two might not have even begun to forge a connection. So, despite feeling neglected by her dear friend, she swallowed her discontent. In that moment, Lin Yutong was utterly captivated by Chen Nan, rendering Yi Qingqing unable to bear the sight. When it was her turn to compete, she rushed off to the arena, finding the situation quite unbearable. Chen Nan, too, felt a sense of trepidation regarding Lin Yutong's current demeanor. He believed their relationship had not yet reached such depths. Meanwhile, within the Pokeball, Shinado gazed at Lin Yutong, starry-eyed, and thought, "I can't believe you've stolen a march on me. How infuriating." Sensing her agitation, Chen Nan noticed Lin Yutong's radiant smile falter. Lin Yutong, noticing his sudden shift in demeanor, inquired, "Is something the matter?" Chen Nan, forcing a strained smile, replied, "Yutong, I understand your feelings. Perhaps we should consider this. Given our age, we may occasionally act impulsively. He studied Lin Yutong's expression, relieved to see no change, and continued, therefore, I propose that we observe one another for a year. If we find ourselves dissatisfied, we can mutually agree to part ways. Lin Yutong, taken aback initially, then smiled. That sounds good, just a year, I can wait. She added playfully, winking at Chun Nan, but I hope you won't regret it. Otherwise, I might be quite sad. Chun Nan nodded emphatically, for the current Lin Yutong indeed resonated with him. If she remained this way, he saw no issue. They exchanged smiles, and then turned their attention to Yi Qingqing's match. Being astute individuals, they both understood the underlying sentiments without needing to articulate them explicitly. As Yi Qingqing faced her opponent, he sensed an ominous aura emanating from her, but he steeled himself for battle, knowing that surrendering without a fight would invite ridicule. Especially in a live broadcast. Yi Qingqing sent forth her Pokeball, releasing her beloved Dratini. Her opponent responded by summoning a Trico, the grass-type starter Pokemon. Despite his earnest efforts, he was no match for Yi Qingqing's Dratini and its formidable arsenal of illegal moves, compounded by her financial prowess. The battle ended with a crushing victory for Yi Qingqing, leaving her opponent bewildered as to where he had incurred her wrath. Upon returning to Chun Nan and Lin Yutong's side, Yi Qingqing wore a cheeky grin, prompting Chun Nan to admonish her. You should show a little mercy in these minor competitions, otherwise, people will resent you. He playfully tapped her forehead. Yi Qingqing rolled her eyes, retorting, I know. Honestly, you're not that much older than me, yet you lecture me like my brother. Chun Nan, in response, playfully pinched her cheek. Do you think I want to? Your brother asked me to keep you in line. It's not like I relish babysitting you, you silly girl. Let go of my face. Yi Qingqing protested, fuming. Lin Yutong couldn't help but laugh at the sight, for Yi Qingqing's antics were simply too adorable. As for the nature of their relationship, Lin Yutong, as an observer, clearly recognized that Chun Nan treated Yi Qingqing like a little sister, which was perfectly fine. Yet, this mischievous little rascal had become remarkably obedient since meeting Chun Nan. After a playful exchange, it was soon Chun Nan's turn to compete. Before he departed, Yi Qingqing informed him, Chun Nan, I know your opponent. He is using a Chimchar, and his father is the fire-type gym leader in the capital, blah blah blah. Chun Nan, overwhelmed, looked at the chatterbox Yi Qingqing and asked, Huh? You know this person well? How do you know so much? Of course, we were classmates last semester. And their abilities are slightly inferior to mine, Yi Qingqing remarked, gesturing with her fingers to emphasize just how slight that difference was. Her tone imbued with a certain ambiguous implication. It was as if she were saying, if you lose this competition, humph, do not blame me for mocking you. Although Chun Nan found Yi Qingqing's admonition unnecessary, after all, losing was merely losing to him. If his opponent triumphed, it simply indicated that he had ample room for improvement. Considering it was merely a baby cup, he recognized that one should not resent a person for caring, especially when a solitary individual would come to appreciate the significance of having someone who genuinely concerns themselves with you. Consequently, Chun Nan lavished praise upon Yi Qingqing, which greatly satisfied her. She seemed to revel in it. However, to Chun Nan, she appeared rather foolish, leaving him to ponder how Yi Ling had nurtured her over the years, sighing inwardly. Subsequently, Chun Nan traversed the player's corridor and arrived at the battleground. However, due to his brief delay caused by Yi Qingqing, he shared a fleeting glance with Zhao Jin, who had been waiting for quite some time. Upon the arrival of his opponent, Zhao Jin adopted a serious demeanor. He had certainly researched Chun Nan's profile, for at this stage of the competition, it was only Chun Nan who would remain indifferent to the capabilities of his adversary. Initially, Zhao Jin felt a surge of excitement upon realizing they were both trainers specializing in fire-type Pokemon. Yet, upon seeing that Chun Nan's Pokemon was an already evolved Charmeleon, his spirits sank considerably. Although his Chimchar had been meticulously trained under his father's guidance, achieving perfection, the disparity in levels made victory seem exceedingly daunting. Moreover, having watched a few battle recordings featuring Chun Nan's Charmeleon only deepened his sense of despair. Who on earth evolves and immediately learns Flamethrower? As the referee signaled the commencement of the match, Zhao Jin suppressed his urge to complain and released his Pokemon, Chimchar, from its Pokeball. A flash of white light revealed a slender monkey with a flaming backside, staring defiantly at Chun Nan. In response, Chun Nan threw forth his Pokeball containing Charmeleon, declaring, You shall be the one. Charmeleon. Another flash of light materialized a lizard with a flaming tail before him. With the referee's flag waved, the battle commenced. Zhao Jin, fixated on Chun Nan, contemplated a strategy of counterattacking, knowing he could not match him head-on. Instead, he resolved to find a weakness in his opponent's moves. Chen Nan, arms crossed, had intended to let his opponent strike first. However, upon witnessing Zhao Jin's vigilant posture, he abandoned that thought and commanded Charmeleon. Charmeleon, use flamethrower and incinerate everything. Zhao Jin, taken aback by Chen Nan's blatant disregard for fair play, hastily instructed his Chimchar to burrow underground to evade the attack. Although Chimchar possessed a degree of resistance to fire-type moves, relying solely on that resistance would not suffice, especially against such an intense flamethrower. It was akin to Pikachu in the animation managing to defeat Onix with Thunderbolt. Despite external factors, it remained an astonishing example. Thus, Charmeleon's flamethrower failed to hit the Chimchar, which was currently concealed underground. This situation displeased Chen Nan, prompting him to direct Charmeleon. Charmeleon, use smokescreen. With his command, the battlefield was enveloped in a thick cloud of black smoke emitted by Charmeleon, obscuring both Chen Nan and Zhao Jin's vision of their respective Pokémon. This was Chen Nan's strategy. Since his opponents sought to sneak up on him, he would not allow them an easy time either. The competition rules dictated that prolonged avoidance of battle was unacceptable, and a direct confrontation would eventually ensue. For Chen Nan, such confrontations were advantageous. As long as his opponent could not withstand the pressure, it would become Chen Nan's turn. As anticipated, due to Charmeleon's presence on the battlefield, the referee issued Zhao Jin a warning, stating that continued evasion would result in disqualification. Hearing this, Zhao Jin could only smile helplessly, subsequently instructing his Chimchar to attempt a sneak attack on Charmeleon's rear. Amidst the swirling smoke, a collision echoed, followed by a cry of distress as Chimchar was propelled from the smokescreen. As the smoke began to dissipate, it revealed Charmeleon's claws glimmering with white light, signifying the execution of a move it had recently learned, slash. The anguished cry had come from Chimchar, which had been thwarted in its attempt to ambush Charmeleon. Observing Charmeleon utilize slash, Chen Nan couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. In recent days, having captured two powerful Pokémon had led Charmeleon to become increasingly dissatisfied with its own limitations, resulting in intense training that enabled it to master the slash technique. When Chen Nan first learned of Charmeleon's newfound ability, he had been nestled in the arms of his Shinado, indulging in fruits she had fed him, while watching Charmeleon cleave a stone with its radiant claws. This sight had left Chen Nan in awe. After all, if his Pokémon were exerting themselves so diligently, it would be rather unwise for him to languish in the comfort of Shinado's gentle embrace. Thus, he resolved to join Charmeleon in doing push-ups. Though he quickly succumbed to exhaustion, at least he had made an effort. Chapter 52, Rising Tides on a Sweltering Summer Day. The audience at the arena erupted into excitement upon witnessing this scene, fervently chanting Chen Nan's name along with that of Charmeleon. Charmeleon, having just sent Chimchar flying, felt invigorated by the crowd's cheers, causing the flames on its tail to blaze even brighter. In that moment, Chen Nan straightened his posture upon hearing the audience's roars. Gazing at Zhao Jin, whose expression had darkened, "You are quite impressive. If your Chimchar had evolved, the outcome of this match might have been uncertain. Alas, a starter Pokémon remains a starter Pokémon. Defeating an evolved Charmeleon is simply too challenging." Zhao Jin, observing his Chimchar struggling to rise, clenched his fist upon hearing Chen Nan's lament. "Chimchar, use Flame Wheel. Give it your all." In response, Chimchar nodded at Zhao Jin and enveloped itself in flames, rolling into a fiery wheel as it charged toward Charmeleon. Chen Nan sighed, lamenting, "A commendable display, but alas, your level is too low." Charmeleon, counter with slash. Upon hearing the command, Charmeleon's claws glowed once more, and it crouched low, fixating its gaze on the approaching flame wheel. The audience held their breath, captivated by the impending clash of the two Pokémon's signature moves, with some unable to bear watching any longer. Meanwhile, reporters turned their cameras toward the two battling Pokémon, preparing for a close-up. Zhao Jin, witnessing the imminent collision of the flame wheel, clenched his fist and thought, "Come on, Chimchar." In stark contrast to Zhao Jin's anxiety, Chen Nan remained composed, for he had been closely observing Charmeleon's training in recent days, whether lifting weights or practicing stances. Not to mention the high-quality energy cubes replenishing its stamina, its training efficiency had been nothing short of remarkable. Once an energy deficit arises, 2 energy cubes are summoned for replenishment, and a fire stone is kept at hand at all times. Occasionally, when stamina is nearly depleted, Shinado will effortlessly unleash a healing pulse. Such training conditions are akin to paradise for a fire dinosaur, who is determined to grow stronger, especially with an endless supply of versatile berries. In the past, such luxuries were but a distant dream. Consequently, the fire dinosaur's level-up rate is remarkably swift. However, it now lacks practical battle experience. Unfortunately, the other Pokémon at home are far too powerful, and the newly acquired Gyarados is currently recuperating in the hospital, leading the fire dinosaur to cherish every battle opportunity. Thus, the outcome is all too predictable. The little fire monkey, transformed into a fiery wheel, finds itself firmly restrained by the fire dinosaur. As time progresses, the little fire monkey grows increasingly weary, its flames flickering out. It is captured in the grasp of the fire dinosaur's claws, displaying an expression of indifference and pride. While the little fire monkey looks on in terror, seeking assistance from its trainer, Zhao Jin. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Jin's heart races with anxiety, foreseeing the imminent attack that awaits the little fire monkey, who is entirely incapable of countering. The spectators, upon witnessing this moment, express their discomfort, whispering among themselves and pointing at Zhao Jin. Chen Nan, however, remains unhurried, arms crossed, patiently awaiting Zhao Jin's decision. After all, this is merely a baby cup. A one-on-one match, allowing the opponent some leeway, is reasonable. Chen Nan, in the absence of pressing need, does not wish to inflict excessive harm on such a remarkable little fire monkey. Zhao Jin finds himself in a state of deep indecision. He recognizes Chen Nan's offer of surrender. Choosing to concede would spare his little fire monkey from severe injury. Yet it would mean ending his very first competition at the top 32, a result he cannot fathom accepting. For he is the son of the fire-type gym leader of the imperial capital. However, gazing at the pleading expression of the little fire monkey, he ultimately resolves to take a bold stand. Little fire monkey, attempt to break free with flame wheel. Upon hearing this, Chen Nan's gaze shifts from anticipation to disappointment, followed by a look of pity directed at the little fire monkey, who struggles desperately to conjure a flame wheel within the grasp of the fire dinosaur's claws. This must come to an end. You've waited long enough, fire dinosaur. Unleash Fire Fong. The fire dinosaur nods in acknowledgement, then offers a friendly expression to the little fire monkey before opening its jaws wide, revealing fiery fangs, and, amidst the little fire monkey's expression of sheer terror, bites down with force. Accompanied by a cry of anguish, the severely wounded little fire monkey remains before Zhao Jin, who turns to the referee as if to say, "Hey, is it time to announce the results?" The referee, having noticed this, realizes that the little fire monkey has not entirely lost its fighting capability. Given that it is a Fire Fong attack, and as a fellow fire type, it possesses some degree of resistance. Thus, he turns to the visibly distressed Zhao Jin and inquires, "Zhao Jin, do you wish to continue the battle?" This serves as a reminder within the bounds of the rules. After all, it is merely a baby cup, and at this juncture, it is reasonable to call it quits. Otherwise, lingering injuries can lead to troublesome repercussions. Observing Zhao Jin's hesitation at this critical moment, many spectators who cherish Pokémon cannot help but voice their outrage. The Pokémon has sustained such serious injuries, and you still hesitate to seek treatment? This is futile. Indeed, it is bewildering how someone like you became a trainer, showing such disregard for their Pokémon. Chen Nan even graciously granted you time to contemplate. Yet you still wish to persist in battle at this stage. Not only the spectators, but also those watching the live stream expressed their disdain for Zhao Jin's conduct. Meanwhile, the fire-type gym leader of the imperial capital, upon learning of his son's competition today, furrows his brow at the public scorn directed towards him and sighs. "It seems I have been too strict with him. It's merely a small match. I shall have to re-educate him moving forward." At that moment, as Zhao Jin prepares to utter the words "I choose to surrender," the flames on the little fire monkey's rear suddenly flare into a blazing inferno, erupting from its head in a fiery explosion. Zhao Jin's expression shifts to one of elation. The little fire monkey's ability, Blaze, has activated, triggered only when its health is low, enhancing the power of its fire-type moves. Chen Nan narrows his eyes, contemplating Blaze. Unfortunately, it won't prove to be of much use, but it can struggle a bit longer, providing the fire dinosaur with valuable battle experience. With newfound confidence, Zhao Jin calls out, "Little fire monkey, use flame wheel." Chen Nan, unfazed, employs the same strategy as before. Fire dinosaur, cleave through it, and intercept. Zhao Jin's faith in the little fire monkey surges with the activation of Blaze. Who could stand against such power? However, the outcome remains largely unchanged. The only difference is that the little fire monkey, now fueled by Blaze, sustains its flame wheel for a tad longer. After all, it is not akin to Ash's Blaze monkey, whose Blaze ability is simply extraordinary, capable of launching flames high into the air. Without further ado, Chen Nan bellows, "Fire dinosaur, unleash your full-powered flamethrower." The little fire monkey, engulfed in despair, is instantly enveloped by the searing flames, and soon after, emerges charred and blackened. Resting in the fire dinosaur's claws, Zhao Jin stands frozen, gazing at this scene, before stumbling forward to scoop up the scorched little fire monkey from the fire dinosaur's grasp. Rushing out of the arena, with Zhao Jin's departure, the referee promptly announces Chun Nan as the victor. Chun Nan approaches the fire dinosaur, basking in the audience's cheers and applause, then recalls it into its pokeball and returns to the contestants' preparation area. At that moment, in a lavishly adorned room within the nest, a middle-aged man stands before a transparent floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the thousands of spectators and the battlefield where Chun Nan had just competed. After Chun Nan's exit, the middle-aged man turns to a man in a suit who is kneeling before him. Had anyone else been present, they would recognize this suited individual as the owner of the organizing company for the Imperial Capital New Star Cup. This enigmatic figure, who seemingly appeared from nowhere, has acquired the rights to host events at the nest. Although many have investigated him, the findings yield nothing but a clean and ordinary record. Even the League's inquiries have come up empty. Thus, the League ceases to scrutinize this company owner, and under his financial prowess, he successfully secures the right to hold events at the nest. The middle-aged man, whose face remains obscured, inquires, "What do you think of this Chun Nan?" The kneeling man replies respectfully, "This individual possesses boundless potential. If left unchecked, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat to the organization in the future." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man let out a non-committal "oh," his expression obscured. He then remarked, "By your words, it seems you hold quite a favorable view of this young man named Chun Nan." The suit-clad man, kneeling on the ground, lowered his head even further. After exhaling a breath, he replied, "I have investigated this individual's background. It is exceedingly clean and utterly unremarkable, showing no signs of any issues. Even if there were problems, they would scarcely affect the organization's acquisition of his immensely promising fire-type Pokémon." He then spoke in a chilling tone, "If he knows his place, he may yet earn his life to serve the organization. Should he prove ungrateful, we shall seize his Pokémon and entrust it to our own for training." The middle-aged man, unable to discern the kneeling man's features, was thoroughly pleased with his words. What their organization, sought were individuals who were ruthless and unscrupulous. As for Chun Nan, what could an 18-year-old boy possibly be capable of? Thus, the middle-aged man imparted with earnestness to the suit-clad man, "Due to the recent, intensified actions of the Alliance, we have lost several members. Consequently, the organization urgently requires new flames to help us navigate this crisis." He paused, observing the expectant look in the kneeling man's eyes, and smiled before continuing, "In truth, if not for the eradication of the Scarface poaching group, our Z organization would not be under such pressure. Alas, aside from courting Chun Nan, we must also acquire others, even those of significantly lesser quality. Capturing them at least provides us with cannon fodder, wouldn't you agree?" At this juncture, the suit-clad man comprehended that the leader of the Z organization before him intended to assign this task for him to execute, and he could not conceal his elation. The middle-aged man, noticing his subordinate's excitement, nodded in approval, stating, "I shall entrust this matter to you for the time being. Should you fail, I will replace you without hesitation. Do you understand?" The suit-clad man quickly nodded, signaling his comprehension. Subsequently, the middle-aged man tossed him a pokeball, saying, "Inside is a seasoned Pokémon, sufficient for you to manage the forthcoming tasks, I trust?" The suit-clad man, flustered yet thrilled, assured Z that he would execute the task flawlessly. After all, this was a seasoned Pokémon, akin to a second-string member of a gym leader's team. Chapter 53, A Touch of Sweetness. Meanwhile, upon returning to the contestant preparation area, Chun Nan was greeted by the beaming Lin Yutong, who awaited him at the corridor's entrance. However, there was no sign of Yi Qingqing, prompting Chun Nan to instinctively inquire, "Where is Yi Qingqing? Where has she gone?" Lin Yutong, recalling Yi Qingqing's eager demeanor, chuckled lightly and replied, "Oh, she mentioned she was off to train her Pokémon intensively to avoid being overwhelmed by you during your battle." Chun Nan, upon hearing this, could not help but rub his nose in skepticism. Is that silly girl truly so diligent? Lin Yutong pondered Yi Qingqing's past declarations of hard work, only to recall how she would often become distracted upon arriving at the training grounds, playing with her mini-dragon instead. Thus, she was uncertain whether Yi Qingqing was genuinely engaged in rigorous training at that moment. In response to Chun Nan's question, she could only shrug helplessly. Seeing this, Chun Nan could not suppress a sigh of exasperation, and together they strolled down the street. Lin Yutong, noticing Chun Nan's invitation to shop, instinctively considered declining. However, upon observing his earnest expression, she ultimately acquiesced. She even sent a message to the currently distracted Yi Qingqing, updating her on the situation. Upon receiving the message, Yi Qingqing beamed with a knowing smile, muttering to herself, "It was worth my early departure under the pretense of training my Pokémon, allowing them to enjoy their little world together. Chunnan, do not disappoint me." Returning to Chunnan and Lin Yutong, their so-called shopping trip was rather understated. They maintained a slight distance, often parting ways whenever they brushed against each other, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Were they a young couple in a spat? No, it hardly seemed that way. Time passed as Lin Yutong spoke and Chunnan responded, the moments slipping by unremarkably. Despite this, neither felt anything amiss until they encountered a couple deeply in love, their affectionate closeness causing Lin Yutong's cheeks to flush. Chunnan, too, gazed at Lin Yutong with anticipation. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yutong mimicked the couple, wrapping her hands around one of Chunnan's arms and resting her head on his shoulder. In that instant, both were rendered speechless, fearful that their words might shatter the enchanting atmosphere. They both reveled in the peculiar sensation, basking in the envious gazes of onlookers, particularly Chunnan. After all, Lin Yutong's beauty was striking. Even without makeup, she outshone many heavily adorned girls, not to mention her figure. At that moment, Chunnan's arm, encircled by Lin Yutong, held considerable sway. Indeed, it was quite impressive. By the end of the day, Chunnan felt immensely satisfied. Such was the joy of having a girlfriend. As nightfall approached, they instinctively parted ways to return home, yet both turned back repeatedly, longing for one last glimpse of each other. Each time they glanced back, they found the other's gaze fixed upon them, an unspoken understanding passing between them, culminating in shared smiles. They each stepped lightly along their respective paths homeward. However, as Lin Yutong's Pokémon, Shinado, sensed her departure, it swiftly emerged from its Pokeball. Standing beside Chunnan, its red eyes calmly scrutinizing him as if to say, "You had better provide me with an explanation, or else." In response, Chunnan quickly led Shinado to a nearby bench, engaging in a thorough discussion, thereby alleviating the tension. After managing to smooth things over, he exhaled in relief, then affectionately cuddled Shinado, causing its cheeks to flush a deep red as it appeared utterly content. Shinado graciously expressed her agreement, though with a caveat: she would be the sole recipient of his affection. Chunnan, eager to avoid any potential change of heart from Shinado, readily agreed. His promptness stemmed from confidence, as Shinado was merely a Pokémon, while Lin Yutong was a human. Consider this: if one were to witness a trainer engaging in affectionate behavior with their Pokémon, what would be the typical reaction? Most would likely think, "Oh, isn't it normal for trainers to show affection to their Pokémon? Besides cuddling, I want to kiss and hug and lift them high. What is the big deal? I ride my Pokémon everywhere." Thus, even overly intimate gestures are perceived as entirely normal among humans. Only those with impure thoughts might conjure inappropriate notions. In a world filled with Pokémon, such concepts are scarcely entertained. As for why Chunnan was so certain, it was undoubtedly because he had conducted a thorough search himself. After transforming the nearly corrupted Shinado back into her obedient self, Chunnan no longer wished to walk. Instead, he wrapped his arms around Shinado's delicate waist and gently uttered, "Shinado, teleport us to that hospital from last night. Let us see how the Gyarados is recovering." Upon hearing this, Shinado's pristine skirt billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind, her ruby eyes closing as she seemed to lock onto the location of the Pokémon hospital from the previous night. Mere moments later, her closed eyes sprang open, the surface of her crimson gaze shimmering with a layer of azure energy, which swiftly enveloped both of them. In an instant, Chunnan and Shinado vanished from their original spot. The next moment, they materialized at the entrance of the city's Pokémon hospital. However, the abrupt sensation of weightlessness caused Chunnan to falter slightly as he landed, nearly toppling over. Fortuitously, Shinado used her psychic abilities to steady him, preventing him from crashing to the ground. After brushing off his attire, Chunnan proceeded into the hospital with Shinado by his side. It was early evening, and most doctors were on duty. Upon their entrance, the doctors paid them little heed, though many's eyes lit up at the sight of Shinado. While Shinado was not an exceedingly rare Pokémon, her beauty was undeniable, captivating both men and women alike. Noticing their gazes, Chunnan instinctively tightened his hold around Shinado's waist, as if to declare, "What are you staring at? This is my Shinado, one that you cannot possess." He then made his way toward the room where Gyarados was being treated. After all, his primary objective that day was to bring the Gyarados home and formally capture it. Inside Gyarados' hospital room, a Chansey was carefully unwrapping the bandages from the magnificent creature, a necessity due to the extraordinary regenerative abilities of this rare variant. This had led to various unwarranted thoughts among the hospital staff regarding the unusual Gyarados. However, once Chansey presented Chun Nan's payment records, everyone resumed their activities. For the Pokémon already had an owner, and further entanglements might lead to unwanted trouble. Nevertheless, quite a few individuals remained lurking outside Gyarados' room, hoping to engage Chun Nan in friendly negotiations. Some even contemplated trailing him, intent on snatching the rare Pokémon away. For trainers, a Pokémon with immense potential and an amiable disposition is truly a treasure. Some Pokémon might be near divine but lack the requisite talent or diligence, or perhaps possess an unsuitable temperament, all of which can significantly impact a Pokémon's potential, even if one is born with exceptional capabilities. A mismatched character trait can squander half of that potential, no matter how diligently a trainer nurtures a Pokémon. If the creature lacks the desire to battle or strive for improvement, what good is it? Especially for a Pokémon like Gyarados, which is widely recognized for its humble beginnings as a mere Magikarp, known for its simple splash and tackle moves. Rarely does anyone choose to train a Magikarp from the outset, as it is often considered a wasted effort. Of course, there are a few devoted enthusiasts, but they are a minority. After all, who wouldn't prefer a powerful Pokémon? Chapter 54. Hidden Intentions. Upon arriving outside Gyarados' room, Chun-Nen noticed a considerable number of individuals milling about. As he reached for the door, they all fixed their gazes upon him. Some could no longer remain seated, standing in front of him as if he owed them money. Observing this, Chun-Nen first restrained the agitated Shinado before calmly addressing the obstructive crowd. Is there something you need? The group blocking Chun-Nen responded with forced smiles, their tone excessively polite. Excuse me, young man, is this rare Gyarados inside your Pokémon? Chun-Nen couldn't help but chuckle at the audacity of others eyeing his hard-earned Gyarados and replied coldly, Indeed, that Gyarados is mine. Is there a problem? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with excitement, surrounding Chun-Nen and clamoring, Young man, I'm quite interested in your Gyarados. Name your price. No, don't listen to him. Whatever he offers, I'll outbid him by 50%. What are you implying? Are you trying to provoke me with malicious bidding? Do you think I'm easy prey? So what if I am? The highest bidder wins. If you can't afford it, don't embarrass yourself. At this, the initial bidder exploded in anger, pointing at his rival and retorting fiercely, You think you can intimidate me? Let us settle this in the arena. The loser calls the winner father. Are you game? The other, equally incensed, shot back. I'm in. If I'm scared of a broke loser like you, I'll crawl out of here. With that, the two glared at each other before heading off to a nearby public battle arena. While the rare Gyarados was a coveted prize, they were willing to forego it just to settle their grievances. Otherwise, their conscience would be unsettled. Unbeknownst to them, their moment of impulsivity had just saved them. Chun-Nen observed the commotion with a detached gaze, noting that the two who left were the most polite of the lot, at least having inquired about the price first. The remaining individuals, however, were so raucous that Chun-Nen felt a strong urge for Shinado to send them all flying. Their cacophony resembled a group of elderly women squabbling, accompanied by a throng of dancers performing in the square, an unbearable din. With expletives flying, they contested ownership of Gyarados, as if Chun-Nen were merely a hapless fish at their mercy. Although he initially ignored their ruckus, the prolonged disturbance proved too much to bear. Thus, Chun-Nen procured a small chair, settling down to observe the fray, while Shinado stood beside him, exuding an air of innocence. The bickering crowd, noticing Chun-Nen's calm demeanor, couldn't help but wear satisfied expressions. However, as time dragged on towards 9 o'clock, Chun-Nen found himself increasingly restless. Hey, how long are you all going to argue? It's 9 o'clock already. If you don't reach a decision soon, I'll be taking Gyarados home. At this, Shinado exchanged a glance with the somewhat dark-hearted Chun-Nen, pondering, when did my Chun-Nen become so ruthless? The squabbling individuals, upon hearing Chun-Nen's remarks, erupted into chaos, urging, Young man, please be patient. Just give us a little more time, and we'll definitely reach a conclusion. Yes, don't rush. Watch me outshine the competition. Damn it, how dare you lay a hand on me? Everyone, let us go? With Chun-Nen's words igniting the powder keg, the crowd's tempers flared, and they began throwing punches at one another, their eyes ablaze with fury. The discord at this location had long been noticed by the hospital's security personnel, yet they dared not intervene. After all, with such meager earnings over the course of a month, why risk one's life? Were it not for their duty, they would have preferred to sit on the sidelines like Chun-Nen, merely a bystander. As for calling the police, these individuals were astute, despite their current fervor in combat. The moment law enforcement arrived, they would seamlessly synchronize their narratives. Officer, we were merely enjoying ourselves here, taking a break. This outcome had become a predictable cycle, often ending in a stalemate. Thus they adopted a laissez-faire attitude. After all, any damages incurred would be compensated. As long as no lives were lost, there were no repercussions. Contemplating this, the young security guard couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Chun Nan, who was on the verge of having his Pokémon forcibly taken from him. Yet he felt utterly powerless. Alas, these individuals had thoroughly grasped the regulations issued by the League. If you refuse to trade your Pokémon with me, then so be it. I shall simply ensure your child is picked up and dropped off daily, no thanks necessary. Moreover, I will frequently visit your family's business. Oh, it is merely a matter of 2 words, intimidation. If you refuse to barter, I shall make your family restless. Such malice, such depravity. However, it is essential to note that their targets were predominantly those who were more vulnerable, namely trainers of lesser rank. Hence, the youthful visage of Chun Nan became akin to a fish on a chopping board, ready for slaughter. Unfortunately for them, Chun Nan was not among the meek. Should he be provoked, he might very well retaliate in front of the League's investigator without a second thought. After all, one was a mere nuisance to the League with the propensity to stir trouble, while the other was a high-ranking combatant, instrumental in accomplishing tasks that only someone of his stature could undertake. The disparity was evident. Thus, even if Chun Nan retaliated, he would likely face nothing more than a reprimand or a fine, with no criminal record to speak of. As time progressed, the battle for supremacy intensified, and the number of individuals remaining dwindled. Ultimately, a burly middle-aged man with a beard felled the last of his opponents with a single punch, leaving him standing alone amidst the chaos. The rest had been whisked away by doctors and nurses for treatment, resulting in a significant boost in performance metrics for the Pokémon Hospital. At that moment, in the Dragonite's ward, a Chansey, witnessing the conclusion of the altercation, hurriedly delivered Dragonite's Pokeball to Chun Nan before swiftly making her escape. She dared not linger, for a terrifying shiny Gardevoir was fixated on her. She silently mourned for the bloodied, bearded man who had dared to provoke such a fearsome entity. Truly, he must have had the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard. The bearded man glanced around, realizing he was the sole survivor, and with a rush of exhilaration, he raised one hand in triumph, then turned his attention to Chun Nan, who held the Dragonite's Pokeball. Nonchalantly, he inquired, "Is that the Pokeball containing the Dragonite?" Chun Nan, taken aback, replied, "No, I haven't agreed to trade my Pokémon with you yet. How can you presume such an attitude? It is utterly audacious of you to treat me with such disdain." With his last shred of pity evaporated, Chun Nan, who had initially contemplated sparing this man, now concealed his true intentions behind a facade of innocence. Indeed, what do you propose to offer in exchange for my Dragonite?" The bearded man was momentarily taken aback, then filled with indignation, thinking, "Damn it, you didn't mention needing something in return." Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Instead, he gazed at Chun Nan's seemingly sincere demeanor and attempted to appear amiable despite his bloodied appearance. I certainly have something prepared, just outside the hospital. It is but a few steps away." He inwardly chuckled. "This place is bustling with witnesses. I shall lure you out and then seize you. Brilliant, truly brilliant." Hearing this, Chun Nan felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. As he was contemplating how to lure the man out, the latter had unwittingly walked into the trap. "In that case, I shall not hold back." Chun Nan feigned innocence and naivety, responding, "Great, let us proceed with the exchange." The bearded man, although sensing something amiss, dismissed his concerns, reasoning that Chun Nan was merely a child. Meanwhile, Chun Nan, having secured Dragonite's Pokeball, followed the bearded man outside the hospital. Many well-meaning doctors, witnessing Chun Nan's plight, wished to intervene but were deterred by the man's fierce gaze. After all, they were merely doctors, not wishing for their families to endure unnecessary troubles. They watched Chun Nan depart, silently praying for his safety. He was such a promising young man, alas. Thus, Chun Nan and the bearded man each harbored ulterior motives as they exited the Pokémon Hospital. As time passed, they ventured further away until they arrived at a secluded location. Utterly desolate, a perfect site for nefarious deeds. Chun Nan found the chosen site to be quite to his liking, appreciating the thoughtfulness of the man. Once there, the bearded man dropped his pretense of congeniality, glaring fiercely at Chun Nan. "We've arrived. Hand over the Dragonite's Pokeball." At this, Chun Nan felt a wave of disinterest. He had anticipated a longer charade. Yet, facing the unmasked intent of the bearded man, he immediately adopted an act of terror, exclaiming, "What do you mean? Wasn't this supposed to be an exchange? You were supposed to offer something in return." He feigned shock, shouting, "I warn you, stealing someone else's Pokémon is against the law." I advise you not to tread further down this criminal path. Observing Chun Nan's obvious bluster, the bearded man was hardly intimidated. He had encountered such bravado before and remained unfazed. He knew that even if the police were to question him, he would exhibit no signs of guilt. Thus, each time he would only be detained for a few days, as the authorities could never procure substantial evidence against him. However, with the mask of civility stripped away, the burly man laid his cards on the table. Go ahead, scream all you want. No one will come. This place is meticulously chosen, devoid of cameras. I suggest you comply, or else I shall not hesitate to resort to violence. Chun Nan, no longer adopting his previous bravado, curiously inquired. On what grounds do you believe today's events are in your favor? The bearded man faltered for a moment, having never contemplated this angle. After all, he was merely dealing with a teenager, someone he presumed would be easily subdued. Did he truly think he could contend with him using that Gardevoir, which posed no threat whatsoever? Upon reflecting on this, the bearded uncle grew increasingly arrogant, gazing at the voluptuous form of Gardevoir. A momentary surge of wicked thoughts arose within him, as he addressed Chun Nan. If you were to gift me this Gardevoir, we could consider today's incident settled. Otherwise, brace yourself for my retribution. He spoke with a gaze filled with lascivious intent directed at Gardevoir. Chun Nan sighed, lamenting. I had hoped to play with you a bit longer, but it seems you were too eager to meet your demise. The bearded man felt a wave of foreboding wash over him as he sensed danger, emanating from the very Gardevoir he had underestimated. Just as he prepared to retrieve a Pokeball, he was instantaneously crushed by Gardevoir's psychic power, leaving not a trace behind. The Pokeball he had just summoned shattered in an instant, releasing its contained Pokémon before Chun Nan. However, they stood frozen in place, daunted by the terrifying aura radiating from Gardevoir, who was fixated on them. Upon witnessing this, Chun Nan softly implored Gardevoir, Gardevoir, allow them to leave. These Pokémon are innocent. At his words, Gardevoir relinquished the oppressive force enveloping the other Pokémon, reverting to a docile demeanor as she stood beside Chun Nan. The group of Pokémon exchanged glances before gradually departing, their future paths uncertain. Though Chun Nan was the architect of this tumult, he felt no remorse. Had the trainer dared to confront him, none of this would have transpired. After all, he felt no guilt, even if that man were to be reduced to nothingness. For such is the nature of this world. The meek are trampled upon, and had Chun Nan been an ordinary individual in this predicament, he would have had no choice but to acquiesce. With clarity of thought, Chun Nan likened his actions to squashing an ant, feeling a strange sense of exhilaration. Shaking his head, he instructed Gardevoir to teleport them home. Indeed, the sheer thrill of teleportation was addictive, as long as one knew the direction of their destination. They could arrive in an instant. Of course, this ease was largely due to Gardevoir's high level. Lower-tier psychic-type Pokémon struggled even to teleport themselves, let alone carry others. Given the complexities of spatial manipulation, upon returning home, Chun Nan approached a pond in the backyard with the Pokeball containing Gyarados, summoning it into the water. Gyarados' red scales gleamed brilliantly under the moonlight, igniting Chun Nan's excitement as he earnestly addressed Gyarados. Gyarados, we are home. What do you think? Not bad, right? Gyarados surveyed its surroundings and nodded, signaling its satisfaction. At this moment, Gyarados was fully convinced, though the battle phase for subjugation had yet to commence. With fierce determination, Gyarados locked its gaze on Chun Nan and crushed the previously summoned Pokeball in defiance. Understanding Gyarados' intent, Chun Nan nodded. Ah, I see. Gyarados, I understand your desire. Let us battle. At this, Gyarados raised its formidable forelimbs, looming over Chun Nan as if ready to strike at any moment. In a rather unprincipled manner, Chun Nan dispatched Gardevoir to face Gyarados. Thus, the fierce Gyarados found itself subdued by Gardevoir's psychic power before it could unleash a single attack. Rendered immobile and roaring in frustration as it expressed its indignation. Despite Gyarados' desperate struggles, it could not escape Gardevoir's psychic grasp, and soon, it began to feel a sense of dread towards Gardevoir, who stood beside Chun Nan. Gardevoir then levitated Gyarados into the air with her psychic abilities, only to let it fall again, catching it just before it hit the ground, akin to a game of volleyball. Eventually, Gyarados succumbed to this humiliation and fainted. Chun Nan, feigning a reprimand towards Gardevoir, tossed a red and white ball to officially capture Gyarados. In truth, this outcome was fortuitous. Gyarados had only recently recovered from its injuries and could hardly withstand a rigorous battle at this stage. Afterward, Chun Nan released the unconscious Gyarados, waiting quietly alongside Gardevoir. Before long, Gyarados regained consciousness and, upon spotting Gardevoir beside Chun Nan, felt a wave of despondency wash over it. The once proud creature found itself at the mercy of a seemingly fragile, yet formidable Gardevoir, dealing a significant blow to its confidence. Nevertheless, Gyarados was not one to concede easily. It resolved to strive towards defeating Gardevoir. Thus, after having been bested by Gardevoir, Gyarados quickly regained its composure, regarding Gardevoir with a fierce gaze, as though it were eyeing a worthy adversary. Chun-Nen had intended to offer words of comfort to Gyarados, but upon witnessing its renewed determination, he could not help but chuckle. Gyarados, your journey is just beginning, but as long as you follow me, you will not only have the chance to defeat Gardevoir, but at least reach a level where you can stand alongside her. At this, Gyarados tilted its head, seemingly expressing its dissatisfaction with Chun-Nan's words. Chun-Nan, sensing the moment, released all his Pokémon to introduce them to the newly inducted member. Charmeleon, upon seeing the similarly colored Gyarados, cautiously approached, only to be startled by Gyarados' fierce demeanor. However, realizing this was a newly captured Pokémon of Chun-Nan's, Charmeleon soon regained its composure. After scrutinizing Gyarados, Charmeleon quickly discerned that this new addition was significantly stronger than itself, which dealt a crushing blow to Charmeleon's self-esteem. Yet, it quickly rallied, even opting to train through the night. Chun-Nan felt a surge of pride at this sight. Meanwhile, the unruly Tyranitar acknowledged Gyarados with a mere token greeting, as it only regarded those stronger than itself with seriousness, except for Chun-Nan, its trainer. Subsequently, Tyranitar sought to practice alongside the nearby Banjarasu, as it was currently the only Pokémon of comparable strength. As for Gardevoir, whose power far exceeded Tyranitar's, it was an entity Tyranitar had no intention of provoking, having sensed during their encounter on the island that Gardevoir had held back significantly. Now, however, Tyranitar had noticed Gardevoir's considerable growth, perceiving a looming sense of threat even when Gardevoir minimized her oppressive aura. Just as Banjarasu approached to greet Gyarados, Gyarados instantly recognized it as the Pokémon that had bullied it previously. Thus ensued a classic case of enemies meeting, with animosity palpable in the air. Yet, after Chun-Nan's persuasive efforts, Gyarados eventually settled down, though it still cast a disdainful glare at Banjarasu. Banjarasu, content in its leisure, accompanied Tyranitar to another area to practice their skills. Feeling the tremors caused by the clash of moves between the Garchomp and Tyranitar, Chun-Nan found himself in a state of helplessness. Fortunately, there were no neighbors nearby, sparing him the embarrassment of disturbing others. Thus, the current arrangement in Chun-Nan's backyard transformed into a lively scene. Garchomp and Tyranitar were practicing their techniques. Charmeleon was diligently honing its strength. Gyarados was gracefully swimming in the pool, while shiny Gardevoir peacefully slumbered in Chun-Nan's embrace. With the increase in family members, the resources required for nurturing Gyarados and Tyranitar also necessitated some procurement. Similarly, the resources for the other Pokémon had dwindled and needed replenishing. Consequently, Chun-Nan's once bulging wallet was suddenly much lighter. He first purchased energy cubes worth 20 million, followed by a series of high-end nurturing tools costing 50 million. Additionally, he selected several held items for his Pokémon, charcoal for Charmeleon and a Dragon Fang for Garchomp, both of which enhanced the power of fire and dragon-type moves, respectively. The charcoal cost 800,000, while the Dragon Fang was a bit more expensive at 1 million, as it is a coveted item for dragon-type trainers, who are often affluent. He also acquired a curved spoon for Gardevoir, which not only amplifies the power of psychic-type moves, but also enhances the efficiency of meditation training. This item was quite pricey at 2 million, but for Chun-Nan, it was merely a drop in the bucket. For Gyarados, he opted for a sharp Fang, which, combined with Gyarados' intimidatability, would likely instill fear in any opponent it bit. Lastly, he chose a hard stone for Tyranitar, designed to bolster rock-type move damage. With all these purchases made, Chun-Nan had resolved everything that could be managed with monetary means. Now, it was merely a matter of awaiting future opportunities. With a stroke of luck, he might even manage to capitalize on encounters with legendary Pokémon, while a stroke of misfortune could see him perpetually pursued by them. Chapter 56. The Arrival. After arranging a series of nurturing supplies for his Pokémon, Chun-Nan retired early for the night, having only managed a few hours of restless sleep in the hospital the previous evening. Today, he was busy running around, given his rather frail constitution. The fact that he managed to return home without collapsing into slumber was commendable. On the morning of August 9th, 2080 in the Pokémon calendar, Chun-Nan was roused from his slumber by a cacophony of blaring horns. Groggily, he checked his phone, only to find it was merely 6:11, leaving him utterly speechless, wondering which inconsiderate soul would disturb the peace at such an early hour. Peering out the window, He was taken aback to see a transport truck emblazoned with the Huaxia Alliance logo parked at his doorstep, incessantly honking, as if to taunt him. Upon realizing this, Chun Nan hastily donned his clothes and made his way downstairs to confront the situation. After all, it was rather rude to disrupt someone's tranquility so early in the morning. However, upon opening the door and encountering several individuals with prominent dark circles under their eyes, he felt a chill run down his spine and forced a smile, inquiring, "Gentlemen, is there something you need?" After exchanging glances, one of the Alliance personnel stepped forward to address Chun Nan. "Your elder placed an order for several million worth of supplies late last night. Our workshop worked until 4 this morning to pack everything, and we have come to deliver it." He couldn't help but glance back at the dark circles, as this was a prestigious order from an influential figure within the Alliance, meaning any complaints were merely vented through the honking of horns. As for why they didn't opt to package and deliver it the following day, it was due to Chun Nan's reputation for being anxious about slow deliveries, having used the Alliance's expedited delivery privileges, which resulted in these workers pulling an all-nighter. In this world, Pokémon serve as a significant labor force, so the concept of shift work is virtually non-existent. The standard is an 8-hour workday, and opportunities for overtime are scarce. The reason is simple. A single Machoke can replace numerous workers, let alone Macamp and other larger Pokémon, whose efficiency is unparalleled. Upon hearing the explanation, Chun Nan was initially taken aback. Then he couldn't help but chuckle and replied, "Is there any possibility that I ordered all of this? And honestly, I had no idea you would be working through the night because of me." He wore a sincere expression, which caused the CPUs of the Alliance members to overheat in disbelief. How could someone so young be the esteemed figure they suspected? Despite their lingering doubts, they verified the information with Chun Nan, confirming its accuracy. Their expressions morphed into ones of astonishment. Suppressing their confusion, they prepared to summon the Mashokes to assist Chun Nan with unloading the cargo, as his slender frame would struggle to manage it all alone. Chun Nan then turned to the still-stretching Gardevoir and said, "Go wake those lazy ones up to help with the unloading. Otherwise, it will take ages for us to move this entire truck." He glanced at the large semi-trailer adorned with the Alliance emblem, recalling that he had ordered a significant quantity of energy cubes, enough to leave his fingers numb from counting them. Before long, his slumbering Pokémon were roused, except for Charmeleon, the reigning champion of laziness. They gathered before Chun Nan, occasionally glancing at the Alliance members, especially Garchomp, who grinned widely, startling the fatigued workers. In an instant, the Alliance personnel were animated, nervously watching as Chun Nan, seemingly harmless, addressed his Pokémon. They thought, how could such a small child command a fearsome Garchomp so obediently? Meanwhile, Chun Nan noticed Garchomp's eagerness and lightly tapped its head, admonishing, "Calm down. They are here to deliver our goods, including your energy cubes and some of your favorite berries." At this, Garchomp's eyes lit up, and it soared onto the transport truck, its sharp blades glinting menacingly as it prepared to smash a metal crate. Before the Alliance members could react, Chun Nan hastily instructed Gardevoir to use Psychic to restrain Garchomp, then turned to the subdued creature, chiding, "No need to rush. It will all be yours in due time." Upon hearing this, Garchomp regarded the obedient Gardevoir with a fierce glint in its eye, keenly aware of her enhanced strength. The Alliance members, still reeling from the astonishing events of the last few moments, gazed at Gardevoir with a mix of fear and awe. The ability to so effortlessly subdue a high-level pseudo-legendary like Garchomp, without revealing a hint of its power, was enough to instill trepidation in them. At this moment, the Mashokes had lowered the tailgate of the transport truck, revealing a treasure trove of supplies. Tyranitar, with its keen sense of smell, detected an abundance of rare minerals, many of which it had never tasted before. It looked at Chun Nan with excitement, feeling that this time, its trainer had truly outdone himself. At this moment, Bankiras found his heart completely at ease with Chun Nan, and even if he were to be dismissed later, he would not leave. Charizard sensed the presence of numerous firestones among them, and upon glancing at the others, realized he was the only fire-type Pokémon present, which instantly put his mind at rest, thinking to himself, "Ah, it's all mine." Gyarados, meanwhile, appeared indifferent. After all, he had weathered far harsher trials, and as long as he could fill his belly, he sought no more. However, witnessing the excitement of the other Pokémon, he too began to feel a flicker of anticipation. Chun Nan observed their reactions with great satisfaction. Indeed, the monetary investment had yielded remarkable results. He then instructed Shinado, use your psychic abilities to place all these items in the vacant area of the backyard. Shinado nodded in response, her body enveloped in a shimmering blue aura as she levitated gracefully into the air. to the astonishment of several Alliance members. The neatly arranged boxes from an entire trailer floated effortlessly into the backyard, and seeing Sinead handle it with such ease made them contemplate preparing a waltz for their own children. After all, who could remain unfazed by such a spectacle? Subsequently, there were no more shipping personnel involved as Chun Nin signed off on the delivery and departed. Yet, before leaving, he handed them a few boxes of energy cubes of unknown origin. Judging by the expressions of the Pokémon, it was evident that the most exaggerated reaction came from the Garchomp, likely indicating the cubes were meant for him. Even though it was merely a casual gesture from Chun Nan, it left the shipping crew immensely grateful, as each box was equivalent to more than half a month's salary. Moreover, these were items that were exceedingly difficult to procure, only available through the Alliance's marketplace and subject to purchase limits for lower-tier employees, with unlimited supply reserved for seasoned trainers. Once the shipping personnel were sent off, it was time for the joyous division of spoils. Charizard clutched a premium Firestone. Utterly enchanted, Gyarados swam joyfully in a pool brimming with water stones, occasionally using his tail to scoop up a box of energy cubes favored by water-type Pokémon, which he tossed into his mouth with a look of utter satisfaction. After living for so long, he was relishing such delectable food for the first time. Not to mention replenishing his energy, pure bliss. Bankiras held a solid rock, admiring it from various angles before shoving a handful of rare minerals into his mouth, treating the energy cubes as dessert. Chun Nan watched this scene with great contentment, though he couldn't help but feel a twinge of heartache at their eating habits. However, it was all worth it. After all, one must be willing to invest to reap rewards. Behind every substantial investment lies the promise of significant returns. Soon thereafter, Chun Nan set off for the baby cup with Charizard, Sinead, and Garchomp, leaving Gyarados and Bankiras to revel in their fun, as he deemed it inappropriate to interrupt their blissful excitement. Given that today marked the 16-8 rounds of the capital's New Star Cup, upon arriving at the venue, Chun Nan found a considerable crowd present, even though the competition was not set to commence for some time. He purchased a Sinead-shaped ice cream from a vendor, spending a staggering $50 on a single treat. $50 for an ice cream. Even though Chun Nan was no longer lacking in funds, he felt a surge of indignation at such blatant price gouging. Yet, despite the exorbitant cost, customers continued to flock to the stall. Observing this, Chun Nan couldn't help but self-deprecate. Alas, even after traversing worlds, I still cling to the frugal mindset of my past life. After admiring the exquisitely crafted Sinead ice cream, he took a big bite, for he lacked the patience to savor it slowly. Subsequently, he pulled out his phone and messaged Lin Yutong. "How long until you arrive at the chicken nest?" At that moment, Lin Yutong, strolling along the street with Yi Qingqing, was somewhat distracted, occasionally pulling out her phone to type a message, only to delete it shortly after. This back and forth caught the growing impatience of Yi Qingqing, who snatched Lin Yutong's phone. Feigning to send the message Lin Yutong intended to delete, declaring, "Yutong, let me help you. You've been hesitating for nearly half an hour over a single message. Watch this. I'll tweak it a bit to ensure Chun Nan's affections for you soar." Initially, Lin Yutong had intended to playfully retrieve her phone, allowing Yi Qingqing to send a greeting. However, upon hearing Yi Qingqing's intention to embellish the message, she could no longer tolerate it. If Yi Qingqing added her own flair, Lin Yutong would be too embarrassed to face Chun Nan, for after all these years, she knew all too well Yi Qingqing's outrageous personality, which was nothing short of reckless. The embellishments would undoubtedly be excessively sentimental. Thus, Lin Yutong and Yi Qingqing began to chase each other down the street, capturing the attention of passers-by with their youthful exuberance. However, Yi Qingqing's short legs could not keep pace with Lin Yutong, and within moments, Lin Yutong had caught her by the collar, donning an expression of exasperation as she reclaimed her phone. Upon seeing the message that Yi Qingqing had edited, Lin Yutong's cheeks flushed crimson, revealing a bashful demeanor. Then, feigning anger, she glared at the innocent-looking Yi Qingqing, exclaiming, "You little rascal, how dare you embellish it? Today, I shall teach you a lesson." With that, she reached out her hand, intending to scare Yi Qingqing, though she had no intention of genuinely harming her. It was merely a trivial matter. Yet, even trivialities warranted a lesson for Yi Qingqing. Otherwise, this behavior would inevitably lead to trouble. Yi Qingqing, eyes wide as saucers, could hardly believe Lin Yutong would actually act on her threat. Just then, Lin Yutong's phone rang, prompting her to withdraw her hand from Yi Qingqing and glance at the screen, curious about who had sent her a message. Seizing this opportunity, Yi Qingqing escaped Lin Yutong's grasp and leaned in to see who had come to her rescue at such a critical moment. Together, they read the message from Chun Nan, and upon seeing it, Yi Qingqing promptly urged Lin Yutong, "Yutong, Look how much Chun Nan misses you. He couldn't wait until morning to ask when you'll arrive. Send him something sweet and charming. Strike while the iron is hot, and aim to win him over today. As Yi Qingqing rambled on, Lin Yutong covered her mouth, leaving her to express her dissatisfaction with muffled sounds. Lin Yutong, one hand covering Yi Qingqing's mouth and the other replying to Chun Nan, typed, I still have about 10 minutes to go. Have you arrived? Then, she shot a furious glance at Yi Qingqing, exclaiming, You really have no filter, do you? What kind of nonsense are you thinking about? While jabbing her finger at Yi Qingqing's head. Then he released the hand that had been covering Yi Qingqing's mouth and quickly strode towards the henhouse. Observing this, Yi Qingqing wasted no time in exposing Lin Yutong's intentions. You won't let me speak? Yutong, your body is far more honest than your mouth. Look at you, rushing to meet your boyfriend. Lin Yutong, who was walking ahead, nearly stumbled at her words and turned to face Yi Qingqing, replying, Yes, you're right. Now hurry up. We can't keep Chun Nan waiting too long. With that, she left Yi Qingqing behind in disarray. Yi Qingqing had intended to playfully tease Lin Yutong, but to her surprise, Lin Yutong had dropped all pretenses and laid her cards on the table, catching Yi Qingqing completely off guard. After all, it was utterly absurd that the typically demure Lin Yutong would acknowledge her relationship with Chun Nan so openly. Was there truly such enchantment in merely dating? As Lin Yutong walked ahead, her heart raced with excitement. She had not anticipated being so bold today, confessing her relationship with Chun Nan in front of her dear friend. She found herself uncertain about how to face Yi Qingqing now. Meanwhile, upon receiving Lin Yutong's almost instantaneous reply, Chun Nan smiled and sent another message. Hurry over. I'm waiting for you. After sending the message, he turned and walked towards the ice cream vendor from earlier. After paying a hefty sum of $100, he held 2 ice creams, one shaped like a vine snake for Lin Yutong and another shaped like a mini dragon for Yi Qingqing. Initially, he had intended to buy only for Lin Yutong, but considering Yi Qingqing would be accompanying her, he decided to get one for her as well. After all, if Yi Qingqing found out that Chun Nan had only bought ice cream for Lin Yutong, she would likely cause a scene, insisting that he buy her one too. Though Yi Qingqing had her own money, the distinction between buying for oneself and having someone else buy for you was significant. Spending $50 on a meal for oneself is perfectly fine, but spending $100 to treat a friend might make them feel indebted. In today's society, this reality was all too evident. Thus, the feeling of being treated by someone else was entirely different from purchasing for oneself, a sentiment that anyone would understand. 8 minutes after Chun Nan sent his message, Lin Yutong, dragging a weary Yi Qingqing, arrived at the henhouse square. After scanning the area, Lin Yutong finally spotted Chun Nan sitting on a bench in the distance, holding something in his hands. However, she had no time to ponder. She pulled the still breathless Yi Qingqing toward Chun Nan. As Chun Nan noticed Lin Yutong approaching, he inadvertently overlooked Yi Qingqing. After all, compared to the vibrant and radiant Lin Yutong, Yi Qingqing, who appeared rather lackluster, hardly drew his attention. As they drew closer to Chun Nan, Lin Yutong finally realized what he was holding, a vine snake-shaped ice cream. Dragged along by Lin Yutong, Yi Qingqing quickly spotted it too and instantly revived, positioning herself in front of Lin Yutong to snatch the mini dragon-shaped ice cream, licking it without hesitation. After being dragged along for so long, it would be a lie to say she wasn't tired. At that moment, she savored the ice cream as if it were a long-awaited oasis in a drought. A refreshing sensation swept over her forehead, prompting Yi Qingqing to emit a pig-like squeal, expressing just how delightful she felt. However, this peculiar sound attracted the attention of not only Chun Nan and Lin Yutong, but also the passers-by, who regarded her with baffled expressions. In that moment, the fearless Yi Qingqing finally felt a twinge of embarrassment, retreating behind Chun Nan and expressing her dismay. Let us go. Let us go. These people are looking at me strangely. Hearing this, Chun Nan chuckled, first handing the vine snake ice cream to Lin Yutong, then pulling Yi Qingqing from behind him, teasingly asking, What did you say? Are you asking me if the sound you made was pleasant? Yi Qingqing, caught off guard as Chun Nan pulled her out, was momentarily stunned. After processing his words, she felt a surge of indignation. She pointed a finger at Chun Nan, ready to unleash a retort. But the words caught in her throat, and she could only huff. You just love to bully me. I won't talk to you anymore. Turning her head away, she feigned indifference, though a glance from the corner of her eye revealed that she was still secretly watching Chun Nan, perhaps hoping for something. Chun Nan and Lin Yutong exchanged knowing glances. Lin Yutong, acting as the peacemaker, feigned reproach towards Chun Nan. Look at you. Utterly unaware of how to give Yi Qingqing a break, instead bullying her so mercilessly. Why don't you hurry and comfort her? Hearing Lin Yutong speak up for her, Yi Qingqing felt a swell of gratitude. However, if Chun Nan sincerely apologized, she might consider forgiving him. Curious about Chun Nan's reaction to Lin Yutong's words, she glanced over, only to lock eyes with his deep gaze, which startled her and made her stomp away in frustration. At that moment, she realized that the two seemed to be in cahoots. Alone and isolated, she thought, let them enjoy their little world together. I can just leave. On the other hand, Chun Nan, who had intended to surprise Yi Qingqing, was taken aback to see her turn and walk away, clearly upset. He exchanged a glance with Lin Yutong, who sighed and rubbed her forehead, saying, I didn't expect things to escalate like this. Yi Qingqing, who is usually so carefree, actually got angry. I'll go after her. You should apologize when I bring her back. Chun Nan nodded in agreement, recognizing that apologizing was a small price to pay. Lin Yutong then dashed off in pursuit of Yi Qingqing. As for the upcoming competition, time was still on their side, and even if it began, a mere baby cup paled in comparison to the bonds he shared with his few good friends. After all, Chun Nan had entered the baby cup primarily out of financial necessity and a fleeting ambition to achieve victory. The title of champion, no matter how small, held its own prestige. Many couldn't even claim that honor. Having traversed this world for several days, the friends he could converse with were few and far between. Wang Ping, Yi Ling, and these two girls. Chun Nan shuddered at the thought of being entirely alone in this world without a single friend to talk to. He couldn't fathom the madness that would ensue. After all, loneliness was the most terrifying affliction in existence, rendering even death a mere whisper in its presence. Chapter 58. You call this a leaf? Watching Lin Yutong sprint away, Chun Nan decided not to remain stationary any longer. After all, they had each other's contact information, and Lin Yutong would certainly inform him once she had persuaded her friends. Thus, there was no need for haste. Consequently, Chun Nan left the nest of chickens, intending to wander about. Missing Lin Yutong's call during the competition would indeed be a regrettable predicament. Upon learning this news, the Charizard within its Pokeball felt quite disheartened, but understood Chun Nan's choice. Had it not been for him, it would likely still be playing in the mud on that small island. Not to mention the delectable culinary experiences it had savored in the human world during this time, which had captivated its senses. Thus, when the other 13 contestants participating in the capital city New Star Cup noticed that Chun Nan's trio had yet to appear as the competition commenced, their joy was palpable. These three were like a towering mountain pressing down upon them, rendering them breathless. Now, witnessing their voluntary forfeiture of the competition, they were elated. Especially those three who were to face Chun Nan's team today exchanged glances, each reflecting mutual exhilaration. The night before, they had been gripped by trepidation upon learning they would contend against such formidable opponents. However, upon arriving at the competition venue with anxious hearts, they discovered they had won without a fight. Although such a victory might be met with criticism, luck is undeniably a component of skill. On the other hand, the event organizers were nearly driven to the brink of explosion. The suited organizer, in a fit of rage, hurled a goblet at the individuals before him, demanding to know, who can tell me where Chun Nan is? Why hasn't he shown up for the competition today? The subordinates, upon hearing this, shrank back, exchanging nervous glances, none daring to confront their superior's wrath. The suited man, observing this, felt a sinking sensation at the lack of response from his inept subordinates. With so many present, not a single one had the courage to answer his inquiry, truly a display of utter incompetence. At that moment, he contemplated disposing of them on the spot. But recalling the current shortage of personnel, he suppressed that impulse. Instead, he coldly addressed the kneeling individuals nearby. I am giving you an opportunity to redeem yourselves. Go find Chun Nan for me, alive or dead. Upon hearing this, the kneeling subordinates exchanged knowing glances, then, in perfect unison, stood up to embark on their search for Chun Nan. However, before their departure, the suited man issued a final chilling warning. Don't say I didn't offer you a chance. Chun Nan is a person specifically requested by Leader Z. If you fail, it won't just be you who suffers. I will face the consequences as well. He added ominously. I trust you understand the terrifying punishments Z organization imposes on failures? The departing individuals froze at the mention of the organization's torturous methods, trembling at the thought. With those punishments, death would merely be a luxury. Even if they were fortunate enough to escape Z's clutches, they would at least bear the scars of their ordeal. Initially intending to take advantage of the chaos, they were suddenly alert, aware that failing this task could lead to dire repercussions. As they departed, the suited man found himself restless, recognizing that this matter greatly affected his future. Relying solely on those fools was not a viable strategy. He needed a plan of his own. Subsequently, he utilized the contestant's personal information to locate Chun Nan's contact details and directly inquired, under the guise of the event organizers, about his whereabouts and his absence from the competition. His intention was to present himself as a considerate organizer, fostering a sense of ease in Chun Nan, while subtly bestowing favors to ensure his compliance. It must be said that the suited man's schemes were astutely crafted. Had it been someone less discerning, they might have fallen into his trap. Much like certain fraudsters in the northern regions, he sought to establish rapport before offering benefits, only to ultimately exploit his victims. Meanwhile, Chun Nan, closely monitored by Z organization, was presently observing battles in a public arena. Wandering aimlessly, the only spectacle that piqued his interest was the Pokémon battles. As a casual spectator, he delighted in the exhilarating Pokémon confrontations. Notably, he was astonished by a new Leaf Meow utilizing Leaf Tornado, which propelled a Desert Naya out of the arena. Just moments before the strike, the Desert Naya had dismissed the attack, thinking, how powerful can a mere leaf be? It's just a tickle. Yet, upon being struck, it nearly rebuked its previous arrogance. The trainer of the Desert Naya appeared equally dumbfounded, suppressing the urge to critique the seemingly harmless girl on the opposite side. After ensuring that the Desert Naya had merely fainted, he sighed with relief and, after a courteous nod to the trainer of Leaf Meow, exited the arena, allowing others to challenge the impressive Pokémon. Despite his curiosity about the legality of the Leaf Meow's training, he ultimately deemed it prudent to refrain from asking, respecting the trainer's potential secrets. He returned to the audience, eager to witness the continued performance of the remarkable Leaf Meow. As the Leaf Meow shone brightly in its debut, challengers lined up one after another, each struggling against the deceptively powerful Leaf Tornado. Chun Nan felt a surge of excitement, tempted to join the fray, but ultimately restrained himself, recognizing that it was merely a grass-type starter Pokémon still in its initial phase. While the power of that leaf attack was indeed formidable, it was only capable of dominating at the novice level. Were Chun Nan to unleash his Charizard with a fiery assault, how would the Leaf Meow respond? As anticipated, subsequent challengers adhered to the principle of fair competition, deploying Pokémon of similar strength to truly hone their skills. Battling with overwhelmingly powerful Pokémon would yield minimal experience. After all, if a mere sneeze could send the opponent flying, what battle experience could one gain? As the Leaf Meow continued to engage in battle, fatigue began to set in, a natural consequence for a novice Pokémon. Ultimately, it was defeated by a small Rockruff's rollout attack. Nevertheless, despite the loss, all spectators, including Chun Nan, applauded the young trainer and her Leaf Meow. Such an achievement was commendable for an emerging trainer, as not everyone, like Chun Nan, began their journey with a fully leveled shiny Gardevoir at their side, obedient and ready for battle. As the trainer of the new Leaf Meow exited the scene, within a mere 3 seconds, another trainer rushed forward to challenge the previously victorious trainer of the small rock Pokémon. This fervor is a testament to the unbridled passion this world harbors for Pokémon battles. One after another, trainers bravely stepped forward, undeterred by the prospect of defeat. At this moment, although Chun Nan was thoroughly engrossed in the excitement, his attention remained fixated on the mobile device at his waist. The instant Lin Yutong sent a message, he would be ready to respond immediately. Just as Chun Nan was about to unlock his phone to check for any updates, an unfamiliar call came through. Staring at the screen in a daze, he realized that only a handful of people had his number, all of whom he had saved under distinct labels. Moreover, the number was registered through Yi Ling's assistance, rendering it unlikely for any telemarketers to have sold it to scammers. Thus, filled with curiosity, Chun Nan answered the call, eager to discover who had managed to obtain his contact information. Upon connecting, he learned that the caller was, in fact, the organizer of the capital city Rising Star Cup, inquiring about Chun Nan's current situation. While he felt a sense of pleasure at being contacted, Chun Nan couldn't help but feel puzzled by the inquiry regarding his whereabouts. Was it not odd for someone of such stature to ask after his location? Was he simply idle? A prominent figure like that would hardly have time to squander. So the very act of reaching out to Chun Nan was unexpected enough, let alone asking where he was. Thus, Chun Nan glanced around and, as he had anticipated, several suspicious individuals were scrutinizing him from the audience, their gazes filled with fervor, akin to witnessing a miraculous event. Without hesitation, Chun Nan ended the call. Recognizing that further conversation was unnecessary, it was likely that the caller had already begun summoning others to surround him. Continuing the dialogue would serve no purpose but to waste time. As Chun Nan hung up, the suited man received updates from his subordinates. Boss, we've located Chun Nan, but it seems he is aware of our presence. What should we do? Upon hearing this, the suited man, who had been puzzled by Chun Nan's abrupt disconnection, erupted in a fit of rage, shouting into the communicator, "Who instructed you to alarm him? What if he manages to escape? It will be even more difficult to capture him then." The individuals who had been detected by Chun Nan felt a sense of grievance, unable to comprehend how he could have spotted them from such a distance. Though they wished to defend themselves, they dared not speak up in the face of their irate superior, fully aware that authority could be a crushing force. After chastising his inept subordinates, the suited man's fury subsided somewhat, and his tone softened. "What is Chun Nan's current situation? If he attempts to flee, pursue him without hesitation. We must not lose him." The watchers, attentively observing Chun Nan's every move, promptly agreed. However, they soon realized something was amiss. Chun Nan had not fled. Instead, he was striding confidently towards them, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, leaving the onlookers utterly bewildered. They reported this to the suited man, who too found Chun Nan's behavior perplexing. Typically, one would expect a person being followed to seek escape, yet Chun Nan had chosen a contrary path, which startled the suited man. However, upon remembering that Chun Nan was merely an 18-year-old high school student, he dismissed any further speculation. He immediately instructed his subordinates, "Maintain the call. When he approaches, we will ascertain his intentions. If there is no significant issue, apprehend him." He then added in a chilling tone, "Should he resist, do not hold back, eliminate him." The subordinates nodded gravely, turning their gaze to the approaching Chun Nan, their lips curling into cruel smiles. Soon, Chun Nan arrived beside the group, appearing as though he were intimately familiar with them. He greeted them with a smile. "Gentlemen, is there something you need?" The leader of the group smirked coldly. "Indeed. We have a small matter to discuss with you, though we fear you might be unwilling to cooperate." Chun Nan's smile widened, and he feigned confusion. "Might I inquire what business you have with me? If you could clarify, I would appreciate it. I struggle with complexities." He adopted a naive expression, and the group exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. They relished the opportunity to deceive such a seemingly simple-minded individual. Meanwhile, the conversation reached the ears of the suited man, who contemplated for a moment before instructing. "Lure him to our Z organization's base in the capital. I wish to personally train him to submit to our cause." Unbeknownst to Chun Nan, who was unaware of their discussion due to their earpieces, the group exchanged knowing glances and instinctively encircled him to prevent any escape. The leader smiled at Chun Nan. "This place is too crowded. Let us move to a more private location for our discussion." Ignoring Chun Nan's willingness, they forcibly led him towards their vehicle. Although Chun Nan feigned some resistance, it proved futile. At that moment, within the Pokeball, Shinado sensed the tension and instinctively attempted to burst forth, eager to protect Chun Nan from these lowly foes. Yet, Chun Nan restrained her, wanting to ascertain their destination. If it were a minor organization attempting abduction, he could subdue them and report to the authorities, perhaps earning a token of appreciation. No, beyond mere accolades, there was the prospect of monetary gain. If it were a larger organization akin to Scarface's, it would present an opportune moment to leverage his recent investments and resources for a significant reward from Yi Ling. Sensing Chun Nan's cautious intentions, Shinado stifled her impulses. Despite the moral ambiguity of Chun Nan's plan, she found herself drawn to his audacity. As the saying goes, a bad boy is irresistible to a good girl, even if she was a Pokémon. As Chun Nan was forcibly ushered into the vehicle, the group no longer masked their malevolent intentions. One individual reached into Chun Nan's pocket, extracting his phone with ease. Upon witnessing the scene, Chun Nan refrained from attempting to apprehend them all at once. Instead, he coldly addressed the individual who had taken his phone. "Return my phone." The person who had seized Chun Nan's device was momentarily taken aback and instinctively retorted, "What do you think you're doing? Do you expect to get your phone back? Are you planning to call the police? My friends here will teach you a lesson. Let him know who the boss is." The others in the vehicle instantly displayed cruel expressions towards Chun Nan, brandishing various prohibited weapons and gesturing menacingly in his direction. Seeing this, Chun Nan decided he could no longer remain passive. After all, Lin Yutong could send him a message at any moment, and it would be truly regrettable to miss that opportunity due to these ruffians. At the same time, Shinado, who shared a telepathic bond with Chun Nan, sensed his intentions and promptly emerged from his Pokeball. The group intent on harming Chun Nan was swiftly hurled away by Shinado's psychic powers, and even the locked doors of the vehicle could not hinder her abilities. The black van, traveling at high speed, was flipped over under the influence of Shinado's telekinesis, while Chun Nan was whisked away by her teleportation just before the vehicle overturned. Moments later, Chun Nan's communicator landed safely in his hands, protected by Shinado. Within seconds, the assailants were enveloped by Shinado's psychic force and launched out alongside the crumpled vehicle doors, leaving them in a disarray of scattered debris. Chun Nan first inspected his phone for any damage. Upon confirming its intactness, he approached the overturned van, where a driver was still pleading for help. Since the vehicle had not been on the road for long before Chun Nan had overturned it, a crowd had gathered. Some taking photos of the individual trapped beneath the vehicle, while others engaged in idle chatter. Even those with good intentions to assist were quickly dissuaded by their peers, who silently gestured towards Chun Nan. After all, the commotion had attracted considerable attention, and many witnesses were understandably wary of Chun Nan, the apparent perpetrator. Despite the onlookers' curiosity, they were reluctant to involve themselves with someone capable of such violence. As Chun Nan drew nearer, the crowd realized he was merely a young man, accompanied by the esteemed Shinado, known for its loyalty and versatility. Shortly thereafter, nearby officers arrived at the accident scene. After conversing with bystanders to ascertain the details, one officer released a driflun, loudly admonishing Chun Nan, "Young man over there, please remain where you are. If you move, I will be forced to take action." The driflun, responding to its trainer's command, emitted sparks, ready to unleash a fiery attack at a moment's notice. Chun Nan glanced at the officer and muttered to himself, "What a nuisance." He then retrieved his phone, displaying his electronic identification as an external member of the alliance, signaling for the officer to approach. The officer, initially skeptical, cautiously approached Chun Nan, taking his phone to examine and verify the information. Due to Chun Nan's unique status within the alliance, the officer had to escalate the matter, ultimately taking half an hour to confirm the accuracy of Chun Nan's credentials. His superior even instructed him to fully cooperate with the young man, stating that if Chun Nan required assistance, several enforcement teams could be dispatched at his request. After concluding a lengthy phone call, the young officer respectfully returned Chun Nan's phone, saluting as he asked, "Do you require assistance from the police enforcement team? My superior has instructed me to assure you that we can send 3 teams your way at your command." Chun Nan waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No need. Just call in some people to handle the debris. As for the survivor inside," he paused momentarily before continuing, "I'll take care of them. Let's see if I can extract some information." He then bypassed the young officer and approached the lone survivor. The young officer promptly began coordinating with the police to secure the scene and disperse the gathering crowd. As the onlookers observed Chun Nan's apparent immunity to the situation and the issuance of some form of credentials, they began to reconsider their initial judgments. Could it be that they had misjudged the young man? Perhaps he was, in fact, the hero of the story? Meanwhile, within the Z organization base in the imperial capital, the suited man, upon hearing the anguished cries of his inept subordinates and the sound of violent collisions, was suddenly engulfed by a sense of foreboding. It seemed that matters had escalated beyond control. In a frantic tone, he called out to his subordinates, desperate to discern the unfolding situation. However, with each passing moment, his despair deepened, realizing that he had likely bungled the operation. Now, he could only silently pray that events would not spiral into the worst possible outcome, as the repercussions would be beyond his capacity to bear. As he pondered the situation, a cacophony erupted from the intercom, and after some adjustments, the message became startlingly clear. Yet, the voice sounded eerily familiar. The suited man's eyes widened in realization. It was Chun Nan's voice. He had just spoken to Chun Nan on the phone, which explained the sense of familiarity. At that moment, only one thought occupied his mind. Why was it Chun Nan's voice? Where were his subordinates? "Hello? Is anyone there? Please respond. Shinado, is this thing broken?" Chun Nan inquired, holding the earpiece he had retrieved from the trapped individual, directing his question to Shinado. In response, Shinado shrugged her shoulders, indicating her inability to comprehend the device. On the other end, the suited man was left dumbfounded upon hearing Chun Nan's words. Shinado? This Chun Nan possessed a Shinado? Moreover, from the sound of it, it seemed that Chun Nan had disposed of all the men he had sent out. Realizing this, the suited man felt a profound sense of dread wash over him, as he had previously assured the Z leader of the accuracy of his investigation into Chun Nan. Yet today, Chun Nan had unveiled a Shinado and vanquished his subordinates. This could be described as a double misfortune. Not only did Chun Nan escape capture, but some of his own allies also suffered losses. If Z, this ruthless man, were to learn of this, would there still be a favorable outcome for him? The man in the suit's gaze shifted for a considerable time before it fell upon the seasoned Pokémon that Z had entrusted to him. At this moment, he made a remarkably audacious decision to personally deliver Chun Nan to Z, thereby atoning for his earlier failures. Perhaps this would secure his current position, but it was imperative that the Shinado mentioned by Chun Nan was of a level inferior to that of a seasoned Pokémon. It must indeed be below that level. If it were of equal standing, the man in the suit doubted his ability to contend with Chun Nan for the latter's commanding talent was something he greatly envied. Furthermore, the instantaneous teleportation ability of Pokémon like Shinado was exceedingly troublesome. Only with overwhelming strength could he prevent Shinado from whisking Chun-Nan away with its teleportation. Thus, the man in the suit departed from the Z organization's base in the Imperial capital, carrying the Pokeball containing the seasoned Pokémon, in search of a confrontation with Chun-Nan. Meanwhile, Chun-Nan, after toying with a headset for some time and confirming it would not emit any sound, tossed it to a nearby eager officer. The scene was bustling with law enforcement personnel, each diligently seeking useful information. Chun-Nan had informed them upon their arrival that these individuals might be connected to a significant criminal organization, which spurred the officers to tirelessly scour for any clues that might unveil the identities of these individuals. Soon, they discovered a trace of evidence from the well-preserved headset that Chun-Nan had just given them, pinpointing the signal source. This source was located within the Imperial capital, and the officers promptly reported this finding to Chun-Nan, seeking his next instructions. After all, their superior had explicitly instructed them to heed Chun-Nan's commands upon arrival. They were to execute his orders without question, lest they face disciplinary action. Upon hearing the officer's report, Chun-Nan recalled a previous phone call from the organizer of the Imperial Capital New Star Cup and inquired, "Are you familiar with the New Star Cup?" The officer, initially taken aback, quickly responded, "Of course, I am aware. My son participated but was unfortunately eliminated in the first round. Is there a discovery pertaining to this?" Chun-Nan nodded and replied, "If you are aware, then it simplifies matters. Immediately take a team to the organizing company of the event and surround it completely. Allow not a single fly to escape." The officer expressed a sound of confusion. Yet despite his bewilderment, he knew better than to disregard Chun-Nan's orders. After saluting Chun-Nan, he hurried off to relay the command to his fellow officers. Chun-Nan noted the officer's uncertainty but refrained from offering explanations. He was the commander, and they were the executors. To clarify every detail would only hinder efficiency. Consequently, all officers present sprang into action, simultaneously notifying their superiors. After all, they were merely temporarily operating under Chun-Nan's directive, and upon completion of this task, they would return to report back. Should their superiors discover any lapse in communication regarding the unfolding events, it could lead to dire consequences. If their leader was magnanimous, they might escape unscathed. However, if he were petty, he might choose to discreetly retaliate, perhaps demoting them from the imperial capital to a rural precinct as a punishment. Upon receiving the report from the officers, their superior felt quite pleased with their diligence. He promptly dispatched 2 additional teams of enforcement officers to assist Chun-Nan in his investigation. After all, if Chun-Nan were to apprehend any suspects, he would benefit from the resulting accolades, while if it turned out to be a mere blunder, he could distance himself from any fallout. For he was merely executing Chun-Nan's orders. Any misjudgment from his superiors was no concern of his. Thus, those in the realm of bureaucracy were astute, cunning individuals, not easily outmaneuvered. Thus, the bustling city of the imperial capital was soon enveloped in the wailing of police sirens, echoing from nearly every corner, all converging upon a single target. The man in the suit, having left the Z organization base, was confronted by a horde of officers surrounding the building, his face turning pale in an instant. After all, this was a base that the Z organization had invested heavily to establish in the imperial capital, and its existence was well known. It was unclear how much money had been spent to cultivate relationships with the relevant authorities to secure its establishment. Now, besieged by so many officers, the man in the suit, unable to comprehend the situation, shifted his blame squarely onto Chun-Nan. Indeed, he had only offended Chun-Nan today, and considering the recent disappearances of his subordinates, it was evident that Chun-Nan was behind it all. Now, the man in the suit was filled with regret, wishing he had never crossed Chun-Nan, had he known of the latter's considerable influence. Yet, regret is a luxury that cannot be purchased in this world, and the man found himself at a loss, desperately contemplating how to preserve his own life. The Z organization's reach was extensive, considerably more so than within the confines of the Huaxiao Alliance, with greater freedom in other alliances. Thus, he faced a grim choice: to be apprehended by these officers, spending his life behind bars, or to be captured by the Z organization, enduring torment until death. Whichever path he chose, it would lead to his demise. Consequently, the man's expression twisted in anguish, his eyes glowing with rage as he muttered the name of the one he deemed responsible for his plight, Chun-Nan. At that moment, the man in the suit yearned to confront Chun-Nan, seething with the desire to retaliate. If Chun-Nan would not allow him peace, then he would not allow Chun-Nan to live unscathed. Thus, He began to search among the throng of officers for any sign of Chun Nan. Meanwhile, within the Z organization's base in the imperial capital, ordinary employees felt a wave of despair wash over them as they witnessed the swarm of officers encircling them. They could not fathom what crimes they had committed to warrant such an impressive display. Nevertheless, despite their confusion, they could only silently crouch down, covering their heads and trembling in fear. After all, with such a grand operation underway, it was likely that something was amiss, and they could only pray that they would not be caught in the crossfire. As for the Z organization personnel within the imperial capital base, upon seeing the multitude of officers surrounding them, their bodies tensed, gripping their pokeballs tightly. They contemplated a desperate fight, hoping against hope that amidst their numbers, they might find a way to escape. At that moment, Chun Nan sat in a police vehicle, holding an apple procured from unknown origins. After taking a bite, he tossed it to his side, where Shinado sat. Shinado cast a disapproving glance at Chun Nan before delicately nibbling at the spot where he had bitten, her cheeks flushed, exuding an undeniable cuteness. Subsequently, Chun Nan grasped the petite figure of Shinado, who was munching on an apple, and stepped out of the car, directing his gaze towards the vigilant young officer beside him. Have there been any movements from those inside since we surrounded the area? The officer standing next to Chun Nan responded promptly. A small minority of them are crouched down with their heads in their hands, while the majority brandish their pokeballs as if prepared to fight us fiercely. He continued, moreover, we have confirmed that the signal source from the earlier earpiece is indeed located within this building, thus validating your decision. This structure harbors significant issues. As he spoke, the young officer displayed an expression of admiration, acknowledging Chun Nan's astute judgment that enabled them to encircle the building swiftly, ensuring not a single individual managed to escape. Chapter 61. The complexities of human relationships amidst the sweltering heat of a midday August in the capital. Despite the oppressive warmth, all the officers present, including Chun Nan, wore expressions of fervent excitement. They were acutely aware that they were on the brink of achieving something monumental. Even if they could only claim a fraction of the glory, it would indelibly mark their resumes. Just moments prior, someone had apprehended an individual attempting to flee through the sewers, and through a series of inquiries, they discovered that this office building was, in fact, the base of the notorious Z organization in the capital. Upon receiving this revelation, every officer, including Chun Nan, felt their heads buzzing, but it was swiftly followed by overwhelming elation, as this organization was notoriously brazen within the borders of Huaxia. While the law enforcement personnel reveled in their triumph, those who had been bribed were about to face dire consequences, as long-buried scandals resurfaced in a torrent. Each one was shackled with silver handcuffs, including the very first informant who had attempted to flee. They were apprehended mid-escape. This was due to the magnitude of the operation orchestrated by Chun Nan, which compelled the higher echelons of the League to take notice. Thus, on that day, the entire capital was shaken to its core by Chun Nan's actions, resulting in a mass dismissal of numerous officials within the League, replaced by those awaiting their turn. The audacity of allowing the Z organization, a malevolent force, to establish such a towering edifice in the heart of the Huaxia League was tantamount to a slap in the face to the League's upper echelons. While you indulge in greed, how can you stoop so low as to accept money from a criminal organization? For the sake of trivial gain, you would stoop to anything. Would you? Such behavior undoubtedly crossed the League's red lines, and the pleas for mercy from those who accepted bribes fell on deaf ears, the more they pleaded, the harsher the penalties imposed by the League's higher-ups. Witnessing the very individuals they had promoted begging for clemency, the League officials felt a profound sense of discomfort, as these were people they had once nurtured and held expectations for. As the reinforcements for Chun Nan increased, including several search teams from the League, Wang Ping's squad was among them. Meanwhile, the individuals ensnared within the office building grew increasingly despondent, desperately searching for the figure of the suited man, yet he remained elusive. In their despair, the lower echelons of the Z organization had no choice but to confront the advancing officers and search officials. In an instant, a myriad of Pokémon were summoned by the Z organization members, launching a fierce assault on the poised law enforcement personnel. Yet, the officers and search officials were not idle. Upon witnessing the sudden onslaught, they swiftly retrieved their Pokeballs, summoning their own Pokémon to counter the adversaries. In a whirlwind of spectacular moves, numerous Pokémon fell unconscious from the battle. However, whenever a gap appeared, it was immediately filled by the subsequent officers and search officials. Conversely, the Z organization members found themselves at a disadvantage, lacking reinforcements. As with each lost Pokémon, their numbers dwindled. Ultimately, within a mere 10 minutes, they could no longer withstand the pressure and surrendered, hands on their heads. Observing this, Chun Nan felt a twinge of boredom. He had anticipated a longer spectacle, yet it concluded far too swiftly. As for why Chun Nan refrained from intervening, one could simply deduce that should Shinado take action, all the opposing members would be subdued effortlessly. In such a scenario, the League would incur no losses. It seemed rather advantageous. Chun Nan mused, indeed, it is quite advantageous. Apart from myself and these elite combatants, everyone else is merely along for the ride. They only need to cheer on from the sidelines, which is splendid. If every issue relied solely on the high-level combatants, what need would there be for such a multitude of law enforcement officers and search officials? Have you not noticed the excitement on the faces of those officers? If I were to step in and subdue all the opposing forces, I would render these officers and search officials mere tools of the operation. A rational mind would recognize that they would hardly be pleased about such a scenario. After all, should I diminish their contributions under my influence, would they remain content? Those on the cusp of promotion might find themselves unable to meet the criteria due to my involvement. How would they perceive me then? Thus, sometimes it is essential to look beyond immediate gains. Understanding the intricacies of human relationships is of utmost importance. Subsequently, Chun Nan welcomed the throngs of officers approaching to express their gratitude, for without him, they would not have achieved this success. This is the essence of human relations. Chun Nan provided them with an opportunity to excel, and in return, they felt compelled to reciprocate, whether through gifts or simply extending a greeting. After all, who knows? Perhaps Chun Nan would remember them for it. Did you not see how the young officer was promoted on the spot after this incident? Rumor has it that a commendation ceremony is forthcoming, inciting envy among their peers. As the number of individuals seeking to congratulate Chun Nan grew, he quickly retreated into the police car, attempting to conceal himself before his expression betrayed his amusement. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Qingqing sat in her living room, fuming with a mini dragon cradled in her arms, channel surfing furiously with the remote. Beside her, Lin Yutong wore a cheerful smile, continuously extolling Chun Nan's virtues. Gradually, under Lin Yutong's relentless persuasion, Yi Qingqing's irritation began to wane. She started to absorb Lin Yutong's words. Qingqing, think about it. Chun Nan didn't mean to bully you. Why not forgive him this once, all right? Lin Yutong said earnestly, gently stroking Yi Qingqing's hair as if comforting a child. Yi Qingqing, visibly softened by the gesture, squinted her eyes in enjoyment of Lin Yutong's caress. This only made Yi Qingqing feel a tad embarrassed, especially since Lin Yutong had been extolling her for the entire morning. Even the most stoic of hearts would likely be moved. Simultaneously, Yi Qingqing began to worry that Chun Nan might grow distant due to her momentary outburst, a scenario she desperately wished to avoid. In that moment, she could not fathom her own thoughts. Upon seeing Chun Nan and Lin Yutong in such a harmonious exchange, she felt a surge of irritation, prompting her to storm away. Yet, she had orchestrated their current relationship herself. This led to Yi Qingqing harboring grievances about the intimate relationship between the two, yet she found herself at a loss for words. She could hardly confront them directly, demanding, Chun Nan, why do you treat Yutong so well while neglecting me? I refuse to accept this. You must treat me with the same kindness. If Yi Qingqing had the audacity to voice such sentiments, it would likely result in nothing but mockery from both parties, for in their eyes, she was merely a naive girl. Any words she uttered would probably be dismissed as mere jest, unworthy of their serious consideration. Thus, Yi Qingqing reluctantly acquiesced to Lin Yutong's proposal, forgiving Chun Nan for his previous transgressions against her. However, she did impose a condition. Chun Nan must apologize to her in person, as she would not accept any messages sent through chat applications. Initially, Yi Qingqing intended for Chun Nan to apologize face-to-face, but then she reconsidered. After all, given that Chun Nan was taller than her, he would have to lower his head to meet her gaze if he wanted to apologize directly. The thought of such a scenario felt somewhat demeaning, prompting her to temper her demands. Despite being the aggrieved party, Yi Qingqing continued to prioritize Chun Nan's feelings. Upon receiving her definitive response, Lin Yutong took out her phone, ready to contact Chun Nan, who was awaiting her message. At that moment, the front door of Yi Qingqing's living room swung open, drawing the attention of the two girls who were nestled together. Yi Qingqing's older brother, Yi Ling, stepped inside. Upon seeing the two girls cuddled on the sofa, he paused momentarily before breaking into a smile, remarking, "Ah, our dear Miss Qingqing is having some fun. Continue. I merely returned home to check on you, but I have many matters to attend to." Yi Qingqing, hearing this, quickly inquired, "What has happened that requires your personal confirmation of my well-being? When did you become so concerned about me, you busy man?" Originally, Yi Ling intended to leave after ensuring his silly sister's safety, but upon hearing her complaints, A vein throbbed on his forehead. He took a deep breath, muttering to himself, I had planned to let you off the hook today without reprimanding you. But it seems you've become too audacious. After glancing at the time and calculating that he had 10 minutes to impart some brotherly wisdom to Yi Qingqing, he turned around, a smile gracing his face as he approached the now cowering Yi Qingqing, saying, Qingqing, I know I am often preoccupied, which leaves you lacking in brotherly affection. So today, I intend to ensure you feel my love, even if only for 10 minutes. That should be sufficient for you to savor, don't you think? As he spoke, Yiling exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Yutong. Understanding the cue, Lin Yutong hastily freed herself from Yi Qingqing's grasp, slipped on her shoes, and prepared to leave. Before departing, however, Yiling produced 2 tickets resembling entry passes and handed them to Lin Yutong, saying, I know you have a good relationship with Chen Nan, so I'm entrusting you to deliver these to him. If he asks, just tell him that the stone he requested has been located. Upon hearing Yiling refer to her relationship with Chen Nan as not ordinary, Lin Yutong felt her heart race, and she accepted the tickets with determination, disregarding Yi Qingqing's desperate pleas for her to stay. She resolutely exited the living room, closing the door behind her. With Lin Yutong's departure, Yi Qingqing was engulfed in despair. While she felt justified in her grievances, after all, Lin Yutong had left her to face their brother's ire alone. Her anger was tempered by an understanding that, as an outsider, Lin Yutong could not interfere in family matters. Yet, she wished her friend could at least say something to mitigate the situation. As she watched Yiling raise his hand, poised to strike, Yi Qingqing instinctively adopted a defensive crouch, hoping to endure the next 10 minutes. She had overheard that her busy brother had only 10 minutes to spare. If she could just survive this short period, she could later lecture Lin Yutong about loyalty. However, after several moments of waiting in her protective stance, Yi Qingqing felt no signs of her brother's affection. Puzzled, she lifted her head to find Yiling gazing at her with a troubled expression. This startled her, as it was the first time she had seen such a look on her brother's face. She quickly exclaimed, Brother, don't scare me. You're not usually like this. Yiling, taken aback by her panicked outburst, struggled to suppress a smile. His silly sister was indeed endearing, even if he wondered which boy would eventually take advantage of her. With that thought, Yiling silently resolved, when Qingqing finds a boy she likes, he must defeat me in battle to earn my approval before dating her. That way, no one would dare to pursue my silly sister. Yiling, shamelessly contemplating this, did not believe any young person in the Huaxiao Alliance could best him in Pokemon battles, as only seasoned veterans stood a chance against the reigning champion. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he recalled Chen Nan, a young man who could potentially challenge him. He glanced at Yi Qingqing, who appeared blissfully unaware, and noted that their recent interactions seemed to have increased. While there were no romantic feelings evident at present, who could say what the future might hold? With Yi Qingqing's naive demeanor, would she not be easily misled by Chen Nan? As Yiling sank deeper into his thoughts, Yi Qingqing waved her delicate hand in front of him, asking, Brother, don't scare me. You are the pillar of our family. If you were to falter, I would be left without pocket money. At her words, Yiling felt a flicker of gratitude at the first part of her statement, but the latter half darkened his expression, nearly causing him to faint from her thoughtless remark. He glared at Yi Qingqing, who was blinking innocently at him, wanting to be angry but finding it impossible. With a heavy sigh, he asked, Do you know what happened in the capital today? Yi Qingqing shook her head, staring blankly at her brother, as if pondering why he was asking such questions today. Had he undergone some transformation? Yiling, seeing her confusion, facepalmed, realizing he should never have posed such inquiries. It would only lead to his own frustration. He then proceeded to recount the events of the day in the capital to Yi Qingqing, explaining that he had returned home solely to confirm the safety of his silly sister. Yi Qingqing listened intently, particularly when Yiling mentioned that Chen Nan had apprehended all members of the Z organization with several police officers. Her eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. She then let out a silly giggle, seemingly lost in thought, even allowing a trace of drool to escape. Observing this scene, Yiling felt a sense of helplessness. As he had begun to suspect that his foolish sister was developing feelings for Chen Nan, he found himself in a quandary, torn between the desire to sever this emotional entanglement for her sake, especially since Chen Nan had already set his affections on someone else, Lin Yutong, who was waiting just outside. Yiling dared not imagine the consequences if Yi Qingqing were to suppress her feelings for Lin Yutong. After a moment's contemplation, Yiling resolved to let matters take their course, recognizing that Chen Nan was an exceptionally admirable individual and a suitable match for his simple-minded sister. It would ultimately depend on whether Yi Qingqing could navigate this budding romance. He had no intention of meddling, for Chen Nan was undoubtedly superior to him, and any attempt to intervene would be futile. 10 minutes swiftly passed, and Yi Ling could no longer linger, as he had numerous responsibilities awaiting his attention. However, before departing, he left Yi Qingqing with some words of advice, essentially reminders to take care of herself, seek him out in times of trouble, and, if he were unreachable, to turn to Chun Nan for assistance. Yi Qingqing, having lowered her defenses after Yi Ling's lengthy admonishment, nodded in acknowledgement. Despite the lingering sting from his playful smack to her forehead, even as Yi Ling had already soared away on his rapid dragon, the ache from that playful tap still throbbed. She then turned to Lin Yutong, who was covering her mouth and smiling sweetly, and complained, "You can still smile. Just wait until I teach you a lesson." With that, Yi Qingqing lunged at Lin Yutong, attempting to engage her in a playful scuffle. However, her efforts proved ineffective, as Lin Yutong swiftly subdued her. Under Lin Yutong's guidance, Yi Qingqing soon became docile. The next moment, Yi Qingqing politely ushered Lin Yutong back into the living room, where she sat on the sofa, unable to resist hugging Lin Yutong affectionately. Lin Yutong, though exasperated, resigned herself to being embraced by Yi Qingqing, and then produced the tickets Yi Ling had entrusted to her. Upon seeing them, Yi Qingqing's eyes gleamed with excitement as she whispered, "What kind of tickets are these? It seems my brother is quite serious about this matter." Lin Yutong, upon hearing her, picked up one of the tickets, scrutinized it carefully, and replied, "This is an entrance ticket to the Imperial Capital Auction. Here, take a look." She handed one of the tickets to Yi Qingqing, knowing she was unfamiliar with the auction, and figured that someone of Yi Qingqing's status would likely be more knowledgeable. Yi Qingqing took the ticket and examined it briefly before her eyes widened with awe as she exclaimed, "This is the grandest auction in the entire alliance. You can't just obtain a ticket like this without some connections. For an ordinary person, even getting a glimpse would be impossible." She then pouted in frustration, adding, "Last year, I begged my brother for one, and he flatly refused. Now he gives away 2 tickets like it's nothing, as if Chun Nan is more important than his own sister." Lin Yutong, attempting to soothe her, replied, "But look, there's an extra ticket. Perhaps it was meant for you. Just hold on to it. I can simply hand over this one to Chun Nan tomorrow." The auction was scheduled for August 12th, and with today being the 9th, there was still ample time. As she spoke, she waved the delicate ticket in her hand. Yi Qingqing, initially elated, then wore a conflicted expression as she looked at Lin Yutong and asked, "If you give this ticket to me, what will you do?" Lin Yutong, in response, revealed her ticket and pointed to a specific section, gently saying, "Qingqing, can you see what this says?" To ensure Yi Qingqing understood, she even read it aloud. "Imperial Capital Auction, VIP ticket for box 66. Allowing entry for no more than 3 friends or family members." Yi Qingqing's expression shifted to one of incredulity as she checked her own ticket, only to discover it was merely a standard entry pass, lacking any designated seating. In a fit of anger, she nearly tore her ordinary ticket in half, realizing that she was merely an afterthought in her brother's eyes. "I'm furious. There's no place for you in this family." Seeing Yi Qingqing's exasperated demeanor, Lin Yutong felt a mix of amusement and sympathy. She then dialed Chun Nan's number and handed the phone to Yi Qingqing, saying, "I told Chun Nan that as long as you're willing to forgive him, he will apologize to you in person. Just wait for him to pick up." Yi Qingqing, upon hearing this, calmly accepted the phone, her first instinct being to jot down Chun Nan's contact information. She then pulled out her own phone, entered his details, noted who she was, and sent a friend request. Her swift actions left even Lin Yutong astonished, who remarked, "If you wanted Chun Nan's contact, you could have just asked him directly or told me. Was that really necessary?" Yi Qingqing shot her a fierce glare, recalling how Lin Yutong had previously bested her in their playful tussle. Instinctively, she shrank back, ignoring Lin Yutong's triumphant demeanor. As the phone rang, Yi Qingqing's excitement surged. After all, this was Chun Nan's first call to her, a moment even Lin Yutong had not yet experienced. Simultaneously, Chun Nan's phone rang, and upon seeing Lin Yutong's name on the caller ID, he quickly answered, "Hello, is that Yutong? How's it going with Yi Qingqing? Have you managed to persuade her?" Chun Nan's slightly magnetic voice resonated through the phone, causing Yi Qingqing's cheeks to flush as she pressed the device to her ear. "Chun Nan, it's me," she replied. And on the other end, Chun Nan expressed his sincere apologies to her in a heartfelt tone. Their conversation flowed seamlessly, and as they spoke, the bond between Yi Qingqing and Chun Nan began to mend, perhaps even strengthening their relationship. As the man in the suit drew ever closer to Chun Nan, his pallid visage grew increasingly frenzied. However, upon entering the 50-meter radius surrounding Chun Nan, he was immediately ensnared by Shinedo's pervasive psychic presence. Shinedo then tugged at Chun Nan's sleeve, interrupting his lively conversation with Yi Qingqing to relay her discovery. Upon hearing her words, Chunnan instructed Shinado to remain observant, for their duo had no reason to fear any impending betrayal. Indeed, it was highly unlikely that anyone in this world could sneak up on him. In response, Shinado mimicked Chunnan's demeanor, feigning ignorance as they awaited the emergence of the lurking observer. The man in the suit, initially concerned that his proximity might alert Shinado, felt a surge of elation upon witnessing her vacant expression. After all, he had drawn so near, and yet Shinado remained oblivious to his presence. This indicated to him that her powers were not formidable, making it all the more feasible to achieve his goal of mutual destruction with Chunnan. Gradually, he approached within 30 meters of Chunnan, aware that he could not draw any closer without raising suspicion. His current objective was to wait for Chunnan to reveal a weakness, then strike with lethal precision. Meanwhile, Chunnan, engrossed in conversation with Lin Yutong, who had replaced Yi Qingqing, grew increasingly perturbed upon realizing that the observer had become motionless. This shift in his demeanor did not escape Lin Yutong's notice, prompting her to inquire with a hint of anxiety, "Is something amiss on your end? Your tone seems somewhat off." Chunnan replied with a hint of irritation, "There's a fly buzzing incessantly beside me. I'll deal with it once I finish this call." Damn it. Upon hearing this, Lin Yutong breathed a sigh of relief. Having initially feared that her words had inadvertently upset him, it was merely a fly after all. Attempting to dismiss Chunnan's mention of the fly, Lin Yutong suddenly recalled something, softly asking, "Is the fly large?" Chunnan paused, momentarily taken aback before responding. "I can't say for certain how large it is, but to me, it's just a little fly. No need to worry." He couldn't help but marvel at Lin Yutong's perceptiveness. She had discerned his subtle hints despite his careful phrasing. In comparison to Yi Qingqing, the distinction was stark, aside from Yi Qingqing's superior family background. Lin Yutong overshadowed her in every other regard. The poor Yi Qingqing remained blissfully unaware that she had once again become a mere anecdote in Chunnan's narrative, and she would surely be infuriated if she found out. Hearing Chunnan's words, Lin Yutong's heart, which had been racing with concern, gradually settled. She realized that Chunnan's safety was indeed not a matter of grave concern, given that he was capable of defeating even champions. If someone of his caliber faced a life-threatening situation, then her own minimal strength would be of little assistance and might even complicate matters further. Having come to this realization, Lin Yutong felt a wave of melancholy wash over her as she reflected on her current inadequacies. If Chunnan were to encounter danger, she could only stand by helplessly. Thus, she resolved that in the future, should she face any challenging situations, she would strive to resolve them independently rather than frequently burdening the flourishing Chunnan. Even though their relationship was quite close, Lin Yutong was determined not to remain merely a sheltered girl under Chunnan's protection, as that was not in alignment with her character. Although Lin Yutong struggled with social anxiety, it did not deter her from aspiring to grow stronger and advance further in the realm of Pokémon battles. With newfound resolve, she grew more confident and proceeded to inform Chunnan of the task entrusted to her by Yi Ling. Upon hearing her words, Chunnan's spirits lifted, and he mused, "Truly worthy of the champion title, such connections are invaluable. Just from my brief description, she was able to acquire information so swiftly, and even secured me an entry ticket. How considerate." Unbeknownst to Chunnan, this was merely a test orchestrated by the upper echelons of the league. Not only had they deceived Chunnan, but they had also kept Yi Ling in the dark, all in pursuit of the secrets surrounding those peculiar energy stones. Recently, it seemed the Ula League, positioned in other regions, had begun to uncover the uses of these special stones and was actively collecting them worldwide. Such actions demonstrated a blatant disregard for other leagues, inciting ire among them as they scrambled to gather these seemingly useless stones. Even if they held no value, the mere act of inconveniencing the Ula League was a source of satisfaction, a sentiment applicable even on a global scale. However, this maneuver did not persuade the Ula League to share their research findings with other leagues, who remained unconcerned. Collecting the stones had not incurred significant costs, so they were content to let them accumulate, even if they served no purpose. Before Chunnan's arrival, the Huaxiao League had adopted a similar stance. Yet, as Chunnan's every move began to indicate an interest in these stones, the higher-ups became increasingly restless. If Chunnan were unaware of the stone's significance, he would not have expended such resources to acquire them. Consequently, the League, using Yi Ling as a facilitator, smoothly directed these stones into Chunnan's possession and even bribed several individuals for the upcoming auction to ensure he secured the items he desired. Should Chunnan become aware of the League's machinations, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "There's no need for such subterfuge. If you wish to understand these matters, why not confront me directly?" After finalizing the meeting time with Lin Yutong for the following day, Chun Nin ended the call. Meanwhile, in the living room of Yi Qingqing's home, Lin Yutong's face flushed upon hearing that Chun Nin wished to meet her the next day. She had discerned his underlying intention. Although he presented it as a request for her to personally deliver the auction ticket, it was, in truth, an invitation for a day spent together in a world of their own. As Lin Yutong faced her impending first date, her heart raced with excitement and trepidation, leaving her at a loss as to how to prepare or how to face Chun Nin the following day. Sitting beside her, Yi Qingqing pondered for a moment before grasping Chun Nan's intent. She first cheered on her dear friend, then found herself feeling a twinge of sadness. Yi Qingqing had hoped to join Lin Yutong in visiting Chun Nan, but upon realizing that it was their first date, she reluctantly abandoned the idea. After all, it would be inappropriate for her to intrude upon their romantic interlude. Subsequently, she retreated to her room, clutching a pile of clothes that towered over her, and presented them to Lin Yutong. Disregarding the astonished expression on Lin Yutong's face, Yi Qingqing meticulously selected a pair of pure white pantyhose from the heap of clothing, spreading it before Lin Yutong with gleeful enthusiasm. Yutong, let me tell you, if you wear this tomorrow, I can guarantee that when Chun Nan sees you, his gaze will be fixated on your legs. Upon hearing this, Lin Yutong stared blankly at the white pantyhose being offered by Yi Qingqing, her delicate hands gently caressing the fabric. Soon, she was taken aback by the smoothness of the material. If one were to describe it in a single word, it would be silken. Given that Lin Yutong typically favored more conservative attire, she felt a wave of hesitation in the face of such audacious clothing. However, recalling Yi Qingqing's earlier words about how Chun Nan's eyes would be glued to her legs if she donned this outfit, she resolved to embrace this novel experience. After all, for Lin Yutong, if wearing such daring attire could earn her Chun Nan's admiration, it would all be worthwhile. Yi Qingqing, witnessing Lin Yutong, who was usually so reserved, unexpectedly acquiescing to her suggestion, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. It was worth noting that in the past, she had made numerous attempts to introduce such clothing to Lin Yutong, all of which had been met with unwavering refusals. Yet today, simply because Chun Nan had invited her out, Lin Yutong hesitated for a mere moment before accepting her recommendation. In that instant, Yi Qingqing's emotions were quite conflicted. She found it hard to comprehend Lin Yutong's transformation, as a girl who was typically so modest was now willing to explore the very things she had always shunned. All for the sake of a boy. Could it be that love truly has the power to alter one's character? This question echoed silently in Yi Qingqing's mind. As she daydreamed about her future partner, to her astonishment, Chun Nan's visage appeared in her thoughts. This revelation startled her greatly, for she had always regarded Chun Nan as merely an older brother figure. How could it possibly be him? Shaking her head vigorously, Yi Qingqing resumed selecting outfits for Lin Yutong, discovering several types of white stockings. When she stumbled upon a particularly outrageous style, Lin Yutong nearly leapt from her spot, exclaiming, "Impossible! Absolutely not." Chapter 64. The announcement. After hanging up the phone with Lin Yutong, Chun Nin wore a look of anticipation. For tomorrow, he was set to embark on a thrilling date with the enchanting Lin Yutong, something he had never dared to even dream of in his past life. In his previous existence, such a perfect girl was a privilege reserved only for the dashing readers of the audience. As for whether Lin Yutong would grasp his implied meanings, that was quite the jest. Lin Yutong was an exceptionally astute girl, fully capable of deciphering Chun Nan's intentions. Even Yi Qingqing, though initially oblivious to Chun Nan's motives, would undoubtedly come to understand them over time, as Chun Nan had nearly laid his intentions bare before Lin Yutong's fair and delicate countenance. After indulging in his expectations, he turned his attention to the current predicament at hand. "Shanai Duo," he commanded coldly, "bring that big black rat out here. I want to see who has the audacity to follow me." Upon hearing this, Shanai Duo nodded, a luminous blue aura enveloping her as she swiftly pulled the well-dressed man holding the poke ball into Chun Nan's presence. Chun Nan, upon realizing that the man accompanying him was a middle-aged individual clad in a suit, couldn't help but chuckle. "Ah, quite bold of you to follow me. I had intended to give you a chance to explain yourself, but alas, my time is precious, and I have no inclination to waste it on someone like you." With that, Chun Nan delivered a vigorous kick to the suited man, wincing in pain but maintaining his composure in front of others. Nearby officers had begun to take notice of the commotion, converging around Chun Nan while also observing the man restrained by Shanai Duo's psychic power. One officer approached for a closer look and, to his surprise, recognized him as the company owner they had been seeking, bringing them immense joy. It was a case of breaking the iron shoes only to find nothing, as, thanks to Chun Nan, They had finally apprehended the leader of the Z organization in the capital. From the moment the suited man appeared until his departure, he hadn't uttered a single word, leaving Chun Nan almost amused. Thus, under Chun Nan's orchestrations, the Z organization base in the capital was swiftly dismantled. Those captured from the Z organization were dealt with according to their misdeeds, while those involved in the operation were appropriately rewarded. By the time Chun Nan returned home, night had already fallen. The reason for his late arrival was due to Yi Ling seeking him out to appear on a television station. After all, today's revelation of such a significant criminal organization in the capital had made him a pivotal figure in the efforts. The commotion surrounding the incident had garnered widespread attention, reaching a level of notoriety where virtually everyone in the capital was aware of it. Citizens who had contributed taxes were understandably incensed, wondering how such corrupt officials could exist, especially when the Z organization, the largest criminal syndicate in the country, had operated so brazenly. However, amid their outrage, they also became curious about the leader behind the case's resolution, flocking to the official alliance platform to request information about him, eager to express their gratitude. After all, he had eliminated a terrifying blight from the capital, and they felt compelled to acknowledge his efforts. Consequently, Chun Nan found himself dragged along by Yi Ling, enduring an afternoon of enthusiastic inquiries from the public, which left him feeling somewhat dazed. Additionally, some citizens unearthed footage of Chun Nan participating in the capital's New Star Cup, leading to further bewilderment. How could someone capable of commanding so many officers be competing in such a novice tournament? Yet, once they recalled that Chun Nan had dismantled the Z organization behind the New Star Cup, they quickly rationalized it, concocting elaborate scenarios in their minds. This dashing young man must have sensed something amiss with the event, participating in the novice tournament to confuse the enemy. Chun Nan, feeling quite exasperated, decided against providing explanations, as this situation seemed to work in his favor. Regarding his capabilities, the Alliance, with Chun Nan's consent, publicly announced that he was of the king level and affiliated with the Alliance, contributing to their efforts. After all, declaring him a master-level trainer would be ludicrous. Some individuals spent their entire lives merely reaching the king level. How could they possibly claim that this 18-year-old boy was a master-level trainer? Was it madness on their part, or his? Thus, in consideration of public sentiment, Chun Nan and the Alliance reached a compromise, designating him as a novice at the king level, a suitable choice. Neither too strong nor too weak, Chun Nan found himself rather content with this outcome. After all, he had frequently been provoked by the oblivious, and as the instances multiplied, even he began to feel a tinge of annoyance. Seizing this opportunity to reveal his identity was quite fortuitous, considering that the citizens of the imperial capital were already largely familiar with him. An additional identity would only serve to enhance his stature. However, this would mean that he could no longer participate in novice competitions, as maintaining his dignity was of utmost importance. A master-level trainer competing in beginner tournaments? Such an act would be tantamount to fishing in a stocked pond. As he departed, Chun Nan was presented with a banner and a reward of 2,000 alliance coins. Initially, when Yi Ling handed him the banner, Chun Nan instinctively attempted to decline it, deeming it useless and an unwelcome addition to his home. However, upon noticing Yi Ling signaling a substantial figure behind him, he graciously accepted, taken aback by the overwhelming generosity. In addition to a plethora of tangible resources for nurturing Pokémon, including an abundance of energy cubes, he was even bestowed a cash reward of 30 million alliance coins. In stark contrast to Chun Nan's jubilant state, the Z organization's headquarters was enveloped in a shroud of despair. The imperial capital branch, which had been meticulously cultivated over the years, had been dismantled before it could even demonstrate its might, leaving the organization's higher-ups in a state of acute discomfort. The leader of Z, in particular, was seething with rage, hurling his cup at the screen displaying Chun Nan's smiling visage, bellowing, which incompetent gathered intelligence on Chun Nan. How could they fail to ascertain that he is a master-level trainer? What purpose does your intelligence department serve? As he spoke, his gaze abruptly shifted to the head of the intelligence department, his fierce expression instilling dread in the man. Witnessing the scene, the personnel in the intelligence department hastily knelt in supplication, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. At Z's silent command, a group emerged from the shadows, dragging away those who had prostrated themselves. The onlookers felt a cold sweat trickle down their backs, fearing they might be the next to face a similar fate. Although none could fathom the grim destiny awaiting those summoned by Z, they were acutely aware that none who had been taken away in the past ever returned. A clear indication of the dire consequences that awaited them. With the venting of his fury concluded, Z, standing at the forefront, regained his usual composure. The events had transpired, and the necessary individuals had been dealt with. Pursuing the matter further would yield no benefit. It was better to cease the inquisition and focus on the future. The Z organization, could not afford to be hindered by this setback. He then took his seat, casting a detached glance over the assembly. What matters require reporting? Please, speak up. Upon realizing that Z would not unleash his wrath upon them, the attendees exchanged glances, relief evident in their eyes, and began to report on various issues, ranging from the apprehension and training of lower-tier employees to illegal transactions with other organizations. Punishment, true punishment, it's utterly maddening. If we were to apprehend everyone involved, it would take us 3 days and nights to sort it out. After addressing these miscellaneous concerns, Z turned his attention to the trio standing at the forefront. How prepared are you for the tasks I assigned? Upon hearing this, the crowd ceased their private discussions, understanding that this was not the appropriate moment for such exchanges. The three individuals at the forefront exchanged glances, seemingly deliberating on who would report to Z. After several exchanges of looks, the man in the tailcoat stepped forward to present the report. With a graceful adjustment of his bow tie, the well-dressed gentleman took a step forward and bowed to Z, stating, I took the liberty of setting various traps in the cave of the Articuno after its departure from White Snow Mountain. We merely await its return to weaken its combat capabilities and capture it effortlessly. Z nodded, displaying an expression of approval. This strategy is indeed feasible. But how can you ascertain when the Articuno will return to its lair? In response to Z's inquiry, the gentleman turned to his fellow master, codenamed Diamond. The latter, undeterred, met Z's gaze confidently and stepped forward with arms crossed. We have calculated the patterns of the Articuno's departures and returns. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it will return to its cave shortly. The speaker was a robust man, nearly 2 meters tall, his bare torso resembling an iron tower, exuding an imposing presence. Z found no fault in the subordinate's audacity, recognizing the strength he possessed was essential. Just then, a lithe figure approached, brandishing a dagger and smirking. Z, would you like me to eliminate this Chunnan fellow? As she licked her crimson lips, her expression took on a disturbingly fervent quality. Z regarded Nightingale, one of the 3 masters of the Z organization, and after a moment of contemplation replied, Nightingale, it is not that I doubt your assassination skills, but the organization is currently in a critical phase, and we cannot afford any missteps. Upon hearing this, Nightingale's disappointment was palpable, though she quickly regained her composure. Retreating to her position while caressing her dagger, her mind seemingly lost in thought. Z frowned at her behavior, internally sighing in resignation. He could easily predict her intentions. She would dismiss his words and likely pursue Chunnan regardless. However, considering the destruction Chunnan had wrought upon his imperial capital branch, Z decided to allow Nightingale her course, hoping she would not end up with more losses than gains, as the Z organization was currently in dire need of personnel. Chapter 65, A New Day. On the morning of August 10th, 2080, the Pokémon era, the blaring of an alarm clock roused Chunnan from his slumber. Though he had hoped to linger a bit longer in the embrace of his Shinado, the thought of his appointment with Lin Yutong dispelled any lingering drowsiness. Rising, he gently patted Shinado's small head, eliciting a soft murmur from the still sleepy creature. The Pokémon nuzzled against his hand for a moment before closing its eyes and drifting back to sleep. Observing this, Chunnan chuckled softly. So now you feel tired? Where did that wild energy from last night go? You think you can keep up with me, Chunnan? You're still a bit too green. After ensuring Shinado was snugly tucked in, he proceeded to wash up and prepare breakfast. However, with Shinado still in slumber, Chunnan had to take it upon himself to whip up a meal. While his culinary skills were rather modest, cooking noodles was a task he could manage effortlessly. Once the noodles were ready, he returned to the side of the sleeping Shinado, softly murmuring, Little lazy bug, don't sleep any longer. Get up for breakfast. Not only do we have your favorite foods and energy cubes, but I've personally prepared noodles for you. Initially, Shinado had little interest in the food and energy cubes, turning over to catch a few more moments of slumber. However, did Chunnan just say something? He personally made noodles for himself? This thought piqued Shinado's interest. Thus, the half-asleep Shinado abruptly sat up in bed, her gaze fixed on the bowl of rather unremarkable noodles in Chunnan's hand, swallowing hard. Noticing her reaction, Chunnan smiled gently. Little lazy bug, you finally decided to get up. Come closer, I'll feed you. Open wide. With that, he skillfully picked up a pair of chopsticks, blew gently on the noodles, and brought them to Shinado's cherry-red lips. Although Shinado felt a tad embarrassed by this childlike feeding method, how could she resist when it was from her most beloved person, faced with the noodles so close at hand? Her ruby-like eyes blinked a few times before she daintily took small bites. Nan, undeterred by the trouble, continued to feed Shinado slowly. However, she kept her gaze fixed on him, which sent a shiver down his spine. At that moment, Nan couldn't shake the feeling that the gentle and charming Shinado might be plotting something mischievous against him. After a long night of being tossed about, Nan had no intention of tiring himself out this early in the day. After all, Lin Yutong was waiting for him. Instinctively, Nan sought to escape this space. But how could Shinado, with her keen senses, be unaware of his intentions? Before he could make a move, the obedient Shinado, who had been blinking innocently just moments ago, transformed in an instant. Her red eyes were suddenly veiled with a shimmering blue light. Nan, taken aback, attempted to voice a protest, but found himself speechless. His lips parting uncontrollably, and his limbs no longer obeying his commands. The only thing he could move were his large, expressive eyes, watching as Shinado's face, flushed with an almost sickly hue, drew nearer to him. Then, Shinado reached out, taking the bowl of noodles from Nan's hands, and with her delicate fingers, she picked up some noodles and placed them in her mouth. The ensuing scene was nothing short of chaotic, prompting me to unilaterally omit the subsequent 2,000 words. Half an hour later, Nan picked up a pair of slippers from the floor and prepared to swat at Shinado's little pert backside as she crouched defensively, trembling at the thought of having bullied Nan with her psychic powers for the past half hour. Though Shinado had already glimpsed fragments of the future, including this moment, Nan's anger was entirely within her expectations. She even felt quite pleased, as it meant she had enjoyed such close intimacy with Nan. The sensation was blissful for Shinado, and despite the impending reprimand from Nan, she remained unperturbed, knowing he would never be too harsh on her. After all, during that time, she had eased her psychic influence, and Nan had still held her close. As anticipated, Nan merely waved his hand dismissively and set the slippers down, offering a token warning. Shinado, don't do that again. Then, shifting his tone with a mischievous smile, he added, if you truly desire something, just communicate with me beforehand. There's no need for psychic powers. The first part of his statement seemed perfectly reasonable to Shinado, but upon hearing the latter half, she could hardly contain herself, pouting at the grinning Nan. Shauna, why are you like this? Oh, I'm not talking to you. With that, she turned her head away, crossing her arms in a mock display of annoyance. Nonetheless, her crimson eyes, partially hidden by her green locks, would occasionally dart back to Nan. Seeing this, Nan leaned closer, whispering softly into her ear, all right, don't be angry. You're a big enough Pokémon. Why throw such a little tantrum? As he spoke, he tenderly stroked her green hair. Under his gentle caress, Shinado succumbed, letting out a soft whimper before diving into his embrace, lost in its warmth. Observing the bashful and lovely Shinado in his arms, Nan couldn't help but muse. This is the idyllic life I envision. After their tender moment, Nan led Shinado to the backyard where the other Pokémon were gathered. Spying Nan's arrival, Charmeleon, who was busy doing push-ups, dashed over, ready to greet him with an enthusiastic hug. However, upon noticing the indifferent Shinado by his side, he abruptly halted in his tracks. Shinado, sensing this, let out a light huff. Shauna, at least you know your place. Nan couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. Surprised by Shinado's possessiveness, which had taken on a slight edge of obsession, he then patted Charmeleon, who reveled in the affection, its tail flames growing more vibrant with each stroke from Nan. Next, Nan approached the duo of Garchomp and Tyranitar, who had inexplicably become friends. Tyranitar presented Garchomp with a pile of rare minerals, seemingly inviting him to sample their flavor. While Garchomp wasn't renowned for its appetite, it could still enjoy a taste, being part ground type. In return, Garchomp shared some of its favorite energy cubes, and the two Pokémon exchanged smiles, reveling in the simple joys of their camaraderie. At times, the happiness between Pokémon is remarkably uncomplicated. A little exchange here, a little gift there, and before long, they are inseparable friends. As Nan placed no restrictions on the daily food intake of his Pokémon, encouraging them to eat their fill, provided they weren't Snorlax, he had stocked up on ample resources, equipment, and food, allowing them the freedom to share and consume as they pleased. After all, with the active Pokémon around, apart from Garchomp's laid-back demeanor, the others were anything but lazy, particularly Charmeleon, who was a champion of hard work. Each day, Charmeleon would tackle 1,000 push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and a 20-kilometer run as part of its routine. After completing these drills, Charmeleon would seek out other Pokémon to practice moves, occasionally coaxing Garchomp into being a sparring partner. However, after a few rounds of playful scratching, Garchomp would grow weary and decline to continue as Charmeleon's training companion. The fiery Charizard, having been spurned by the ferocious Garchomp, swiftly sought out the robust Tyranitar. To Tyranitar's delight, this was a welcome proposition. However, there were occasions when Tyranitar could not restrain himself from delivering a retaliatory blow to the dinosaur. This led Charizard to develop a hesitance towards seeking further training sessions with Tyranitar. Nevertheless, Charizard remained undeterred in his quest for mastery, diligently finding resilient objects to serve as training targets each day. Chun-Nan, observing this unwavering diligence, felt a surge of pride, despite his own shortcomings as a trainer. He found solace in being able to occasionally guide Charizard in the application of its signature moves. Chapter 66. Astonishing. Eventually, Chun-Nan approached the now rejuvenated Gyarados, who had spent a day at home recovering. A wave of joy washed over Chun-Nan upon witnessing Gyarados restored to vitality. In acknowledgement of Chun-Nan's visit, Gyarados obediently lowered its massive head, allowing Chun-Nan to gently caress its deep crimson scales. "It seems you have made a full recovery. I am truly delighted for you," Chun-Nan remarked with a smile. Subsequently, he returned Gyarados to its Pokeball, as it was time to embark on an outing with Gyarados, Gardevoir, and Garchomp. Charizard would remain at home to continue its training, while Tyranitar would serve as the guardian of the household. Knowing well that it would likely be nestled among the rocks for a well-deserved nap, given that Chun-Nan had crossed paths with Team Z, he felt reassured by Tyranitar's presence, for if any intruders were to approach, Tyranitar would stand vigilant, preventing the theft of precious megastones, which would undoubtedly cause Chun-Nan considerable distress. Dressed in an ensemble he deemed quite dapper, Chun-Nan set out for the agreed meeting spot at Imperial City Park, where he was to rendezvous with Lin Yutong. Upon reaching the street, he successfully hailed a taxi using a ride-hailing app, after a brief wait of approximately 5 minutes. Once in the vehicle, he communicated the last few digits of his phone number to the driver, and they set off towards their destination. Through the rearview mirror, the driver, noticing Chun-Nan's formal attire, instinctively inquired, "Hey there, young man, all dressed up nicely. Are you off to meet a girlfriend?" Chun-Nan replied with calm assurance, "Yes. It's our first meeting." The driver's smile broadened as he chuckled. "Ah, a first date. Just relax and don't be nervous. But, you look somewhat familiar. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before." The driver pondered, unable to place Chun-Nan's face, which seemed to blend into the sea of faces he encountered daily. In response, Chun-Nan laughed lightly. "Perhaps it's just that my face is rather commonplace. You meet so many people in your line of work that I must appear familiar." The driver, satisfied with this explanation, focused on the road ahead, mindful of his responsibilities to his family. Meanwhile, Lin Yutong, under the encouragement of Yi Qingqing, donned an outfit she usually dared not wear, with her long, deep blue hair cascading down her shoulders. She wore a blue and white dress that gracefully ended just above her knees, revealing a hint of her calves. Complementing her attire were white tights and glossy black shoes, which accentuated her slender legs. The tights, contrasted against the dark shoes, created a striking visual, and even Yi Qingqing found herself momentarily awestruck at the sight of Lin Yutong's ensemble. In that moment, Yi Qingqing contemplated embracing Lin Yutong's legs, lamenting internally, "Why must she be so lovely for Chun-Nan?" Observing Yi Qingqing's stunned expression, Lin Yutong, bemused, asked, "Qingqing, is something wrong?" as she twirled to show off her outfit. Her eyes blinked innocently at her friend, who was clearly taken aback. A droplet of saliva escaped Yi Qingqing's lips, quickly wiped away, yet not unnoticed by Lin Yutong, who pondered, "Is it really necessary to be this outrageous? She's drooling." Yi Qingqing, recognizing Lin Yutong's confusion, internally mused, "Oh, Yutong, your outfit possesses an allure that even I cannot resist. I can only imagine Chun-Nan's reaction upon seeing you." With that, Yi Qingqing drove Lin Yutong, who resembled a delicate flower, to meet Chun-Nan. After settling the fare with the taxi driver, Chun-Nan took a seat on a bench in Imperial City Park and pulled out his phone to message Lin Yutong. "Yutong, I've arrived and am waiting for you. Where are you now?" At that moment, Lin Yutong, seated in the passenger seat beside Yi Qingqing, saw Chun-Nan's message and urged her friend, "Hurry up, Qingqing. Chun-Nan is already at the location. He's waiting for me." She displayed a sense of urgency that made Yi Qingqing roll her eyes. "Honestly, why the rush? Didn't he say to meet at 9? It's only 8:30. We still have half an hour," Yi Qingqing replied, somewhat exasperated. Despite Yi Qingqing's calm reasoning, Lin Yutong's eagerness persisted. "But I don't want Chun-Nan to wait too long. I fear he might feel disheartened." Upon hearing Lin Yutong's words, Yi Qingqing's heart shattered, realizing, "Oh, Yutong, you've truly moved on. Now your heart belongs solely to Chun-Nan, leaving no room for your good friend." Nonetheless, She maintained her composure, saying, all right. I can't stand you sometimes. Buckle up, we're setting off now. With that, Yi Qingqing accelerated, the car shooting forward, causing Lin Yutong to feel a surge of adrenaline. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yutong would have protested to slow down, but at this moment, she simply wished for Yi Qingqing to maintain this pace, eager to see Chun Nan sooner. Simultaneously, Lin Yutong texted Chun Nan, Qingqing is driving fast. I'll be there shortly. Upon receiving Lin Yutong's reply, Chun Nan quickly responded, no need to rush. We have plenty of time today. Tell Qingqing to slow down. I can wait. He added a worried emoji to convey his concern. Feeling cherished by Chun Nan's thoughtful words, Lin Yutong basked in a sense of happiness. Yet she still mischievously urged Yi Qingqing to speed up. Hearing Lin Yutong's request, Yi Qingqing couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. At that moment, she wanted to firmly grasp Lin Yutong's shoulders and say, are you serious? This is the city. I'm already going 100. You're truly my sister. For the sake of meeting that man, you're willing to make such reckless demands. While I'm not afraid of death, I certainly don't want to perish at my own hand. Though Yi Qingqing contemplated dismissing Lin Yutong's reckless request, her foot nevertheless pressed down on the accelerator. Thus, what was originally a 20-minute journey was ruthlessly condensed to a mere 15 minutes by Yi Qingqing. Lin Yutong felt immensely grateful for Yi Qingqing's efforts on her behalf, and she proceeded to follow the directional coordinates sent by Chun Nan. Meanwhile, Yi Qingqing remained behind to deal with the pursuing traffic officers, who, upon recognizing her, promptly took out their phones and, in a rather perfunctory manner, issued her a ticket before departing. Had it not been for this familiarity, how could Yi Qingqing dare to drive at 100 miles per hour in the city? On the other hand, Chun Nan was taken aback when Lin Yutong appeared in his vicinity within a mere 15 minutes. He was acutely aware of the considerable distance that separated them initially, and it would typically require at least 20 minutes for her to arrive. This indicated that the two girls had undoubtedly disregarded his instructions. Nevertheless, now that Lin Yutong had arrived, it seemed futile to dwell further on the matter. He would simply remind them to drive slowly next time. Soon enough, they met face to face. Chun Nan had anticipated that Lin Yutong would arrive dressed in her usual long sleeves and trousers. However, he was utterly astonished by her appearance today. Her slender legs, faintly gleaming, were precisely the epitome of his dreams, legs that one could never tire of, aptly termed exquisite elegance. Noticing Chun Nan's gaze fixated on her legs, Lin Yutong felt uncertain about what was so appealing about them. However, since Chun Nan seemed to appreciate them, she decided to indulge him. With this thought in mind, Lin Yutong gracefully approached the mesmerized Chun Nan and softly inquired, what do you think of my outfit today? Chun Nan, regaining his composure, wasted no time in showering her with compliments. I can only say it's absolutely splendid. Simply breathtaking. How could I have overlooked this before? Yutong, you look remarkably beautiful today. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yutong's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, her hands fidgeting behind her as she lowered her gaze. Replying in a soft tone, it's not as wonderful as you say. This outfit was chosen with Yi Qingqing's help. She insisted you would like it, so I wore it. Thankfully, she didn't lead me astray this time. At the mention of Yi Qingqing, Chun Nan was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. He reached out and grasped Lin Yutong's hand that was resting behind her back, saying, come, today I shall treat you to some delicious food and enjoyable activities. He then pulled her hand, leading her into the depths of the Imperial Capital Park. Lin Yutong allowed Chun Nan to guide her, even entwining her arm with his. Chun Nan's arm sank into hers, and he felt a delightful sensation coursing through him, causing him to gasp slightly. Lin Yutong rested her head on Chun Nan's shoulder, savoring the warmth and an unprecedented sense of security he provided. She never imagined she would find herself so willingly resting her head on a boy's shoulder, feeling an inexplicable comfort in the process. As Lin Yutong and Chun Nan arrived at the ticket booth of Imperial Capital Park, they drew the attention of those nearby. Some were merely captivated by the sight of Chun Nan and Lin Yutong as a couple, while others were utterly mesmerized by Lin Yutong herself. The sight of her beautiful legs, encased in white stockings, was enough to make all the men present swallow hard. However, soon enough, those with female companions either received disapproving glares or were met with outright hostility, and some even faced direct aggression. Yet, despite this, the onlookers' admiration for her flawless elegance remained unabated. Lin Yutong, aware of the multitude of gazes directed at her, turned to Chun Nan for assistance, as if asking, Chun Nan, what should we do? Those people are looking at me strangely. She had not anticipated that merely following Yi Qingqing's advice would incite such a commotion. In response, Chun Nan gently squeezed Lin Yutong's hand to reassure her. Then, With everyone watching, he leaned in and placed a kiss on her cheek. This act was akin to poking a hornet's nest among the besotted males present, who now glared at Chun Nan with expressions that could only be described as venomous, as if they wished to devour him whole. Just then, a young man, also glaring at Chun Nan, suddenly exclaimed, "Doesn't this guy seem a bit familiar? Like we've seen him somewhere before." The others paused momentarily before responding in agreement. I thought I was the only one who felt that way. I thought it was just my imagination. I felt a sense of familiarity when I first laid eyes on him, and now it's even clearer. At that moment, someone had a revelation and pulled out their phone, playing a recording from the previous day featuring Chun Nan. The crowd erupted in excitement. They initially regarded Chun Nan with newfound respect, then greeted him warmly, as if the previous incident had never occurred. Even those who had planned to use their considerable charm to steal Lin Yutong away from Chun Nan quickly retreated, knowing they were no match for a top-tier trainer. After all, who would dare to vie for the affections of a renowned trainer's girlfriend? Chun Nan thoroughly enjoyed the reverent gazes cast in his direction, showing no signs of discomfort, while Lin Yutong felt a touch of embarrassment. She realized she was merely basking in Chun Nan's brilliance. Under normal circumstances, she would have garnered admiration for her beauty, but never to this exaggerated extent. Soon, Chun Nan led Lin Yutong to the ticket booth, and due to his presence, those in line parted to make way for them. Thus, they breezed through the ticket purchase and entered the park without a hitch. Chun Nan first took Lin Yutong on the Centipede roller coaster. However, she remained remarkably composed, unlike the typical characters one might see in dramas. They then tried various attractions. But both Chun Nan and Lin Yutong found themselves lacking interest, as none of the rides seemed to captivate them. Eventually, they each held a popsicle, seated by the central water pool of the park, lost in thought as they observed the water-type Pokémon. At this moment, Chun Nan felt quite conflicted. They had exhausted most of the available activities, and although Lin Yutong appeared calm, his growing unease only intensified her tranquility. It was still before 11 o'clock. Even if they were to have lunch together, it felt far too early, and they found themselves at a loss for what to do next. Both Chun Nan and Lin Yutong were equally perplexed about their next steps, as this was their first date, and their thoughts on the matter were refreshingly straightforward. Lin Yutong thought that she would simply go along with whatever Chun Nan suggested, while Chun Nan was determined to do whatever Lin Yutong desired. Thus, both believed that the other had certain expectations regarding their date today, yet the reality was quite the opposite. However, it would indeed be a pity if the day were to conclude in such a hasty manner, something neither of them wished to see. Consequently, the current situation unfolded, with the two sitting silently on a bench, their heads nestled closely together, observing the water-type Pokémon frolicking in the pool before them. At that moment, a girl appeared before them, clutching a bundle of flyers, and she drew one from her bosom to present it to Chun Nan, saying, "Would you two be interested in learning about the doubles battle tournament at the Imperial Park?" Initially, Chun Nan had no intention of accepting any flyers, but upon hearing that it was a tournament flyer, his eyes sparkled with interest. He then glanced at Lin Yutong, who returned his gaze with equal enthusiasm. At that moment, words were unnecessary. Both shared the same thought. They wanted to participate. They could no longer endure the prevailing atmosphere and were desperately pondering what to do. And here it was, the doubles tournament, presented to them on a silver platter. Chun Nan took the flyer and examined it closely, while Lin Yutong leaned in to catch a glimpse, oblivious to the fact that the girl who had handed them the flyer had already departed. Chun Nan thought nothing of it. Her departure was quite agreeable. The rules of the doubles tournament stipulated that participants must form teams of two, and the organizers would not assign partners to solo entrants, which posed a significant challenge for many aspiring competitors. After all, battling alongside a stranger was an experience that was hard to describe. If both participants were amiable, things might go smoothly. However, encountering someone incompetent and overly vocal could lead to a truly disheartening experience, resulting not only in defeat, but also a lingering sense of frustration. Much like Ash and Paul, two individuals who, despite their evident incompatibility, managed to secure victories through sheer skill. As for the tournament's rewards, only the first-place team would receive a consolation bell, as it was merely a casual event rather than a grand competition. Thus, Chun Nan and Lin Yutong made their way to the venue of the doubles tournament at Imperial Park, filled with determination, given that the event revolved around Pokémon battles. The atmosphere was absolutely electric. Currently, they were merely in the registration phase, with the actual tournament set to commence in the afternoon. Consequently, Chun Nan and Lin Yutong flowed with the crowd towards the registration desk. Most attendees were merely there for the spectacle, since two individuals were required to register. Many interested parties had no choice but to forego participation and settle for being spectators. Nevertheless, a considerable number opted to seek temporary partners, though the reliability of such arrangements was questionable. Many, unable to find suitable teammates, ultimately had to abandon their plans altogether. As a result, amidst the vast expanse of Imperial Park, only 34 teams, comprising a total of 68 participants, were registered. During registration, each participant was required to submit information on the Pokémon they intended to use, as the event stipulated that each individual could only utilize the same Pokémon, with no substitutions allowed. Faced with the registration form, Chunnan found himself at a crossroads. He currently possessed 3 Pokémon, and Shinado was an obvious choice to exclude. Deploying Shinado would be somewhat unfair, but perhaps he could consider using his Garchomp? After all, Garchomp had been rather bored lately, with his days filled only with challenging Tyranitar to battles or napping. He proceeded to fill in the information for Garchomp on the form, and as for the battle level, he decided to be straightforward, as he had not seen any regulations regarding limitations on Pokémon strength. Meanwhile, Lin Yutong had already completed her form with ease, having only a Snivy, thus avoiding the dilemma of multiple options that Chunnan faced. However, upon seeing Chunnan's choice of Garchomp, she couldn't help but wear a bemused expression and teased him. Chunnan, is this really appropriate? Don't you think it's a bit unfair? Hearing her playful jab, Chunnan's face flushed, but he quickly regained his composure and defended himself. I left Charizard at home. Otherwise, do you think I would choose to overpower you? Besides, the organizers haven't set any restrictions on Pokémon strength. He added, moreover, Garchomp hasn't battled in ages. His blades are likely gathering rust. I'm just concerned he might burst from pent-up energy. Lin Yutong, hearing this, chose not to press further. After all, if an easy victory was on the horizon, she had no objections. Her only concern was for their future opponents. When a member of the organizing staff received Lin Yutong's registration form, he nodded, noting her 18 years of age and her Snivy's entry-level status. Quite normal. However, upon reviewing Chunnan's form and witnessing his poor handwriting, he frowned but continued to persevere. Knowing that the number of participants was limited, and a smaller turnout would reflect poorly on the organizers. Yet, when he glanced at the Pokémon listed, his eyes widened in disbelief. Garchomp, a Pokémon of such caliber, was registered at a master level. The staff member, observing Chunnan's seemingly innocent demeanor, couldn't help but twitch his lips and inquire, "Are you serious? A master-level Pokémon participating in our humble event?" Chunnan, blissfully unaware of the implications, nodded enthusiastically, "Yes, yes. What is the problem?" The staff member, suppressing the urge to scold Chunnan, cautiously suggested, "Don't you think that might be a bit inappropriate?" Unfazed, Chunnan waved his hand dismissively. "What is inappropriate about it? You organizers haven't specified any strength requirements for participating Pokémon. Just tell me if I can compete." The staff member could only twitch his lips, turning to contact their supervisor, as he did not dare to offend Chunnan directly and had to involve someone of higher authority. As for the possibility of Chunnan falsifying his form, please. Such an obvious ruse was something even a fool wouldn't attempt. After a brief wait, the staff member who was collecting the registration forms concluded his phone call and approached Chunnan and Lin Yutong with a respectful demeanor, stating, "Please hold on for a moment. Our supervisor will arrive shortly." Chunnan, slightly exasperated, remarked, "It's just a tournament. You all have such elaborate procedures. Just tell your supervisor not to keep me waiting too long. I have to eat later." He then settled down with Lin Yutong, playfully toying with her delicate hand as they awaited the arrival of the organizer as supervisor. Lin Yutong merely gave a token resistance, allowing Chunnan to indulge in his whims, as she thought that if he enjoyed holding her hand, she might as well let him. After a while, the supervisor finally made his entrance and approached Chunnan with great respect. "Alas, upon hearing my subordinate refer to an 18-year-old elite trainer, my thoughts immediately turned to you, which is truly exhilarating. I never imagined that I would host an event of such magnitude, graced by someone of your stature. It is indeed a profound honor." Chunnan, upon hearing this, shyly touched his nose and inquired, "I didn't realize I had become so renowned, ahaha." The other party, upon hearing this, quickly responded, "Ah, you are blissfully unaware. Nowadays, your name graces the channels of major media outlets. I dare say, not only in the imperial capital, but even in the distant Magic City. And even in other regional leagues, your exploits are well known." "Really? I had no idea I had gained such fame, transcending boundaries," Chunnan mused, initially believing his popularity was confined to the imperial capital, unaware of his recognition in other leagues. Lin Yutong, who had her head resting against Chunnan's chest, felt a swell of pride for him. Chunnan then asked, "So, can my Garchomp participate in your doubles battle event?" The other party, wearing an expression of hesitation, replied, It's not that I wish to prevent your participation. But don't you think it might be a bit unfair for a Pokemon of your caliber to compete in such a tiered event? Unfazed, Chunnan responded, So that's what you're concerned about. I'm indifferent to that. I simply enjoy battling with my Pokemon. Is that not permissible? The event organizer, with a resigned demeanor, conceded, In that case, I shall not deter you further. You know your own mind. Subsequently, the organizer instructed the staff to register Chun Nan and Lin Yutong's information. Content: Chun Nan departed with Lin Yutong, intent on finding a restaurant for lunch to gather strength for the battles ahead. Thus, he pulled out his phone and opened a map application to search for a dining establishment. Soon, he located a seemingly delightful restaurant and inquired of Lin Yutong. Yutong, what do you think of this place? Without so much as glancing at the information on Chun Nan's phone, Lin Yutong replied, You choose. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Chun Nan nodded, leading Lin Yutong to their destination. However, upon arrival, he was taken aback. What he initially thought was an ordinary eatery turned out to be a reservation-only establishment. Without a prior booking, dining was not permitted. Moreover, there was an additional stipulation. One must win a Pokemon battle against the restaurant's owner to be allowed entry. Initially intending to turn back and find another restaurant, Chun Nan's spirits lifted upon hearing this rule. He promptly summoned a server to express his intent, and the server, with an odd expression, hurried off to inform the owner, muttering something that sounded like disbelief. With keen ears, Chun Nan paused, then boldly chose a table for himself and Lin Yutong. Today, he was determined to discover who possessed such prowess that even the restaurant's staff doubted the challengers. With nothing else to occupy his time, Chun Nan began to observe the layout of the restaurant, noting its square design, 3 stories high, with long corridors wrapping around each floor and a large empty space in the center, devoid of furnishings. This peculiar arrangement left Chun Nan puzzled regarding the owner's intent. However, Lin Yutong, ever perceptive, soon tugged at Chun Nan's sleeve and remarked, Chun Nan, don't you think that the vacant space resembles a battleground? With the diners acting as spectators to the Pokemon battles? Prompted by her observation, Chun Nan too recognized the oddity, noticing the patrons nearby seemed to be watching with anticipation. Though most diners appeared eager for entertainment, a few unruly individuals approached Chun Nan and Lin Yutong, jesting, Kid, do you know who the owner of this restaurant is? You dare challenge him? After casting a glance at Lin Yutong, the newcomer continued, I advise you to take your little girlfriend and leave while you can, otherwise, if you embarrass yourself in front of her, don't say I didn't warn you. With that, he departed, leaving Chun Nan and Lin Yutong exchanging glances. Concern etched on her face, Lin Yutong said, Chun Nan, perhaps we should choose another restaurant. It's just a meal. After all, there's no need for this. Chun Nan, feeling somewhat displeased, retorted, Are you doubting my abilities? If others are unaware of my strength, surely you should know it too. As he spoke, he gently stroked Lin Yutong's hair. She, recognizing the futility of further argument, fell silent as the restaurant owner seemed to be approaching. The server Chun Nan had spoken to earlier was now accompanied by a slender young man dressed in a white shirt. The young man quickly spotted Chun Nan and Lin Yutong, as he had some recollection of everyone present, save for these two. Approaching Chun Nan with a polite demeanor, he extended his hand and introduced himself. I am unaware if you have researched me prior to this challenge, but allow me to introduce myself. I am Bai Hua, one of the 4 kings of the Huaxia League. Please teach me. Before Chun Nan could respond, Lin Yutong, nestled in his arms, gasped in delight. Gazing up at the young man in white, You are the esteemed Bai Hua? I can't believe I am meeting the living legend. Bai Hua, momentarily taken aback, raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by the living Bai Hua? Nevertheless, maintaining his politeness, he replied, Dear young lady, it seems you are somewhat familiar with my reputation? Lin Yutong, unfazed, replied coolly, Actually, it's not me, it's my mother. She is a devoted fan of yours, and learned her culinary skills by emulating you. As for me, my idol is a pop diva. Bai Hua's expression shifted to one of disappointment, and he responded, I see. Then how about this? If this young man defeats me in a Pokemon battle today, I shall gift you a signed cookbook. What do you think? He then observed Chun Nan's reaction, for he was indeed one of the 4 kings, distinguished among his peers. However, Chun Nan's subsequent response astonished Bai Hua. With a calm demeanor, he simply stated, Bai Hua, is it? I shall remember you. When can the battle commence? I have matters to attend to this afternoon, and time is of the essence. Bai Hua, taken aback by Chun Nan's nonchalance, stared in disbelief. You don't find this surprising? I am a living legend among the 4 kings. Hearing Bai Hua echo his prior words with such seriousness, Lin Yutong buried her face against Chun Nan's chest. whispering in a tone only they could hear. Chen Nan, you must win. My mother is quite opposed to me entering a romantic relationship at an early age. If you manage to obtain this signed copy of the Birch King's cookbook, it would almost seal the fate of our relationship. Upon hearing this, Chen Nan affectionately ruffled Lin Yutong's little head, instantly invigorated. With a peculiar expression, he replied, so what if it's the four kings? They don't have more legs than I do. Why should I be surprised? Bai Hua, taken aback for a moment, soon relaxed and said, indeed. What of the four kings? They are still merely ordinary individuals. A glimmer of brilliance appeared in Bai Hua's eyes, and he gazed at Chen Nan as if transformed, stating, however, you must understand one thing. There are distinctions among ordinary people. Thus, in this battle, I shall give it my all. You may still reconsider if you wish. Chen Nan, equally bold, retorted, that suits me perfectly. It has been far too long since I last battled a true contender. Let us engage in combat. Sensing the extraordinary aura emanating from Chen Nan, Bai Hua's gaze sharpened, realizing, it seems I have indeed encountered a worthy opponent today. This must be the Chen Nan that Yi Ling spoke of with such admiration. I am eager to witness the prowess of that Shinado he praised so highly. With a clap of his hands, the large open space in the center of the restaurant began to sink, accompanied by the sound of gears turning. As a complete battlefield gradually rose, Bai Hua then positioned himself at a distance from Chen Nan and remarked, due to limited conditions, we cannot transform the arena into a space of varying attributes like in the league tournaments, so I ask for your understanding. Chen Nan, momentarily stunned by the emergence of a real battlefield from the ground, recalled how common such occurrences were in animation. Yet, this was reality. And merely witnessing this was enough to leave him utterly astonished. The patrons present, witnessing someone challenge one of the four kings, leaned eagerly over the balcony railings, cheering him on. Chen Nan felt a surge of exhilaration, understanding now why Bai Hua had constructed such a battlefield in his restaurant. Gently placing Lin Yutong down, he stepped forward to stand opposite Bai Hua and declared, I am unaware of which type of king you are, but I humbly ask for your guidance. Bai Hua, with a slight smile, mirrored Chen Nan's gesture and replied, I am Bai Hua, the fire-type king, one of the four kings of the Huaxiao League. I welcome your challenge. Chapter 69. A fierce battle. The patrons, initially puzzled by Bai Hua's amiable demeanor towards Chen Nan, did not dwell on it. After all, Bai Hua was known for his amicable nature, treating others kindly as long as they did not provoke him. This was why his restaurant was so highly sought after. Furthermore, Bai Hua's culinary skills were nothing short of extraordinary. One could not attract patrons without serving exquisite dishes. However, what had they just heard? This young man, seemingly around 18, claimed he was unaware of what type of king he was facing and requested guidance. This revelation left the patrons momentarily bewildered. They had their doubts about Chen Nan's words due to his youth. After all, who would believe that someone so young could be of king caliber? Yet Bai Hua, as one of the four kings of Huaxia, effectively acknowledged Chen Nan's statement, adopting the stance typically reserved for high-level king competitions. Most of the onlookers hailed from various places, drawn to this restaurant by Bai Hua's illustrious reputation as the fire-type king. Chen Nan had only recently risen to fame, and it was unlikely that word of him could spread so rapidly. Thus, the majority of the audience remained only vaguely aware of him. Only a handful of locals recognized him and gasped in astonishment, quickly sharing the news with the others. This revelation energized the crowd, many of whom eagerly began recording the event on their phones, ready to relive the moment later. However, they dared not share the footage without the consent of Chen Nan and Bai Hua, as both would feel somewhat uncomfortable, despite their outward indifference. Dressed in a crisp white shirt, Bai Hua looked intently at Chen Nan and inquired, the match will be a 2-on-2 battle. During the contest, Pokémon may not be replaced at will. The first side to eliminate 2 Pokémon will be declared the loser. How do you find this rule? Chen Nan nodded in agreement and added, if I may, is it an unrestricted skill battle? Bai Hua smiled and nodded in response, then produced a Pokeball. Addressing Chen Nan, let us commence. Go, Blaziken. As Bai Hua's words fell, a Blaziken, adorned with a crest of red and white feathers, materialized before him, radiating fierce battle intent. Its powerful legs sprang into action, seemingly warming up. The spectators realized that Bai Hua had sent out his ace, indicating the immense pressure Chen Nan posed. The anticipation in the air heightened, as they were about to witness a thrilling Pokémon battle. Unfazed, Chen Nan retrieved his own Pokeball, shouting to Bai Hua, in that case, I shall not hold back. It is you I choose, Garchomp. With a roar, Garchomp's presence left several audience members awestruck by its formidable aura. The moment it appeared in the center of the arena, it spotted Blaziken, which stood nearly level with it, and unleashed its overwhelming pressure toward the fire-type Pokémon. In response, Baihua commanded Blaziken, Blaziken, since our opponent seeks to assert pressure, let us meet his challenge. We shall not yield. With fierce determination, Blaziken focused its energy, surging forth to counter Garchomp's pressure, resulting in a powerful clash that ultimately neutralized their forces. Given their comparable strengths, Garchomp reveled in the exhilaration, realizing it had finally encountered a powerful Pokémon on par with itself, aside from Tyranitar. Shin'Nan, sensing Garchomp's eagerness, bellowed. Baihua, Garchomp can hardly wait any longer. I shall strike first. Garchomp, use Earthquake and let our opponent taste its power. Garchomp, responding to the command, summoned the earth energy within and stomped down hard on the solid battlefield. The ground beneath them cracked rapidly, resembling a fragile foam board, and swiftly spread toward Blaziken. Garchomp, known as the Dragon of the Earth, boasted an impressive base stat of 600, and upon Mega Evolution, it soared to an astounding 700. However, it seemed that Mega Garchomp, unlike certain divine beings with dominion over the earth, was unable to soar through the skies, a rather unfortunate limitation. As the fiery chicken appeared on the verge of being engulfed by the earthquake unleashed by the fierce land shark, Baihua crossed his arms and shouted loudly, "Fiery chicken, leap with a flash of lightning." At his command, the fiery chicken, like an ethereal specter, emanated a radiant white light and sprang from the ground to the height of the 3rd floor, gazing down upon the fierce land shark from its elevated position. Observing this, Baihua continued to shout, "The fiery chicken shall execute its fiery kick." With a cry in response to Baihua, the fiery chicken twirled midair, adjusting its stance before launching its flaming right leg towards the fierce land shark below. This scene resembled a fiery arrow, soaring downwards with unwavering precision towards its target. Despite facing such imminent peril, the fierce land shark remained steadfast, awaiting Shin'Nan's command, exemplifying the trust it had in him. Shin'Nan, not one to disappoint the fierce land shark's expectations, swiftly devised a solution within mere seconds and bellowed, "Fierce land shark, dig in place to evade. The fiery kick from above will possess significantly greater power. It is unwise to confront it head-on." The fierce land shark, firmly believing in Chun-Nan's guidance, though not extensively knowledgeable, trusted Chun-Nan implicitly, knowing he would never lead it astray. Consequently, the fierce land shark burrowed into the ground, while the fiery chicken, having lost its target, abandoned its aerial kick posture. It then executed a graceful half-squat as it landed, cautiously surveying the surroundings, unsure from which direction the fierce land shark might emerge to surprise it. Thus, the situation entered a stalemate. Yet the recent exchange between the fierce land shark and the fiery chicken had been witnessed with utmost clarity by the audience, who were drenched in sweat as if they were the ones battling on the field. At this moment, the spectators dared not utter a sound, fearing to disturb the intense standoff between Baihua and Shin'Nan. The ensuing moments were crucial for seizing any weaknesses of the opponent, thus patience was paramount. Shin'Nan mused. However, after a period of observation, Shin'Nan realized that the opponent exhibited no discernible vulnerabilities. It was nigh impossible to find an opening. Noticing Shin'Nan's expression of helplessness, Baihua chuckled, "What is the matter? Are you at a loss?" In response, Shin'Nan, with a defiant expression, retorted, "This is merely the beginning. It's your turn, fierce land shark." At his command, the fierce land shark erupted from beneath the fiery chicken. And although the fiery chicken managed to react in time and leap away, it was still caught in the shockwave of the fierce land shark's emergence. Simultaneously, Baihua and Shin'Nan shouted, "Flame burst! Dragon pulse!" The fiery chicken, having regained its footing, opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames towards the fierce land shark. In tandem, the fierce land shark summoned its dragon energy, releasing a colorful dragon-shaped wave towards the fiery burst. With a resounding boom, the vibrant dragon pulse collided with the crimson flame burst, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The ensuing eruption and the clouds of yellowish dust enveloped both Pokémon on the battlefield, obscuring their current condition from Chun-Nan and Baihua outside the fray. This turn of events, however, suited Chun-Nan perfectly, for the fierce land shark was a ground-type dragon Pokémon, endowed with the sand veil ability. Thus, he called out to his fierce land shark amidst the smoke, "Fierce land shark, conjure a sandstorm." Within the obscuring haze, the fierce land shark swiftly raised a sandstorm, utilizing its inherent ability to locate the fiery chicken, which found itself struggling within the whirlwind. Observing this, Baihua furrowed his brow, contemplating how to break the stalemate. Hearing the fierce land shark's voice, Chun-Nan concluded that it had spotted the opponent and promptly commanded, "Fierce land shark, unleashed the destructive beam. Baihua, also aware of Chun Nan's order, felt a wave of helplessness wash over him as he gazed into the murky expanse, leading him to a desperate measure. Fiery Chicken. Attempt to leap out of the sandstorm's range. Determined, the fiery chicken prepared to resist the sandstorm's effects. But the fierce land shark's destructive beam had already locked onto it. As the fiery chicken took flight, the destructive beam was unleashed, striking the airborne fiery chicken directly. With a cry of anguish, the fiery chicken was hit by a golden beam that erupted from the smoke, sending it crashing against the energy barrier that had risen around the battlefield. The spectators gasped, their hearts racing, grateful that Baihua had thoughtfully invested in an energy shield to protect them from the fallout. Chapter 70. The Queen emerges. On one side, the fierce land shark was obscured by swirling sands, while on the other, the fiery chicken lay defeated upon the ground. The audience could scarcely believe the spectacle before them. After all, this was a member of the Elite Four who had found themselves at a disadvantage. Seeing the half-kneeling fiery chicken, Baihua called out, "Fiery chicken, are you all right?" The fiery chicken, glancing back at Baihua with an affirming gaze, then focused on the fierce land shark amidst the sandstorm. Chun Nan, noticing the resilience of the fiery chicken after enduring the destructive beam, praised, "Baihua, your fiery chicken is quite impressive. It withstood a destructive beam as if it were unscathed." Baihua, unconcerned, replied, "Naturally, your fierce land shark is impressive as well." With that, the two exchanged knowing smiles and burst into hearty laughter. In that moment, both Chun Nan and Baihua acknowledged each other's prowess. After all, one's character could be discerned through the lens of Pokémon battles, a truth universally recognized by all who cherished such contests. Soon, the swirling sandstorm dissipated, returning both Pokémon to a state of confrontation. The fiery chicken launched a fiery kick at the fierce land shark, which retaliated with a dragon claw. The exchange continued back and forth, each side launching relentless attacks, eliciting cheers from the audience. Some even wagering on the odds of a 1-1 matchup between the fierce land shark and the fiery chicken. As time progressed, both the fiery chicken and the fierce land shark bore increasing wounds. Eventually, Chun Nan and Baihua exchanged glances, recognizing each other's desire for a decisive conclusion, and simultaneously exclaimed, "Fiery chicken, use flame charge. Fierce land shark, take to the skies and execute dragon dive." The fiery chicken enveloped itself in flames and charged towards the fierce land shark soaring above, while the fierce land shark, embodying the form of a dragon, descended with its gaping maw, aiming to devour the fiery chicken engulfed in dazzling flames. As the two Pokémon on the field unleashed their ultimate moves, the audience, including Lin Yutong, collectively held their breath, scarcely daring to exhale. Some spectators leaned over the railing, straining to gain a clearer view, while those recording the event were utterly focused, their eyelids refusing to flutter. In a private room on the third floor, a woman, her figure obscured beneath layers of clothing, watched the spectacle with wide, starry eyes, her expression one of yearning. However, she soon sighed and called out in a clear voice to her companion behind her, "Sister Shun, when will I be able to participate in Pokémon battles like them?" Sister Shun, a middle-aged woman clad in professional attire and sporting glasses, held a seemingly meticulous itinerary in one hand, her other hand busy jotting down notes. Upon hearing Murong Xia's inquiry, her writing hand paused, and she replied with a serious demeanor, "Xia, I hope this is merely a jest. You are on the cusp of a promising future. I implore you not to jeopardize it." At her words, Murong Xia's eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, dimmed slightly, and she pouted in resignation. All right, I was just joking. Don't be so serious, smile a little. Look at those wrinkles you're developing." With that, the heavily bundled Murong Xia reached out to pat Sister Shun, but the latter deftly evaded her, bluntly exposing Murong Xia's attempt to curry favor, saying, "Flattery won't work. Your schedule is quite packed. You have merely 3 minutes left here, and then we must proceed to the next engagement." Sister Shun, can't we watch this match just a little longer? Just this once, please?" Murong Xia said, her expression akin to a forlorn kitten as she grasped Sister Shun's arm and began to shake it, playfully coaxing her. Seeing this, Sister Shun felt a wave of weariness wash over her. Managing her client was indeed a taxing endeavor. Rather than focusing on how to sing beautifully, Murong Xia seemed preoccupied with Pokémon battles, and when such a battle occurred, she could hardly be persuaded to leave. In the past, even mundane Pokémon battles could compel Murong Xia to depart, but today's Elite Showdown was live. For someone like Murong Xia, who held such deep admiration for Pokémon battles, Sister Shun understood the implications. Forcing her to leave could lead to unforeseen consequences. Thus, with a resigned sigh, Sister Shin scribbled on the itinerary before addressing the hopeful Murongxia. I have just removed some unnecessary appointments. We'll remain here for an additional 15 minutes. After that, we must leave, no negotiations. With that, she took out her phone and began typing furiously. Murongxia, upon hearing this, gleefully clutched Sister Shun's arm, exclaiming, Sister Shun, I knew you were the best. She then returned to the edge of the corridor, her eyes sparkling as she watched the ongoing battle. At that moment, Chen Nan's Garchomp and Bai Hua's Blaziken had both succumbed to exhaustion, a testament to their fierce clash. Subsequently, both trainers withdrew their incapacitated Pokémon into their Pokeballs. Garchomp, rest well. I'll leave the next phase to your sister, Gardevoir, Chen Nan murmured, gazing at Garchomp's Pokeball. It wobbled in response, as if acknowledging his words. Then, Chen Nan produced Gardevoir's Pokeball, and, seeing Bai Hua prepare to summon his next Pokémon, stated earnestly, Bai Hua, my next Pokémon will be my trump card. Be cautious. Go, Gardevoir. With that, he summoned Gardevoir, draped in a flowing white gown. Gardevoir cast a tender glance back at Chen Nan before turning her attention to the tautly poised Bai Hua, regarding him with an aloofness befitting a regal queen surveying a pitiful insect. Under Gardevoir's piercing gaze, Bai Hua felt an unprecedented weight of pressure wash over him, causing his hand, which clutched the Pokeball, to tremble uncontrollably. Was this the might of a master-level Pokémon? Even without revealing a fraction of her power, the oppressive aura she emanated rivaled that of legendary Pokémon. Bai Hua, gritting his teeth, pondered how Yi Ling had managed to endure such a presence. At that moment, not only Bai Hua was affected by Gardevoir's overwhelming aura, the audience was equally struck by the unintentional pressure radiating from her. One spectator trembled, pointing shakily at Gardevoir in the center of the arena, exclaiming, Can anyone tell me what level of Pokémon this is? My instincts tell me this is at least a champion-level Pokémon. No, it must be more than that. I've seen champion-level Pokémon before, but this Gardevoir is simply extraordinary. Just looking at her makes it hard to breathe. The crowd began to recall the Pokémon battle rankings recently announced by the league, realizing that above champion level lay master level. A singular thought resonated within the minds of all present. This Gardevoir was undoubtedly a master level Pokémon. But why would such a magnificent creature be in the possession of a mere boy? As this realization dawned, the audience exchanged glances, silently agreeing. This secret must be kept. Perhaps this boy was a clandestine weapon prepared by the Huaxia League. They could not allow other regional leagues to discover his existence. Simultaneously, everyone present felt a pang of sympathy for Bai Hua. If the spectators could sense such intense pressure, how much more so would he, standing directly before Gardevoir? Meanwhile, Murongxia and her manager, Sister Shun, wore equally exaggerated expressions, especially Sister Shin, whose mouth hung agape, as if she could fit a large duck egg within. Murongxia, gazing at the elegant figure of Gardevoir, exuded admiration, her heart racing. This was precisely the Pokémon she had longed for. With fire in her eyes, Murongxia unabashedly fixated her gaze upon Gardevoir, her joy unmasked. Just as Bai Hua was about to summon his Pokémon, Gardevoir sensed the unabashed scrutiny of a human and was incensed by such rudeness. She resolved to teach a lesson to this impolite onlooker. In a swift motion, Gardevoir turned her head, casting a cold, sidelong glance at Murongxia, and then sent a mental warning into her mind. This telepathic admonition struck Murongxia like a heavy blow, causing her to collapse to the ground in fright. Even though Gardevoir's psychic message bore no malice, it was far beyond what an ordinary human like Murongxia could withstand. Standing behind Shinado, Chen Nan inquired, Shinado, has something transpired? Upon hearing his words, Shinado promptly conveyed her recent discovery to Chen Nan. Subsequently, Chen Nan reassured Shinado, stating, if the other party harbors no malice, a gentle warning would indeed be prudent. Truly, you are my Shinado, so astute. Upon receiving Chen Nan's praise, a delicate flush of color, reminiscent of a fragile bloom, graced Shinado's petite visage.